Chapter 1. The Job Transition Ceremony. In the Crisis Era, year 158, on the playground of Jiangchang 4th High School, 10 crystals radiating a violet glow were quietly arranged. These crystals, known as Zerg stones, served as the tools for the job transition of all senior students at the school today. 1,000 students were divided into 10 formations, sitting upright and gazing intently at the Zerg stones before them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a gray administrative jacket stepped forward. He was Fong Ping, the principal of 4th High School. Raising the megaphone in his hand, Fong Ping proclaimed loudly, "Students, time flies as swiftly as a fleeting horse, and the years weave like a shuttle through the sands of time. 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. You once entered the gates of our 4th High School with youthful smiles. And today, I hope you embrace your splendid youth as you face the vastness of your future lives." A resounding applause erupted from the audience. Fong Ping continued, "Today you are about to encounter a pivotal juncture in your lives, the job transition. I hope each of you can become a pillar of the nation like Ming Wanqing, who is currently observing you from the viewing platform." With that, he gestured towards the distant platform. Instantly, the gaze of all students shifted towards the viewing area, where a poised young woman, clad in a pristine white garment, sat elegantly in the front row, resembling a pure white lotus. Ming Wanqing, mentioned by Principal Fong Ping, was the top student of the previous year at 4th High School and also the valedictorian of Tianbei Province. She had shattered the historical record for the 7 days elite competition with her outstanding performance, securing the highest rank in the province and ultimately gaining admission to the Royal Academy of Kyoto, becoming an object of envy for all at 4th High School. As if sensing the crowd's fervor, Ming Wanqing slightly rose, a delicate smile gracing her lips as she waved her right hand in greeting, warmly acknowledging the students. The students below erupted into a flurry of whispers, buzzing with discussions of Ming Wanqing's legendary achievements. Truly deserving of the title of perfect goddess, just look at her every smile and frown, utterly captivating. Just gaze upon her beauty and grace. Tonight is destined to be another night of solitary struggle. A group of students murmured with smiles, heads bowed in hushed conversation. "Galway, do you know? Even if she is the perfect goddess in everyone's eyes, I can only give her an 87. Why?" Galway looked puzzled. He could not fathom how such a stunning woman could only receive an 87. "Because I have yet to see the remaining 13 points. Galway. The speaker was Chun Tianming, who was not originally from this world. The former Chun Tianming had lived on a blue planet called Blue Star until an unexpected car accident caused his soul to transmigrate into this current world. This new world bore striking similarities in technological advancement, language, and cultural history to the one he had previously inhabited. The only difference was that this world was currently under siege by otherworldly demons. These demons were not extraterrestrials or mythical creatures, but rather bloodthirsty monsters that had traversed countless miles through various portals to invade this realm, with but one intent: destruction. Initially, the sudden appearance of these portals caught humanity off guard. However, mankind quickly organized a counteroffensive and managed to stem the tide of disaster. Yet, one day, the inhabitants of this planet discovered with horror that these portals would evolve over time, and the monsters birthed from the upgraded portals grew increasingly powerful. Gradually, humanity's weapons began to falter against the higher-tier monsters, with the demon race spearheading the invasion, breaking through human defenses and launching widespread attacks on cities. Thus, humanity entered the Crisis Era. Fortunately, people later discovered that these portals could be destroyed, and upon their destruction, one or more purple crystals could be obtained through extraction. These crystals eventually became known as Zerg stones. However, with the loss of vast territories, many portals remained in enemy-occupied zones and could not be destroyed, leaving humanity in a perpetual state of disadvantage. It was only when they found that Zerg stones could aid in awakening one's innate profession that humanity began to gradually regain the ability to fight back. Before the job transition, individuals could refine their mental strength and physical prowess through meditation and body tempering techniques. The evaluation of one's innate talent was directly tied to their mental and physical strength. The higher the evaluation, the greater their future achievements would likely be. Even if one awakened a culinary profession, as long as their innate talent ranked among the elite, their future accomplishments would far surpass those of individuals with merely average or good talents. Thus, people engage in the practice of meditation and body tempering to enhance their innate talents. And with the added benefits of their professions, humanity began to reclaim lost ground bit by bit. Currently, humanity had regained control of 9 provincial territories, with Zhongbei province being one of them. As brilliant violet beams soared into the sky, the 10 Zijing stones were now fully prepared. At this moment, I declare the job transition ceremony of Jiangcheng 4th High School officially commenced. Chapter 2. Innate Talent of 1 in 10,000. As these words were spoken, the once lively playground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath as a palpable tension enveloped each individual, their eyes fixed on the principal with raised brows. The pivotal moment of each person's future was about to be inscribed at this very instant. Whether they would serve the nation like a dragon or lead a life of mediocrity like a mere insect, all would soon be revealed. Zhang Wu, Li San, Ji Ba. Principal Fang Ping called out the names of 10 individuals in one breath, prompting them to rise and walk slowly towards the Zijing stones. Some looked around nervously while others wore anxious expressions, yet the clenched fists of all revealed their inner turmoil. Upon reaching the front of the Zijing stones, a magical array suddenly illuminated beneath their feet, startling the individuals standing within its center. Seeing this, Fang Ping gently explained, "Do not worry, this is merely the detection procedure of the magic array. Once it concludes, their professions will begin to manifest upon the Zijing stones." Before long, as the glow of the magic array gradually dimmed, various professions began to materialize on the Zijing stones. Zhang Wu, lifestyle profession, talent rated as excellent. Li San, lifestyle profession, talent rated as 1 in 100. Ji Ba, combat profession, talent rated as 1 in 1,000. In no time, the job transition ceremony for the 10 individuals concluded, 6 in lifestyle professions, 3 in support professions, and 1 in a combat profession. Oh yeah, I, Ji Ba, am also a combat profession rated as 1 in 1,000. The students below cast envious glances in his direction. Talent ratings are classified as follows. Ordinary excellent 1 in 101 in 1,001 in 10,000 unparalleled. It is said that above unparalleled, there exists a classification known as the Chosen One. Ming Wanqing, from the previous year, was evaluated as a Chosen One, and each Chosen One is regarded as a precious asset to the nation, receiving special protection. Typically, if a Chosen One can reach their potential, they can inflict grievous harm upon the invading demons. As for what profession they would transition into, it remains uncertain. Some individuals who perform averagely may transition into powerful frontline combat roles, while others who excel may find themselves relegated to lifestyle professions. Individuals like Ji Ba, who achieve a talent rating of 1 in 1,000 during their first job transition, are indeed exceedingly rare and thus warrant envy. At that moment, Chun Tianming felt a tap on his shoulder, and Gao Wei, wearing a broad grin, leaned in. "Tiange, what's your dream profession?" Chun Tianming glanced at him and shook his head, offering no response. Gao Wei chuckled, "Come on, it's no big deal to share. He'll tell you, if I transition into a frontline combat profession, I hope to be a swordsman. That way, I can live as a chivalrous hero, roaming the world and seeking justice, becoming a carefree warrior who protects the ladies." His physique indeed suited the swordsman profession well. However, transitioning into a frontline combat role is challenging. Aspiring for one's desired profession makes it even more difficult. Chun Tianming had calculated that the probability was roughly around 10%. Among the over 1,000 students, only about 100 would likely become frontline combat professionals. As Gao Wei rambled on animatedly, Chun Tianming merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to engage in the conversation. Chun Tianming was not one for many words. Despite his excellent grades, he lacked friends. Many perceived him as peculiar. Seeing Chun Tianming's lack of enthusiasm, Gao Wei continued chatting with others nearby. Beside Gao Wei, a companion grasped his arm and murmured, "What are you discussing with this bookworm? He won't pay you any mind." Exactly. Just because his grades are slightly better, what's there to be so arrogant about? In the end, what profession he'll transition into remains uncertain. Right? Who knows? He might just end up in a mundane job. A number of individuals nearby were engaged in fervent discussion, their voices growing louder, utterly disregarding the feelings of others. Chun Tianming was of average, standing among classmates. Many perceived him as aloof and haughty. His good grades seemed to foster a disdain for others. Hearing the comment from his peers, Gao Wei was instantly incensed. Nonsense. You are all blinded by his facade. His cool demeanor is merely a guise. Deep down, he is quite the character. I've known him since I was 5. Back then, Brother Tian would drag me to the bathhouse, insisting there were treasures inside. If I resisted, he'd hit me. When we got there, we were too short, so he would stand on my shoulders, using me as a stool for an hour at a time. Yet, when I suggested I stand on his shoulders for a change, he would dismiss me with a "not suitable for children" and scamper away. Wouldn't you say that's infuriating? The crowd around them murmured in disbelief. Chun Tianming hurriedly covered her mouth. "You idiot! Do you even realize what you're saying?" Chun Tianming was flabbergasted. He had not anticipated that this fellow would remember such details from their childhood so vividly. At that moment, he felt a surge of irritation, as years of maintaining a cool persona seemed to be unraveling in an instant. He wanted to clarify, but some things cannot be explained. The more one tries, the guiltier they seem. He hastily remarked, "Once the transition is over, he'll deal with you," and fell silent, striving to uphold his aloof image. Time felt devoid of warmth, drifting like a fallen feather, weightless yet significant. Soon, the principal's voice resonated once more. Next, Gao Wei, Li Jiping. Chun Kai. Upon hearing his name called, Gao Wei patted Chun Tianming on the shoulder and thumped his own chest, suppressing his earlier jovial expression, his demeanor now grave. "Brother Tian, it's my turn." Gao Wei's actions gave Chun Tianming the impression that he was not merely about to partake in a transition ceremony, but rather that he was a soldier preparing for battle. He looked at Gao Wei, nodding emphatically in encouragement. "Go for it, Wei Ge. Best of luck." "Ha, off goes my brother Wei." As the radiance gradually dimmed, the professions and talents of this group began to manifest upon the purple gold stone. Li Jiping, support-type profession, talent a rare find. Gao Wei, combat-type profession, talent 1 in 10,000. Chun Kai, combat-type profession, talent a rare find. Buzzing. A thunderous realization struck Gao Wei's mind. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Wow, it really is a combat profession, and my talent evaluation is indeed 1 in 10,000. Simultaneously, the audience erupted in chatter, as this group had produced 2 combat professions at once, along with one rated as 1 in 10,000, inciting a wave of excitement among the spectators. Such as human nature, distant matters hold little significance, but when witnessed up close, it creates an illusion, a false sense of capability. Wow, a talent rated 1 in 10,000, not to mention the Royal Academy. At the very least, I am assured a place in one of the other 4 major colleges. If I develop further, I might just become a pillar of our Easternly nation, with an immeasurable future. I feel like that muscular guy who just transitioned into a combat profession is a long-lost elementary school classmate of mine. If anyone has his contact information, please send it my way. Thanks. Nonsense. He is clearly my ex-boyfriend. You sly vixen. Keep your distance. Chapter 3. Unparalleled in the world. In Dongli Nation, apart from the Royal Academy in the capital, the next best institutions are the 4 major colleges, followed by some ordinary universities. Gao Wei had never imagined he would have such a remarkable starting point. Directly commencing from one of the 4 major colleges, and should fortune favor him further, with a bit more effort, perhaps even the Royal Academy could be within reach. Regaining his composure, he began to explore his specific profession, the magic swordsman. "Haha, it truly is a sword-related profession. How splendid!" he exclaimed, excitement propelling him into a light jog, returning to his seat beside Chun Tianming amidst the envious gazes of others. "Brother Tian, Do you know how I awakened my 1/10 the sand talent and acquired the swordsman profession? Oh, your profession is swordsman? Hee hee. Of course. You have no idea. While on stage, I silently wished to exchange 10 years of Yi Fan's lifespan for my transition to swordsman. If I could become a swordsman, he should lose 10 years. To my astonishment, it actually worked. Not only did I successfully transition into a swordsman, but I also obtained the rare profession of magic swordsman. Haha. Gao Wei declared with fervor. Upon hearing Gao Wei's words, Chen Tianming wore an expression of astonishment. Perhaps he should also give a try later. What's the harm in deducting a mere 20 years from Yi Fan? After all, he was still young. Ultimately, such matters do not concern oneself, so why not give it a shot? Now, let us invite Yi Fan, Zhang Kai, Lulu, and classmate Xia Shui to the stage for the job transition ceremony. As the principal's words resonated, the majority of the students' gazes became fixated on Yi Fan, including those of Chen Tianming and Gao Wei. This moment, Gao Wei's heart was quietly filled with apprehension, and he nervously glanced at Chen Tianming. Brother Tian, just a few days ago, Yi Fan made a bold statement before the job transition ceremony, claiming that although his academic performance may not match yours, he is determined to surpass you during the ceremony. He said that previous academic achievements are insignificant, and that the profession one acquires and the evaluation of talent are the true measures of strength. It matters not. If it comes to it, I shall simply add another 20 years. Chen Tianming observed Yi Fan's silhouette and could not help but smirk inwardly. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Tianming was well aware that engaging in conflicts with others during high school was beneath him. In his previous life, as an overworked employee, he had long been dulled by society's harsh realities. Thus, in this life, he cherished his current existence immensely. Not only were his parents alive, but he had also been granted a rare opportunity for a fresh start. An opportunity he would undoubtedly seize with both hands. Knowing well that knowledge could alter one's fate, he had diligently studied from a young age, consistently ranking first in his school, becoming the epitome of what others referred to as the ideal student. If only this world were free from the invasion of evil forces. Chen Tianming silently sighed, thinking that such a scenario would afford him even more opportunities. Presently, the curriculum was entirely centered around knowledge pertinent to professions. Along with the emergence and speculation surrounding portals, the anatomy and structure of the evil forces, as well as an array of cultural and historical knowledge pertaining to this world. Other subjects offered merely superficial concepts, with the government withholding excess information on the grounds that the nation currently required practitioners. Once, a madman proposed a theory known as the box theory, suggesting that through the use of purple gold stones, human functions could be quantified and directly bestowed as professions upon us. This notion was unfathomable to the scientists of this world. They could scarcely comprehend the kind of power that could manifest such things directly in people's minds. The madman speculated that humanity was but a string of code trapped within an inescapable box, with the purple gold stone serving as that very box. The entities providing these professions and encoding them in our minds were referred to as observers. They watched our battles, perhaps for amusement, or maybe for other, unknown reasons. Furthermore, hunting those otherworldly evils could directly enhance one's attributes. This led the madman to question whether his world was indeed real or merely a virtual construct controlled by others. To uncover this ultimate truth, one could only continue to engage in conflict, striving for the pinnacle to unveil that final mystery. Perhaps it was eternal life, or perhaps it was merely a string of data, easily erased. In the end, who could truly know? Before that moment, physics had perished, and science had lost its significance. This moment, Yi Fan was intensely focused on the purple gold stone before him, his clenched fist betraying his inner tension. Since he could not surpass Chen Tianming in academic performance, he resolved to compete in terms of profession and potential. He had devoted countless hours to practicing the meditation and body refinement techniques, all to achieve a stunning revelation during this job transition ceremony. Chen Tianming, it's been 3 years. Do you have any idea what I've endured during this time? Since arriving at 4th high school, I have never once claimed the top spot, whereas before high school, I was always first in every examination throughout middle and elementary school. You are the obstacle in my heart. If I cannot surpass you, My thoughts will remain clouded, and I may even fall victim to inner demons in the future. This time, I will definitely surpass you. With that thought, he could not help but let out a roar. As if only by doing so could he release the pent-up frustration within. As Yi Fan's hopeful gaze lingered, a brilliant and resplendent light surged upwards from beneath his feet. In the next moment, the principal's booming and excited voice rang out. Yi Fan, you have awakened a rare, combat-type profession. Talent evaluation. Unparalleled in the world. Chapter 4. The Chosen One instantly. A wave of astonishment swept through the students below. All of them rendered speechless, their mouths agape. Nearby, Fong Ping witnessed this scene and could hardly contain his glee. Ha! This is fantastic. Last year we had Ming Wanqing, and now we have Yi Fan. Although his talent doesn't quite reach the level of the Chosen One, at least he possesses a rare, combat-type profession, which is quite impressive in itself. Fong Ping's face was beaming with joy, akin to a blossoming flower, as he could hardly stop himself from chuckling. My heavens, his talent is truly unparalleled, and he has a rare, combat-type profession. Though the specifics of the profession remain unknown, this is certainly a stepping stone to the 4 great academies. Are you out of your mind? This level of talent is sufficient for direct admission into the Kyoto Royal Academy. You really think there are that many prodigies like Ming Wanqing in this world? It was unexpected that our school produced Ming Wanqing, the Chosen One, last year, and now we have Yi Fan achieving the unparalleled level. Just when we thought that the previous standout was the pinnacle of this year, we now realize it was merely the beginning. Speaking of which, didn't Yi Fan have a wager with Chun Tianming not long ago? This is going to be quite the spectacle. I recall their wager was that the loser would have to call the other grandfather 3 times. Is that for real? They're playing such high stakes? This is going to be entertaining. Everyone, be quiet. Gao Wei, upon hearing the discussions around him, could not help but erupt in anger. Brother Tian has never lost. Even if he were to lose to Yi Fan this time, it would only be once. Regardless, even if Brother Tian loses, it is not for you to speculate. Upon witnessing Gao Wei's fury, those nearby fell silent, their expressions filled with awe as they regarded him. This was the intimidation brought about by his exceptional talent. Congratulations, Yi Fan. I hope you achieve outstanding results in the upcoming college entrance examination. As a practitioner of an unparalleled rare profession, you will receive a school reward, which I shall present to you after the job transition ceremony concludes. May you bring glory to 4th High School and the city of Jiangxing. Yes, Principal. At this moment, Yi Fan had finally regained his composure from the earlier surprise, and he slightly bowed to Fong Ping before turning to descend from the stage. However, as he stepped down, his piercing gaze shot directly at Chun Tianming. Filled with a profound sense of provocation, a rare combat-type profession, unparalleled talent. Chun Tianming, let us see how you intend to best me this time. Damn it, Brother Tian, that Yi Fan is truly too arrogant. Gao Wei fumed, observing the provocative look Yi Fan directed at them. It's just an unparalleled talent. Brother Tian, when it's your turn, awaken as the Chosen One and slap him hard across the face. Chun Tianming, remaining calm and composed, replied, Very well. I shall take your words as good fortune. As time passed, each student took their turn for the job transition, suddenly, with the principal's voice echoing once more. Chun Tianming's heart raced in that moment. Next, please welcome Yang Fei, Yin Si, Pan Zhiming, Chun Tianming to the stage for the job transition ceremony. Here it comes. Although practicing the meditation technique and body refinement method could increase the likelihood of awakening a rare profession, it ultimately remained a matter of luck. Even with Chun Tianming's 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt a tinge of anxiety at this moment. Upon hearing the principal call his name, all eyes in the audience turned to focus on Chun Tianming, including Ming Wanqing on the observation platform. Brother Tian, go for it. Gao Wei was even more anxious than Chun Tianming, urging him on. You must crush Yi Fan, ensuring he remains forever in your shadow. Rest assured, Chun Tianming replied, forming a gesture with his fingers and raising them to his temple. I am your ever-reliable brother Tian. Oh, this damned sense of security. Chun Tianming stood at the center of the formation, lowering his head, hands clasped together, murmuring inaudibly. Fong Ping, observing Chun Tianming's whispered incantation, assumed it was due to his nerves and approached to offer some comfort. However, just as he drew near, he overheard him mumbling, "Heavenly Father, I offer Yi Fan's 40-year lifespan as a sacrifice, in exchange for talent no less than unparalleled. If that is insufficient, feel free to take more." Fong Ping's face darkened with frustration as the remaining individuals took their positions. He casually swept his gaze across the playground. To his surprise, he discovered that nearly everyone's attention was fixated on Chen Tianming, including those seated in the viewing platform. At that moment, Fong Ping's heart began to race with anxiety. Yi Fan, the perennial runner-up from the 4th middle school, had awakened an unparalleled and rare combat profession. What extraordinary talent or profession would Chen Tianming, the long-standing top scholar, awaken? Shaking his head, Fong Ping observed that everyone was already in place before he let out a resounding shout. "The class transfer begins." Instantly, radiant purple lights illuminated beneath their feet. Suddenly, the brilliance beneath Chen Tianming flickered rapidly, transforming into a towering beam of light that pierced the heavens, breaking through the clouds above. The blinding purple light shone like a world-ending flame, seemingly poised to engulf all existence. The spectators below were left squinting against the dazzling luminosity. As the light gradually dimmed, they widened their eyes. Filled with curiosity, eager to discern the content revealed on the purple gold stone. Chen Tianming, awakening rare combat profession, talent evaluation, destined individual. Fong Ping stood on the platform, his face a mask of disbelief upon seeing the information displayed on the purple gold stone. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing that he was not hallucinating. Talent evaluation, destined individual. Chapter 5. Ruler of the insect race. At the very moment the purple gold stone unveiled its revelation, Chen Tianming's mind was flooded with his attribute values. Name: Chen Tianming. Profession: Summoner. Rare race: Human talent. Destined individual level: Mortal realm. Level 1 Constitution, 90 Strength, 85 Agility, 85 Spirit, 160 Talent. Grade 1 Skills: Summoning technique. Summon beasts. 0 Summoning space. 0-10. Just as Chen Tianming was immersed in examining his attributes, an intense itch suddenly erupted across his body, as if countless tiny insects were crawling over him. He couldn't help but groan. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has completed the class transfer, commencing extraction of the world's essence. Profession upgrade. To his astonishment, Chen Tianming noticed changes occurring on his attribute panel. Name: Chen Tianming. Profession: Ruler of the insect race. Unique. Race: Human talent. Destined individual level: Mortal realm. Level 1 Constitution, 90 Strength, 85 Agility, 85 Spirit, 160 Talent. Grade 1 Divine Talent. Insect Chronicle. All insects of the vast universe are under your command. Skills: Summoning technique. Summon beasts. 0 Summoning space. 0 The upgrade was complete, granting the host one opportunity to summon a mother insect. Would the host like to proceed with the summoning? Yes or no? The astonishment on Chen Tianming's face morphed into sheer bewilderment, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience. He was utterly taken aback by this series of transformations. Anxiously, he selected no, opting instead to examine the wealth of new information occupying his mind. The notion of a lottery could wait until he could discreetly partake without an audience. That would be far more enjoyable. In the wake of the panel's transformation, a plethora of information surged into Chen Tianming's consciousness. Firstly, his profession had shifted from summoner to ruler of the insect race. Secondly, his grade 1 talent had been preserved, accompanied by a new talent, Insect Chronicle. Just moments ago, an expansive tapestry unfurled in Chen Tianming's mind, akin to a grand painting. The tapestry shimmered with various insect beings, from diminutive ants and locusts to colossal beetles capable of ejecting plasma, even including interstellar insect races traversing the cosmos. Moreover, numerous graceful, humanoid insect beings wielded staves and blades. These swarms exuded an intimate aura that continuously merged within his mind, coalescing into a tremendous wave that surged and roiled within his psyche. In an instant, Chen Tianming grasped the function and significance of the Insect Chronicle. If he unlocked common insect species, summoning them would require the expenditure of spirit power. However, summoning a mother insect would merely necessitate providing sustenance for it, allowing for an endless production of insect swarms. Thus, he could cultivate an army of insect warriors. The prospect was exhilarating as a summoner. Nurturing a calamity of insects seemed entirely reasonable, didn't it? Chun Tianming felt a surge of anticipation. Furthermore, the rare profession had transformed into a unique one that it was worth noting that the purple gold stone displayed only two classifications for professions, a certain type of profession or a rare profession. The recent changes to his body had directly led to a monumental shift in his attribute panel. Rare professions were now designated as unique. It's important to acknowledge that in the entire Dongli Empire, there were merely tens of thousands of registered rare professions. While tens of thousands may seem significant, it is a meager fraction. Due to the invasion of malevolent forces, humanity had lost vast tracts of land. Once boasting over 1 billion inhabitants, the populace now found itself crammed into 9 provincial territories. According to the last census, the current population of the Dongli Empire stood at approximately 678 million. The rarity of professions translates to one individual in every 10,000. Thus, rare professions are often referred to as the rarest of the rare. Of course, whether rare or unique, these classifications merely denote scarcity and uniqueness. As the saying goes, profession determines the lower limit, while talent determines the upper limit. Achieving the tier of destined individual not only bestows immense talents, but also ensures that one's attribute growth will surpass that of others with lower talents at the same level. Similarly, the comprehension of skills will far exceed that of their peers. In other words, anyone who awakens as a destined individual will ultimately achieve something, provided they do not succumb to lethargy. His heart began to blaze with fervor. Especially noteworthy was the transformation of his summoning space from 0-10 to 0. With 2 talents at his disposal, was he destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry a beautiful heiress? Congratulations, Chun Tianming, Fong Ping interjected, interrupting his daydreams. Congratulations on awakening a rare combat profession. Fong Ping looked at the young man before him, equally elated. For 2 consecutive years, the school had produced individuals with professions rated as destined individuals. He could hardly fathom the enrollment rates for the upcoming semester. Suppressing his excitement, he solemnly addressed Chun Tianming. As a rare combat professional with the talent of a destined individual, you are entitled to a special reward from the school. This reward will be presented to you after the conclusion of the class transfer ceremony. If you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. The school will do its utmost to accommodate you. Additionally, I hope you will bring glory to the 4th Middle School and to Jiang City this moment. Principal Fong Ping extended his sincerest wishes to Chun Tianming. Chun Tianming nodded appreciatively, gradually descending from the platform amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Gao Wei, witnessing the scene, eagerly inquired, Tiangu, what profession did you awaken? Summoner, Chun Tianming replied. Gao Wei erupted into laughter, clapping Chun Tianming on the shoulder. That's fantastic. In the future, when we tackle dungeons and interteleportation portals, I'll take the front line, and you can summon from the back. Huh. He then thumped his chest boisterously, declaring, if anyone seeks to kill me in the future, they must first step over your corpse. Chun Tianming, exasperated, could no longer contain himself. I've told you countless times to read more books, but you never listened. It's actually, if someone wants to kill me, they must first step over your corpse. Gao Wei, astonished, responded, right? Exactly. They step over your corpse. Ha ha. What a fool. Chun Tianming shot him a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him at last. After all individuals had completed their class transfers, Fong Ping began to address the assembly from the platform. Students, the class transfer ceremony has concluded. Regardless of whether you're a main combat profession, a support profession, or a lifestyle profession, regardless of your innate talents, you are all citizens of the Dongli Kingdom. Humanity now finds itself in a crisis era, and each of us must contribute our strength for the continuation of our race. Thus, do not be disheartened. A bright and beautiful future awaits you. I believe you will all shine with your own light and warmth in your respective roles. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, the new player leveling dungeon in Jiang City will be accessible to all students. Students are encouraged to form teams and embark on practical adventures within the dungeons for leveling up. Those engaged in vocational studies need not fret, for the school has already established connections with the Living Professions Association, where skilled instructors will guide you in mastering and applying your life skills proficiently. It is my sincere hope that during the nationwide unified examination in a week's time, every student will achieve outstanding results and gain admission to their desired institutions. Now, I invite those with extraordinary talents to join me in the principal's office, where a small token of appreciation awaits you. The materials within the novice leveling dungeon are familiar to every student, as they have all studied them from their textbooks. It is well known that the monsters within the novice dungeon of Jiangsheng possess relatively low strength, typically ranging between levels 1 to 10, with the highest difficulty being merely classified as challenging. In comparison to the wilderness dungeons of Jiangsheng, the difficulty here is significantly lowered, of course. One may choose to bypass the novice dungeon altogether and venture into the wild for leveling up, or even explore the outdoor dungeons, provided that someone is willing to accompany you. Generally, prominent families will assign their skilled members as guides for novices, or like corporations, they may spend considerable sums to hire experienced guides. If you find yourself lacking in both wealth and familial connections, then one can only resign to fate. Chapter 6. Celestial Academy. Brother Tian, shouldn't we head to the principal's office? Yes, let us go. Chun Tanming replied, without further ado, making his way directly to the principal's office. Upon arrival, he found several classmates already waiting inside, all distinguished by their exceptional talents. They surrounded Yi Fan, showering him with flattery. But once they noticed Chun Tianming's entrance, their eyes lit up with excitement. The once celebrated Yi Fan now stood alone, isolated. Brother Tian, Weiga, you've arrived, exclaimed an observant classmate, promptly fetching 2 chairs. Come, sit down. Ah, Hu Fei Yu. You have quite the keen eye. Highway laughed heartily. I've always known you were smart since childhood. Well done. The other classmates, witnessing Hu Fei Yu's swift actions, regretted their own slow responses, lamenting the missed opportunity to strengthen their relationships. This scene left Yi Fan seething with frustration. However, before anyone could utter another word, the principal entered the room. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Fong Ping cleared his throat and announced, students with exceptional talents shall receive 1 million Tianxin coins, along with a choice of residence in the Jiangsheng Tiangu Center. Wow, Brother Tian, 1 million. My parents might never earn that much in their lifetime. This is truly wonderful, Highway exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Now my family won't have to live in hardship anymore. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Chun Tianming understood the struggles Highway faced, having grown up in poverty. Highway had an older brother who was also a combat specialist, but tragically lost his life on a mission. Unable to cope with his son's death, Highway's father turned to alcoholism, while his mother, who had suffered a leg injury in an accident, worked tirelessly in a factory to hold the family together during his father's absence. Seeing Highway in tears, other classmates from similar backgrounds were equally moved. In a society that devours the weak, practitioners are held in high regard, yet without awakening to a promising profession or possessing remarkable talent, one may find themselves perpetually struggling at the bottom of society. Hey, Highway, why are you crying? Today is your day to shine. Chun Tianming comforted him that, don't forget, you can also choose a house in the Tiangu Center. From now on, your parents will no longer lead a hard life. Indeed, the residences in the Tiangu Center are centrally located in Jiangsheng, the most prosperous and safe area. From now on, we can ensure our families live worry-free lives. It is simply fantastic. Highway wiped his tears. The atmosphere grew lively as everyone engaged in animated discussions. Observing the commotion, Fong Ping cleared his throat and said, All right, dear students, you may proceed to the school finance office to collect your respective checks and housing certificates. As he spoke, he handed prepared documents to them. After receiving their materials, Highway and the others took their leave. Brother Tian, I'll head back to share this news with my parents. I won't wait for you. Let us tackle the dungeon together tomorrow. Yes, Brother Tian, let us go on an adventure together tomorrow. Everyone eagerly invited Chun Tianming to join them, completely disregarding Yi Fan, whose expression darkened, his handsome features twisting in discontent. Once everyone had departed, Only Chen Tianming and Yi Fan remained in the office. Fang Ping approached Yi Fan with a smile and said, Yi Fan, as a rare combat practitioner with unparalleled talent, the school rewards you with 3 million Tianxin coins, a villa in the Tiangu Center, a direct admission to the Kyoto Royal Academy, and a skill book suitable for your profession. Upon hearing the principal's words, Yi Fan, who had initially been displeased, quickly composed himself and responded with a smile. Thank you very much, Principal Fang. Fang Ping then turned to retrieve a prepared certificate from his desk and handed it to Yi Fan. Take this to the finance office, and it will suffice. However, since I am unaware of your profession, you'll need to fill out a form there. The school will compile a list of all skill books pertinent to your profession for you to choose from. And once confirmed, they will be delivered to you promptly. Understood. Yi Fan nodded and turned to leave, but paused at the door without looking back. Chen Tianming, I acknowledge your abilities, but I will surpass you. With that, he opened the door and strode out. After Yi Fan's departure, only the principal and Chen Tianming remained in the office. The principal smiled warmly, handing Chen Tianming a cup of tea, saying, Chen Tianming, as a rare combat practitioner with a talent rating of destined individual, your rewards include 5 million Tianxin coins, a luxurious villa in the Tiangu Center, direct admission to the Kyoto Royal Academy, and a professional book tailored to your vocation. At this point, Fang Ping paused, glancing at Chen Tianming, who remained calm and composed, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. The principal then slowly produced a delicate box from his pocket and extended it toward Chen Tianming, saying, I also present this to you, along with my congratulations for your opportunity to join the Celestial Academy. The Celestial Academy? Chen Tianming inquired with curiosity. What is that? Chapter 7. Spatial Ring. The Celestial Academy is a branch of the Kyoto Royal Academy. Just then, the door to the principal's office swung open abruptly, and a striking figure entered. None other than Ming Wanqing. Is there something special about this academy? Chen Tianming asked nonchalantly. Certainly, Ming Wanqing replied, her gaze piercing as she looked at Chen Tianming. One of the privileges of the Celestial Academy is the authority over life and death. You may act first and report later. Furthermore, anything you desire within the realm of Dongli Kingdom's capabilities will be provided to you unconditionally. So, what do you say? Would you like to join? After delivering her words, Ming Wanqing's demeanor turned frigid, her tone suggesting that Chen Tianming owed her a debt. Initially, it was presumed that Ms. Ming had returned to Jiangxing merely to attend her alma mater ceremony. But it turned out she was on a quest to discover talent. Oh, what if I am? Chen Tianming retorted, I could see this moment. Fang Ping, who had been sitting nearby, sensed something amiss and quietly inquired. Do you two know each other? To his surprise, both replied simultaneously, We do not know each other. Fang Ping, sensing the underlying tension, chuckled softly and remained silent, observing the two that ultimately, it was Ming Wanqing's thin skin that prompted her to speak first. The scope of the Celestial Academy is vast. I cannot divulge too much, but I can tell you that joining the Celestial Academy opens the door to the Celestial Plan. The confidentiality surrounding the Celestial Plan is extraordinarily high. And I cannot disclose any further details, but once you join, it will be of great assistance to you that I hope you will consider it carefully. After saying this, Ming Wanqing turned to Fang Ping, the principal, and said, I hope you can keep our conversation today confidential. Is that acceptable? Fang Ping chuckled heartily upon hearing this, and promptly expressed that there were no issues. At that moment, Chen Tianming suddenly spoke up, echoing the sentiment that with great power comes great responsibility. What you have just said has impacted me profoundly. I hope you can grant me some time to reflect on it. Very well. Take your time, Ming Wanqing responded with refreshing forthrightness. Given your talents, you are already eligible for direct admission to the Imperial Academy in Kyoto. Whenever you reach a conclusion, simply contact me. I shall be waiting for you at the school. After her words, Ming Wanqing strode out of the principal's office, departing as abruptly and decisively as she had arrived, leaving no trace behind. Once she had left, Fang Ping slowly began, Classmate Chun, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the Heavenly Palace Academy. It gathers the finest talents from various professions across the Tianxin Kingdom, all united with the purpose of combating the malevolent forces from beyond. Beyond that, my understanding is somewhat limited. Since Ming Wanqing has encouraged you to ponder it, it would be wise to reflect thoroughly. As he spoke, Fang Ping lifted the box in front of Chen Tianming, revealing an ancient-looking ring that appeared before Chen Tianming's eyes. This is a spatial storage ring with a capacity of 200 cubic meters. Awarded to you as a reward at IT will facilitate your endeavors, whether you are clearing dungeons or collecting materials through teleportation portals. However, do take heed. This storage ring cannot contain living beings. With that, the principal handed Chen Tianming a document similar to one provided to others earlier. Take this document to the finance office. Chen Tianming, not one to quibble, accepted the materials, donned the ring, and thanked the principal before making his exit from the office. Upon arriving at the finance office, Chen Tianming submitted the documentation and received a check for 5 million. He then selected a slightly secluded standalone villa, proceeded to fill out his occupational certification, and left the finance office without a backward glance. However, as he stepped out of the gates of 4th High School, he paused momentarily, casting a silent glance behind him, whispering a quiet thank you before heading home. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Fong Ping was rubbing his right middle finger in discomfort, noticing a faint white ring around the skin, starkly contrasting with the surrounding flesh, resembling a delicate circle upon closer inspection. In District 9, the workers' residence area was home to laborers employed in the nearby factories. Here resided the Gao family, and Chen Tianming's family was among them. At this moment, Chen Tianming was eager to reach home and share the good news with his family. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Indeed, a sumptuous lunch had been prepared, waiting for his return. Just as he was about to speak, his father hurriedly interjected, "Let us discuss everything after the meal. Go wash your hands first. The dishes will get cold." Noticing that Chen Tianming seemed poised to say something, his mother pulled him inside. Chen Tianming couldn't help but feel amused. He understood his parents' intentions. Regardless of whether the outcome was favorable or not, they prefer to have a good meal first to maintain a pleasant mood. He relented, allowing himself to be ushered into the dining room, where the family gathered joyfully around the table. Before long, the dishes on the table were devoured in no time. Burp! Both Chen Tianming and his father let out a satisfied belch, exchanging amused glances. "Ha ha! Thanks to my son, we enjoyed a hearty meal today." Leaning back comfortably on the sofa, his father patted his stomach, saying, "If only we could eat like this every day." His mother shot him a disapproving look, replying, "Eating like this every day? Today's meal cost nearly 1,000 Tianxian coins. Oh, you know how much we earn in a month. We can't afford this extravagance." His father chuckled, falling silent, yet his gaze shifted towards Chen Tianming. And his mother's movements in clearing the table slowed, as if waiting for something. For this family, the outcome of Chen Tianming's career transition held significant ramifications. If his aptitude was high, they could proceed without haste, steadily working towards lifting their family above the poverty line and inching towards a better life. Conversely, if his talent fell short, his parents' expressions grew slightly anxious, awaiting Chen Tianming's words. Unexpectedly, his first statement was, "Today, I met Ming Wanqing." Upon hearing this, the room's atmosphere seemed to chill significantly. His father's jovial demeanor darkened instantly, and he let out a disgruntled grunt, while his mother, busy tidying up, wore a complex expression. Sighing softly, his mother finally mustered the courage to ask, "Why has Wanqing returned?" "This year, she's a special guest at our school, having come back from Kyoto for the ceremony." Upon hearing his son's words, Chen Tianming's father silently lit a cigarette, taking several deep drags before expressing his frustration. "Your uncle has a fine daughter, but we sacrificed so much for them back then, even your brother. In the end, we were driven to this Jiang city, living in uncertainty." He sighed. "Let us not dwell on that." Sensing the atmosphere had soured, his mother forced a smile and said, "Tianming, you haven't shared your career transition news yet?" Hearing her inquiry, his father straightened slightly, eager for the final verdict. "Dad, Mom, I have awakened a rare combat class. Summoner," Chen Tianming announced slowly. This. Both Chen's father and mother beamed with joy. "Excellent, excellent. Our son is successful," they exclaimed before continuing. "What is your aptitude? Class determines the baseline, but aptitude determines the ceiling." That moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze as both parents stared intently at Chen Tianming. His father, so engrossed that the cigarette burned down to his fingers, appeared oblivious to the pain. Chen Tianming smiled gently, rising to address his parents with a loud voice. "My aptitude is that of a destined individual. In an instant, his mother's pupils dilated, while his father bolted upright from the sofa, his face a mask of disbelief. The destined individual? Ha ha ha! Both parents erupted into laughter, especially Chen Tianming's mother, whose eyes glistened with tears as she chanted. It must be the blessings of Jing Tian. Surely, it must be the blessings of Jing Tian. Your father must be watching over you. Tianming. Ha ha! Chen Tianming's father was equally overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Yes, it must be your brother's spirit watching over you. Well done, Tianming. Well done. Now we can return to Kyoto and show those old-timers just how extraordinary our son is." Seeing their son achieve such success, the couple was so elated that they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Tianming shook his head. "Dad, Mom, let's not rush to return to Kyoto just yet. When they drove us away, they were utterly heartless. When we return, they must feel the weight of their actions." Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, Mother was about to respond when Father intervened, saying, "Mingxuan, I understand your thoughts, but I believe our son is quite right. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Jing Tian's death were rather suspicious. Returning home may not guarantee our safety. We should wait until Tianming matures, for only then can our lives be assured. I empathize with your desire to return, but our priority now is to ensure we do not hinder our son. Do you understand? Besides, we have endured hardship for so long. Even if we do not return, I believe it matters little that Father's words seemed directed at Mother, yet also conveyed a message to Tianming. All right, I will heed your words." Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone inside could inquire, a man's voice called from outside, "Is this the residence of Chen Tianming? I am Fong Ping." Upon opening the door, Chen Tianming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Principal, what brings you here?" "Ha ha ha, I have come to deliver a skill book," Fong Ping replied, retrieving a beautifully bound tome from his backpack and handing it to Chen Tianming. Upon inspection, the cover prominently displayed the words "Mental Link." Tianming. Fong Ping continued, "I just reviewed your profession and saw that you are a summoner. After examining some records, I discovered that this mental link is the most suitable for you. With it, you will be able to communicate more effectively with your summoned creatures." As he stepped into the house, he noticed Chen's parents seated on the sofa and cheerfully greeted them. "Both of you are here. I trust you are aware of your son's exceptional talent as a destined individual. Since I have some free time this afternoon, why not allow me to escort you to the central Tian Valley to select a residence?" He then turned to Tianming and added, "This afternoon, you should go to the Adventurers Association to complete your profession certification, after which you can familiarize yourself with your skills and summon creatures in their training room." Preparing for tomorrow's departure. Chapter 9. The Iraqi Motherworm. An hour later, Chen Tianming arrived at his destination, Profession Street. As the name suggests, this place caters specifically to adventurers, offering all the equipment and skills one might require. Various shops line the street, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Long ago, Chen Tianming had visited this place with Gao Wei, but at the time, they merely skimmed the surface as the prices of adventurers' necessities were far beyond their means. Upon gazing up at the Adventurers Association, he was struck by the 5 grand characters elegantly etched on the building, exuding an aura of authority that proclaimed its regal stature. Every city boasts a branch of the Adventurers Association, and its structure is typically regarded as a landmark, with no other building daring to surpass its height. Today marked the culmination of the profession transition ceremony, and a throng of people gathered before the association's entrance. Chen Tianming joined the crowd. Stepping inside, in the center of the hall stood a group of elegantly dressed women in professional attire. Upon noticing the arrival of newcomers, they approached with welcoming smiles. "Welcome to the Adventurers Association. I am your dedicated service representative, Xiaoyu. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. I hope to assist you." Despite Chen Tianming being merely a high school student who had just completed his transition ceremony. Clad in simple attire, Xiaoyu did not exhibit any disdain. Nearby, a lavishly dressed woman was admonishing her daughter. "Do you see? If you do not train diligently, you will only end up as a service staff." Yet, Xiaoyu's demeanor remained unperturbed. However, upon hearing the woman's words, Chen Tianming could not resist retorting, "Madam, you should be telling your daughter to train well so that she can secure a brighter future, which may inspire her to pursue her studies more earnestly. The woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she took her daughter's hand and walked away in silence. Xiaoyu, surprised by Chen Tianming's remarks, felt a sense of gratitude. Typically, service staff hailed from humble backgrounds and were often disregarded. So witnessing someone stand up for them touched her heart. She discreetly glanced at Chen Tianming, noting that although he dressed plainly, his large, expressive eyes illuminated his presence. With a gentle smile, Xiaoyu addressed him. "You must be a student who just completed your profession transition today. May I ask if you wish to proceed with your profession certification?" "Indeed," he replied. "Once that is completed, I would also like access to a training room, as well as some monster carcasses." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face brightened with excitement. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming youth would immediately express interest in purchasing monster carcasses. This was certainly no small transaction. "Very well, please follow me," she said, leading the way with grace. Soon, Chen Tianming found himself in a quiet conference room, where Xiaoyu skillfully poured him a cup of tea before summoning her supervisor. An elderly gentleman soon entered, exuding an air of shrewdness. After exchanging pleasantries, he accepted the school certification Chen Tianming provided. Upon reading the designation of summoner and destined individual, the elder's hand froze midair, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the young man before him. "Why, you are a destined individual?" Xiaoyu, pouring tea at the side, nearly fumbled the teapot in shock, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to Chen Tianming. The elder quickly composed himself, adopting a tone of utmost reverence. "Young friend, no. I should say, Mr. Chen, I did not expect you to be this year's destined individual. I hope you will forgive my earlier inattentiveness." Chen Tianming waved dismissively. "I am quite satisfied with your service thus far. Let us dispense with the formalities. Once the registration is complete, I wish to proceed to the training room." Cough, cough, of course. The elder cleared his throat, ingratiatingly replying, "Mr. Chen, your forthrightness is commendable, and I have no doubt you will lead our race toward a glorious future. Therefore, I have decided that all your expenses today will be covered by me." He grinned. "If you have any specific needs regarding monster carcasses, please do let me know." Upon hearing this unexpected offer, Chen Tianming straightened in his seat and replied without hesitation, "Then bring me everything you can. The more, the better." The elder and Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by his boldness. However, Chen Tianming was soon escorted to a training room, where he found 20 common-level monster carcasses, 10 rare-level carcasses, and 5 extraordinary-level carcasses awaiting him. Based on current market values, 10,000 for a common level, 50,000 for a rare level, and 300,000 for an extraordinary level. This amounted to an astonishing 230,000. While the Adventurers Association would not acquire them at full price, it was still a significant boon for Chen Tianming. As the door to the training room closed, sealing him in silence, he could hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged and began to connect with the system. Lottery. In an instant, Chen Tianming felt an inexplicable link form with the tome of insects in his mind. This connection solidified. He seemed to enter the vast, cosmic expanse of a universe. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, illuminated solely by the grand tome of insects. Unfurling like a magnificent scroll. On this canvas, the images of countless insects began to materialize. Yet the once clear depictions now morphed into obscure, shadowy silhouettes, rendering their true forms indistinguishable. Sensing Chen Tianming's presence, each insect radiated a joyful aura, akin to lost children reuniting with their mother. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Lottery initiated, excluding non-mother worm sequences. Instantly, the once crowded images of insects on the tome dissipated, leaving only a small fraction behind, their forms still shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a singular insect began to glow, its light darting across the tome with such speed that Chen Tianming struggled to keep pace. Before he could fully comprehend, the light came to a halt upon a massive insect. Lottery concluded. Congratulations, host. You have drawn one legendary Iraqi motherworm. Talent activation commencing, quality enhancement in progress. Congratulations. You have acquired an ancient class Arachi Queen. A series of system notifications sounds echoed. Chapter 10. Ancient class units, Arachi Queen. Ancient class strength, 69 constitution, 99 agility, 69 spirit, 99 status. Seal. Bound by the strength of the Zerg Overlord. The era Chi has yet to unleash its full power. Until its abilities are completely liberated, its level will rise in tandem with that of the Zerg Overlord. Seal. Restricted by the current strength of the Zerg Overlord. Awaiting the unlocking of unit types. Tank Bug, Jumping Bug, Bomb Plasma Bug, Ripping Flying Bug, Ruler, Poison Scorpion, Worker Bug, Brain Bug. Unlockable units. Warrior. Talent. Rapid reproduction. Under conditions of ample energy, the Arachi Queen can produce 1,800 eggs daily. Mimicry. The Arachi Queen possesses the ability to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Simulation. The Arachi Queen boasts an exceptionally high IQ, enabling it to generate bioelectric signals for communication. From now on, with each major advancement of the host, there will be an opportunity for a lottery draw from the Zerg Codex. Upon opening his eyes once more, Chen Tianming found himself withdrawn from the Zerg Codex. In the room, a colossal queen stood, barely fitting in the 10-meter-high training chamber. The creature towered, its lower half comprising a massive abdomen, while its upper body bore 5 pairs of enormous limbs symmetrically arranged on either side. Its fearsome head was adorned with 9 compound eyes of varying sizes, exuding an intimidating presence. Undoubtedly, this was the Arachi Queen. As soon as Arachi was summoned, it scuttled swiftly toward Chen Tianming, nearly causing him to scream in terror. However, upon sensing the affectionate emotions emanating from the Arachi Queen, he remained frozen, unable to retreat. The Arachi Queen lowered her immense head before Chen Tianming, resembling a child greeting its mother. In response, Chen Tianming extended his right hand to gently stroke her head. Sensing the joyous emotions conveyed by the Arachi Queen, alongside this, a feeling of hunger was transmitted, and she glanced back, seemingly seeking the approval of Chen Tianming, the Zerg Overlord. With a slight smile, Chen Tianming replied, "Go ahead, this food is prepared for you." Upon hearing this, the queen emitted a delighted hiss and plunged into the pile of corpses, feasting heartily. Seizing the opportunity while the queen indulged in her meal, Chen Tianming retrieved a book inscribed with the essence of mental connection from a spatial ring and silently invoked its use. Instantly, the volume transformed into specks of white light, enveloping Chen Tianming. In a matter of moments, he grasped the method of utilizing the mental link. Chen Tianming began to attempt communication with the Arachi Queen, and soon a faint but resilient mental force connected with his own. Through this mental link, he clearly sensed the Queen's reliance, and in a brief span, the majority of the 35 corpses were consumed. "You eat quite a lot. Henceforth, I shall call you Tyrant," he exclaimed with laughter. Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, Tyrant joyfully approached him, nearly pressing her face against his in a display of affection, which startled Chen Tianming into hastily instructing her to continue eating, inquiring if she had enough. Upon learning that this batch of food would sufficiently satisfy Tyrant's appetite for the time being, he sat quietly, observing her consume the remains. After a short while, the last of the magical beast corpses had been entirely devoured by Tyrant. Following her meal, her abdomen began to undulate, and soon, one egg after another was laid upon the ground. Witnessing this, Chen Tianming began to attempt the retrieval of Tyrant and the eggs. Almost like magic, both Tyrant and the freshly laid eggs returned to the nest space. In the nest space, Chen Tianming could see Tyrant isolated, laying eggs, each one being expelled from her abdomen. Simultaneously, the count of offspring on Chen Tianming's personal panel continued to rise. 5, 6, 7. At that moment, he sat in silence within the room, attentively observing Tyrant's state while keeping track of time. When the timer reached 10 minutes and 30 seconds since Tyrant entered the nest space, the first egg exhibited signs of activity, as large hooks emerged from within, piercing through the shell. Shortly thereafter, a creature with 4 legs and scissor-like pincers crawled out of the egg. Quickly, the name of this creature surfaced in Chen Tianming's mind. Warrior, height, 3.5 meters, length, 5 meters, weight, 550 kilograms, constitution, 299 strength, 299 agility, 299 spirit. 5 skills, berserk. When the warrior's health drops below 50, all attributes increase by 300, lasts for 15 minutes, after which it will enter a weakened state. reducing all attributes by 15. Mimicry, capable of effectively blending with its surroundings to launch surprise attacks on prey. This was astonishing. The initial attributes of a level 1 creature had skyrocketed to 299. Brother, are you truly that formidable? Chun Tianming mused. Typically, an individual freshly transitioned into a profession might achieve an initial attribute above 100, which would be considered exceptional, primarily due to years of rigorous training and meditation. Yet here was Tyrant, boasting attributes exceeding 100 and nearing 300 in nearly all aspects except for mental strength. As the first warrior emerged from its egg, the second and third followed suit, hatching in succession. Curious about the mental energy required to summon one, Chun Tianming initiated the process. Upon summoning the first warrior, he noticed a decrease of 10 points in his mental energy. Determined, he attempted to summon 3 more. Communicating with the nest space, 3 additional warriors were summoned, and Chun Tianming observed that his mental energy had only decreased by 10 points once more. This was somewhat alarming. It appeared that summoning was based on quantity. If the creatures within the nest space were limitless, could it be that he only needed 10 points of mental energy to summon them all? Chun Tianming felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Uncertain if these creatures could feed within the nest space, Chun Tianming stepped outside and instructed Xiaoyu to promptly deliver another batch of magical beast corpses. Once the corpses arrived, he began the retrieval process. In an instant, the 10 magical beast corpses that had just been delivered appeared within the nest space, inciting a frenzy among the warriors as they vied for the remains. Chapter 11. Entering the following morning. Chun Tianming arrived early at the school gate, where several buses awaited to transport students to the novice dungeon. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered it was already teeming with students. Not only were students from the 4th school present, but also those from other institutions who had completed their transitions and were eager to embark on the dungeon adventure in Jiang City. There were 7 secondary schools, and yesterday alone, over 8,000 students had successfully transitioned. However, the majority of them were from lifestyle-oriented professions, with auxiliary roles accounting for 30% and combat roles for 40%. This meant that nearly 3,000 students were currently gathered at the dungeon entrance. Teachers from a school were busy processing entry permits for the dungeon, while familiar students huddled together, discussing whether to form a team for the expedition. Gao Wei navigated through the crowd to stand before Chun Tianming. Excitement evident on his face. Tiangu, I've invited a few girls. Let's team up and tackle the dungeon together. However, to Gao Wei's surprise, Chun Tianming waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, I plan to solo it. Why's that? Gao Wei inquired. Leveling in a group is slower. Soloing is far more efficient, Chun Tianming explained, his tone matter-of-fact. Gao Wei expressed astonishment. Is that really your reasoning? You read too much. Is your brain all muscle? Chun Tianming shot him an exasperated glance, continuing, when 2 or more individuals team up, the monster-killing speed may increase by a maximum of 70%, but the experience is divided among the members. Moreover, the number of monsters in the novice dungeon is fixed, so aside from the time spent locating them, the actual gain isn't substantial and can often lead to wasted time in dungeons below level 10. Soloing yields the highest rewards, as countless predecessors have concluded. Chun Tianming articulated his point clearly. Gao Wei wasn't dim-witted. He simply lacked the foundational knowledge due to his inattentiveness in class at 8T that moment. Fong Ping arrived before the group, stating, aside from Chun Tianming and Yi Fan, all primary combat roles must bring auxiliary roles from their classes into the dungeon. Other students should refrain from attempting to solo the challenges ahead. While solo endeavors may yield higher rewards, the formidable dungeons and interdimensional portals you will soon encounter are inescapably reliant on assistance, that if you do not cultivate good relationships with your support players now, where will you turn when the time for genuine help arises? To speak candidly, it is far better to seek aid from familiar classmates than strangers. At least you share a bond as fellow students, ensuring that in times of peril or difficulty, they are less likely to abandon you. The principal's words ring true and pragmatic. Within these dungeons, you face not only the relentless assaults of monsters, but also the treachery of your own kin. As the adage goes, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but a hidden arrow is much harder to evade. Thus, forming a party with acquaintances allows for a bolder advance in a battle. free from the anxiety of unexpected ambushes. When asked why the two of them did not require assistance, Fang Ping cleared his throat and remarked, "They're exceptional. One possesses unparalleled talent, while the other is a person of destiny with the highest accolades. They have already secured opportunities for direct advancement and will depart once they surpass the mortal realm." Consequently, at Fang Ping's behest, the combat-oriented students of the 4th High School selected their support roles. Groups formed in pairs and trios, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the dungeon. Gao Wei had arranged for 2 female classmates to accompany him. One, a calligrapher, focused on control, and the other, a fire sorceress, providing a balance of distance and close-range support. Creating an ideal team. After completing the necessary formalities, the school began to distribute weapons corresponding to each student's chosen profession. Gao Wei received a long sword, adopting the persona of an ancient hero as he slung it across his back, exuding an air of mastery. Chun Tianming, too, received a staff, mental power 10, common grade weapon. Chun Tianming glanced at it, thinking, well, it's passable, better than nothing. After collecting their weapons, the students lined up to enter the dungeon, starting with the most gifted among them. Thus, under the gaze of all the students in the city, Chun Tianming stepped into the dungeon first. And no sooner had he entered than a sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The system detected that the host had arrived in the dungeon area and activated the mission mode. Mission. Within 3 days, accumulate 30,000 monster kills to complete the dungeon and receive a lottery draw. Hearing the system's announcement, Chun Tianming felt a surge of excitement. He had just been pondering how to acquire more monsters, and here was the task laid before him. However, to slay 30,000 monsters within 3 days was no small feat. Since the previous day, after the Overlord had finished feeding, Chun Tianming had amassed a considerable stockpile of monster corpses in the spatial ring gifted to him by Fang Ping. Whenever he sensed the Overlord's hunger, he would retrieve several monster carcasses for it to consume. At this moment, there were already 1,233 hungry warriors awaiting Chun Tianming's summons in his nest. With a sweeping gesture, Chun Tianming summoned 500 warriors. Instantly, the once empty grassland was overrun by these insectoid champions. Activating the hunting mode, Chun Tianming commanded the 500 warriors to scatter. As they dashed forth, the rush of air swept past Chun Tianming's face, a testament to their incredible speed. The warriors, with a staggering agility of 299, covered nearly 100 meters in the blink of an EY. At that moment, one warrior opened its gaping maw, akin to a razor-sharp blade, and swiftly dispatched a Thunderfire Rabbit in a single bite. Successful kill. Thunderfire Rabbit, experience 10. The Thunderfire Rabbit, renowned for its lightning patterns, was classified as a level 1 monster within the novice dungeon. Chun Tianming noted that his experience increased by 1%. Each level 1 monster yielded a 1% boost, meaning slaying 100 would suffice for an upgrade. However, the novice dungeon housed more than just level 1 monsters. Deeper within the expansive grasslands lurked level 10 beasts, which were Chun Tianming's true targets. Successful kill. Steel Serpent, experience 30. Successful kill. White-tongued Cat, experience 20. A flurry of notifications rang out, and within mere minutes, Chun Tianming felt a jolt throughout his body. He had leveled up. Name. Chun Tianming. Profession. Insectoid Sovereign. Unique. Race. Human talent. Person of Destiny level. Mortal Realm level 2. Physique. 100 Strength. 95 Agility. 95 Spirit. 170 Talent. Rank 1 Godly Talent. Insect Codex Skill. Mental Link Mother Body. Iraqi Motherworm. Ancient Grade Sealed State. Quantity. 1. Offspring Count. 1239 Nest Space. 1240 Warrior. Ancient Grade, Sealed State. Level 2 Physique, 349 Strength, 349 Agility, 349 Spirit, 10 Skill. Berserk, when a warrior's health falls below 50%. All attributes increase by 300. Last for 15 minutes, after which they enter a weakened state, with all attributes decreasing by 15. Mimicry, ability to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment to ambush prey. With his level up, both the Overlord and the warriors also ascended correspondingly. Chun Tianming observed the warriors' attributes and marveled at the fact that aside from a meager 5-point increase in spirit, all other attributes surged by 50 points, 5 times his own growth. After the warriors reached level 2, Chen Tianming sensed that summoning them now required greater mental energy. Thus, he summoned another 500 warriors from the nest and checked the panel, confirming that the cost had indeed risen. Previously, it took 10 points of spirit to summon a warrior, but now it required 15 to, however, with his current spirit of 170, this was a mere trifle. Chen Tianming then issued hunting commands to the newly summoned warriors while he himself sat down to meditate, resting that if other professionals were to witness this scene, they would likely be infuriated, while others toiled exhaustively. He appeared to be leisurely enjoying a vacation amidst the picturesque grassland. Successful kill. Level 4 brown bear, experience 40 successful kill. Level 4 copper-toothed cat, experience 40. All kills were executed with remarkable ease. No hint of struggle involved. The warriors, now surpassing level 2, dispatched 3 and 4 level monsters with absolute efficiency. As they ventured further afield, a map of the novice dungeon began to take shape in Chen Tianming's mind. An unexpected feature. He marveled at how the paths traversed by the warriors automatically formed a map, transforming them into diligent cartographers while they hunted. In just over a minute, Chen Tianming felt another surge throughout his being. He leveled up once more. Like a train racing down the tracks, his experience soared. His 4-dimensional attributes increased by another 10 points, and the warriors ascended to level 3, each attribute enhancing by 50 points. Excluding the mental attributes. There remains an increase of merely 5 points. Slaying a level 4 brown bear grants an experience of 40, while defeating a level 5 light steel wolf bestows 50 experience. This juncture. The task progress has reached 13,630,000. Although Chen Tianming has dispatched 1,000 warriors, the monsters are fixed in number, and after more than 10 minutes, only a little over 100 beasts have been hunted, averaging 10 per minute. Given this rate of extermination, the task of hunting 30,000 monsters may not be unachievable within 3 days. Presently, level 5 monsters fall before the warriors with ease. The 2 massive sides before the warriors have yet to see action. Chen Tianming need not lift a finger. He merely waits for experience points to accrue automatically. This pace. It is even conceivable that he could ascend to level 10 within a single day, subsequently embarking on a journey from the mundane realm to the elite tier. The hierarchy of the human race is divided into 9 levels: mundane, elite, hero, mountain shaker, sea filler, sky walker, void breaker, fragmented void, returning to void. This classification system was established by the strongest among humanity. Yentian, he is revered as a living legend and a walking myth, though people more fondly refer to him as the first sword saint under the starry sky. For his awakened profession is indeed that of a sword saint. His implementation of this level division aims to inspire humanity to endure trials and tribulations, gradually evolving into heroes among their kin, ultimately attaining the might to shake mountains and fill seas. Breaking through the void itself, he embodies unparalleled power, striving to reach the legendary realm of unity with the heavens. Each level is further subdivided into 10 minor tiers. Upon breaking through level 10, one may advance to the next realm, with the next tier beyond the mundane being the elite. P.S. The hierarchy of the human race is mundane, elite, hero, mountain shaker, sea filler, sky walker, void breaker, fragmented void, returning to void. The hierarchy of monsters is categorized as common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, ancient, immortal, holy spirit, mythical. Chapter 13. Pushing through to the depths of the instance dungeon, having reached the maximum distance. Further departure is impossible. This moment. The furthest warrior stands 700 meters away from Chen Tianming, incessantly screeching towards the front, yet making no further advances. Chen Tianming understands that the warriors must maintain a distance of no more than 700 meters from him, compelling him to rise from his previous repose, dust off his garments, and commence moving forward. Through a mental connection, he observes through the eyes of the foremost warrior a vast array of wolf packs and other formidable monsters ahead. As Chen Tianming progresses, numerous high-level beasts gradually come into view. The 1,000 warriors form a tight circle around him, while a few stand nearby, vigilant against any stray threats that might imperil Chen Tianming. Slaying a level 5 light steel wolf grants 50 experience. Defeating a level 6 riptooth tiger yields 60, and taking down a level 7 patterned wolf results in 70. For Chen Tianming, whether he dispatches a level 1 monster or a level 7 beast, the efficiency remains unchanged. Thus, it is naturally more advantageous to hunt higher level monsters, especially in greater densities. The Novice Dungeon is open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on its inaugural day, lasting a total of 10 hours. Upon the conclusion of this time, all practitioners inside will be teleported outside the dungeon. IT remains uncertain how many monsters I can hunt before the time elapses. The total number of creatures within the Novice Dungeon remains a mystery. Newcomers cannot exhaust them, while experts cannot enter. Allow me to unveil the answer to this conundrum. Chen Tianming meticulously plans his course of action. To enhance his monster-slaying efficiency, he summons a warrior, mounts it, and continues his descent into the depths. Although the warrior's rigid exterior causes discomfort to Chen Tianming's posterior, it significantly enhances their mobility, resulting in a marked increase in speed. S-level 7 monsters emerge. Each is effortlessly dispatched in a single blow. The Novice Dungeon is designed for beginners, featuring low monster strength, a straightforward environment, and assured safety. However, despite the ease with which he slaughters the beasts, Chen Tianming remains vigilant in his childhood memories while residing in Kyoto. His brother Chen Jingtian returned one day from outside the city, his body drenched in blood and gravely injured. He solemnly imparted to Chen Tianming the wisdom that even when hunting rabbits, one must exert their utmost effort. One must never let their guard down, for there may be cunning and treacherous monsters lurking unnoticed, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Even while sleeping at night, one must keep an eye open, attentively observing the movements around them. Chen Tianming has steadfastly committed his brother's teachings to memory. He adheres to this principle as he ventures deeper into the dungeon, where the warriors are currently engaged in a relentless slaughter, with level 8 and 9 monsters beginning to appear. The warriors seem like tireless killing machines, systematically hunting down the beasts, akin to locusts sweeping through, consuming every last vestige of monster flesh. As a result, Chen Tianming's journey is marked by the sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies left in the wake of the warriors. After 6 hours, Chen Tianming has ascended to level 7, and the strength of his warriors has similarly escalated. However, as Chen Tianming's level rises, the range within which his warriors can operate continues to expand, now reaching 1,100 meters. This indicates that with each level gained, the distance between him and the warriors increases by 100 meters. As Chen Tianming presses forward, he observes through the mental link that the terrain ahead has finally begun to change. No longer is it an endless expanse of grassland, but rather a lush, verdant forest. He has indeed arrived at the deepest part of this dungeon. The warriors, as the primary combatants of the Eriki lineage, leave a barren wasteland in their wake. Wherever they tread, even stones are bitten into by the approaching warriors. Upon encountering the trees, the warriors charge forward without hesitation, sinking their teeth into the trunks, rapidly carving out a significant breach in the forest. Suddenly, a notification chimes in. Slay level 10 Treant. Experience 150. Through the eyes of the foremost warrior, Chen Tianming observe a 3-meter-tall tree wielding a long whip, relentlessly striking the warriors' armored bodies. At this moment, information regarding the Treants begins to materialize in Chen Tianming's mind. Treant common level, monster level. Common 10. The strength of monsters is similarly divided into 9 tiers. Common rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, ancient, immortal, Holy Spirit, mythical, corresponding to the 9 realms of humanity. Chapter 14. Have you exterminated all the monsters in the dungeon? Chen Tianming muses inwardly, recalling having seen information about Treants in books before, never expecting to encounter them in the Novice Dungeon. These Treants lie hidden within the dense forest. Had it not been for the voracious nature of the warriors, Chen Tianming could have easily stumbled into danger without forewarning. Ordinary students, blissfully unaware, would undoubtedly fall victim to the Treant's ambushes upon entering this forest. Observing the whip-wielding creature not far away, Chen Tianming perceives the designer's thoughtful intentions. Indeed, they are deeply considerate. The Treant, too, bestowed upon Chen Tianming a bounty of 150 experience points, unveiling the true might of this formidable creature. Within the confines of the novice dungeon, all monsters had their powers halved, and correspondingly, the experience gained was likewise diminished. However, the level 10 monsters remained untouched, serving as a means for the students to grasp the ferocity of wilderness beasts, thereby preventing them from being caught off guard upon their eventual entry into the wild. The significantly weakened, lower-level monsters now mirrored the actual strength of their counterparts in the outside world. The level 10 creatures were meticulously selected, particularly a treant that could ambush yet lacked rapid mobility, to serve as a harbinger, allowing fledgling adventurers a glimpse into the harsh realities of the wilderness. At this moment, the warriors' sides finally came into play, as countless treants were brought down by the onslaught of the valiant. The warriors opened their foul, gaping maws, and engaged in a grotesque embrace with the fallen treants, subsequently unleashing their scythes upon the creatures with reckless abandon. The sound of cracking echoed, and soon the struggles of the treants ceased, green sap oozing from their bodies, eagerly seized by the surrounding warriors. Witnessing this, Chen Tianming immediately instructed them to reserve a portion. Guided by the warriors beneath him, he approached to collect the lifeless treants into his storage ring, simultaneously offering some to the Overlord within the insect nest. Throughout these 6 hours, Chen Tianming had delivered a significant amount of meat to the Overlord, who in tandem with Chen Tianming's rising level, also ascended and ranked out post-upgrade. The Overlord's appetite only grew, necessitating a continuous supply of sustenance from Chen Tianming. Upon receiving the treants, the Overlord radiated palpable joy. Although it could not yet articulate, Chen Tianming distinctly sensed its emotions. The treants were crisp, succulent, and bursting with flavor. Delightful indeed. In light of this, Chen Tianming mentally commanded the warriors to refrain from consuming the slain treants, instructing them to await his collection. Complying with his orders, the warriors thoughtfully accumulated the hunted treants into a pile, facilitating Chen Tianming's retrieval. Heavens, how can there be such sweet creatures? They are truly gentle, he mused, gazing upon the dense thicket ahead. Unaware of how many more treants lay hidden within, he hesitated to venture forth, maintaining a cautious distance of 500 meters. It seemed prudent to learn some life-preserving skills before proceeding. With a flicker of thought, Chen Tianming summoned 1,000 warriors who scattered eagerly into the depths of the forest. These warriors surged forth like ravenous children encountering milk, akin to alcoholics discovering the finest wine, or a starved man captivated by alluring beauties, one after another. They succumbed to their desires, recklessly clashing and tearing through the vast woodland. Their scythes and sharp beaks relentlessly tore the trunks. And Chen Tianming's experience surged once more. While others found that higher levels slowed their progression, Chen Tianming's ascent quickened. Outside the dungeon, the sun began its descent, resembling an inverted bowl resting on the horizon as the sky gradually dimmed, marking the passage of time to 6 o'clock in the evening. From 9 in the morning until now, a full 9 hours had elapsed. Outside the dungeon, Fong Ping and several other principals sat, sipping tea and engaged in conversation. These educators had steadfastly guarded the entrance throughout the day, relying on provisions brought by others. While the students ventured into the dungeon, the teachers and principals remained vigilant. Anxious about potential mishaps, students, devoid of the school's protection, would face the grim specter of death. Though fatalities were unlikely in the novice dungeon, injuries were commonplace. Among these educators were many physicians and priests, tasked with the dual roles of teaching and providing medical assistance. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the dungeon's entrance, drawing everyone's gaze. Someone is emerging, a lovely female teacher remarked anxiously. It is not yet time. Could there have been an accident? The dungeon has 2 exits, one leading through the trent-guarded forest to its depths, and the other being the entrance where the student had initially entered. As the light gradually faded, Chen Tianming's figure materialized at the exit. Fong Ping and the other teachers of the 4th high school hurried forward, their concern evident. Tianming, why are you out so early? Observing the anxious principal, Chen Tianming glanced at Fong Ping's slightly graying middle finger, feeling a surge of gratitude. With a smile, he replied, I cleared them all and came out in the next moment. Fong Ping cast a detection spell upon Chen Tianming. Chun Tianming, level. Mortal Realm level 9. Fang Ping was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, Tianming? You're at level 9? His tone was laced with astonishment, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. This was unprecedented. Previously, the highest level achieved was 6. This was why Fang Ping had initially predicted that Yi Fan and Qin Tianming would remain there for 2 days. Within that time frame, they could reach level 9 or even 10, thereby earning the right to exit the city to ascend to level 9 in just 9 hours, averaging a level gain per hour, astonished not only Fang Ping, but also the other principals. A figure resembling a principal interjected with a tinge of envy. Fang Ping, you're truly fortunate. Last year, there was Ming Wanqing, and now, not only Yi Fan, but also Qin Tianming has emerged that I can't help but envy you. Fang Ping chuckled in response. Principal, I wish to apply for an exit permit to the outskirts of Jiang City. Qin Tianming stated earnestly, the monsters inside are not numerous enough. Otherwise, I feel I could easily reach level 10. Fang Ping initially intended to dissuade him, but reconsidered upon realizing Qin Tianming's extraordinary capability to eradicate all the dungeon's monsters in a single day. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Although the monsters in the novice dungeon would reset upon the next entry, the higher-level creatures were located deeper within, necessitating a significant amount of time to traverse. For Qin Tianming to spend that time repeating the process seemed rather inconsequential. The trance in the dungeon's innermost recesses possessed strength equivalent to that of wild monsters, and this seemingly impossible task had been accomplished by Qin Tianming. Fang Ping regarded him with the same awe one might reserve for a monster. Very well, I shall issue your city exit permit immediately. However, before you leave tomorrow, you must procure some equipment, including an essential item, an escape scroll. The escape scroll was a vital survival tool, should one sense danger within the dungeon. It could be torn to facilitate a hasty exit. Understood, no problem, Qin Tianming promptly agreed. After a day of dungeon clearing, Qin Tianming recognized the necessity of acquiring some gear to fortify himself, such as transportation tools or skill books. Seeing Qin Tianming's compliance, Fang Ping nodded approvingly. You may rest for a while. Once your classmates return, I will arrange transportation for you. Qin Tianming had proven his strength through action and secured his exit permit, allowing his next plans to unfold smoothly. Chapter 15. The nightfall of the Adventurer's Association, Qin Tianming found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged, commencing the organization of his recent gains from the dungeon. Firstly, after a day of hunting, he confirmed that the number of monsters within the novice dungeon totaled 527, that the system had mandated a task equivalent to slaying 10,000 monsters in a day, which he had nearly accomplished. After all, the monsters in the novice dungeon were fixed in number, and while some may have eluded capture, Qin Tianming would not squander time pursuing the insignificant stragglers, as it was not a judicious use of his time. His level had risen to 9, and both the warriors and the Overlord had experienced significant enhancements in their attributes. Contemplating this, Qin Tianming opened his phone and logged onto the Adventurer's Association website to search for a map of the wild surrounding Jiang City. The Adventurer's Association frequently posted tasks for collecting various materials. For instance, they sought the skins of the infinite recycling sky blue bull python and the fangs of the iron-toothed copperdrum wolf, both essential for crafting armor and soft leather. As he swiftly scrolled through his phone, Qin Tianming soon noticed a newly posted task. Desolate Prairie, conquer the elite level 3 ironclad rhinoceros dungeon and slay the dungeon boss, the Ironclad Rhinoceros King, to obtain the Flame Crystal. Note: only the Nightmare difficulty Ironclad Rhinoceros will drop this item. The Ironclad Rhino is a gregarious beast of magic, characterized by its sluggish movement, yet formidable resilience, making it a challenge for ordinary elite-level adventurers to inflict damage upon. Conversely, seasoned professionals often dismiss the meager rewards it offers, resulting in this particular quest presenting an astonishing bounty of 500 Tianxian coins as an elite-tier dungeon. The prospect of earning such a sum in one go indicates the formidable difficulty of the task at hand. The desolate grasslands lie approximately 70 kilometers north of Jiang City, requiring over an hour's drive to reach. After careful consideration, Qin Tianming had already made up his mind about tomorrow's journey. Once his plans were set, he settled down to rest his eyes. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the 10-hour dungeon expedition finally drew to a close, and students began to teleport out one after another. The fatigue was evident on the faces of most students after enduring such prolonged combat. Yet excitement overshadowed their weariness. The exhilaration of leveling up brought forth a surge of newfound attributes, strengthening their sense of self and igniting an irresistible desire for power. Many bore the marks of battle, their clothes stained with blood and an unmistakable scent of carnage lingering in the air. But a gentle breeze swept through as a supportive instructor cast a spell to dispel the odor of blood from the students. The mentors and leaders of the school swiftly organized their students, counting heads and assessing injuries. After a flurry of activity, the outcome was relatively favorable, aside from a few students with serious injuries. Most only suffered minor abrasions. After half an hour of head counts confirmed that no lives were lost, the teachers collectively sighed in relief. They began ushering the students onto the bus, preparing to return to school. If the bus passed near anyone's home, they could disembark. Otherwise, they would first return to school before being driven home by the school bus. In terms of safety, the schools had taken every precaution. On the bus, Gao Wei made a point of sitting beside Chun Tianming, raising his voice to inquire, "Brother Tian, what level did you reach today?" The moment Gao Wei's words left his mouth, the other students perked up, eager to hear Chun Tianming's response. "Level 9. Chun Tianming replied nonchalantly, as if recounting what he had for breakfast that morning. "Level 9? Gao Yang exclaimed, his voice booming, capturing the attention of everyone on the bus, who turned to Chun Tianming with expressions of disbelief. Instantly, the atmosphere within the bus became lively, as some students contemplated striking up a conversation with him to foster camaraderie, yet hesitated, recalling their previous jealousy over his superior academic performance, which had led them to speak ill of him. Thus, the words they had intended to share faltered on their lips. Meanwhile, several female classmates unabashedly expressed their admiration, showering him with genuine compliments. "Brother Tian, you're amazing. Brother Tian, you're so strong. Brother Tian, I really like you. Could you take me leveling up?" In response, Chun Tianming, maintaining a non-committal demeanor, replied, "If the opportunity arises, perhaps." Gao Wei, scratching his head, chimed in eagerly, "Boss, don't forget about me." Chun Tianming smiled, "No problem." Gao Wei's face lit up with joy. Then it settled, before long. As the school bus passed through Adventure S Street, Chun Tianming announced, "I need to get off. Brother Tian." "Where are you going?" Gao Wei asked hurriedly. "I have some business to attend to at the Adventure S Association. You can head back first. We'll level up together another day." Hearing this, Gao Wei beamed. "Okay, Brother Tian." After disembarking from the bus, Chun Tianming retrieved 2 business cards from his pocket. One a plain white card and the other a blue pattern card, evidently of higher quality. He tucked away the blue card and examined the white one closely before dialing the number listed on it. Beep, beep. After a few busy signals, the call was quickly answered and a melodious female voice greeted him. "Hello, this is your dedicated concierge from the Adventure S Association, Xiao Yu. How may I assist you today?" It was none other than Xiao Yu, the receptionist he had met on his first day as an adventurer. "Hello, Xiao Yu. This is Chun Tianming. I wish to purchase some items. Are you currently at the association building?" Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Yu expressed her surprise, seemingly caught off guard by his call. Although she had handed him her business card during their initial meeting, she had assumed their paths would not cross again after her supervisor's subsequent interactions with him. "Ah, yes, Mr. Chun, I'm on night duty today, right here at the association building. When do you expect to arrive? I will come to greet you at the entrance. I'm already on Adventure S Street, and will arrive in about 15 minutes. "Great, I'll head to the entrance to wait for you. I look forward to your visit." Chapter 16. I want a loan before long. Chun Tianming arrived at the Adventure S building, the clock now reading 8 in the evening. Standing outside, he noted that the entire building remained brightly lit. As he entered, he spotted Xiao Yu, dressed in a professional attire similar to her last visit, stationed at the entrance. Upon his arrival, he observed a small badge adorning her chest. Reading level A receptionist Yen Yu, noting that she hadn't worn such a badge during his previous visit, indicating a promotion. Seeing Chun Tianming enter, Xiao Yu eagerly approached him, extending her hand with a warm smile. "Mr. Chun, welcome. How may I assist you today?" He promptly grasped her delicate hand, discreetly rubbing his thumb against her palm, feeling its smooth, supple texture. Simultaneously, he subtly slipped a concealed item into her hand, grinning as he said, "Thank you immensely for the monster corpses you provided last time. That I'm preparing for an expedition outside the city tomorrow and wish to purchase some equipment or skill books to enhance my capabilities. Do you have any recommendations?" Yin felt the warmth of his touch and blushed, quickly understanding his intentions as she caught sight of a significant denomination of currency, a 10,000 Tianxian coin note. Without revealing her surprise, she discreetly slipped it into her pocket, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "I must express my gratitude for your generous support." Given that her monthly salary amounted to merely 10,000 Tianxian coins, this tip alone equaled her entire month's earnings. She then inquired softly, "Mr. Chun, to my knowledge, one must possess elite-level strength to venture outside the city, and you only just completed the novice dungeon today, correct?" Hearing his desire to purchase items, she initially thought he aimed to bolster his strength for quicker dungeon refreshes, but his next statement took her by surprise. "Are you saying you've reached elite level?" "Mr. Chun," she stammered, her voice tinged with disbelief, "I have not yet reached elite level, but I possess an exit permit." The mention of an exit permit clarified matters for Yin, as she recognized that, despite not having reached elite status, possessing such a permit indicated a high level of confidence in one's abilities. After all, monsters in the wild show no mercy, attacking humans without hesitation. Understanding the implications of his words, Yin ceased her hesitations and guided him to the third floor, the area designated for trading skill books. Arriving on the third floor, she led Chun Tianming into a quiet room and handed him a tablet. "Mr. Chun, you can browse all the skill books available at our Adventurer S Association on this device. Simply select the ones you desire. Some skill books are available at our Jiang City headquarters, while others can only be found at the Kyoto headquarters. That if you find something you fancy, I can arrange for it to be delivered to you, with only a nominal shipping fee. However, as you're now officially recognized as a destined individual in Jiang City, you are entitled to a 50% discount. Please note that items purchased must be for personal use and cannot be resold. Otherwise, this privilege will be revoked by the Adventurer S Association. Simultaneously, you will enjoy a monthly allocation of 120 hours of complimentary access to a premier training facility, along with interest-free or low-interest loan services. This means that when you find yourself short on funds while purchasing certain items, a dedicated individual will assess your situation and agree upon a repayment schedule. After Xiaoyu enthusiastically relayed an extensive list of the benefits reserved for those with a destined purpose to Chen Tianming, she fell silent, sitting quietly across from him. Upon absorbing Yin Yu's introduction, Chen Tianming mused to himself, "I never anticipated the privileges afforded to the fated ones would be so generous. Not to mention, the mere 50% discount could significantly aid me. It is well known that the items required by professionals are generally quite costly. Currently, Chen Tianming possessed 5 million, which equated to a purchasing power of 10 million, compounded by the availability of loan services. Thus, he began to peruse options on his tablet. The first category he explored was skills, and a plethora of skill names materialized on the screen. There were basic skills such as Fireball, Healing, and Lightning, alongside advanced skills like Flame Art, Thunder Strike, Mental Whip, Sword Control, Obsidian Wall, and Void Slash, among others. As a summoner, I fundamentally belong to the Mage class, and therefore I should select suitable skills from the Mage skill book. Soon, a skill named Mirror of Illusions captured Chen Tianming's attention, capable of conjuring a magical mirror to imprison the target's soul within. The reflection it cast would not be their image, but rather their deepest fears and desires, serving as a tool for manipulating their actions. The price was a staggering 150 million. Remarkable, indeed. Chen Tianming's lips twitched slightly, and he continued to browse. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as a name caught his attention: Void Transit, which allowed entry into the void dimension, granting the ability to teleport or traverse space. The price was 280 million. Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement. This was a miraculous skill that combined self-preservation with swift travel. He then looked up at Yin, offering a subtle smile as he stated, "I would like to take out a loan." Upon hearing Chen Tianming's declaration, Yin was momentarily rendered speechless, hastily informing him that while there were indeed loan services for the fated ones, the 280 million limit was not something an ordinary individual like Chen Tianming could access. One would need to be at least of hero rank to qualify. The loan limit for ordinary individuals was 10 million. For elites, it was 50 million, and for heroes, it reached 100 million. Moreover, the skill book for Void Transit was not available at our headquarters in Jiangsheng and would need to be retrieved from Kyoto, which would take too long. Reluctantly, Chun Tianming abandoned the idea. However, upon learning of Chun Tianming's vocation and his desire to acquire a life-saving skill, Yin recommended a skill book titled Damage Transfer. This skill could bind oneself with a summoned or contracted life form, transferring 30% of the damage received from external sources to the summoned entity. The price was 38 million, but with his privileges, Chun Tianming could acquire it at half price, totaling 19 million. Fortunately, this skill book was currently available at our Jiangxing headquarters. After some contemplation, he decided to procure the damage transfer skill book without delay. Chapter 17. Leaving the city before long, Yin returned with some documents, and Chun Tianming took the loan application form, promptly beginning to fill it out. While he completed the form, Yin quietly observed him, and after a considerable pause, she seemed to muster the courage to softly inquire, "Mr. Chun, would you like to have dinner together this evening?" After uttering this invitation, Yin felt her cheeks flush slightly, suddenly realizing how foolish she appeared. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and as a girl to ask him if he had eaten might suggest she harbored romantic intentions, yet her sole desire was to share a meal with him. Just as Chun Tianming was engrossed in filling out the form, Yin question caught him off guard. Perhaps next time. I need to leave the city tomorrow, and it's quite late today." He handed the completed form back to Yin. Upon receiving the document, she muttered a brief "please wait" before dashing out. Her face flushed. Shortly thereafter, Yin returned to the room, solemnly presenting the damage transfer skill book into his hands. Chun Tianming gratefully accepted the skill book, ready to procure some additional items. Accompanied by Yin, he soon departed from the Vocational Association building. However, as he was about to step through the doorway, Yin spoke up. "Mr. Chun, I sincerely thank you for supporting my work. Thanks to you, I have been promoted from a regular receptionist to an A-level receptionist. Upon completing this task, I will receive a considerable commission. And to express my gratitude, I would like to treat you to dinner. I apologize for my earlier lack of consideration." Chun Tianming, not being oblivious, could surmise the young woman's sentiments. The reason he sought her out rather than the previous supervisor was that Yin bore a resemblance to a friend from his past. That friend was the sister of his good buddy, also named Xiaoyu. Since childhood, Xiaoyu had followed Chun Tianming, affectionately calling him brother. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and his friend's sister succumbed to leukemia at a tender age after suffering for 3 painful years. This left Chun Tianming in anguish for a prolonged period. Thus, when he encountered this young woman introducing herself as Xiaoyu at the Vocational Association, it stirred long-buried memories. Perhaps it was merely nostalgia that prompted him to seek her out. Chun Tianming responded to Yin, casually stating, "Very well. Let us dine together upon my return." With that, he turned and departed with an air of nonchalance, taking with him only a loan of 10 million. The following day, Chun Tianming arrived at the northern gate of Jiangsheng, preparing to exit the city. Chun Tianming, level 9 summoner. The gate guard inspected the exit permit presented by Chun Tianming, a look of confusion crossing his face. Despite his perplexity, the official seal and signature on the permit were indisputable, leading the guard to allow Chun Tianming to pass through the city gates. "Your exit permit is now active in the absence of special circumstances. You are free to enter and exit the various towns of Tianxian Kingdom at will. There are many monsters outside. Please exercise caution and stay safe. Wishing you a smooth journey," the guard advised earnestly. Chun Tianming bowed slightly in gratitude, responding, "Thank you, I will be careful. You all have worked hard. Thank you, goodbye." With that, he stepped beyond the city gates, a chilling wind sweeping past, dimming the daylight significantly. Chun Tianming mused inwardly. This wall holds some significance. The inner and outer realms are divided by this wall. Resembling 2 disparate worlds, he strode purposefully forward, soon vanishing from the guard's line of sight. The surroundings grew oppressive, the air thick with a pungent scent of blood. In the distance, the sounds of beastly roars echoed, and he occasionally glimpsed individuals hunting ferocious creatures. All of these hunters were elite-level combatants. With a thought, Chun Tianming summoned 5 warriors and began to establish a mental link. Once complete, he directed them toward the monsters ahead, instructing, "Go and eliminate them." The 4 warriors charged forward upon receiving their orders, while the remaining one stayed by Chun Tianming's side, ensuring his safety. Green-skinned goblin level. Ordinary level 10 strength, 130 agility, 60 spirit, 60 constitution, 110 skills. None. The level 10 green-skinned goblin. With a ferocious visage, wielded a cleaver, typically dwelling underground and only emerging to forage for food. It is often said that discovering one goblin likely indicates a horde of them nearby. This creature embodies a strength-oriented approach, with lamentably low agility and spirit. However, such attributes paled in comparison to the warriors whose stats all surpassed 699. The warriors rapidly closed in on the green-skinned goblin. Realizing the approaching warriors were not fleeing, the goblin let out a frantic screech and attacked them with its cleaver. Yet, all the goblin could manage was that single swing before meeting its demise. Chapter 18. Reaching elite level upon the warriors, defeating the level 10 green-skinned goblin. Chun Tianming discerned its strength. Typically, the power of monsters within the same level exhibited minimal variance. With a mere thought, he summoned 1,000 warriors. Subsequently, he began issuing commands in his mind. Move northward. Avoid human encounters. Hunt any monsters encountered. And do not eat from the trees. Upon receiving the directive from Chun Tianming, the valiant warriors instantly understood the command, akin to their experience in a novice dungeon, and swiftly dispersed like plankton in the ocean, their density remarkably high at that moment. Chun Tianming's rate of experience accumulation surged skyward as if propelled by a rocket. Simultaneously, images began to materialize in his mind, revealing the terrain map. Defeated a level 10 green-skinned goblin. Experience 200. Defeated a level 10 unicorn rhinoceros. Experience 220. Notifications flooded his mind like a barrage of projectiles, overwhelming him with their rapidity. Far surpassing the pace of the previous day at this rate, he would attain level 10 within a mere 3 hours. It seemed that his decision to venture beyond the city was indeed the right choice. And he clenched his fists, a surge of excitement bubbling within him, that he pondered how many levels he might achieve before the examination, which depended on the experience fluctuations upon advancing to elite status. Despite their best efforts at concealment, over 1,000 warriors would inevitably be detected by the professionals. The first sight of these warriors startled the professionals, who initially believed they had encountered some monstrous entity. However, among these professionals were those skilled in detection techniques. Upon casting a detection spell, they realized the warriors were merely summoned entities, which eased their minds. Yet, the prowess of these summoned beings was astonishing. Effortlessly dispatching level 10 monsters as if they were mere vegetables, some individuals, pondering their thoughts, attempted to locate the summoner through the summoned creatures, trailing behind the warriors. Unfortunately, the warrior speed was too swift. Even elite-level experts could only trail in their wake. Chun Tianming rode atop one of the warriors, setting his course towards the distant thicket. The forest terrain was chaotic, with poor visibility, making it susceptible to ambushes from monsters, rendering it perilous. Thus, most favored the open expanses of the wilderness over the forest. However, these concerns posed no issue for Chun Tianming. With the warriors forging ahead, he merely needed to follow. Should any difficulties arise, he could effortlessly retreat. 3 hours later, a tremor coursed through Chun Tianming's body as he reached level 10. The warriors relentlessly hunted down one monster after another in the forest, not only slaying them, but also consuming their remains. Those that remained uneaten were delivered to Chun Tianming at this juncture. His spatial ring was filled with an abundance of monster carcasses, including several elite-level beasts. Some of the bodies were teleported to the nest space for the Overlord to feast upon. In contemplation. Chun Tianming mused, surely, no one else in this world can level up so effortlessly. Casting spells as a mage required mental expenditure, and warriors would soon find themselves fatigued from prolonged, intense combat. Every human requires rest, yet the warriors appeared tireless, embodying the main combat force of the Alachi lineage, endowed with remarkable endurance, as if born to hunt. Life persists, and the hunt continues. Having cleared the forest, Chun Tianming traversed a path devoid of remains. Either they had been consumed by the warriors or stored within his spatial ring, which, when filled, would be discarded into the nest space, leaving no trace behind. By afternoon, he had advanced over 50 kilometers, with only a mere 10 kilometers remaining to his destination. At this moment, his experience had reached level 10, 98, tantalizingly close to elite status. Once he broke through to elite level, he could learn damage transfer and complete the system's tasks for a chance at a lottery, the outcomes of which remained uncertain. There were 3 avenues for skill acquisition: mentorship, skill books, and skill stones. The mental link was a universal skill that could be learned, while Chen Tianming's unique profession as the ruler of insects left him without a mentor. However, universal skills, such as the damage transfer he had purchased yesterday, were learnable, with the remaining option being adaptation through skill stones. These stones could resonate with the user, generating skills tailored to their essence. Yet they were exceedingly rare, typically valued at 30 million each, a steep price indeed. As Chen Tianming pondered, another tremor coursed through him, and at that moment, his experience reached completion, propelling him into elite status. Chapter 19. Genetic Protozoa. Chen Tianming withdrew the damage transfer tome from his spatial ring and began his studies. Suddenly, an alert from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, talent skill activated, damage transfer tier 1. Ding. Damage transfer learned successfully. The caster can continuously condense a mental imprint, linking it to the summoned entities, when the caster sustains external damage. A protective shield constructed from mental energy will automatically arise, transferring 60% of the damage in percentage form to the summoned entity. Think, my talent not only enhances the strength of summoned beings, but also elevates the skills I learn. Chen Tianming marveled, curious about the number of mental imprints he could condense. Quickly, he began to experiment mentally. In an instant, he felt the mental link empower him to imprint each summoned warrior with a mental mark. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar connection with the warriors, akin to a mental link yet distinctly different, deepening their bond. Chen Tianming retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring and, with unwavering resolve, sliced his arm. The instant the dagger grazed his skin, he felt the damage disperse evenly into 5 portions, seamlessly transferred to the warriors, leaving only a minor scratch on his arm. Test complete. Damage transfer confirmed. Name: Chen Tianming. Profession: ruler of insects. Unique: race, human talent, chosen 1 level. Elite level 1 constitution, 190 strength, 185 agility, 185 spirit, 280 talent, tier 1 divine talent. Insect codex skills: summoning. Mental link: damage transfer, mother body, Alachi motherworm. Ancient level sealed, quantity: 1, child body quantity, 6298 nest space, 6299 warrior. Ancient level sealed, level, rare level 1 constitution, 699 strength, 699 agility, 669 spirit, 210 skills, frenzy. When the warrior's health falls below 50%, all attributes increase by 300, last for 15 minutes, after which they will enter a weakened state, with all attributes decreasing by 15. Mimicry can effectively blend with the surrounding environment to launch ambushes on prey. Examining his attributes post-advancement, Chen Tianming noted that, aside from his spirit, all other attributes still increased by 10 points per level, while his spirit had risen by an additional 20 points, totaling a 30-point increase. Notably, the most significant transformation occurred with the warriors. Their level ascended from ordinary to rare, and their attributes surged by a remarkable 150 points across the board, including spirit. Uncertain whether this would be the case with every level up, he resolved to observe further. Ding. Host has been promoted to elite level. A portion of the Alachi motherworm seal has been lifted, unlocking unit type: bomb plasma worm. Bomb plasma worm. Ancient level, sealed, level, rare level 1 constitution, 500 strength, 500 agility, 500 spirit, 1000 skills, soul leap. The bomb worm can utilize its formidable leaping ability to vault into dense areas, inflicting damage equal to its spirit value. Ding. Host power has significantly increased. 1 opportunity for an insect codex lottery is rewarded. Lottery commencing. In an instant, a vast array of insect patterns unfurled like a scroll in Chen Tianming's mind. A beam of light flickered upon the insect patterns, and after nearly a minute of shimmering, it settled upon a small creature with a flattened body, its skin a grayish-black, exuding a chilling sheen. Congratulations, host, for summoning an ancient-level gene primordial insect as your familiar. Ding! The innate skill activated, detecting the ancient-level gene primordial insect, commencing quality enhancement. Quality enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Immortal-level gene primordial insect. Chen Tianming withdrew from his mental sea, and with a mere thought, summoned forth round-faced insects, each the size of a human visage. The insect's head was oval-shaped, resembling a distorted human face, evoking a sense of horror through its dislocation. This insect's visage bore a pair of piercing eyes that glimmered with an ominous light, instilling an unsettling chill. Upon summoning, Chen Tianming quickly grasped the function of this gene primordial insect. The summoned insect was in its larval stage, possessing a singular skill: rapid parasitism, if provided with a sacrifice. This primordial insect could swiftly parasitize to achieve its own evolution that it could undergo a total of 2 evolutions. After the larval stage came the growth stage, culminating in its complete form. Achieving the complete form would endow it with immortal-level prowess. How terrifying, Chen Tianming mused silently, contemplating that nurturing it to immortal level would mean he possessed an immortal-level combatant at the elite tier. After perusing the details of the primordial insect, Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement. With a mere thought, he began summoning gene primordial insects repeatedly. Upon summoning the 10th insect, he sensed his mental fatigue setting in, realizing his mental power had diminished by 100 points. Summoning a single gene primordial insect required 10 points of mental energy. Thus, Chen Tianming ceased his summoning and commenced communication with the warriors. Soon, 10 warriors approached him. He promptly relayed instructions to the 10 primordial insects, uttering softly, "Go." Upon receiving the command, the 10 primordial insects leaped into action, swiftly affixing their oval faces to the warriors' visages. Chen Tianming observed as the once plump faces of the insects rapidly caved in, perceiving through the mental link that the 2 primordial insects slid down the warriors' esophagi, settling within their bodies. The warriors, under Chen Tianming's control, offered no resistance. However, once the gene primordial insects entered their bodies, they seemed to succumb to dizziness, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Noticing this, Chen Tianming instructed the surrounding warriors to carry these 10 insects along. At that moment, a round sun reclined among the mountains, casting its lingering rays that elongated Chen Tianming's shadow upon the ground. Chapter 20. The black-clad man of the wilderness on a moonless night with a fierce wind. Chen Tianming was still several kilometers away from his destination. Initially, he intended to press on to the entrance of the ironclad rhino's dungeon, but alas, he was not a warrior, and his stomach now grumbled in hunger. Soon a bonfire blazed upon the prairie, where he began to consume the provisions purchased the previous night. Chen Tianming had devised a plan to stock up on sufficient food to remain in the wilderness until the college entrance examination arrived. However, to his dismay, after leveling up to elite status, the experience gained from slaying ordinary monsters had been halved, and upon traversing the forest, the monster density in this prairie had significantly diminished, causing his experience to stagnate over the following hours. It seemed that only by entering the dungeon could he fulfill the system's tasks. Stealing a glance at the system task, Chen Tianming noted that the progress had reached 567, 830, 000, barely completing half. Determined, he resolved to continue his journey once he finished his meal. Just then, as he sensed the emotions transmitted by the 10 primordial insects, he hastily turned his gaze toward the 10 warriors who had been parasitized. He noted that their abdomens were now protruding with large, round bulges, as if something within was striving to break free. The emotions of the 10 primordial insects intensified at this moment, and Chen Tianming could distinctly perceive their intent. Without hesitation, he retrieved several beast corpses from his spatial ring and placed them beside the bonfire. As soon as he set the corpses down, the 10 creatures, each adorned with a hardened exoskeleton, burst forth from the warriors' abdomens in succession. The 10 evolved primordial insects emerged, striding with powerful limbs, their appendages armed with claws and spines, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through enemy defenses. Their overall appearance radiated a primal and fierce aura, evoking an involuntary sense of dread and oppression. Upon seeing the flesh and blood Chen Tianming had prepared for them, the 10 gene primordial insects rushed forward to feast eagerly, simultaneously relaying information to Chen Tianming. Not enough. Not enough. In response, Chen Tianming produced several more corpses in one breath, then retreated behind a bonfire to observe silently. 3 hours passed. The larval stage lasted 3 hours. Chen Tianming raised his gaze, and the information of the 2 primordial insects began to materialize in his mind. Gene primordial insect, growth stage, level, rare level 1, sealed, physique, 200 strength, 200 agility, 200 spirit, 200 seal, bound by the power of the insect lord. The gene primordial insect has yet to reveal its full potential. Its level will synchronize with the insect lord's elevation until its power is fully liberated. Once the 2 primordial insects finished their meal, their forms underwent another transformation. They grew taller and sprouted long tails, each ending with a sharp stinger. Chen Tianming harbored no doubt about the lethality of that stinger. Should it pierce, it would surely create a gaping wound. At that moment, the attributes of the gene primordial insects also underwent a transformation. Gene primordial insect, mature form, level, rare level 1, sealed, physique, 1800 strength, 1800 agility, 1800 spirit, 1800 skills, sturdy armor. The gene primordial insect can envelop itself in a layer of sturdy armor during battle, thus further enhancing its defensive capabilities. Bloodthirsty. When the gene primordial insect sustains damage, it enters a bloodthirsty state, amplifying its strength by 400% for 15 minutes, followed by a subsequent 20-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Reproduction. Upon developing a desire for reproduction, the gene primordial insect will seek out healthy living beings to implant new gene primordial insects within their bodies. Evaluation. This is a species with a strong desire for reproduction, characterized by its cunning and cold-blooded nature, making it a perfect nocturnal hunter, often lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike to its foes. Adept at battling in complex terrains. How formidable! Chen Tianming marveled, with all attributes directly exceeding 1,000, approaching 2,000, but not only that, these gene primordial insects could reproduce autonomously, meaning that upon developing a desire for reproduction, they could give rise to new gene primordial insects. Furthermore, he could prepare sufficient living entities for them, thereby accelerating their reproductive speed. With just a bit of time, he could assemble a super legion capable of overwhelming warriors in all attributes. Witnessing the prowess of the gene primordial insects, Chen Tianming felt a sense of inflated confidence, beginning to fantasize about assuming the role of CEO and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Just as Chen Tianming became immersed in his daydreams, a warrior on lookout duty nearby relayed urgent information. A human was approaching. Chen Tianming swiftly concentrated his thoughts and spotted a figure clad in black racing across the prairie, pursued by a 4-member team of professionals seemingly tracking his whereabouts. This individual appeared to be fleeing for his life. Regrettably, Chen Tianming could not ascertain their levels of power. With a flicker of thought, he instructed the 10 gene primordial insects to conceal themselves in the surroundings, while the nearby warriors activated their camouflage to blend seamlessly with the environment. Before long, the newcomer entered Chen Tianming's line of sight. Upon seeing Chen Tianming seated alone on the grass, the newcomer was momentarily taken aback, then spoke with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, someone is chasing me, and I didn't realize there was anyone here. I suggest you leave immediately. Otherwise, you might suffer dire consequences." Unexpectedly, this individual was quite considerate, warning Chen Tianming to leave to avoid entanglement. Chen Tianming then replied slowly, "I'm afraid it might be too late." A brilliant orb of light suddenly materialized from the distance, hurtling swiftly towards the man clad in black. Reacting with remarkable agility, he executed a roll on the ground, narrowly evading the luminous sphere. However, before he could exhale in relief, the orb detonated beside him, transforming into 2 streams of radiant light that cascaded on both the black-clad figure and Chen Tianming. I could see that moment. A lotus lantern, slowly igniting, manifested above the heads of both men. Chapter 21. The perfect night assassin. This is the burning lotus lantern, exclaimed the black-clad man in alarm. his expression shifting to one of contrition as he added, "Brother, I am truly sorry. It seems you have been ensnared in this as well." That instant, Chan Tianming's mind flooded with knowledge regarding the burning lotus lantern that it served to mark a target. Manifesting a lantern that would burn gradually, allowing the caster to effortlessly locate the individual it adorned until the flame extinguished. Even if the marked individual activated stealth, the lantern would remain, rendering it an exceptionally advanced tracking skill. A quartet of individuals approached leisurely from a distance, led by a white-clad scholar wielding a brush, unmistakably a painter. With a mocking tone, the painter declared, "I did not anticipate you would have an accomplice. Regrettably, you have both fallen victim to my burning lotus lantern. Now, there is no escape for either of you." No sooner had the painter finished speaking than an archer swiftly moved to a nearby embankment, drawing his bow to aim at Chen Tanming and the black-clad man. Simultaneously, a scarred knight and a warrior brandishing a sword strode purposefully towards them. The black-clad man produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, brandishing it across his chest as he proclaimed loudly, "This matter does not involve this person. I merely encountered him by chance that if you spare him, I shall surrender the remnants of the 8 trigrams true repository, and we shall part ways." The painter chuckled from a distance. Had this been before, it might have been acceptable, but now, I believe it is safer to eliminate you both. The advancing knight, with a grim visage, added, "The implications of the 8 trigrams true repository are too great. Only death will silence any loose tongues." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the black-clad man whispered, "Brother, they seek me. I will hold them off while you escape." "And what of you? Letting one escape is better than none. I am He Dongxing, the eldest son of the He family in Rongqing. Should you manage to flee, please convey my regards to my family." The archer, not far off, urged, "Stop dawdling. The night is long. We must act swiftly." The painter waved his brush, declaring, "None of you shall escape today." With a flick of his wrist, a radiant sun appeared suspended in the air, illuminating the previously dark sky as bright as day. The knight and warrior prepared to launch their assault, while the archer atop the embankment held his breath, ready to unleash a lethal arrow. At that moment, Chen Tianming focused his thoughts, and the warriors lying in ambush surged forth in a frenzy. The knight and warrior, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, stood dumbfounded. What is happening? Where did these monsters come from? The realization struck not only the quartet, but also the black-clad man, whose face reflected shock. Though surprised, the professional team quickly discerned that they were encircled by an overwhelming number of creatures. Meanwhile, the archer on the embankment, sensing danger, prepared to retreat, only to find a more fearsome creature looming behind him. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to roll aside, but the genetically engineered creature was faster, its tail piercing through his chest. Then, using its strength to deliver him to its maw. With a gaping maw, a massive tongue shot forth, swiftly dispatching the archer. The genetically engineered creature then began to feast upon his remains. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the remaining 3 professionals were paralyzed with fear. In that moment, they realized that these were not mere monsters, but the summoned entities of the man seated cross-legged on the ground. Prior to their arrival, they had secretly utilized a detector to assess their opponent's strength. Any formidable foe would have warranted an immediate retreat, while those of similar rank would be approached with caution. If deemed weak, they would be eliminated. The detector had indicated an unknown profession, Elite Level 1, and upon seeing the age of their adversary, they concluded he was merely a fledgling who had recently completed his transition. Driven by thoughts of plunder, they had not anticipated that the lamb they intended to slaughter was, in fact, a being more terrifying than a devil. At this moment, clarity dawned upon them. The individual before them was undoubtedly a high-level professional, and his apparent youth was merely a guise, likely aided by equipment designed to mislead detectors. The remaining trio immediately began to plead for mercy. "Great One, please, forgive us. We were momentarily blinded by greed. We are from the Qinglong gang. My uncle is the gang's leader. Spare us, and we shall reward you handsomely. As for the remnants of the 8 trigrams true repository, we swear to keep it a secret. We are willing to serve you faithfully." Upon hearing their desperate pleas, Qin Tianming motioned for the warriors, who had been poised to pounce, to halt, encircling the trio without further action that he then inquired, "What is the 8 trigrams true repository?" The trio, taken aback by his question, exchanged uncertain glances, realizing that he had not come in pursuit of the repository. Perhaps he was genuinely a passing expert. Nonetheless, they answered without hesitation. "Esteemed one, the 8 trigrams true repository is a divination compass crafted from rare minerals found within the dragon veins of our Tianqian kingdom. Collecting all 9 pieces allows one to assemble the 8 trigrams compass and uncover the repository's location. One piece is currently in the possession of the He family scion beside you." The stout knight replied respectfully. Meanwhile, He Dongxing, having deduced that these seemingly infernal creatures were likely summoned by the man beside him, secretly reveled in the possibility of escaping. However, the next words from the scarred knight made his heart race. Chapter 22. Kuan He Dongxing glanced nervously at Chen Tianming, who was staring intently at him. His heart tightened, and as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden scream pierced the air. The scarred knight and the warrior turned to see a creature, the same kind that had just dispatched the archer, materializing behind the painter, its sharp tail delivering a lethal strike. The knight and warrior could not utter a word. The surrounding warriors surged forward to attack them. Witnessing the brutal demise of their companions drained the remaining 2 of all will to fight. They activated their evasive skills, attempting to escape the encirclement. As the warriors pressed in, the space for the 2 to maneuver dwindled. At that moment, both knight and warrior glowed with a brown light, charging forth as they attempted to breach the circle. Earth rock wall, Chen Tianming recalled, recognizing the defensive skill that enveloped them in a layer of rock armor. Significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities, he was uncertain how formidable it was, but he had heard tales of an elite knight withstanding a hero-level mage's magical assault using this very skill. His astonishment. The 2, bolstered by their newfound defenses, withstood the warrior's onslaught and barreled towards the perimeter. Just as they were about to break free, He Dongxing, observing Chen Tianming's calm demeanor, urgently called out, "Esteemed one, they are about to escape. Patience, let them savor the taste of death amidst their false hope." He Dongxing was still contemplating the meaning of those words when he suddenly heard the anguished cries of 2 individuals from a distance. Raising his brow to look, he saw yet another pair of those monstrous creatures that annihilate archers and painters, suddenly appearing behind the 2. However, this time, the 2 original insects did not immediately slay them. Instead, they conveyed a desire to reproduce, akin to what Chen Tianming had communicated. Upon sensing the emotions transmitted by the genetic original insects, Chen Tianming, intrigued, wished to understand how such mature beings procreated, and thus readily consented. He then signaled to the warriors to shield the cloaked figure from view, obstructing his line of sight. Seeing this, He Dongxing's face turned ashen, realizing he was destined to follow in the footsteps of these individuals. "If you remain still, they will not harm you," he said, nodding furiously like a chick pecking at grains, resembling an exemplary student praised by a teacher in school. "Yes, esteemed senior, I promise to remain absolutely motionless." With Chen Tianming's permission, the 2 genetic original insects began to approach the scarred knight and the swordsman. That moment, Chen Tianming witnessed the most bizarre scene of his life, one so grotesque it nearly caused him to regurgitate his recently consumed dinner. One of the genetic original insects, resembling a human, extended its hands and gently lifted the limp scarred knight from the ground, slowly leaning towards his lips, disregarding the knight's vehement protests. The 2, no, 1 being and 1 insect, engaged in a fervent embrace. Subsequently, the abdomen of the genetic original insect began to heave, as if something was slowly moving from its belly to its throat, eventually entering the body of the scarred knight through his mouth. The other insect did the same. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives and witnessed many bloody scenes in recent days, Chen Tianming managed to suppress his nausea, successfully maintaining his dignified demeanor. After the parasitism was complete, the 2 lay motionless on the ground. After arranging for several warriors to carry them to a place far from sight, Chen Tianming dismissed the insect warriors beside He Dongxing. Once the warriors dispersed, He Dongxing cautiously glanced into the distance, seeing no one else besides himself and Chen Tianming. Not even a single corpse, he could not help but ponder the true identity of this senior who had. Without uttering a word, dispatched 3 heroic figures in mere minutes that end the time span of this brief encounter. He Dongxing felt he had experienced more excitement than in his entire life, traversing from heaven to hell and back to heaven in just a few fleeting moments. Chen Tianming began to inspect the 4 storage rings in his possession. Upon opening one, he found the space within to be rather small, merely a few dozen cubic units, far inferior to the large one Fong Ping had gifted him. The contents were sparse as well, mostly comprising monster materials and herbs and tea that moment. Chen Tianming discovered a golden metallic artifact within the space ring of the painter. Just as he was about to examine it closely, He Dongxing exclaimed, "Is that the Bagua Zhenzong? This thing is the Bagua Zhenzong?" He Dongxing clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Yes, esteemed senior, you may examine the reverse side. It should bear character." Chen Tianming flipped the Bagua Zhenzong over and indeed found a large character koan inscribed upon it. Sensing Chen Tianming's confusion, He Dongxing explained, "The Bagua Zhenzong comprises 9 pieces. Li, Sun, Kuan, Zhenzhong, Dui, Jin, Kan, and Xian. Collecting all 9 pieces grants one a Bagua compass, which can establish a stable entrance to the underground palace." He Dongxing paused, casting a furtive glance at Chen Tianming, who remained expressionless, before continuing, "Within that underground palace lies immeasurable wealth, and it is rumored to hold the opportunity for ascension to godhood." At this, Chen Tianming's expression finally shifted, though only slightly. After all, possessing a golden finger, he already had his own path to divinity. So, this artifact is quite valuable, then? Esteemed senior, it is indeed so, due to the extreme difficulty in gathering all 9 pieces of the Bagua Zhenzong. Major powers generally seize any fragments they encounter. If they cannot obtain them, they do not pursue them overly aggressively. Consequently, individual pieces of the Bagua Zhenzong do not command a high price on the black market, typically around 1 billion Tianxian coins, not an exorbitant sum. Chapter 23. This doesn't count as robbery, right? How much? At this moment, Chen Tianming's face lit up with astonishment. Such a worthless item is valued at 1 billion. "Ah, esteemed senior, it is indeed 1 billion. He Dongxing replied, bewildered. "What is the matter? You hardly seem like someone who could not afford 1 billion. Chen Tianming's mind raced. "Did you not just say you are the young master of the He family from Rong City?" "Yes, I am He Dongxing, the eldest son of the He family in Rong City." He Dongxing replied solemnly. Chen Tianming grinned. "Then your family must be quite wealthy." In response, He Dongxing humbly stated, "We are not excessively wealthy, but our family supplies about 80% of the weapons and armor in Rome City." Yet, the pride evident on his face was impossible to conceal. "So, you're a significant player." Chen Tianming chuckled mischievously. "Then, young master, since I saved you today, surely you must?" He Dongxing immediately grasped the implication. Of course. How would you like me to express my gratitude, esteemed senior?" After a moment's thought, Chen Tianming tossed the engraved Bagua Zhenzong towards He Dongxing. "I have no use for this. I am not particularly interested. You mentioned it is worth 1 billion, so considering I saved you, a total of 11 billion will suffice. 11 billion. He Dongxing exclaimed, but upon seeing Chen Tianming's expression grow increasingly frosty, he quickly added, "No problem. I will transfer it to you immediately." He promptly took out his phone to initiate the transaction. The transfer completed swiftly. After receiving the funds, Chen Tianming remarked to He Dongxing, "This doesn't count as robbery, does it?" He Dongxing, with a mournful expression, replied, "Not at all. Not at all. We in the He family can certainly bear this small sum," seeing the 11 billion credited to his account. Chen Tianming felt a surge of joy. He had just earned 11 billion. It seemed he could finally settle the debts owed to the Adventurers Association and leave a substantial sum for his parents, ensuring they could live comfortably should any misfortune befall him. That it was not that Chen Tianming lacked interest in the Bagua Zhenzong. Rather, it seemed too ethereal. Whether he could even gather all 9 pieces was uncertain. And even if he did, the greatest opportunity it promised was the chance for ascension to godhood. Yet he was confident that with the insect Overlord system, he would eventually stand at the pinnacle of this world over time. At that moment, Chen Tianming felt elated, looking at He Dongxing by the fire, finding himself increasingly fond of him. Truly, he was a treasure of fortune. After completing the transfer, He Dongxing sat down by the fire. Feeling relaxed now that the pursuers have been dealt with, he then began conversing with Chun Tianming. How is it that someone from Rome City ended up here? I was originally accompanying my elder, Uncle He, to undergo training, preparing to level up for entry into the Royal Academy of Kyoto. However, unexpectedly, we encountered a group embroiled in conflict that we intended to mind our own business and quietly withdraw from the fray. But the party being pursued ran straight toward us. Consequently, my family's elder became embroiled in this inexplicable turmoil, and the pursuer tossed this Zhenzong into my hands, crying out, "Brother, take this back to the president," before fleeing in another direction. Uncle He intended to explain, but upon seeing the Baba Zhenzong in my possession, he ordered the family experts to protect my escape while he stayed behind to hold off the pursuers. And so, I ran and ran. The opposing side had many people, some of whom circled around Uncle He to chase me. But fortunately, my family's guards proved loyal. Whenever someone pursued me, they would hold them off. In the end, only these three continued to pursue me, while my guards likely either got lost or perished. He Dongxing recounted his tale in one breath, taking out a bottle of water from a space ring and gulping it down before looking at Chen Tianming. What about you, esteemed senior? With your strength, were you merely passing through here while leveling up? Chen Tianming shook his head. No, I came here specifically to level up, but esteemed senior for a master such as yourself. Is there any experience or reward in hunting these low-level monsters? Why not? Chen Tianming retorted. Dare I ask what realm you currently inhabit? Elite level 1. Esteemed senior. Are you jesting with me? After their conversation, He Dongxing realized that Chen Tianming was not a bloodthirsty individual, which emboldened him to pose a question in return. Indeed, it seemed as though Chen Tianming had suddenly recalled something, as he retrieved the city exit permit issued by the principal from his spatial ring. He Dongxing took it, and upon inspection, it clearly stated, Chen Tianming, level 9 in the common realm, granted permission to exit the city. Adjacent to this was a prominent stamp that I have already eliminated the danger for you. If fate permits, we shall meet again, Chen Tianming declared as he rose and ventured alone into the desolate grasslands. This left He Dongxing behind, slowly tending to the fire, muttering to himself, This is impossible. This is impossible. In a world devoid of warmth, one felt akin to a feather that had fallen, drifting aimlessly, weightless. Chen Tianming soon arrived at the gathering place for the ironclad Rhino dungeon, this moment. The number of people along the roadside began to increase, as the monsters en route to the dungeon had largely been cleared. Typically, within a 5-kilometer radius centered around the dungeon, it was considered a safe zone, with military personnel stationed to maintain order to avoid attracting excessive attention. Chen Tianming left a genetic primordial insect nearby as a precaution, while the rest of his insect swarm was stored in the insect nest space, preventing any unnecessary complications. After all, harm transfer would still be effective within the insect nest space, so Chen Tianming harbored no concerns regarding his safety. Before long, Chen Tianming glimpsed the entrance to the dungeon, a vortex resembling that of a novice dungeon, albeit significantly larger. The vortex of the novice dungeon in Jiangcheng from yesterday had merely a 2-meter diameter, whereas the one before him, belonging to the ironclad Rhino, boasted a diameter of 3 meters. It emanated an aura of bloodlust, capable of instilling fear in those with wavering resolve, potentially causing them to tremble in terror. Chapter 24. What if he truly is a master? Normal difficulty, lacking 1 member, specifically a control class. Form a fast group. Elite difficulty has a mage, a frontline, and control, but is missing a healer. Nightmare difficulty requires a full party. 5 members for needed. Hurry up. The entire dungeon gathering area was ablaze with light, as many individuals waved flags and shouted, seeking others to form teams. Numerous people congregated at the entrance, seemingly engaged in discussion. Chen Tianming approached the entrance with a genetic primordial insect. The fearsome appearance of the genetic primordial insect caused a stir among the gathered crowd, with many speculating and some daring souls discreetly pulling out detectors in an attempt to gauge Chen Tianming and the insect's levels. Unfortunately, Chen Tianming was equipped with a shielding talisman he had scavenged from a painter, rendering it impossible for anyone to ascertain his true level. As Chen Tianming neared the dungeon entrance, many parted to create a pathway for him. He stepped forward to examine the dungeon information. The ironclad Rhino dungeon in the desolate grasslands offered selectable levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Normal difficulty already featured elite monsters, significantly more formidable than those found in the wild, while nightmare difficulty comprised enhanced elite monsters, posing an even greater challenge. Generally, a trio sufficed for normal difficulty: one damage dealer, one tank, and one healer. Hard difficulty necessitated an additional support control class. In contrast, nightmare difficulty demanded dual damage dealers, dual support, and a high-capacity tank to succeed. The requirements for forming a party clearly illustrated the disparity in difficulty. The genetic primordial insect stood vigilantly around Chen Tianming, scanning the surrounding individuals. Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and mustered the courage to call out to Chen Tianming. "Young man, are you a beast tamer?" Given that the beast tamer was a combat class, those nearby naturally assumed Chen Tianming belonged to that category. The even rarer summoner was beyond their consideration. Chen Tianming chose to ignore the query. Continuing to scrutinize the dungeon information, observing his silence, the individual summoned their courage to speak again. "Young man, would you like to join us in the dungeon? Our team already has a tank and a controller. We just need another damage dealer. You seem to be a beast tamer, and your summoned creature appears quite powerful. Would you care to team up with us? You could take 30% of the loot." "Old Wu, you're being stingy. Just look at that summoned creature. It's evidently strong. Young man, why not join my team? I'll give you 45%. The surrounding individuals seemed to recognize Chen Tianming's exceptional prowess, eagerly inviting him to form parties. However, Chen Tianming remained unresponsive, decisively selecting nightmare difficulty after reviewing the information. "Confirm selection of nightmare difficulty?" Yes, that in an instant, Chen Tianming vanished from the crowd's sight, along with the genetic primordial insect. Heavens, this guy just entered the dungeon alone. He intends to solo it. He must be a master. Quick, check what difficulty level he just chose. Anyone entering the dungeon could inquire at the entrance about the difficulty level chosen by the last person who entered. My goodness, he actually chose nightmare difficulty. A single individual attempting to solo nightmare difficulty. Was he courting death? Not necessarily. He may indeed possess the strength. That summoned creature looks quite formidable, but no matter how strong. Everyone knows a beast tamer can only summon one creature at a time. Judging by his age, he has probably only elite level, which means he can summon at most 2 creatures of that caliber. Well then, let us wait and see if this individual is merely overestimating himself or if he truly has the ability. The truth will soon be revealed. The crowd wore expressions of mockery, each person adopting a demeanor of eager anticipation. As long as someone perished within, the corpse would be teleported out of the instance. Those outside had already noticed that Chen Tianming bore a spatial ring, and perhaps scavenging the bodies would yield even greater rewards. It is well known that many individuals have long stationed themselves outside instances, merely waiting for the opportunity to collect corpses, sometimes with a stroke of luck. One might even become overnight wealthy. The desolate grassland, true to its name, was blanketed in vast swathes of verdant grass atop the black earth, as if nature had whimsically brushed a patch of green across a dark canvas. Yet the sky loomed ominously, heavy with the portent of an impending downpour, instilling a sense of oppression and gloom. This moment, Chen Tianming stood at the foot of a magical array. Stepping beyond, it would signify the official commencement of the instance. Not far off, a monster with a length exceeding 2 meters, its dark red skin glistening, roared incessantly, evidently having spotted Chen Tianming, and began to charge toward him with increased speed. With a mere thought, the genetic primordial worm shot forth like an arrow, surging toward the enemy, while he calmly retrieved a detector to scan the creature. Iron-armored rhinoceros, enhanced rare grade. Level: 13 strength, 400 agility, 200 spirit, 100 constitution, 500 skill. Barbaric charge truly. This elite enhanced creature possessed attributes significantly superior to those of ordinary monsters, and it even boasted a skill. A conventional meat shield of level 13 likely had a constitution barely exceeding half that of the iron-armored rhinoceros. However, these attributes paled in comparison to his own warriors and genetic primordial worms. Chen Tianming gently lifted his foot and took a step forward, and in an instant, countless warriors materialized within the instance. The iron-armored rhinoceros, which had just been charging toward him, was caught off guard and was swiftly torn apart by the warriors. Kill, enhanced rare grade 3. Iron-armored rhinoceros, experience 720, obtained rhinoceros horn 1. Monsters within the instance drop materials. If they are humanoid, they may yield weapons and equipment. The horn of the iron-armored rhinoceros serves not only as a fine craft, but also as an excellent material for crafting arrows. As for the hide, it can be used to forge armor, and the meat is edible. However, having recently acquired 11 billion from the son of the He family, Chun Tianming decided to keep the rhinoceros horn for himself while allowing the warriors to share the rest. The increase in experience excited him. The experience gained here was approximately 3 times that of monsters of the same level outside, meaning that slaying 1 monster here equated to slaying 3 outside. And the speed of hunting was hardly diminished. Chun Tianming felt he was on the right path, and with a thought, he began to summon the genetic primordial worms. The primordial worms were summoned. Chun Tianming's mental energy rapidly dwindled. That be why the time he felt fatigued, 20 primordial worms had appeared before him, and he promptly directed them to parasitize the warriors. Instantly, these primordial worms transformed into ravenous giants. Lunging at the warriors, the surrounding warriors then hoisted these 20 warriors, while Chun Tianming mounted one of them, initiating the hunt for the iron-armored rhinoceros. Before long, a herd of iron-armored rhinoceroses came into view, and with a sweeping gesture, the warriors charged forward with fervor. Kill, enhanced rare grade 3. Iron-armored rhinoceros, experience 720. Messages flooded in, and Chun Tianming's experience began to surge. Simultaneously, a detailed map of the instance gradually formed in his mind. The iron-armored rhinoceros instance bore resemblance to the novice instance, with a rather monotonous landscape composed of grasslands, forests, and a small stream, a terrain ideally suited for warriors to engage in combat. In less than 20 minutes of entering the instance, Chun Tianming ascended to Elite Level 1. Name: Chun Tianming Constitution, 210 Strength, 205 Agility, 205 Spirit, 340 Worm Count, 8698 Nest Space, 8699. Upon reaching Elite Level 2, Chun Tianming noticed that his attribute points no longer increased by 10 with each level, but rather by 20, and his spirit surged by 50 points. It appeared that upon entering the elite tier, the experience required for leveling up had significantly increased, but the growth of attributes had also been enhanced. The strength of the profession was beginning to manifest. As his level rose, the subsequent attribute increments would only grow more substantial. Chun Tianming pressed deeper into the instance, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. As his experience skyrocketed at an accelerated pace, far superior to that of the outside world. Level: Elite 2, 36.48, having surpassed 1/3 of the way and with less than an hour elapsed. The efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. Soon, a massive gray creature blocked his path. Chun Tianming examined it closely and discerned that this iron-armored rhinoceros measured nearly 5 meters in length. He promptly retrieved his detector for a scan. Iron-armored rhinoceros, enhanced rare grade boss. Level: Rare 4 Strength, 600 Agility, 400 Spirit, 100 Constitution, 700 Skill. Barbaric charge. This marked Chun Tianming's first encounter with a boss-level creature, and more specifically, an elite boss. Although its attributes did not surpass those of the warriors, they were still significantly stronger than those of the lesser monsters encountered previously. He had not anticipated that the boss's attributes would reach such heights. It seemed the final instance boss would be even more formidable. However, it should not exceed the strength of the warriors, for otherwise, this instance would be unattainable for elite-level professionals. Yet even if the final boss's attributes surpassed those of the warriors, he need not worry. The attributes of his genetic primordial worms were even more terrifying. It was only natural for a nightmare difficulty instance to feature such powerful monsters. Typically, those venturing into nightmare-level instances would possess levels exceeding that of the instance itself. A 5-person team would likely average a level of at least 15, with some possibly reaching 17 or 18. Otherwise, clearing a nightmare instance would be impossible. Moreover, their equipment and skills could not be subpar. After all, if one failed to clear the instance during the next attempt, it would be exceedingly unprofitable, given that there are only 3 paths available. Either clear the instance, perish within, or possess an escape scroll. However, a single escape scroll could cost upwards of 300,000, and while it may suffice for a few attempts, excessive use would lead to waste of both time and money. Few, if any, in the entire Crisis era possessed the audacity to attempt soloing a level 13 nightmare instance at elite level I, such as Chen Tianming did, sensing that his subordinates had perished at the hands of the warriors. The elite boss seemed to lose its wits, charging recklessly toward the group of warriors, exuding an aura of bloodthirsty savagery. A formidable pressure enveloped Chen Tianming as the iron-armored rhinoceros lunged forward. Charged with a mere thought, the warriors surged forward fearlessly toward the iron-armored rhinoceros. I could see that moment. The rhinoceros unleashed its skill, barbaric charge. Instantly, a powerful gust of force enveloped it, and the foremost dozen warriors were knocked down in unison. The tremendous impact left deep impressions in the ground, resembling hoofprints. Even from 100 meters away, Chen Tianming felt the terror of that strike. That it was the first time he had witnessed warriors being hurled through the air. The warriors, sent sprawling, landed awkwardly on their backs, appearing somewhat disheveled. But that was all there was to it. He could sense their emotions. Those who had been knocked away were merely dazed, not even a scratch upon their bodies. After all, their tough exoskeletons were not merely for show. The warriors quickly regained their footing and charged toward the boss iron-armored rhinoceros. Meanwhile, those who had not been knocked back were already engaged in combat with the boss. Biting, stabbing, blood and flesh splattered, skin torn and rent. The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a series of anguished cries, and with a thunderous roar, it collapsed to the ground, swiftly falling silent. Just like that, the once mighty iron-armored rhinoceros boss met a tragic end beneath the scythes of the warriors. Chapter 26. The plasma bomb worm reveals its might kill. Enhanced Rare Grade 4. Iron-Armored Rhinoceros Boss. Experience 2120. Obtained Low-Level Monster Crystal. Obtained Rhinoceros Horn 1. Ha. What uses size? Even the mighty must meet their end. Chen Tianming gazed upon the scene before him, feeling a twinge of emotion. The colossal figure brought forth an imposing strength, yet its vulnerabilities were strikingly evident. Primarily, its lack of agility was a significant drawback. Surrounded by the valiant warriors, it found itself susceptible to their attacks. Apart from a fleeting moment where it unleashed a skill that sent a dozen warriors sprawling, it failed to strike down any of the more nimble fighters. Ultimately succumbing to their relentless onslaught, its death throes echoed across the plain. A faint, haunting wail began to resonate throughout the grasslands. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chen Tianming promptly ordered the surrounding warriors to disperse and maintain vigilance. His elder brother's words echoed in his mind, a lesson he had never forgotten. With his ascension to elite level 2, the distance between himself and the warriors had widened to a staggering 1,500 meters. Through the distant warriors' line of sight, he discerned a gathering of armored rhinoceroses in the far expanse. 10, 20, 50, 200, each one brimming with rage. Soon, this frenzied horde coalesced into a battalion, charging swiftly towards Chen Tianming's position. Witnessing this spectacle, a question arose in his mind. How would other teams confront the oncoming stampede of armored rhinos? He could hardly believe that a mere 5-person squad could withstand the charge of hundreds. Surveying his surroundings, he harbored a vague suspicion, though it remained unconfirmed at that moment. Perhaps other teams would avoid a direct confrontation altogether. The vastness of the prairie offered ample opportunities to conceal themselves, waiting for the herd to disperse before striking. Chen Tianming's hypothesis proved correct. Other teams indeed employed such tactics. However, what he did not realize was that those teams encountered mere handfuls of armored rhinoceroses, rather than the hundreds he faced. This disparity stemmed from his history of engaging monsters directly in dungeons, while other teams prioritized hunting the boss, occasionally clearing out lesser foes. This was Chen Tianming's inaugural foray into an outdoor dungeon. He remained oblivious to these underlying mechanisms, which were not elucidated in any tomes. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Yet, despite his uncertainties, he remained resolute. He could not afford to overlook the experience and the opportunity to slay formidable creatures. After all, the system tasked him with the daunting challenge of eliminating 30,000 monsters within 3 days. As for difficulty, he perceived none. The most arduous aspect thus far was the unyielding exoskeleton of the warriors beneath him, which had left him sore. He had not even broken a sweat. As he beheld the approaching horde of armored rhinoceroses, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he summoned 50 plasma bomb worms to test their efficacy. Almost immediately, these 50 caterpillar-like creatures materialized before him. Following his command, they swiftly contorted into disc shapes, erecting themselves upon the grass and rolling at remarkable speed towards the battlefield. Qin Tianming then instructed the foremost warriors to retreat rapidly, halting at a distance of 1,000 meters. Viewed from above, the warriors formed a concave formation, resembling a pocket, poised to ensnare the charging rhinos. In no time, the herd surged to within 1,200 meters. Upon receiving his order, the 50 bomb worms rolled fervently forward, as they were on the brink of colliding with the gray tide. The worms leapt into the air, crashing down violently amidst the rhinoceros ranks. Simultaneously, the warriors surged forth like a verdant ocean, converging upon the armored beasts. The prairie erupted into a cacophony of thunderous explosions. Kill. Enhanced Rare Level 4. Armored Rhinoceros. Experience 960. Obtained Rhinoceros Horn 7. In the aftermath of the explosions, a noxious odor permeated the air, while arcs of electricity flickered ominously across the ground. Some of the not-quite-dead armored rhinoceroses lay groaning in agony. Soon, compassionate warriors approached to end their suffering. Good heavens! Are there such benevolent creatures in this world? Qin Tianming's mind was inundated with the system's notifications, and his experience skyrocketed, surging upward by nearly a third in an instant, reaching an impressive 76. 38 at Elite Level 2. He marveled at the bomb worms' overwhelming prowess. They were indeed the ultimate disruptors in large-scale combat. Within their explosive radius, survival was nearly impossible. Regrettably, their numbers were limited, constituting roughly 10% of the total hatching capacity, amounting to about 200 per day. He doubted any other profession could rival the bomb worms' damage output at this level. After all, the current bomb worms were not even at their full potential. As Qin Tianming's level increased, so too would the strength of the warriors, genetic primordial worms, and bomb worms. Just moments ago, the once mighty leader of the armored rhinoceroses met a tragic end beneath the scythes of the warriors. Chapter 27. The pitiful rhinoceros king. Upon witnessing the demise of its kin, even the dim-witted armored rhinoceros sensed the gravity of the situation. The rear ranks of the herd gradually halted their charge, attempting to retreat, only to find themselves ensnared in the pocket meticulously prepared by Qin Tianming. As they turned in panic, they were horrified to discover that they were encircled by layers of warriors, both inner and outer, in a mere 10 minutes. The once menacing horde was reduced to experience points flowing into Qin Tianming, their flesh becoming sustenance for the warriors. He began issuing commands for free combat. Swiftly clearing the plains of rhinoceroses, he pondered the prospects of soloing a hell-level dungeon for even greater experience, but recognized the urgency to expedite the cleanup. Should anyone learn of Qin Tianming's ambitions, they would likely wish to douse him with a mouthful of salt soda. Soloing a hell-level dungeon was a feat pioneered by Yun Tianhe, the unparalleled champion beneath the starlit sky, the strongest swordsman among humankind. Qin Tianming aspired to emulate this achievement. Though not at present, he advanced deeper into the prairie, where the monsters had already been eradicated. Upon reaching the heart of the grassland, he discovered that his experience had soared to an impressive 99 at Elite Level 2. Just a step away from breaking through to Elite Level 3. At this juncture, the dungeon contained only the final boss left to vanquish. Once he defeated the armored rhinoceros king, he would ascend to Elite Level 3. Within a mere 2 hours of entering the dungeon, his level had risen by 2 tiers, far exceeding his expectations. With a few more rounds of the nightmare difficulty, he could not only fulfill the system's mission, but also elevate his experience to level 5 or even 6. With a higher level, his strength would naturally follow. The Tiangong Academy. Was it? Qin Tianming recalled the teachings of his brother and the myriad of past experiences, the faces of various individuals flashing through his mind. His fists clenched in determination to that moment. A colossal armored rhinoceros lay sleeping on a small hillside, its length nearing 8 meters, and crouching there, it towered nearly 2 meters high, its great maw opening and closing as it inhaled the air. Its breaths resonated like thunderclaps. Even from hundreds of meters away, Chen Tianming could hear it, while the surrounding warriors gathered nearby, awaiting their leader's latest command. Riding atop a warrior, Chen Tianming approached slowly. Upon reaching 100 meters, he produced a scanner to assess the creature. This was the advantage of the scanner. Unlike mages or support classes that risked awakening slumbering monsters with their detection spells, the scanner elegantly circumvented this flaw. Moreover, detection spells consumed a skill slot, rendering them somewhat superfluous in the eyes of many. Armored Rhinoceros King, enhanced rare level. Rare level 6 strength, 900 agility, 700 spirit, 200 constitution, 1000 skills, barbaric charge. Flame breath, earth-shaking roar. This was a terrifying beast with both strength and constitution attributes surpassing that of the warriors. Exercising caution, Chen Tianming summoned 10 mature, genetic primordial worms. These 10 worms were directly called forth from the nest space, requiring minimal mental energy expenditure from him. Prior to entering the dungeon, Chen Tianming had discovered that the genetic primordial worms summoned at the cost of mental energy could be stored in the nest space, significantly conserving energy for future summons. The 10 genetic primordial worms stealthily crept closer. 10 genetic parasites launched a simultaneous assault, some piercing with their tails, others attacking with their claws, while a few opened their gaping maws, slowly extending their grotesque oral appendages toward the iron-armored rhinoceros's eyes, brain, abdomen, and head. On the appendages was a terrifying small face, resembling a diminutive version of a genetic parasite. Its tongue was adorned with spikes and mucus, creating a sight that was both horrific and repulsive. Then, they violently penetrated various parts of its body. The iron-armored rhinoceros king erupted into a thunderous shriek, its agonizing cries echoing across the desolate grasslands, its massive form attempting to rise. Yet in the face of the genetic parasites, boasting an overwhelming 1,800 points in four-dimensional attributes, the king's mere 900 points of strength were glaringly insufficient. Furthermore, it was simultaneously pinned to the ground by 10 genetic parasites, rendering it incapable of even standing, leading to a violent convulsion of its body. Thus, it approached the tragic end of its life in a dramatic conclusion. How pitiful, Chen Tianming lamented. Upon slaying the iron-armored rhinoceros king, he received 30,000 experience points, a crystal from the iron-armored rhinoceros king, a horn one from the iron-armored rhinoceros king, and a rare great armor, the iron bull shield one. As the notification appeared, Chen Tianming felt a tremor throughout his body. Elite level 3, soloing a nightmare-level dungeon had taken him merely a couple of hours, allowing him to level up twice and even acquire equipment. Chen Tianming approached to examine the spoils that in the center of the shield was intricately carved a massive bull's head relief, with a sturdy handle affixed to its back for ease of grip and control. The entire shield exuded a weighty metallic quality. He swiftly scanned it with his detector, and the shield's information promptly appeared. Iron Bull Shield, rare level of shield, crafted from the bones of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, providing 50 to constitution and 30 to strength. Besides the equipment, there was also the crystal from the iron-armored rhinoceros king, a vibrant red akin to a ruby, radiating warmth when held. This must be the flame crystal mentioned in the tasks issued by the Adventurers Guild. Realizing its value was 50,000, Chen Tianming joyfully stowed it in his spatial ring at that moment. A vortex gradually materialized not far away. Chen Tianming, in high spirits, summoned his creatures back into the insect nest space, leaving only one genetic parasite to guard him. He then walked towards the dungeon's exit with a light-hearted stride. Chapter 28. Encounter with the Qinglong gang. Chen Tianming's sudden appearance at the dungeon entrance instantly drew the attention of those around him. The key factor was his genetic parasite. Anyone who had seen it would undoubtedly remember it vividly. Had Chen Tianming appeared alone, he might have attracted little attention, particularly since it was already 10 at night. Look, that person has emerged. Do you think he used an escape scroll or cleared the dungeon? No need to ask, he definitely used an escape scroll. Can't you see he has no wounds on him at all? Even his summoned creatures are unscathed. It's clear he just wandered around inside and retreated upon realizing he couldn't win. Haha, I thought he was some expert, but it turns out he's just a novice. Chen Tianming paid no heed to the comments around him and clicked to re-enter the dungeon. There's a cooldown. The prompt indicated that the nightmare-level dungeon was under a cooldown period, requiring 6 hours before he could challenge it again. Disappointed, Chen Tianming shook his head. After this dungeon experience, he had lost interest in the wilderness monsters. The experience points were too scant, and their levels varied widely, unlike in the dungeon where the density and levels were consistently high. However, the 6-hour cooldown was just enough time for him to meditate and restore his mental energy, as he had expended quite a bit inside the dungeon. Chen Tianming found a secluded corner and sat down cross-legged. One genetic parasite stood faithfully beside him, taking on the role of a bodyguard. As he meditated, his mental energy gradually replenished. Some adventurers began to sleep on the ground. Others kindled fires and set pots upon them to cook soups and roast meat, inviting familiar adventurers to gather and share drinks, creating a lively scene. The aroma of meat mingled with the scent of alcohol quickly filled the gathering area. These seasoned individuals, familiar with the wilds, were well prepared, bringing various kitchen supplies, even simple water buckets. One adventurer hung a bucket upside down from a tree and began showering without a care. At that moment, a man in white approached Chen Tianming, holding a plate of roasted meat. The genetic parasite, noticing someone nearing, stepped forward, baring its sharp teeth, causing the man to shudder. The man in white halted, silently placing the plate down before departing. I say, Lu Yang, are you so idle that you deliver roasted meat to such a person? Are you trying to make connections? Exactly, bro. This guy looks strange. Not only is he odd, but so is his summoned creature. He clearly doesn't seem like a good person, the man named Lu Yang argued. I think he is fine. He might just not like socializing. Look, although he doesn't engage with others, he hasn't provoked anyone, so he shouldn't be a bad person. He then donned a friendly smile and called out at Chen Tianming. Brother, I have a piece of meat. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Chen Tianming remained unmoved, continuing to meditate and restore his mental energy. Approximately 5 hours later, Chen Tianming stood up, dusted off his clothes, and began to walk towards the outskirts of the gathering area. However, the plate in front of him was already empty. Upon reaching a deserted grove, Chen Tianming concentrated, and soon 500 warriors and 10 genetic parasites appeared in the clearing before him, in the pitch-black night. No one would suspect that such a small grove concealed hundreds of terrifying monsters. After issuing commands in his mind, Chen Tianming exhaled softly. Go. This was the last day. He needed to slay 11,000 more monsters to fulfill the system's mission. He had just hunted around 2,000 iron-armored rhinoceroses in the dungeon, and with less than 24 hours remaining, he could complete the dungeon 3 more times, yielding only 6,000 more kills. This left a gap of 5,000 that could only be filled by the warriors and genetic parasites. With 5 hours until dawn, it was the perfect opportunity to let them clear the surrounding monsters under the cover of night. There should still be some stragglers left. Utilizing the camouflage feature, they should not alarm the army, that if the yield was poor, he would have to leave the dungeon temporarily to complete the system's task first. Chen Tianming pondered as he walked towards the gathering area. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, he noticed a group of around 20 individuals holding photographs, seemingly interrogating passersby. They were all dressed in well-tailored uniform clothing, each adorned with a large character for Qing on their sleeves and an image of a blue dragon on their arm. Voices drifted from nearby. Is your Qing Long gang being too domineering? I've already told you I haven't seen the people in these photos. That on what grounds do you search my spatial ring? Though this is outside the city, there's soldiers stationed not far away. You can't act with impunity. Your actions infringe upon our privacy. Be careful, I report you to Commander Wang. Exactly. We've cooperated with your inquiries. Please don't overreach, or I'll report you. Many protested vehemently. At this moment, a mage wielding a staff stepped forward, announcing loudly, I am Li Xian of the Qinglong gang, that if you truly have not seen this person and your spatial rings contain none of our missing belongings, we will not trouble you. After the inspection, I will personally apologize, and from henceforth, you will be friends of the Qinglong gang. However, if you do not permit us to inspect today, I will assume you have something to hide, and you will become our enemies. Consider whether you wish to be friends or foes. Chapter 29. What? He is only elite level 3. The professionals gathered at the site erupted in protest, yet they refrained from resorting to violence. The might of the Qinglong gang was formidable, leaving them with no choice but to endure the bullying. That moment, a knightly figure approached a female professional, coldly commanding, "Hand over the ring." The woman, her face smeared with dust and a bead of sweat dangling from her hair, showcased her exquisite form in a swordsman's attire. Under the flickering flames, her delicate figure appeared ethereal, enchanting those around her. "Let Liu Yi inspect you. Once that's done, there will be no further issues," remarked a nearby man. His face slightly paled. He was the same white-clad individual who had just delivered roasted meat to Chen Tongming. The female swordsman bit her lip, reluctantly extending the ring towards the knight. Seizing the opportunity, the knight roughly grasped her hand as he accepted the ring, then began his inspection with a sinister grin. The knight lingered in his examination, seemingly oblivious to the purpose of his scrutiny, persistently refusing to return the ring. The female swordsman, seated on the ground, extended her arm, exclaiming with impatience, "Is it done yet?" "We are preparing to enter the dungeon." To her surprise, a member of the Qinglong gang seized her wrist, smirking as he requested, "Please rise, beautiful swordsman. I must search you, as I suspect you may have hidden items on your person." Seeing this, other members of the Qinglong gang quickly understood the knight's intentions and began to jeer. "Indeed, we must search you. Your hurried departure suggests wrongdoing. Perhaps you have picked up our lost items." Immediately, they surrounded the female swordsman and her companions. "You Qinglong gang are utterly unreasonable," the white-clad man exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "You refuse to inform us of what is missing yet demand to search us. Is there no law left in this world?" "Law?" The knight scoffed. "I end this territory. We, the Qinglong gang, are the law that I suspect you have taken our belongings. Either allow me a thorough inspection, or I shall make your lives difficult." "Is that so?" The members of the Qinglong gang chimed in mockingly. "If you have nothing to hide, you may leave immediately." "What on earth are you saying?" The female swordsman retorted angrily, and Chen Tongming stepped forward, drawing the attention of the previously bickering crowd. "What do you mean?" The leading mage glared at Chen Tongming, his expression reminiscent of a predatory wolf. The surrounding Qinglong gang members regarded him with hostility, their levels predominantly at the hero rank, each exuding an air of superiority, creating immense pressure on the elite-level individuals present. Their equipment was of high quality, ranging from bronze-level weapons to armor and accessories. Despite the collective dissatisfaction, the gathered crowd hesitated to confront them directly. However, with Chen Tongming's arrival, this dynamic began to shift. "Look, isn't that the one who soloed a nightmarish dungeon?" someone remarked. "I thought he had left the gathering area. Yet here he is again." Chen Tongming approached the white-clad man, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't be so naive in the wild. By the way, your roasted meat was quite tasty." Thank you," the white-clad man stammered. Taken aback, Chen Tongming then turned to the mage, stating, "Step aside. I wish to enter the dungeon." Lycian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Kid, did you drink fake wine? Go home and find your mother to nurse you back to health. This is no place for you." Chen Tongming replied, "Do not impede my entry into the dungeon, or I shall kill you." His tone was serious. He bore no fondness for the Qinglong gang, as a grudge had already been formed, and he cared little for escalating it further. After all, while the sought-after items were not on his person, he still possessed the space rings belonging to the 4 individuals. As he approached the gathering site, archers had already begun to take aim at him, and fleeing would only arouse suspicion. Thus, he opted to take the initiative. To his surprise, however, he was met with an unexpected obstinacy. The onlookers regarded Chen Tongming with a mix of ridicule and curiosity, speculating whether he was a genuine master or merely a foolhardy novice. "Oh my, this is hilarious. I thought someone capable of soloing a nightmarish dungeon would be a courageous figure. Even in defeat." That moment, an auxiliary class professional cast a detection spell on Chen Tongming, then arrogantly declared to the mage, "Captain, this individual is at elite level 3, with a rare class as a summoner." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly recognized Chen Tongming's true level. He frowned slightly, surprised that someone in this group had learned the detection spell, which could bypass shielding runes to reveal basic levels. Elite level 3. To dare solo a nightmarish dungeon at such a level, he truly is a foolhardy one. The doubts of those who have been speculating were swiftly dispelled. It seemed they had been misled by the appearance of his summoned creatures. That a summoner? I've never heard of that profession before. Is it a newly emerged class? I thought it was merely a common Beastmaster class. Chapter 30. Fighting beyond one's rank. Chen Tianming, lacking the detection skill himself, resorted to using a scanning device on the mage. Soon, the mage's class was revealed, displaying only his level and profession. Hero level 4. Mage. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Perhaps having overheard the surrounding murmurs, Li Xian's expression turned cold. Regardless of who you are, if you dare to obstruct our Qinglong gang's affairs today, you will pay the price. Otherwise, won't any stray cat or dog feel emboldened to prance before us? Oh, and what price do you wish for me to pay? 10 million. Leave behind goods equivalent to 10 million, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, do you truly believe you can act with impunity in this gathering area? Li Xian laughed heartily. Do you take us for a small gang? Without connections, do you think we would dare to search and inspect everyone's belongings here? Lu Yang shouted, Brother, let it go. Don't provoke them. You cannot win against them. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Chen Tianming's tone grew cold. It seems you are unwilling to negotiate amicably. You leave me no choice. Gazing at Li Xian, he focused his thoughts, and the genetic parasite shot out like lightning, appearing before the mage in an instant. With a swift paw, it lunged at Li Xian's face. Li Xian, wearing a mocking expression, summoned a red aura that not only blocked the genetic parasite's attack, but also deflected it aside. Resist Fire Ring, a skill combining defense and partial control. Those around gasped, astonished that Chen Tianming would dare to strike first. They felt they were witnessing the fall of a genius. Yet, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The previously summoned creature multiplied, now joined by 11 others, alongside dozens of four-legged insects that bared their fangs at the Qinglong gang members. Chen Tianming uttered a single command: kill. A swordsman unleashed a skill, Cross Slash, aimed at a nearby warrior. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the swordsman exclaimed in disbelief. His sword had snagged on the warrior's shell, rendering it immovable. Li Xian quickly retreated, simultaneously casting a spell while directing his companions. Eliminate the summoner. 3 archers glowed with a red aura, a buff skill cast by the auxiliary professional. In unison, they released their arrows, which flew towards Chen Tianming in a triangular formation. Brother, dodge! The white-clad man shouted urgently. Yet Chen Tianming remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. More warriors were summoned, positioned perfectly to shield him from the incoming arrows. Damn, how can this guy still summon? Are his summoned creatures endless? The 3 archers cursed in frustration. Everyone be cautious. His profession is new and cannot be judged by conventional standards. Li Xian's voice rang out once more. All individuals, align yourselves with me as the focal point of our battle formation. Swiftly, take your positions to face the enemy. The experienced mage leader, observing that the assaults from the 3 archers bore no fruit, promptly commanded the troops to form a defensive line. Soon, a front row of knights and shield axemen was established, with mages and archers positioned centrally, while support classes took their places behind at Li Xian's eyes. Although Chen Tianming's summoned creatures appeared formidable, he was resolute in his belief that they were not limitless. He was convinced that the 60 or so monsters before him represented Chen Tianming's utmost limit. If he could systematically eradicate these summoned entities, Chen Tianming would be but a lamb awaiting slaughter, akin to fish on a chopping board, ripe for dismemberment. Contemplating this, the mage leader began to orchestrate the team's counterattack. Enhancement spells, acceleration spells, healing spells. Every conceivable buff spell was unleashed with abandon, as if they were of no cost at all. In less than 20 seconds, all spells were cast. This also highlighted the combat prowess of the Qinglong gang. As a confident smile began to grace Li Xian's face, he had already devised tormenting strategies for the youth across from him. Although they were presently encircled by warriors and genetic parasites, they had encountered such predicaments before and had ultimately turned the tide under his command. He firmly believed that the final victor would undoubtedly be himself. With that, he raised his head, displaying a confident yet cruel smile towards Chen Tianming. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly he noticed 5 or 6 worm-like creatures resembling caterpillars appearing at Chen Tianming's feet. However, before he could comprehend the situation, he saw Chen Tianming seemingly conversing with those nearby. After which they began to cover their mouths and noses, retreating hastily. Before he could grasp what was happening, those 5 or 6 small creatures suddenly stood upright and swiftly rolled towards them like discs. In the blink of an eye, they had reached a few meters in front of their formation. Leaping into the crowd with a powerful thrust, a series of thunderous explosions ensued. Numerous items scattered across the ground, and a misty rain began to fall from the sky, albeit one that carried a foul stench. The remaining few were left gasping for breath, knowing their fate was sealed. The warriors and parasites surged forward to finish off the stragglers. And before long, the remaining members of the Qinglong gang lay dead or grievously wounded. After executing all of this, Chen Tianming collected the scattered items from the ground and strode into the instance without a backward glance. Chapter 31. Where has everyone gone? The group that had previously dared only to protest from a distance finally approached once Chen Tianming entered the instance. The terrifying energy released by the bomb worms during the explosion still lingered in their minds. Damn, this person is ruthless. It seems everyone misjudged him. Truly, actions speak louder than words. He cut straight to the chase without unnecessary chatter. It seems the tides are about to change. The Qinglong gang will not let this slide easily. I heard they indeed suffer a loss today, and with so many dead now, they will likely seek revenge against this youth. What should we do? At that moment, Lu Yi and Lu Liang stepped forward. Speaking loudly, everyone, given the Qinglong gang's modus operandi, they certainly won't let this go unpunished. If they discover we were here today, regardless of whether we say anything or not, we are unlikely to escape unscathed. I propose we retreat at once and seek refuge elsewhere. There are plenty of places to contact, and I refuse to believe the Qinglong gang can extend their reach that far. Their suggestion quickly garnered agreement from those around them. Just as they said, if the Qinglong gang were to catch wind of their presence, whether they spoke or remained silent, they would not end up in a favorable position. Better to flee to distant lands. The Lu siblings bowed slightly and clasped their fists, addressing the crowd. This individual today has avenged us to some extent. We hope you all will keep this matter confidential. We shall take our leave now. May we meet again under better circumstances. With the impetus provided by their words, the crowd began to disperse, and the once bustling gathering place was vacated in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the solitary flicker of a burning campfire and pools of blood. Alone in the instance, Chen Tianming reactivated his hunting mode. After familiarizing himself with the terrain of the desolate prairie, he summoned 1,000 warriors to march towards the location of the boss. Employing the same tactics as before, his experience rapidly increased once more. This time, the efficiency was even greater. Within approximately an hour, he arrived at the same hillside as before. However, this time the ironclad Rhinoceros King was not lying on the slope in slumber. Instead, it was surrounded by dozens of smaller minions. Yet, in the face of a throng of warriors, this merely delayed its impending demise. In a mere minute or two, the dread ironclad Rhinoceros King succumbed to the ground. Eyes filled with reluctance. Kill the ironclad Rhinoceros King. Experience 30,000. Acquire 1 ironclad Rhinoceros King crystal. Acquire 1 ironclad Rhinoceros Horn 1. Acquire 1 rare grade armor. Iron Bull Armor 1.0. Unexpectedly, another piece of armor dropped. Chen Tianming walked forward with delight to inspect it. Iron Bull Armor, rare grade crafted from the bones of the ironclad rhinoceros. This armor boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, providing 60 to constitution and 50 to strength. Gazing at the attributes of the Iron Bull Armor, Chen Tianming suddenly thought of Wei Gu. He wondered if he possessed an armor of his own yet. Perhaps this could be a gift for him upon returning, in defeating the ironclad Rhinoceros King. Chen Tianming also advanced to Elite Level 4 if the experience required for the next level had increased, and the gains from the subsequent instance would not suffice for him to ascend to Elite Level 5. The vortex manifested, and Chen Tianming exited the instance. Upon returning to the gathering place, Chen Tianming discovered the area eerily quiet, devoid of any figures. Have they all left? After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the sequence of events. The Qinglong gang had caused a ruckus here, resulting in casualties, and the military had yet to arrive, likely having received prior warnings. The remaining individuals, fearing repercussions, had deemed it prudent to depart. Glancing around, he chose not to linger and swiftly melted into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The following morning, a round sun hung at the horizon, bestowing the land with colors that rightfully belonged to it. A new team approached the entrance of the gathering place. Where is everyone? Why is it so deserted? This location was typically bustling with activity. How strange. Where have all the people gone? The team expressed their confusion but did not dwell on it, promptly selecting a standard difficulty instance before entering. Subsequently, more teams arrived at the gathering place, and the entrance to the instance once again became lively. With the cooldown period for the instance concluded, Chun Tianming returned to this place, re-entering the instance once more. This time, he charged through the instance, and after 6 hours of meditation, his mental fortitude was fully restored. As with the previous instance, warriors served as the primary force, but the number of genetic parasites had now reached 60. The two sides formed a perfect slaughtering battalion. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. Moreover, with Chun Tianming's increasing familiarity with the instance, their progress accelerated once again. This time, it took merely 50 minutes for a familiar figure to come into view. Hey, wake up! Don't sleep too deeply, lest you meet a mysterious demise once more. Chapter 32, The Ironclad Rhinoceros emitted a fiery glow from its mouth, followed by a torrent of flames, yet proved to be utterly futile. Both the genetic parasites and warriors were of high agility, easily evading its fiery assault. This time, it was even faster. Within 30 seconds, the Ironclad Rhinoceros King, once again filled with reluctance, collapsed. Kill the Ironclad Rhinoceros King. Experience 30,000 to acquire 1 Ironclad Rhinoceros King Crystal. Acquire 1 Ironclad Rhinoceros Horn 1. Acquire 1 rare grade weapon. Iron Bull Sword 1. Iron Bull Sword. Rare grade, a long sword forged from the hard horn of the Ironclad Rhinoceros. Possessing sharp attributes capable of piercing through enemy defenses effortlessly, providing 60 to Constitution and 60 to Strength, 5 to sword skill power, an attack with penetrating attributes. Oh, what a fine piece. Chun Tianming glanced at it before stowing it away in his spatial ring. The Ironclad Rhinoceros's gaze was filled with intense resentment and frustration, as if it wished to devour Chun Tianming whole. Your eyes seem to carry a hint of unwillingness. Coincidentally, my beloved tyrant baby has yet to have breakfast today. So I promptly transported the corpse of the iron-armored rhinoceros to the insect nest space for the tyrant to enjoy as a morning meal. Upon receiving the offering from Chun Tianming, the tyrant swiftly conveyed a sense of joy and elation. Sensing the tyrant's emotions, Chun Tianming couldn't help but exclaim, "I truly am a wonderful father who knows how to care for my child's feelings." Glancing at the progress bar, Chun Tianming discovered that he had, indeed, failed to achieve an upgrade this time, as he was still a full 60% away from reaching the 5th level of elite status. It seemed he needed to find a different location. After leaving the instance, Chun Tianming quickly distanced himself and did not linger at the gathering place. As expected, in the afternoon, a group of senior members from the Qinglong gang arrived at the instance gathering place. The day before, the Qinglong gang had encountered formidable foes in the outskirts, resulting in the loss of several skilled fighters. Not only that, but they had also misplaced a crucial Bagua true treasure, inciting wrath among the upper echelons. Subsequently, another small team lost contact within the gathering place. They had learned through military channels that Li Xian had signaled for them to conduct a search in the gathering area and instructed them not to interfere with anything that transpired. To their dismay, the entire team had since vanished without a trace. Upon learning of the situation, the Qinglong gang suspected that the individuals who had annihilated their team were also the ones who had seized the Bagua true treasure. Consequently, they established an investigative team to uncover the truth. However, this time, the members of the investigative team were exceedingly polite and refrained from any excessive actions. They understood that anyone capable of wiping out an entire investigative team without leaving them a chance to relay information back home warranted the utmost caution. After a series of inquiries, they received nothing but blank stares in response. After all, those present were newcomers, having just arrived that day, and were indeed unaware of the events of the previous night. Quite the contrary, they were akin to curious children, eagerly inquiring about what had transpired among the members of the Qinglong gang. The Qinglong gang members, unwilling to lose face, found themselves at an impasse when no information could be gleaned and thus quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Qinglong gang, the leader, Hong Richeng, was unleashing a tirade upon his subordinates. Are you all fools? We lost 2 heroic-level experts, dozens of elite members, and even the only Bagua true treasure in our possession. Not only that, but we failed to retrieve the opposing faction's treasure as well. You are all nothing but useless, especially you, Shu Cheng. You should never have entrusted that Bagua true treasure to your nephew for safekeeping. Now look where that has led us. Missing in action. And you shall bear full responsibility for this fiasco. A trembling hall master cautiously rose and bowed, stating, Leader, this is unjust. I saw the enemy approaching with great force. And I, with the mindset of sacrificing myself, attempted to hold them off to allow our subordinates a chance to apprehend the fleeing individuals that I thought, even if I die here today, I must not impede the leader's grand plans. He then handed the fragment to his nephew, intending for him to escape amidst the chaos. Little did he expect that this wretched individual would remain missing to this day, and he acknowledged his dereliction of duty. However, Leader, I discovered that the weapons wielded by those who perished that day bore the mark of the He family from Rongqing, that I suspect that the individuals we encountered were indeed members of the He family. Perhaps we should pursue them as a lead. We may find something of value as for my nephew. I will certainly find him and leave his fate in your hands. Leader, I seek no leniency and hope for a chance to redeem myself. Very well, then hasten to investigate. Even if it means turning Rongqing upside down, I must recover our belongings. They must learn that the treasures of the Qinglong gang are not so easily taken. Yes, Leader, the members replied, bowing as they took their leave. Once everyone had departed, the vast conference hall was left with only Hong Richeng, who sat there, his expression clouded with worry. Just then, a phone suddenly rang in the quiet room. Filled with ire, Hong Richeng was about to answer, prepared to scold the audacity of anyone daring to disturb him at that moment. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he instantly straightened up from his chair. Though he was alone in the conference hall, he maintained an upright posture, as if the voice on the other end were a fearsome beast rather than a mere human. After all, he was the leader of the Qinglong gang, a figure whose very presence could shake the entire Jiangsheng. Ming, yes, I understand that I will deliver it to you as soon as possible. Yes, rest assured, I hope you can speak well of me in front of the eldest son. I've already made some progress on this matter. You can trust that I will complete it swiftly. All right, I assure you. Chapter 33, Refreshing Stone at Noon. The sun shone brightly. Ding, detection complete. The host has accumulated 30,000 monster kills. Initiating the lucky draw, Chun Tianming, riding atop a warrior, wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed excitedly, Finally, I've reached 30,000 kills. Let us see what good items I can draw. Preparing rewards for the host. Preparation complete. Shall we begin to draw now? Shall we? A colossal, ethereal roulette wheel materialized slowly in his mind, visible only to Chun Tianming. With a thought, he affirmed, Yes, ding, drawing rewards for the host. The massive wheel began to spin rapidly. A red pointer whirling faster and faster. Moments later, the red pointer gradually came to a halt. Congratulations! You have obtained a Bug Compendium Directional Summoning Scroll. What is a Bug Compendium Directional Summoning Scroll? Chun Tianming was momentarily taken aback, quickly clicking on the item to review its details. Bug Compendium Directional Summoning Scroll. Can be used when extracting from the Bug Compendium to manifest all insect species listed and allows for the selection of one insect species for summoning. After reading it twice, Chun Tianming swiftly grasped the purpose of this item in simple terms. It provided him with a single opportunity to freely select an insect species from the compendium for summoning. He could choose a particularly powerful individual or even a queen to expand his army. This prize is fantastic. Before long, a yellow talisman materialized in Chun Tianming's hand, after toying with it for a moment. He tucked it away into his spatial ring. Just as he decided to switch to another instance, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. After answering, a familiar voice came through. Tianming, are you all right? It was the principal's voice. Principal, I'm fine. What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing much. I just heard that there have been some incidents outside the city recently and was worried about your safety. So I called to check in. Knowing you're okay is a relief. Upon hearing the principal's concern, Chun Tianming felt a warmth in his heart and immediately inquired, "What happened?" Fang Ping did not conceal anything from Chun Tianming and directly stated, "Tianming, do you know about the Qinglong gang? I've heard of them." "Why?" "I've heard that the Qinglong gang had a confrontation in the wild and lost an important item, which incited the fury of their leader. They immediately dispatched all their members to search the wilderness, and some individuals were even killed for merely speaking out of turn. If you encounter anyone from the Qinglong gang in the wild, be sure to clearly state your identity. They won't harm you if you do. Just avoid any conflict. Do you understand?" Feeling touched by the principal's concern, Chen Tianming replied, "All right, principal, thank you for your care." Hearing Chen Tianming's gratitude, Fang Ping was pleased and continued to inquire, "How have you been these past few days? What level is your elite status now? Which instance are you currently in?" "Elite level 4. I just finished the iron-armored rhinoceros instance and am on my way back." "Wow. In just a few days, you've reached elite level 4. Where on earth did you grind for experience so quickly?" "I ground in the desolate grassland iron-armored rhinoceros instance. Oh, that instance. I know it. The experience yield is increased there. But why don't you continue to level up? You still have ample time, so why not keep grinding?" "I feel the experience yield is too low, plus there's a 6-hour cooldown before I can re-enter the instance, which doesn't seem worth it. Besides, I can already be directly admitted to the Kyoto Royal Academy. So my desire to level up ISNT is strong. I plan to return and check on my parents." After Chen Tianming finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a while, the principal's voice, slightly trembling, finally broke through. "Tianming, are you saying that you wait for the 6-hour cooldown of the instance before continuing to enter?" "Yes." After another extended pause, Fang Ping's voice finally drifted back. "Tianming, have you heard of the refreshing stone?" "Refreshing stone? What on earth is that?" "The refresh stone is an item that allows one to disregard the cooldown period for instances." Upon hearing the principal's words, Chen Tianming exclaimed in astonishment, "Such a thing exists." At that moment, he felt as if all the years he had spent studying were in vain, having never heard of such a wondrous item. If he possessed such a thing, he could repeatedly tackle instances, swiftly level up, and complete system tasks ahead of time. This item is sold at the Adventurers Association for a mere 100,000 each. "You didn't forget to purchase one, did you?" Chen Tianming awkwardly replied, "I actually didn't pay attention to that." Fang Ping responded, "Well, it's not a major issue that you didn't buy one. At least your leveling speed is quite rapid. Just now, I received news that the new player instances in Jiangcheng have all been closed for today. The City Lord has decided to activate 3 instances on Huxin Island tomorrow as a training ground for this year's graduates. They are the Tidal Beach, the Lost City, and the Underground Cave. These 3 instances correspond to Elite Level 2, Elite Level 4, and Elite Level 6, respectively. Additionally, the City Lord has enabled the Hell Level option for these instances. If you feel confident, you may take on the challenge that I will be waiting for you on the island tomorrow and will bring you a refreshed stone, so you can hone your skills there before the college entrance examination. Therefore, I called you today to inform you about participating in tomorrow's instance training. You can start your challenges from the Lost City tomorrow, and once you feel ready, proceed to tackle the Underground Cave. Tianming, this year, Jiangxing has produced a fated individual. It is said that he will also participate in the training on Huxin Island tomorrow. Just make sure you don't embarrass our 4th high school." "Aha!" After saying this, he hung up the phone. Chen Tianming turned his gaze towards Jiangxing and resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Principal, I will not let you down." Chapter 34. A little bastard on the following day. Chen Tianming stepped out of his luxurious villa with a cheerful stride, humming a tune, and hailed a taxi. "Driver, to Huxin Island." "All right, young man, you must be heading to participate in the training as an adventurer today, right?" the uncle remarked. "Huh, you've seen right through me. I just dropped my son off there. He has also become a combat-type adventurer this year," the uncle said with pride etched across his face. "Your son is quite impressive," Chen Tianming replied, feeling in good spirits as he chatted with the uncle during the ride. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of Huxin Island. "Young man, I can only take you this far. No outside vehicles are allowed beyond this point, that you'll have to walk the rest of the way," the driver said apologetically. "And oh worries, a few steps will serve as good exercise," Chen Tianming said as he got out, paid the fare, and began to walk towards the island, Following the directional signs, as Chen Tianming followed the signs, he soon reached the core area of the island. Just as he stepped in, ding! Detection indicates that the host has arrived at the instance area. Optional tasks are now available. Optional Task 1. Level up to Elite Level 5. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Optional Task 2. Clear a Hell Level instance. Reward: 2 lottery chances. Optional Task 3. Eliminate 50,000 magical creatures. Reward: 3 lottery chances. 3 tasks at once. Just as he was pondering how to obtain lottery chances, the tasks appeared unexpectedly. The first task posed no significant challenge, but the latter two were somewhat troublesome. However, since there were no time constraints for these tasks, he aimed to complete them all before the crucial exam. Tiange, as Chen Tianming contemplated while moving forward, a familiar voice filled with excitement called out from behind. He turned around to see Gao Wei and 2 girls waving at him enthusiastically. "It really is Tiange!" Gao Wei exclaimed joyfully as he jogged over with the 2 girls. "Tiange, you're here to level up too, right? Let's team up." He nudged Chen Tianming's arm with his elbow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he glanced at the 2 girls. "Tiange, let me introduce you. These 2 are students from our school whom you've met before. This is Li Ming, a brush and ink artist, and this is Su Mingyao, a fire sorceress. Quick, say hello to Tiange." "Hello, Tiange." The 2 girls chirped in unison, their bright voices like a sweet, refreshing spring, both delightful and thirst-quenching. Chen Tianming took a keen interest in the 2 before him. One girl held a brush in her hand. Dressed in a fitted black top that perfectly accentuated the well-developed figure of brush and ink artist Li Ming, her curves defying her age. The other had fiery red hair and a complexion reminiscent of the evening glow. She wielded a metallic staff and wore a bright red robe, harmonizing splendidly with her identity as a fire sorceress, exuding an aura of vibrancy. "Sounds good, but I want to be the team leader." Chen Tianming declared with a smile that of course you should be the leader. You are the fated one. If you don't lead, who will? Gao Wei laughed heartily, just about to agree when an unpleasant voice rang out from behind them. "So this is the fated one from 4th High School. Doesn't he seem all that impressive?" That a tall, pale-faced man with a cold expression stepped forward, mocking from a superior position. "You are indeed a fated one. But if I remember correctly, your profession is summoner, isn't it? I did some research on summoners, and while they are a rare profession, they have existed in human history. According to historical records, summoners have a very high upper limit, but also a very high lower limit. Every realm allows for 1 summon, but the quality of the summon is highly random, making it a rather weak profession in the early stages than a weak profession as a team leader. How ridiculous." Hearing this, Chen Tianming frowned. He had no recollection of this individual. He shot a glance at Gao Wei. "Tiange," Gao Wei gasped in surprise upon recognizing the person. "You've been away from Jiangcheng for a few days, so you might not have heard. This person is Qian Feng. He is a student from 2nd High School and also has a rare mage profession, though I'm not sure what it is. There are rumors that he is the illegitimate son of a big shot in the Qinglong gang, possessing talents similar to yours as a fated one. He also left the city for training on the 2nd day and has come here for the instance training today. Everyone in Jiangcheng is comparing the 2 of you, eager to see who is the strongest this year. He has even declared he will defeat you in the exam and show you a thing or 2. Chen Tianming felt helpless upon hearing this. He just wanted to level up quietly without attracting any trouble, yet someone insisted on provoking him. Another member of the Qinglong gang. Chen Tianming's gaze turned cold as he stared at the man before him, silently thinking, this person is seeking his own demise. However, today he had promised the principal to uphold the honor of 4th High School, so he prioritized clearing instances. "Forget it. You all can form a team. I can manage solo." "Solo?" Qian Feng laughed heartily. A newly initiated elite-level summoner thinks he can solo the instances on Huxin Island. Do you not realize that the instances here start at a minimum difficulty of hard? A typically weak profession attempting to go solo. His laughter echoed as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Gao Wei quickly intervened. "Tiange, don't act impulsively. There is no need to get riled up by these people. Let us just form our own team and ignore them." Previously unaware of the summoner's profession, upon hearing about its weak early game from Qian Feng, the others believed that attempting to go solo was courting disaster. "Well, if it comes to that, I can team up with you. Tiange, I'm a rare profession. the magic swordsman that I'll take the front, and as long as we proceed cautiously, we should have no major issues clearing the instance. Gao Wei said through gritted teeth, glancing at the two girls beside him, that if you two feel uneasy, you can seek another team. Unexpectedly, both girls responded, Wei Go, what do you take us for? Besides, it was you who guided us through the novice instance initially. We wouldn't have advanced to elite level in just 3 days without you. Oh, you think we are the kind of people who would abandon our comrades out of fear? Are you truly not afraid? A mage, a brush and ink artist, and a swordsman. These are all fragile professions. If magical creatures get too close, it could be quite dangerous, Chen Tianming remarked. Fear not, Gao Wei declared with unwavering resolve. Though I'm a magic swordsman, my physical constitution and strength attributes are commendable. In this tier of dungeon, I can barely be considered a semi-tank. Coupled with the control and enhancements from Sister Li Ming, as well as the output from Sister Su Ming Yao. As long as we exercise caution, I believe we shall face no insurmountable challenges. Chen Tianming nodded in agreement, refraining from further argument, and promptly extended a party invitation to Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Ming Yao. Nearby, Qian Feng let out a disdainful scoff, evidently displeased, perhaps taken aback that despite his attempts to suppress them, the three still sought to ally with Chen Tianming. You three ought to consider carefully. Should you choose to befriend Chen Tianming, you will inevitably incur my wrath. While both Chen Tianming and I are fated individuals, you must have heard of the background I possess, have you not? Upon hearing this, the onlookers, who were still deliberating whether to engage with Chen Tianming, fell silent. Yet, Gao Wei could not contain his laughter. Puffed, incurring the wrath of the Qinglong gang, who has the authority to represent them. You, Qian Feng, although rumors circulate that you are the illegitimate son of a high-ranking member of the Qinglong gang, my friends from No. 2 Middle School have informed me that you are merely a distant relative of a member. Before you successfully changed classes, you lacked even the privilege to converse with the gang leader, let alone the high-ranking officials. After 3 years of being meek in high school, you suddenly soar, and though your talents have reached that of a fated individual, there remains a distinction between strengths among you. Do you not fear that your boastful words will lead to your downfall? With that, Gao Wei turned and accepted Chen Tianming's invitation. Gao Wei's words left Qian Feng flushed with rage, clearly striking a nerve. Wei Ge, you're amazing, Chen Tianming exclaimed, giving Gao Wei a thumbs up. Indeed, one must be vigilant after 3 days apart. It takes someone as astute as Gao Wei to accurately pinpoint the opponent's vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive blow. Just a single remark about being an illegitimate child struck right at the core. Tiange, I heard that stupidity can be contagious. We should leave here quickly. Qian Feng stammered, his body trembling with rage. His already pale face now devoid of color, resembling a sickly figure on the verge of collapse. Ding! Chen Tianming opened the dungeon list and casually selected one, clicking to enter, as the 4 figures gradually faded from sight. Gao Wei suddenly turned and raised his middle finger at Qian Feng. Though my family background may not match yours, I'm the only child of my family, something you can never envy. This final gesture seemed to ignite a powder keg. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qian Feng roared, I will drain every drop of blood from your bodies. I will kill you both. I will certainly kill you. Chen Tianming, Gao Wei, you two scoundrels, wait for me. Chapter 35. Am I the leg brother? A desolate landscape greeted them, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the air. The 4 figures of Chen Tianming, Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Ming Yao gracefully descended onto a dilapidated plaza. From a bird's-eye view, one would discern that this plaza lay at the very heart of a crossroad. A white magical formation encircled the 4, and should anyone step outside its bounds, they would lose the protective barrier and confront the terrors of the dungeon head on. So exhilarating. So exhilarating. Gao Wei exclaimed, Tiange, this time I have directly confronted a fated individual on your behalf. You must protect me, otherwise I cannot withstand his ambitions. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Chen Tianming replied, producing a shield, a suit of armor, and a long sword from his spatial ring, handing them to Gao Wei. These were 3 rare-grade pieces of equipment obtained from the ironclad Rhinoceros dungeon. Here you go. This is for you, Chen Tianming said with a smile as he pressed the 3 items into Gao Wei's hands. Wow, Tiange, Did you scavenge these from the wild? Where did you acquire such fine equipment? Gao Wei exclaimed in astonishment after examining the item's .3 rare grade pieces. Could it be that fated individuals have a luck bonus? Is it truly possible to find such items? Nonsense. I painstakingly farmed these from the dungeon that if I cannot use them, I might as well give them to you, that I certainly cannot have a summoner wielding a shield to tank monsters. Can I? 3 rare grade items just given away like that. Li Ming and Su Mingyao exchanged envious glances at the scene. Gao Wei donned the equipment while jesting. Tiange, you were just bragging. Although my academic performance is poor, I know that only nightmares or higher-level dungeons can drop equipment. The prefixes of these items are the same. If they were acquired from a dungeon, does that not imply you have cleared nightmare-level dungeons 3 times or more? Chen Tianming chuckled. Naturally. Otherwise, how could I have been your elder brother for so many years? Realizing Chen Tianming was not jesting, Gao Wei's mouth quivered as he asked, Tiange, what level are you now? Elite level 4. His. The 3 gasped in a W.I.S. This what it means to be a fated individual. Truly terrifying. Gao Wei exclaimed dramatically. Tiange, what difficulty level of dungeon did you select? Su Mingyao inquired. Lost City, hell level. The Lost City. We must proceed with caution. Although Tiange, you're already an elite level 4 expert, we have just barely broken through to... Wait a moment. Gao Wei's smile suddenly froze. Hell level? This dungeon has a hell level option? Of course. However, only fated individuals can unlock it. Chen Tianming teased that, in a way, is it truly a hell level dungeon? Gao Wei asked incredulously, repeating the question, while the 2 girls beside him regarded Chen Tianming with tense expressions. Then, in utter disbelief, he stepped outside the protective formation. Lost City, hell-level dungeon officially begins. This is it. It's really over. Gao Wei despaired completely, while Su Mingyao's face turned ashen. Only Li Ming maintained semblance of calm, though beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Tiange, we've been brothers since childhood. Although I once threw firecrackers in the toilet while you were squatting, and I also took your clothes while we swam. Leaving you to walk home naked, I haven't done anything else to offend you, right? Not at all. Chen Tianming replied, puzzled. So those 2 incidents were you? I thought you had known all along that I am the distance. A throng of shadowy figures began to converge towards them. Tiange, Weigu, there are monsters approaching, Li Ming exclaimed, producing a detector to begin scanning. Monster. Mutated zombie level. Rare level 5, rare enhanced type. Strength, 700 agility. 300 spirit, 100 constitution, 700 skills, bite. Infection. Upon seeing the monster stats, Gao Wei felt tears welling up. That, if you didn't know, then why did you choose the hell level dungeon? Do you not realize that dungeons can be deadly? I cannot afford to buy an escape scroll. Fear not, we can handle this, Chen Tianming reassured him, surveying the surroundings and noting that monsters were converging not only from the front, but also from the sides and behind. Brother, I'm only elite level 1, with merely 2 skills, the offensive skill Shadow Assault and the defensive skill Soul Guardian. Li Ming, dressed like a little street punk, stepped forward, calmly stating, we should find a strategic position to form a line of defense to avoid being caught off guard. Since Tiange dares to lead us here, we must trust him. She then pulled out a brush to begin casting enhancement skills on everyone. Seeing this, Chen Tianming smiled slightly, patted his chest, and confidently declared, rest assured, it's all on me. With a snap of his fingers, an array of monstrous insects sporting enormous scissor-like heads and wielding sickles appeared around them. These were the warriors. Another snap, and dozens of hunched creatures with grotesque visages and long tails materialized. Revealing the gene worms. What are these? Both Gao Wei and Su Mingyao were horrified, rolling their eyes in fright and trembling uncontrollably. Even Li Ming, usually composed, was now drenched in sweat, her breath rapid, her chest rising and falling with each gasp, causing those nearby to feel dizzy. However, with a gentle exhalation, Chen Tianming commanded, go. The monstrous beings surrounding them suddenly charged towards the horde of zombies with a ferocity that seemed to shake the very earth. Chen Tianming had initially contemplated summoning the plasma bomb insect for assistance, but upon recalling that such creatures were consumable, disappearing after a single explosion, he promptly dismissed the idea, as he observed that these monsters did not direct their aggression towards himself. The three individuals gradually regained their composure. Tan, Brother Tian, are these all your summons? The trio inquired in unison, their eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. However, before Chen Tianming could respond, a series of notifications echoed within their minds. Kill, enhanced rare level 5. Mutated zombie, experience 1200, experience 1300, experience 2400. A continuous stream of alerts resonated in their ears. Gao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating, a look of confusion etched upon his face. His mouth moving unconsciously as if to speak. Yet he found himself unable to produce a single sound, as though his throat were obstructed. He could only tremble and gesture towards the front. Then point at Chen Tianming that it's exactly as you imagine. These are all my summoned creatures. Chen Tianming assured Gao Wei with a confident and affirming glance. Wow! Gao Wei exclaimed, bouncing with exhilaration and immediately clasping Chen Tianming's leg tightly. Brother leg, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never venture west. From this moment forth, I shall be but an accessory to your leg. Wherever you go, I shall follow. In that instant, Gao Wei understood that he was not merely holding on to Chen Tianming's leg, but to his own future. Beside them, Li Meng and Su Mingyao exchanged glances, their mouths twitching before casting envious looks at Gao Wei. They too wished to embrace, yet their feminine modesty restrained them from such an unrefined display. Instead, they stood shyly beside Chen Tianming, quietly observing the captivating man before them. Chapter 36. There must be something going on between them. The four stood at the edge of the square, gazing into the distance. Under the overwhelming attribute advantage, these mutated zombies posed no challenge to the warriors. They couldn't even break through their defenses. The gene origin insect was akin to a ravenous wolf among sheep, snatching and grasping with lethal efficiency. Its elongated tail, stained with dark brown blood, was mesmerizing in the sunlight. Each piercing strike would impale one or even multiple zombies upon its tip. These terrifying mutated zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing in waves along the roadside. The previously crowded streets were swiftly overtaken by the swarm, and experience points surged rapidly. Good heavens, is this truly your summoned beasts? This is nothing short of a slaughtering legion. A symbol of cruelty. Each time the system notification sounded, it signaled the influx of thousands of experience points into Chen Tianming and his companions. The experience required for professionals to level up increased by tenfold every 10 levels. 1,000 for level 1, 2,000 for level 2, and by level 10, it reached 100,000. That upon entering the elite tier, the requirement escalated from 110,000 to 200,000 for Chen Tianming to reach elite level 5. He required 500,000 experience points. Similarly, upon ascending to the hero tier, the necessity would be 1 million and 2 million for hero level 2, and so forth. Brotherleg, this is absolutely exhilarating. Gao Wei grinned widely. As experience points cascaded upward towards level 9, the corners of Gao Wei's mouth resembled an AK rifle firing uncontrollably, but a smile appeared on Chen Tianming's face as well. Approximately an hour later, not a single zombie was left in the lost city. The four remained at the edge of the square, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, Chen Tianming's mind stirred, sensing an extraordinarily powerful zombie being besieged by the swarm. This zombie was indeed formidable. Each strike could penetrate a warrior's exoskeleton, marking Chen Tianming's first encounter with a creature capable of injuring a warrior. Yet, even such a powerful entity could only meet its demise against the tide of insects. Within minutes, the mighty zombie fell tragically to the claws of the warriors and the gene origin insect. Unaware of the orchestrator behind its demise, that a familiar voice resonated in the ears of those in the square. Congratulations on clearing the lost city, hell level. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon completion. Congratulations, you completed the dungeon in 1 hour and 5 minutes, setting a record and currently ranking first. Reward. 1 million Tianxian coins will be automatically deposited into your account within 3 working days. For any discrepancies, please inquire at the professional association. However, an additional voice chimed in Chen Tianming's ear. Ding! Congratulations on completing optional task 2, earning 2 lottery chances, preparing rewards for the host. Preparation complete. Would you like to draw now? Chun Tianming did not rush to draw, preferring to wait until he returned home that evening to do so in solitude. After clearing the dungeon, Chun Tianming, Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao reappeared at the dungeon square on Lake Island. My goodness, leveling up 1.5 levels in a single dungeon, plus a bonus of 1 million Tianxin coins. As soon as they landed, the three immediately leaped with excitement, pulling Chun Tianming into animated conversation. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. Tianming, I thought I had arrived early, but seems I am late. The group looked up to see Fong Ping, the principal of the 4th high school, approaching, accompanied by a stunning woman clad in a magnificent robe, both engaged in cheerful banter. Tianming, have you already entered a dungeon once? Principal Brotherleg, no. Chun Tianming just led us through a dungeon. Li Ming and Su Mingyao replied dutifully, slightly bowing in respect. Fong Ping nodded in satisfaction. Tianming, this is prepared for you, he said, producing a milky white stone and extending it towards him. This is a refresh stone. With this, you can run dungeons without any restrictions, but each stone can only be used 10 times. Once those are exhausted, you will need to purchase more. All right, Chun Tianming said, satisfied as he accepted the refresh stone. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Principal Liu from the 7th high school. This is her disciple, Shueshan, a prodigy with exceptional talent, currently trained as a healer. Principal Liu, this is Chun Tianming, our destined one at the 4th high school this year. You may call him Xiaoming. Greetings, Principal Liu, the four responded in unison. Truly a pride of our Jiangsheng, undeniably a handsome talent. Principal Liu, you flatter me. Xiaoming, I noticed you were leading a few classmates through a dungeon just now. I wonder if you could take another student along. Principal Liu's voice was soft and melodious, imbued with an intriguing fragrance. Chun Tianming shivered, preparing to respond, but was met with an unfathomable abyss before his eyes, an abyss that seemed bottomless. This sight caused the words he had intended to speak to vanish. Swallowed back down with his saliva. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never encountered such a daunting chasm. Not a problem. Please rest assured, Principal Liu, that I will ensure Brother Leg completes this task. Gao Wei interjected, wearing a foolish grin, as though he were the one leading the charge. Principal Liu smiled charmingly, saying nothing, merely casting a teasing glance at the flustered Chun Tianming. Rest assured, I won't let you do it for free. She handed Chun Tianming a card. This card contains 3 million as compensation for the time you spend mentoring my disciple. If you can help her break through to Elite Level 5 before the major exam, I will provide you with an additional unexpected reward. Chun Tianming gazed at the bank card handed to him by Principal Liu, feeling somewhat at a loss, and turned to Fong Ping for guidance. Fong Ping shrugged. Since Principal Liu has offered it to you, you should accept it. Shueshan's healing abilities are quite valuable, especially for your dungeon runs. The 5 of you can form a complete team. With Fong Ping's endorsement, Chun Tianming finally accepted the bank card. After he did so, Fong Ping ambled over to Principal Liu's side, playfully taking her hand and grinning that we have no other business, so we shall take our leave. You young people can take your time to get to know each other. Upon hearing this, Principal Liu rolled his eyes at him, yet refrained from uttering a word, allowing Fong Ping to guide her away from the replica square. Beside them, Gao Wei displayed an expression that spoke volumes, his demeanor transforming into one of unrestrained lewdness. Right. Let us first take them to practice leveling up, and then attempt to conquer the underground dungeon, Hell Level. Should we succeed in this endeavor, there will be additional rewards. Fong Ping reiterated this, ensuring that Chun Tianming would not forget, before wrapping his arm around Principal Liu's slender waist and stepping out of the square. One deliberate stride at a time. Chapter 37. All left to leg bro. Once the 2 principals had distanced themselves, the previously silent Li Ming and Su Mingyao erupted with excitement. The spirit of gossip ignited within them. Leg bro, Wei Ge, did you see that? They're definitely up to something. Who would have thought? Our Principal Fong, typically appearing robust and imposing, could actually walk alongside the exquisite and top-tier beauty, Principal Liu. Indeed, Principal Liu's elegance is unparalleled. We appear as mere children in her presence, utterly incomparable. Who says that? I believe Li Ming is not much less than Principal Liu, Gao Wei asserted, stealing a glance at Li Ming's silhouette. Noticing Gao Wei's gaze, Li Ming feigned anger. If you keep staring, I'll pluck your eyes out. Hee hee, I won't look anymore, I promise. Chun Tianming cleared his throat, gesturing to the side. Ahem. Let us be mindful. Classmate Xue is still here. Only then did Gao Wei realize, feeling quite embarrassed, that my apologies, I got carried away in a moment, yes. It's fine, Shueshan said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she waved her hand dismissively. Su Mingyao approached. Taking Shueshan's hand, Shan, let us ignore these rascals, Okay, sure. Li Ming joined in, engaging Shueshan in conversation to prevent any awkward silence. Before long, the three young women were animatedly chatting, their hands gesturing expressively, causing their chests to sway enticingly. Gao Wei could hardly contain his drool. Classmate Shueshan, what level are you at now? Su Mingyao inquired about me. I just reached elite level 1 yesterday. What about you all? Upon hearing this, Li Ming and Su Mingyao instantly perked up. Hee hee, thanks a leg, bro. We also barely reached elite level 1 yesterday, but after just finishing a dungeon, we've already ascended to elite level 2. And we're on the brink of level 3. So, classmate Xue, are you envious? Who is leg bro? Shueshan asked, puzzled. Leg bro is Chun Tianming. He single-handedly conquered the Lost City at hell difficulty just now. Shueshan stood there, stunned. He defeated the Lost City at hell difficulty all by himself? She repeated in disbelief. How is that even possible? Why not? Gao Wei interjected, countering her incredulity. How else could he be called leg bro? He then turned to Chun Tianming with a beaming expression. ISNT that right? Leg bro? Cough. Perhaps my profession is indeed suited for dungeon runs, Chun Tianming remarked, sending a party invitation to Shueshan. All right, we should head into the dungeon now. Noticing Shueshan's lingering skepticism, Gao Wei excitedly added, let me show you, and you'll understand why he is called leg bro ding. The moment Shueshan accepted the party invitation, Chun Tianming raised a refreshed stone, causing a brilliant white light to envelop them, and the 5 figures vanished from the replica square once more. In the square of the Lost City, all 5 landed simultaneously. Shueshan confirmed she had entered the dungeon, but still within the protective array, she was unaware of the dungeon's difficulty. She glanced at the party information. Chun Tianming, Elite Level 4. Gao Wei, Elite Level 2. Li Ming, Elite Level 2. Su Mingyao, Elite Level 2. Shueshan, Elite Level 1. Then she took a small step forward. A voice resonated in her mind. Lost City. Hell level officially commenced. Shueshan realized that Chun Tianming had indeed chosen a hell level dungeon, causing her to feel a twinge of panic that she doubted the strength of Chun Tianming and the others. Logically, their party should have no issue tackling the tidal beach, and the Lost City was also feasible. However, to choose hell level difficulty right from the start sent her into a slight frenzy. After all, dungeons could be deadly. Yet, she soon understood why Chun Tianming was referred to as leg bro. At that moment, snap, snap, Chun Tianming snapped his fingers. A horde of warriors and gene parasites emerged around the square, startling Shueshan into jumping in place. Boom, crack, crack, experience 1260, experience 1374, experience 1198. The crisp and melodious sound of gaining experience began to flood her ears. Shueshan's expression shifted from initial terror to contemplation, eventually evolving into bewilderment. Just as she prepared to ask something, she witnessed Gao Wei raising 2 prominent wild cards high in the air, then slamming them down onto the ground with force, shouting, Royal Flush, 3 of a kind. I win. You too, show me your faces. I'm about to begin. Classmate Shueshan, care to join a game of Dodiju? Shueshan shook her head. Let us not. I want to observe leg bro-s summon beasts. Moments later, Gao Wei burst into laughter. Huh, Shueshan, your face is already full of drawings. He held Li Ming's brush. Chuckling heartily to that moment, Shueshan's face was covered in various designs. Chapter 38. The Tomb of Elite Level Warriors at this moment. Each person's face was adorned with a multitude of intricate lines. Gao Wei and Shueshan were nearly covered, and losing any further would leave no space for more. Just then, as everyone was immersed in their merriment, both Shueshan and Chun Tianming's bodies suddenly shuddered. Then came the announcement, congratulations on conquering the Lost City, hell level. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon completion, congratulations, Your completion time for this dungeon was 55 minutes, breaking the record and currently ranking first. Reward: 1 million Tianxian coins. The Tianxian coins will be automatically deposited into your account within 3 working days. For any discrepancies, please inquire at the Adventurers Association. Swish! Before anyone could react, a black vortex materialized before them. So soon? Shueshan exclaimed in surprise. You cleared a hell-level dungeon in under an hour? Cough, cough. That was the second run. I didn't know the boss's location the first time. Chun Tianming scratched his head. This time I instructed the summons to head straight for the boss. So of course, it was faster. The 5 exchanged a few brief words before Chun Tianming reopened the dungeon panel to eye in the next moment. Swish! The 5 figures vanished from their spot once more. Approximately 50 minutes later, the 5 reappeared in the dungeon square. Leg bro, that was exhilarating. I feel like if we do this a few more times, I could reach Elite Level 3. The pace of leveling up is simply thrilling. At this moment, the others had also surpassed a large majority into Elite Level 2. Shueshan successfully reached Elite Level 2 as well. Her expression brimming with excitement. The sensation of watching her experience bar fill up instantaneously was utterly intoxicating. The 4 turned their gazes towards Chun Tianming, awaiting his next instructions. To this point, they had all begun to regard Chun Tianming as their central pillar of support. Ding! Detected that the host level has risen to Elite Level 5. Optional Task 1 completed. You have earned a lottery opportunity. Preparing rewards for the host. Preparation complete. Would you like to start the lottery now? Yes? No. Chun Tianming opted to decline. The 3 runs of hell-level dungeons had provided him nearly 200,000 experience points, and combined with his previous experience, he had just reached Elite Level 5 after defeating the boss. If he had soloed, he would have undoubtedly reached Elite Level 5 long ago, but since he was in a party, there was no point in contemplating that. The lottery could wait. Chun Tianming glanced at the 4. For the next dungeon, I plan to challenge the Underground Dungeon. Hell level. Are you coming? The Underground Dungeon. Upon hearing Chun Tianming's words, the group fell silent for a moment. Shueshan seemed somewhat familiar with this dungeon. Hastily adding, why raise the difficulty so drastically? Among the 3 dungeons available today, the Underground Dungeon is the most challenging. It is rumored that the final boss is a transcendent being among the monsters, with strength comparable to that of a human hero. The Subterranean Abyss, unlike the Forsaken City, presents a stark contrast. While both dungeons are populated by humanoid monstrosities, the minions within the Forsaken City lack formidable strength and exhibit exceedingly simplistic attack methods. In contrast, the Subterranean Abyss harbors creatures of a different caliber, as my master had forewarned me. The monsters here not only possess a degree of intelligence, but also exhibit adaptability, often setting traps for adventurers. More critically, the terrain within this dungeon is convoluted, and the boss here possesses the capability to overwhelmingly overpower lower-tier adventurers. It is said that when the Subterranean Abyss was first unveiled a few years ago, many overconfident adventurers ventured forth, yet fewer than 1 in 10 returned. Thus, this dungeon has come to be known as the graveyard of elite warriors. Shueshan shook her head, noting that among our group, only you possess the strength to contend in this dungeon, or more accurately, your summoned creatures do. Although you have many summons, the reputation of the Subterranean Abyss as a graveyard for elite warriors is not without merit. My suggestion is that we should start with the easier levels and gradually ascend, rather than plunging headfirst into the exaggerated difficulty of the hellish tier. Chun Tianming waved his hand dismissively, a subtle smile gracing his features. Have no fear. I have utmost confidence in my summoned creatures. Others may be unaware, but Chun Tianming is well aware of the attributes and skills of his summons. The Subterranean Abyss, with its intricate terrain, is indeed a fitting battleground for the Gene Primordial, which is perfectly suited to excel here. Now at Elite Level 5, the attributes of the Gene Primordial have transformed into Gene Primordial Mature Form, Level, Elite Level 5, Sealed, Constitution, 2600 Strength, 2600 Agility, 2600 Spirit, 2600 Skills, Sturdy Wall. The Gene Primordial can envelop itself in a layer of impenetrable armor during combat, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Bloodthirst. Upon sustaining damage, the gene primordial enters a bloodthirsty state, augmenting its strength by 400% for 15 minutes, followed by a 20-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes are reduced by 20%. Propagation. When the gene primordial feels the urge to reproduce, it seeks out healthy or powerful life forms to implant new gene primordials within them. Evaluation. This species exhibits a potent desire for reproduction. Its cunning and nearly cold-blooded nature render it a perfect nocturnal predator, adept at lurking in shadows, ready to deliver lethal strikes, especially in complex terrains, and possessing parasitic and reproductive traits. Elite Level 5. With all attributes at 2,600 points. What does this signify? Not only is it on par with hero-level attributes, but even a barefaced practitioner at the mountain-moving realm would likely question their own stats against this. With intelligence, capable of ambush, in the presence of a natural killer, all else pales in comparison. Once within the dungeon, the gene primordial will teach those demons what true ruthlessness entails, seeing Chen Tianming resolutely determined to enter. The other four were deeply conflicted, uncertain whether he was genuinely confident or merely overly self-assured. It was Gao Wei who spoke first, gritting his teeth. Everything I have now is thanks to Brother Leg. How could I falter at the first sign of difficulty? If I did not keep pace with Brother Leg, I might miss future opportunities to team up. Chen Tianming nodded, turning his gaze to the others. Shueshan sighed, then retrieved several scrolls from her backpack, distributing them among the group. These are escape scrolls. If you find yourselves in danger, tearing one will allow you to escape from the dungeon. Should we succeed in clearing it, I will cover the costs of any subsequent training. This revelation astonished Chen Tianming. He hadn't anticipated this young girl would be so generous, providing each person with an escape scroll. Though he possessed one himself, acquired through the extermination of over 20 members of the Qinglong gang and the sale of a coveted item to He Dongxing of the He family in Rongqing. It was uncommon for practitioners at this stage to have such financial means. Nevertheless, Chen Tianming thought little of it as he observed the others accept Shueshan's scrolls. I'm ready to go in. Are you all prepared? The women responded in unison. We're ready, Brother Leg. Please proceed. All right, then I shall enter. Chen Tianming navigated to the dungeon option and decisively clicked confirm. Swish, the five of them vanished simultaneously from their location. Chapter 39. Challenge of the Subterranean Abyss. True to its name, the Subterranean Abyss presented itself as expected. The five found themselves in a dimly lit, cramped chamber. Before them loomed a massive iron door, at the center of which was a small gap. Through this opening, a broad tunnel was visible, with oil lamps flickering along the walls. The dim, wavering light offered not a shred of comfort, instead amplifying the atmosphere of dread. From the shadows came ominous growls, suggesting that a terrifying creature lurked within, poised to deliver a fatal blow. This harrowing scene sent shivers through the young women. Brother Leg, is everything truly all right? Gao Wei, equally apprehensive, cast a fearful glance at Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming remained silent, striding towards the iron door and placing his hand on the handle. With a creak, accompanied by a jarring metallic screech, the door was finally opened. At that instant, the system's voice echoed within the minds of the group. Subterranean Abyss, Hell Level, officially commenced. Opening that door marked the official beginning of the dungeon. As the door swung wide, Chen Tianming snapped his fingers, and 50 gene primordials materialized within the tunnel. Due to the confined space, he could only summon 50 at a time. He mused, sensing a battle unfolding ahead. Through a mental connection, he observed a nearly 2-meter-tall creature, its face adorned with a pair of crimson eyes, engaged in combat with the gene primordials. However, before the overwhelming attributes of the gene primordial, this humanoid monster was swiftly immobilized. Just as Chen Tianming pondered why this creature had not been slain, he suddenly sensed an emotion, a yearning for reproduction and parasitism. Standing still, he contemplated and acquiesced to this request, soon directing his remaining primordials to seek out a path for parasitism. Once the surrounding gene primordials had departed, he snapped his fingers once more, summoning another 50 gene primordials into the tunnel. Having issued the same command, and after the latest batch departed, Chen Tianming began summoning warriors. However, he ceased after conjuring 500 warriors. All right, follow me. Chen Tianming beckoned to the others behind him. This map is quite expansive. We can't remain stagnant for too long. Is there a distance limitation between you and your summons? Shueshan astutely observed this detail. Indeed, Chun Tianming admitted without hesitation. Soon, the five arrived before the first monster that had been parasitized. Chun Tianming produced a scanner, aiming it at the unconscious creature sprawled on the ground. Monster, Blood Slave level, Rare level 6, Rare enhanced type, Strength, 800 agility, 500 spirit, 300 constitution, 700 skills, Bloodthirst, Berserk. Upon seeing the creature's attributes, Chun Tianming fell into contemplation, based on past experiences. The boss's attributes typically surpass those of minions by 2 to 3 times. Thus, the final boss of this subterranean dungeon should possess attributes ranging from 1600 to 2400, slightly inferior to my Gene Primordial. It lives up to the reputation of a hell-level dungeon. Yet, regrettably, in comparison to my Gene Primordial, it still falls short. While you possess only one strong entity, I command a horde. With this thought, he felt a sense of reassurance. As these blood slaves bore little distinction from the zombies of the Forsaken City in his eyes. Brother Leg, what is the situation with this blood slave? Why is it lying here motionless? Gao Wei inquired, puzzled. It has been incapacitated by my summoned creature through a special method and will not awaken for the time being. Then why not take this opportunity to eliminate the creature? Su Mingyao questioned, equally perplexed. If it wakes up later, we be caught off guard. Upon hearing Su Mengyao's inquiry, Chun Tianming refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he offered a gentle smile and reassured them not to worry. So, Leg brother, what tasks do we need to undertake in this dungeon? It was Li Meng who broke the silence, and no need for that. For now, let us simply take a stroll here, he replied. A stroll? Shueshan queried, perplexed. Indeed, since it is our first time in this dungeon, we are unfamiliar with the terrain, and I am unaware of the boss's location. Through my summoned creatures, I can sense that the layout here is rather intricate. So you must keep close to me to avoid getting lost in this tunnel. Once we locate the ultimate boss and defeat it, our journey through this dungeon will conclude. Gao Wei, indifferent to the details, felt reassured by the safety of the place and exclaimed, Leg brother, why haven't we heard the sound of experience points increasing yet? Chun Tianming responded with a mysterious smile, patience, let the bullets fly for a while longer. Thus, the four followed Chun Tianming as they strolled through the tomb of those reputed to be elite warriors. As time elapsed, an increasing sense of strangeness enveloped them. During these 2 hours, every blood slave they encountered lay unconscious on the ground. Similarly, they had yet to hear any notifications of experience points gained. Whenever they attempted to slay the fallen blood slaves, Chun Tianming intervened, advising them to be patient and wait. 2 hours later, Chun Tianming had thoroughly discerned the layout of this underground lair. Soon, under his guidance, a shadowy ancient castle materialized before their eyes. Chapter 40. Playing Big 2, the castle was situated at the end of a concealed path. As they approached, they discovered it to be a vast underground cavern. Encircled on 3 sides, only the narrow path before them led to the castle entrance. A few pallid guards stood dutifully at the door, their crimson eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings, as if poised to launch a lethal attack at the slightest disturbance. An eerie and sinister atmosphere pervaded the entire cavern. The 5 surveyed their surroundings, taking note of the environment. The underground lair was equivalent to a standard Elite Level 6 dungeon, with hellish difficulty and a recommended level of Elite 8. The boss, the master of this underground castle, was named Nicola, a creature endowed with vampiric abilities. His skills included 3. One was a self-healing ability called Absorb. The second was a skill named Crimson, which could enhance his attributes comprehensively. Lastly, he possessed an evasion skill called Bat Transformation. It was crucial to note that when this boss was attacked, he could emit ultrasonic waves to summon all nearby minions back to his side. Thus, the optimal strategy would be to eliminate all minions without alerting the boss, before concentrating their forces for a decisive strike against him. Upon entering the cavern, Shueshan promptly recited the basic information regarding the boss. If I recall correctly, my notes from the teacher mention an underground passage surrounding the cave that leads directly into the castle, that we could attempt to locate this passage and stealthily infiltrate it, eliminating the blood slaves within the castle before finally coordinating to take down the boss. This would yield the highest success rate for clearing this dungeon. Gao Wei and the others were momentarily taken aback. Is there really so much nuance to clearing a dungeon? Leg brother, what do you think? Just then a melodious voice echoed in their minds like falling raindrops. Defeated enhanced rare level 6 blood slave. Experience 1720, experience 1860, experience 1780, Gao Wei exclaimed. What is happening? Shueshan quickly grasped the situation and glanced towards Shun Tianming. The unconscious creatures are gradually perishing. Leg brother, is this the work of your summoned creatures? Shun Tianming did not deny it, merely nodding slightly. A wave of horror washed over the group. What a terrifying ability! Could it be that his summons possessed poison capabilities? Shueshan looked at Shun Tianming with trepidation, sensing an inexplicable malevolence emanating from his figure in the dim, damp underground tunnel, and instinctively recoiling a few steps. However, Shun Tianming paid little heed to these minor gestures and smiled gently. It seems the bullets have found their mark. Now it is time to reel them in. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned hundreds of warriors to scatter upon the walls of the cavern. Then, with a mere thought, these formidable creatures surged towards the ancient castle at the tunnel's end, accompanied by several figures of genetic primordial insects. Some charged directly from the tunnel's entrance, while others hung upside down from the tunnel's ceiling, launching their assault with remarkable agility. They moved with grace and strength, propelling themselves forward with remarkable speed. The air within the tunnel whooshed past, debris flying, yet these warriors pressed on fearlessly towards their foes. Truly, they were the main battle force of the Arachi lineage, capable of engaging in combat across all terrains. Shun Tianming nodded in approval. Boom! Before long, the castle's grand entrance was shattered under the weight of the warriors' charge. Countless blood slaves screamed as they rushed forth from within, some wielding crimson spears and sharp swords. Several high-ranking blood slaves perched silently atop the castle, poised to leap down upon the warriors below, seemingly intent on coordinating a surprise attack, with the blood slaves emerging from a door. Unfortunately for them, these high-ranking blood slaves had gravely underestimated the strength of the Arachi insectoid forces and the cunning of the genetic primordial insects. As soon as they landed, they were ambushed by the genetic primordial insects concealed within the horde. In a flash, a glimmering blade struck with untraceable speed, and the head of one blood slave erupted in a gruesome display. The genetic primordial insect then vanished back into the swarm, never to be seen again. The group gasped in astonishment. This was their first close-up observation of the genetic primordial insect's lethal prowess, a single strike, a perfect concealment technique. They shuddered to think how they would fare against such terrifying creatures. Thankfully, these monsters fought on their side. With their hearts somewhat steadied, they mused that perhaps no elite-level dungeon could withstand this individual might. Shueshan cast a deep, awestruck glance at Shun Tianming. Her eyes filled with both reverence and a hint of envy. From that moment on, she ceased to speak, realizing why Shun Tianming dared to challenge the underground lair, if it were merely a matter of numbers. Success in this dungeon might seem precarious. However, if his summoned creatures possessed their own intellect and understood ambush tactics, the situation was entirely different. Unbeknownst to her, Shun Tianming still had tens of thousands of insects within his nest space yet to be summoned. Even without the genetic primordial insects, his warriors alone would suffice to obliterate this underground lair. Turning around, Shun Tianming produced a brand new deck of cards from his ring and smiled. Shall we play Big Two? Big Two? What is that? The three women inquired, puzzled. Gao Wei chuckled. It's simpler than landlord. Let me teach you, great. I want to avenge my earlier loss, one of them exclaimed. Chapter 41. Brain Burst defeated enhanced rare level 7 blood slave. Experience 1920 to defeated enhanced rare level 8 blood slave. Experience 2120 to defeated enhanced rare level 8 blood slave leader. Experience 4120. The pleasant sounds of experience acquisition resonated continually in the ears of the five. It seemed that the creatures within the castle had been nearly cleared, yet there had been no notifications for quite some time, leaving them curious about the situation inside. Shun Tianming glanced at the 3 cards in his hand and sighed. Leg brother, your summoned creatures haven't been drained of their blood by that vampire creature named Nicola, have they? Gao Wei also stood up and placed his cards down, seeing the 2 rise, as if to depart. Li Meng objected. You two can't leave just yet. Regardless of whether it's the King of Heaven, Nicolas' father, mother, or ancestors who show up, you both must reveal your cards to me that I have 3 queens. A full house. Even if you two escape, you each owe me 100 brain bursts. Chen Tianming, feigning ignorance, turned to Gao Wei, whose expression was one of panic, and spoke. This is not good. The situation is amiss that I sense that my summoned creature is in peril. As if it is on the brink of death. Gao Wei nodded in agreement, saying, Leg brother, shouldn't we hasten to rescue your summoned creature? Upon hearing this, Shueshan and Su Mingyao hastily dropped their cards and chimed in. Yes, let us swiftly go to aid Leg brother's summoned creature, Li Ming. Noticing the two rushing off, anxiously called out, You two, do not run off. You still have bets placed. Both of you are in for a world of hurt. Watching the 4 distance themselves further, Li Ming, in frustration, stamped her feet and, feeling indignant, packed away her playing cards and followed after them. As the 5 entered through the grand doors, they were met with a gruesome sight. Blood and dismembered limbs littered the hall. Occasional noises emanated from the upper levels, but they soon faded into silence, leaving only the rustling sounds that marked the movement of the warriors upon the floor. It appeared that the entire castle had been thoroughly purged by the Erichi insectoids and the valiant warriors. Look, over here, there is a staff, Gao Wei exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting a glimmering object in the corridor. He approached to inspect it. Weapon, staff of blood quality, rare, applicable level, none spirit, 100 strength, 30 agility, -10 effect, increases the power of fire spells by 15%. Which of you 4 shall claim this staff? The others gathered around, and upon discovering its ability to enhance fire spells, they all turned their gazes towards Su Mingyao in unison. Su Mingyao shook her head repeatedly. Feeling embarrassed as she said, You all have already brought me along to level up. It would be unfair for me to take the equipment. Chen Tianming snatched the staff and handed it to Su Mingyao, declaring, I still owe you 50 brain bursts, so consider this as a settlement. Without waiting for her refusal, he pressed the staff into her hands. Li Meng's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she approached Chen Tianming. Grasping his arm and shaking it playfully, her voice sweet as she said, Leg brother, I still owe you 100 brain bursts. Can I trade that for 2 pieces of equipment? Chen Tianming, feeling the sensation of her grasp on his arm, became somewhat flustered and replied, All right, as long as no one objects, it's all yours. Yea, Leg brother is so wonderful, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. The group erupted in playful teasing. The atmosphere grew lively. And Su Mingyao's embarrassment was swiftly alleviated by Li Meng's antics. After another round of exploration, they discovered a second piece of equipment in an attic on the 2nd floor, a decorative bracelet that enhanced mental power. Su Mingyao, having just acquired a staff, remained silent, while Shueshan expressed her disinterest. Consequently, with the consensus of the group, Li Meng happily claimed the bracelet and adorned her wrist. Moments later, a tremendous crash echoed from the rooftop, followed by a series of cracking sounds. The group gathered at the corridor, peering through the windows to witness a colossal bat tumbling through the air as if it might plummet to the ground at any moment. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a genetic primordial insect, now hanging upside down in its embrace. With a thud, the massive bat struggled briefly before crashing down, lying motionless on the ground. Chen Tianming sensed it had been parasitized. As the final boss lay unconscious, the group began to scour the castle for scattered equipment. Approximately half an hour later, several items were collected from the ruins, with the castle devoid of spoils. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Tianming. Leg brother, why hasn't a teleportation portal appeared? Gao Wei inquired, puzzled. Could it be because that creature named Nicola is still alive? Noticing the underground dungeon offered little value. Chen Tianming was ready to eliminate Nicola when he suddenly sensed all the genetic primordial insects conveying an emotional plea, urging him not to hunt Nicola. Stunned, he stood still, receiving the insects' messages until he was overwhelmed with joy. It turned out that within Nicola's body, a genetic primordial insect queen was about to be born. Through the conveyed information, he learned that the queen was a formidable presence among the genetic primordial insects, possessing the power to effortlessly annihilate ordinary ones and the ability to lay and hatch offspring. Observing Chen Tianming's elation, Gao Wei and the others curiously asked, "Leg brother, what has you so delighted?" Chen Tongming merely smiled at them, choosing not to elaborate, but his excitement was palpable as he retrieved a brand new deck of cards from his ring, saying, "Come, let us play some card games before we depart. I intend to win back those 100 brain bursts." Chapter 42. 9-turn fish soup. An hour later, upon defeating the rare level 9 dungeon lord Nicola, the party received a bounty of 55,000 experience and acquired a blood core and a bloodthirsty staff one. Nicola has fallen. The 5 engaged in their card game paused momentarily at the announcement. Ding! Detection of an immortal level. Genetic primordial insect queen. Talent skill activated. Tier 1. Tier upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine spirit level. Genetic primordial insect queen. Following that, congratulations were bestowed for completing the underground dungeon. Hell level. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon run. Congratulations. Your dungeon completion time was 4 hours, 38 minutes. Reward, 500,000 Tianxian coins. The Tianxian coins will be automatically deposited into your account within 3 business days. For any discrepancies, please inquire at the Adventurers Association. In a flash, a black vortex materialized in the center of the hall at that moment. Chen Tianming sensed a bewildering yet exceedingly malevolent aura emanating from outside the castle. It was the genetic primordial insect queen. Grr! A voice reminiscent of a child's murmurs echoed in his mind. Astonished, Chen Tianming thought the queen can speak. There was still a bounty of food in the insect nest space. He decided to secure it before anything else. With a thought, he drew the queen into the insect nest space. All right, the dungeon has concluded. It is time for everyone to depart. With a few bumps on his head, he was the first to step into the portal. Whoosh! The 5 emerged in the dungeon plaza. Leg brother, shall we continue? We've been out all day. Perhaps we should take a break? Gao Wei, rubbing his head and clutching his stomach with a pained expression, suggested. During the last hour, he had endured over 300 brain bursts, nearly shattering his head from the blows. Among the 5, he had the highest physical resilience, while the others were either support roles or not primarily strength-based. Chen Tianming had also taken over 100 hits. Su Mingyao had endured dozens, her forehead reddened from the impacts. Only Li Ming and Xue Shan had been struck the least, both laughing heartily, seemingly unfulfilled. Noticing this, Li Ming couldn't help but cover her mouth in amusement. You can't handle it now. At first, drawing on each other's faces seemed fine, but now you've changed the rules. How's that working out for you? Gao Wei retorted defiantly. If you don't believe me, let's have a few more rounds later, and I'll show you how to crack your head open. All right. Let's go eat. Xue Shan interjected. I know of a restaurant nearby that serves excellent food called Yin Lu. Shall we go there? Oh, a rich person's recommended restaurant must be exquisite. Gao Wei perked up immediately. Then you shall treat us. Sure, no problem. Xue Shan agreed readily. Soon, under Xue Shan's guidance, the 5 arrived at the entrance of a lavish restaurant. Here we are. This is Yin Lu. Upon arrival, Gao Wei's eyes widened in awe. Whoa, it truly is Yin Lu. You are indeed a wealthy lady. Chen Tianming remained silent, unfamiliar with the area. Is this restaurant well known? What? Leg brother, you don't know Yin Lu? It is one of the finest establishments in Jiangcheng. Let me put it this way. Those who dine here typically spend no less than several tens of thousands of Tianxian coins for a meal. If you wish to indulge in a more delightful dining experience, partaking in an abundance of beverages might lead you to spend tens of thousands of Tianxian coins. Upon hearing Gao Wei's words, Li Ming and Su Mingyao exchanged glances, their eyes widening in astonishment. Fortunately, it was a gathering of wealthy patrons, and today served as an eye-opener for them. The establishment they were visiting, while not the finest, was renowned for its specialty in preparing various monster meats. Their signature dish was none other than the 9-turn fish soup. Only this restaurant possessed the capability to master this dish in the entirety of Jiang City. With whispers claiming the head chef was a practitioner of a lifestyle profession, and quite gifted at that, Xue Shan took the floor to enlighten the others. The 9-turn fish soup is a culinary creation that cannot be replicated through 9 distinct methods, each spoonful offering a taste of 9 different flavors, hence its fame throughout Jiang City. As Xue Shan elaborated, anticipation bubbled among the group. Many thanks to you, Xue. It's a trivial matter. Shueshan waved her hand dismissively and summoned a waiter to guide them upstairs. However, to their surprise, upon entering the hall, they heard a mocking voice echoing through the space. "Oh, look who has arrived! I sent this the Destined One from Xizhong. Why aren't you busy at the Tidal Beach?" The five turned in confusion, only to find Qian Feng and his entourage in an elegant booth on the second floor, looking down upon them. Chapter 43. Qian Feng's intentions. Hey, are you sure you're in the right place? This is Ian Liu. After all, just a glass of water costs 200 Tianxian coins in this upscale restaurant. Can you even afford it? Qian Feng raised his glass, supported by his thumb, middle finger, and ring finger as he sauntered over to the group. You see this drink in my hand. It's called Thunderous Roar, hailing from Kyoto, crafted by at least 10 brewers of the Tide Overrealm. As for the price, it's merely 3,000 Tianxian coins a glass. Care to sample? He gently swayed the glass before them, a ghastly smile plastered across his pale face, dripping with mockery. Puffed. Thunderous Roar? That has something even dogs wouldn't touch. Who would actually enjoy such swill? Shueshan retorted disdainfully. Her words. Qian Feng's expression darkened, but upon catching sight of her beauty, his demeanor shifted, and he cast a lingering glance at Li Meng and Su Mingyao, his eyes glazing over. Taking a deep sniff, as if savoring a rare delicacy, he chuckled. "Ah, so you brought so many lovely ladies with you. It's no wonder you're trying to save face by being here." Gao Wei frowned. "Qian Feng, have you no shame? If your Gangus leader finds out that you, the Destined One, are wasting time here instead of grinding dungeons, how do you think he'll react?" This time, however, Qian Feng showed no signs of concern, sneering. "This is a celebration banquet, and I have the leader's approval." Indeed, Qian Xiao has already secured a spot in the Heavenly Palace program, and once the grand examination concludes, he will head to Kyoto for the assessment. Not only that, but he has also caught the eye of the leader of the Qinglong gang, who has specially provided him with a refreshing stone lasting 7 days. This is to ensure Qian Xiao can level up before the grand examination and aim for the top spot in the selection assessment. Chun Tianming was taken aback. A refreshing stone that lasts a week. I know about refreshing stones, but aren't they usually single use? Is there really a weekly version? Could there be a monthly one too? Use it once, and all dungeons become unlimited for a week. Chun Tianming was bewildered. If he had that, he calculated that he could potentially reach heroic level before the grand examination. Indeed, the methods of the privileged class always exceeded the imagination of ordinary folk. As for the Heavenly Palace program, he had heard of it countless times and was well-informed. It was evident that this program held significant importance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. Meanwhile, a subordinate chimed in. "Our Qian Xiao has already stepped into Elite Tier 3 today, and tomorrow the Qinglong gang will arrange for him to grind in the Lost City or even the underground demon caverns." Coupled with the refreshing stone, it's possible for Qian Xiao to reach heroic level before the grand examination, representing Jiang City in Battle AS for you. Well, you might just be left grinding in the Lost City. Haha, Gao Wei, Shueshan, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reminiscent of watching a clown. Not wanting to engage in a futile debate, Shueshan sighed. "What a bunch of fools. Let us head to the private room." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from Qian Xiao's group. "Little sister, Ian Liu is not like other restaurants. Private rooms require VIP status to enter. However, the VIP status here isn't something money can simply buy." The membership cards are divided into 3 levels: Gold, Diamond, and Crown. Gold level clients can dine on the 2nd floor, while Diamond level clients can access the 3rd floor as for the legendary Crown card. It allows exclusive access to the entire 4th floor restaurant, undisturbed. Unfortunately, just became a distinguished gold level VIP client today and have reserved a private room on the 2nd floor. Why not join me and your fellow classmates in our private room on the 2nd floor for a discussion on life philosophies and future career plans? As Qian Feng and his entourage animatedly discussed, they suddenly fell silent, as if a gun had jammed. They noticed that the waiter accompanying Shueshan showed no hesitation and directly led them upstairs. The waiter finally stopped at the staircase of the 4th floor, bowed slightly, and then withdrew. Left behind were Qian Feng and his subordinates, dumbfounded, staring at each other in confusion. "What just happened?" Qian Feng exclaimed. Why can those five go straight to the fourth floor private room? Hey, did you make a mistake? Why are they allowed to go to the fourth floor? Panic-stricken, Qian Feng yanked the waiter who had just descended the stairs, eager for an explanation. But in the next moment, bang, Qian Feng's arm seemed to strike against iron. Rebounding painfully, it dawned on him that he Yin Lu, catering to the upper echelons, employed waitstaff who were at least heroic level, drawn to the extraordinary treatment and stable working conditions. These individuals were far beyond the capabilities of someone like Qian Feng, who had just entered elite level. The waiter maintained a stoic expression, merely bowing slightly in apology. Dear guest, I sincerely apologize, but Yin Lu has a policy against touching the staff. As for why those five can enter the fourth floor private room, it is simply because Ms. Shui is our esteemed crown-level client. May I assist you with any other inquiries? If not, I must return to my duties. Qian Feng waved his hand, dismissing the waiter. That woman named Shui is a crown-level client? The surname Shui, roughly my age. Wait a moment. Suddenly, realization struck him, his brow furrowing as his gaze sharpened. I recall the elders cautioning me about a certain list of individuals to avoid, one of whom is named Shui Shan. Of similar age, this woman is currently the apprentice of the principal of the 7th high school. Could it possibly be her? He slammed his palm onto the table, anxiety coursing through him at the elder's warning. Qian Feng's outburst startled his subordinates, but he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile onto his pale face. My apologies. I momentarily lost control of my emotions. Please forgive my rudeness. Let us continue dining. However, he added, for now, let us refrain from discussing Chen Tianming and his group. His subordinates exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, yet they nodded in agreement. All right, we shall follow your lead. Qian shouted, we are at your service. The group quickly resumed their revelry, the atmosphere lively once more. Yet, a glint of coldness flickered in Qian Feng's eyes as he contemplated. The Shui surname is not to be trifled with, yet Chen Tianming is on our Qinglong gang's blacklist. Previously, his deliberate provocation of Chen Tianming was undoubtedly sanctioned by a prominent figure within the gang. As for who it was, the elder at the time had said nothing, merely raising a finger skyward. In that instant, Qian Feng comprehended everything. This was the will of the gang leader. As for the reason behind the gang leader's desire to target Chen Tianming, Qian Feng was indifferent. His sole concern lay in the benefits he could reap. That alone sufficed to owe him. Chen Tianming was a person of little consequence, even if he were guilty. Even if he were the chosen one, Qian Feng would not hesitate to offend him. This was because Chen Tianming lacked any substantial background. Coming from humble beginnings, as far as he knew, both of Chen Tianming's parents were ordinary factory workers. Although they had recently moved to the center of Tiangu, this did not alter the fact that they had no influential connections. Unlike himself, who had the backing of the Qinglong gang, a stark contrast indeed. The world is not devoid of geniuses, but only those who grow and mature into their potential can truly be called geniuses. Others are merely fleeting blossoms. Thus, Qian Feng adopted an attitude of enmity towards Chen Tianming, even going so far as to publicly belittle and suppress him. This was all to garner the attention of the gang leader. Should the leader notice, a mere allocation of resources from him would significantly lessen Qian Feng's struggles. Even if he went unnoticed, that was of little consequence. Qian Feng was a man of lofty ambitions. The years of insignificance during high school had left him with a lingering sense of inferiority, which was finally liberated the moment he recognized himself as the chosen one. Although he spoke disparagingly of Chen Tianming, it did not imply that he looked down upon this fellow chosen one. However, the unexpected appearance of the woman named Shui Shan disrupted his original plans. She was a person whom even the Qinglong gang feared, not merely because she was a young girl, but due to the formidable presence she represented. Such an entity was beyond the reach of Qian Feng, even if he were the chosen one. Unless he elevated his rank to that of the mount-moving or sea-turning realm, perhaps then he could dare to confront her. Qian Feng was astute. In the face of absolute power, all discussions were futile. So he chose to bide his time to tea the dining table. Qian Feng and his subordinates were engaged in jovial banter, their pallid faces tinged with a faint blush from excessive drinking. They appeared slightly inebriated. Yet his gaze remained remarkably clear, brimming with profound desire. It was a thirst for power and strength. Chapter 44. Leaking traces 2 hours later. A group of young men and women exited the private room on the 4th floor of Yen Lu, each face adorned with an expression of bliss. Among them, Gao Wei was particularly exuberant, patting his belly and belching contentedly. The reputation of Yen Lu was indeed well-deserved, especially for their 9-turn fish soup, which was nothing short of eye-opening. Initially, he had thought that tasting 9 flavors in a single bite was astonishing, but to discover it could also enhance experience and buffs was simply unimaginable. He mused to himself how delightful it would be if they could dine there every day. Chen Tianming also rubbed his belly, jesting that this meal had cost nearly 1.55 million Xian coins. What family could afford such extravagance? How much? 1,500,000? Gao Wei exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Shueshan as if awaiting her confirmation. Shueshan tilted her head playfully, looking at Gao Wei with a twinkle in her eye. I'm not sure. We usually eat first and settle the bill at the end of the month, that I'm not really clear on the exact amount. Chen Tianming and the others were once again astonished by her lavishness. Truly a wealthy lady, order such an opulent meal without even glancing at the price was indicative of unimaginable wealth. Even Chen Tianming, who possessed billions, felt a twinge of envy, knowing that once he purchased skills and acquired suitable equipment, a significant portion of that wealth would vanish that moment. Chen Tianming and his companions began to speculate about Shueshan's true identity. Surely, it was not as simple as being merely Principal Lu's disciple. She must have a substantial background. However, Shueshan did not divulge much about herself, leading the others to abandon their curiosity. As the 5 exited the restaurant, they agreed to reconvene at the dungeon square the following day and bid each other farewell, leaving only Gao Wei and Chen Tianming standing at the entrance. Bro, what are your plans now? Heading home or something else? I intend to visit the Adventurers Association to take care of some matters. How about you? I'll accompany you. I won't be able to sleep if I go home now. Then let us go together. Before long, they arrived at the Adventurers Association. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Upon seeing Chen Tianming, Yin Yu greeted him warmly, her face beaming with a smile as she approached him. And Gao Wei, this your friend, Mr. Chen? Yes, this is my classmate, Gao Wei. He is here to join me for a visit. You both should exchange contact information. He is quite a promising adventurer as well. The two immediately exchanged contact details. Thank you for the recommendation, Mr. Chen. Your assistance has been invaluable. Yin Yu expressed her sincere gratitude. She then slightly stepped aside, allowing the two to walk ahead while she followed behind them. As they approached the Adventurers Association, Chen Tianming had already called Yin Yu in advance to inform her of their imminent arrival. May I inquire, Mr. Chen, what business brings you to the Adventurers Association today? Without unnecessary preamble, Chen Tianming stated, I'm here to purchase the Void Transmission Skill Book. How long will it take to obtain approval from headquarters? Additionally, I have some idle items I wish to sell. Would you be able to assist with that? He added, casting a meaningful glance at Yin Yu. Understanding his implication, Yin Yu's expression turned serious as she assured him. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen. Our Adventurers Association maintains strict confidentiality regarding all client information. While our prices may be slightly lower than those outside, client privacy is guaranteed, so you can rest easy upon hearing her reassurance. Chen Tianming felt relief wash over him. He then produced a spatial ring and handed it to her. I no longer need this ring or its content. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for an evaluation. Yin Yu carefully accepted the ring and led them into a quiet private room, stating, Please wait a moment. I will quickly find someone to conduct the evaluation. Afterwards, we can discuss the skill book and Mr. Gao's equipment. With that, she closed the door behind her as she left. Minutes later, Yin Yu returned with a tablet in hand. Mr. Chen, I have arranged for a specialist to evaluate your ring and its contents. The valuation will be provided shortly. Now, let us discuss the Void Transmission Skill Book. How do you plan to make the payment? Without hesitation, Chen Tianming produced a card and boldly declared, full payment in cash. And I'll also settle the previous loan of 9 million. By the way, when can we expect the skill book to be available from headquarters? Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback by Chen Tianming's intent to make a full payment and clear the loan so swiftly. Her expression brightened as she exclaimed, If you're paying in full, that's wonderful. Coincidentally, our Jiangxing branch recently applied for a batch of advanced skill books, and the Void Transmission book is among them. These books will arrive before the major examination. If you confirm, you can pay a deposit today, and I will notify you when the skill book arrives so you can settle the remaining balance. Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement at her words and replied, I'll pay the full amount now, and I'll come by to collect it when it arrives. Yin Yu felt a wave of gratitude. She understood that this was a testament to Chen Tianming's trust in her. Just then, her phone rang, and without hesitation, she answered it on speaker. Yin Jia, I've completed the evaluation of the items you sent me. Our evaluation team has quoted a price of 9 million that you can discuss this with the client to see if they find it satisfactory. Just as Yin Yu was about to respond, she caught Chen Tianming nodding at her. Immediately, she replied to the caller, All right, my client has no objections, so let us proceed with that. Mr. Chen, this skill book is priced at 280 million. However, since you are the chosen one, you need only pay 140 million to acquire it. The recent evaluation team has appraised it at 9 million, but I will take the liberty of raising it to 10 million for you. After deducting your previous debt, you will only need to pay 39 million. How does that sound? Certainly, no problem at all. Chen Tianming expressed no objections and promptly began the necessary procedures. In no time. Under Yin Yu's efficient handling, the entire process was completed within a mere 5 minutes. Moments later, the two departed from the Vocational Association's entrance, exchanging laughter and conversation, warmly seen off by Yin Yu. However, as they left, Yin Yu's forlorn gaze was intentionally disregarded by Chen Tianming. Seeing Chen Tianming walk further away, Yin Yu could no longer contain herself and called out, Mr. Chen, have you forgotten the time you promised me? Hearing this, Chen Tianming halted and turned around, his face adorned with a smile as he replied, How could I forget? I've been busy leveling up lately, but I assure you, when the skill book arrives, I will keep my appointment. Miss Yin, what do you think? All right, this is your word. Upon receiving Chen Tianming's response, Yin Yu appeared exceedingly pleased, skipping back into the building with a look of triumph, as expected of Leg Brother. Truly remarkable. Gao Wei raised his thumb in admiration, gazing at him and I didn't expect you to be so considerate, but don't worry, once I have a sister-in-law, I won't breathe a word to her. You seem to be itching for trouble. After exchanging a few more words, they arranged a time to meet the following day and bid each other farewell. Little did they know, at that very moment, an appraiser was secretly hiding in a secluded corner, making a phone call. The man held the phone, seemingly discussing something. Yes, my lord, but I do not know who the seller is. However, the person handling this transaction is named Yin Yu. She must possess the seller's information. Yes, she has no significant background, merely an ordinary vocational practitioner. All right, I understand what must be done. Chapter 45, The Hidden Crisis in the Bedroom. Let us first examine the attributes of the Gene Queen. Gene Queen, Holy Spirit level, sealed, level, ordinary level 1 constitution, 5400 strength, 5400 agility, 5400 spirit, 5400 seal. Restricted by the strength of the Zerg Overlord, the Gene Queen has not yet exhibited her full power. Until her strength is completely unleashed, her level will rise in tandem with the Zerg Overlord. Ding! Detected that the host level is Elite level 5. The Gene Queen's level will rise to Rare level 5. Upgrading now. Upgrade complete. Constitution, 9800 strength, 9800 agility, 9800 spirit, 9800 skills. Frenzy. Actively enter a state of frenzy, increasing all attributes by 300, while also granting a 20 lifesteal effect on attacks. Lasting 5 minutes with a 15-minute cooldown. Tongue Lash. The Queen's mandibles can unleash a rapid attack on enemies, ignoring 40 of their defense. Solid barrier. The Gene Queen can add a layer of sturdy armor during combat, increasing defense by 300. Bloodthirsty. Upon receiving damage, the Gene Queen enters a bloodthirsty state, amplifying her strength by an additional 500 for 15 minutes, followed by a 20-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Evaluation. This is an extraordinarily powerful life form, possessing tenacious vitality and formidable combat capabilities. Moreover, it can parasitize superior life forms to absorb their genes, giving rise to even more powerful offspring, thereby expanding its own species strength. Note, a gene original bug can only have one queen. If another queen is birthed, the two species cannot coexist, Chen Tianming excitedly rubbed his hands together. My goodness, this is astonishing. Rare level 5 with all attributes at 9,800. Who could possibly stand in my way? Next comes the delightful lottery segment. System, I wish to draw. Ding, dear host, you currently have 3 remaining lottery attempts. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, Chen Tianming clicked the lottery button. Congratulations. You have received a double experience token. Congratulations. You have obtained a legendary equipment, the Wisdom Necklace. Congratulations. You have acquired a death substitute bug. A flash of white light enveloped the 3 items, which floated before Chen Tianming. What a tremendous haul! Chen Tianming exclaimed in astonishment. Rushing forward to inspect them, double experience token. Upon use, experience is doubled for 3 hours. Wisdom Necklace. Spirit 500 increases mental recovery speed by 300 and can resist 3 mental attacks. Death substitute bug. A miraculous insect. When a drop of blood is injected, it allows the injector to be reborn upon death. A.S. expected of the system. The experience token is quite ordinary. However, being rewarded with a piece of legendary equipment is remarkable. The enhanced attributes and recovery speed are invaluable, and the ability to withstand 3 mental attacks is simply indispensable. Currently, Chen Tianming's greatest fear is encountering high-level practitioners who might unleash mental attacks, as such an encounter could lead to a fatal ambush. But with this mental necklace, he no longer needs to worry, as long as he has a moment to react, once he reaches hero level and learns void transition. He can hide in the void, ensuring his safety. The remaining matters can be left to the bugs to handle. Elated, Chen Tianming donned the necklace around his neck and then began to scrutinize the final reward. At that moment, a small green caterpillar lay motionless in his hand, resembling a lifeless entity. Yet, as the ruler of the insect race, he could sense that this bug possessed no thoughts, indicating its mind was a blank slate, akin to a robot. Furthermore, it seemed limited by its species traits, rendering the little insect currently inactive. Chen Tianming took out a knife and prepared to cut his finger to draw blood for the injection. But he suddenly found himself in an awkward predicament. No matter how he tried, he could not pierce his own finger. Left with no choice, he began to cancel the damage transfer with the bugs. However, before doing so, he summoned several gene original bugs to guard the surroundings. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise at this moment, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. After successfully drawing blood, a drop of rich crimson liquid fell into the tiny black bug's mouth. Upon absorbing the blood, the green caterpillar began to wriggle. In a short while, it spun silk, quickly transforming into a small cocoon. That moment, Chen Tianming felt as though he had established a wondrous connection with this cocoon. He was certain that if he were to encounter an accident one day, he could emerge reborn from this very cocoon. For a moment, Chen Tianming was uncertain about where to place this cocoon. Initially, he considered placing it in the bug nest space, but then he suddenly thought, if he were to truly encounter an accident and entered the bug nest space, would he still be able to summon himself out? Thus, he decided to temporarily place it on the desk in his room. Once everything was settled, Chen Tianming began to re-establish the damage transfer connection. By the time everything was concluded, it was already deep into the night. After washing up, he collapsed in a bed, ready to welcome a beautiful tomorrow. As the sun rose and set, the cycle continued. During these days, Chen Tianming spent his time daily with Gao Wei and Xue Shan, tackling dungeons together, returning home each evening to accompany his parents. Each day was fulfilling and joyous, and he had elevated his strength to elite level 7, surpassing Ming Wanking's level from the previous year by 2 levels. This was largely thanks to the double experience token, which accelerated Chen Tianming's leveling pace. Gao Wei and the others, under his guidance, had all reached elite level 5, matching Ming Wanking's achievements from the previous year. Drawing a wave of admiration from the group, Leg brother, from now on, you shall be my dear elder brother. Wherever you go, I shall follow. No one can tear us apart. Even Xue Shan, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao joked, saying, if we were to attend the Royal Academy in Kyoto, I would truly want to compete with Wei Ge for your affection. Leg brother belongs to me alone. No one can contest with me. Not even the King of Heaven. If it were Dream Sister, however, I might consider it. The others, puzzled, inquired, why can Dream Sister? Gao Wei chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits as he stared intently at Li Ming. grinning mischievously. Because both Leg Brother and I favor a life of grandeur and adventure, the chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. Li Ming, too, chuckled while playfully scolding, you, Gao Wei, are becoming increasingly unruly. After several days of camaraderie, familiarity among them grew deeper, and the boundaries of their banter expanded significantly. It was not until the afternoon before the impending major examination that Chun Tianming received a message on his phone. Mr. Chun, are you free tonight? Upon reading the message, Chun Tianming swiftly grasped the situation. Indeed, your order of void transmission has just arrived at the Jiangxing headquarters. May I inquire when Mr. Chun plans to collect it? Immediately. And afterwards? Oh, haha, I see. After the collection, shall we dine at He and Lu? Yes. With that, Chun Tianming set off towards the Practitioner Association building. Mr. Chun, here is your void transmission. Yin Yu, wearing a radiant smile, handed the skill book to Chun Tianming. He took the skill book and glanced at it. Skill book. Void transmission. Skill description. The user can slip into the void dimension, evading all harm, and possesses the ability to teleport to any location within a 1-kilometer radius of their line of sight. With a cooldown time of 15 minutes, upgrading can shorten the cooldown. Maximum level. LV10. Precisely this one. Alas, I cannot learn it just yet. After organizing the skill book, Chun Tianming looked up to meet Yin Yu's flower-like smile and asked, May I inquire what time you finish work today, Miss Yin? Yin Yu's lips curled into an attractive arc as she replied, I am off today, that I came to the association solely to deliver the skill book to you. Then shall we enjoy dinner together this evening? Yin Yu beamed, but I must insist on treating you to... I happen to have a friend who has just opened a restaurant. The food is delightful, though it is a bit secluded. However, it is tranquil and free from disturbances. What do you think, Mr. Chun? All right, lead the way. Sir, Yin Yu's left the association building with the client who purchased the ring last time. I believe this is an opportune moment to act. Understood that a man hung up the phone and stealthily trailed behind the two. Chapter 46. Hunter or prey? Mr. Chun, given your wealth, have you not considered acquiring a vehicle for transportation? Yin Yu asked, her hands on the steering wheel, a look of curiosity on her face. I have been preoccupied with leveling up lately, which has delayed my plans. However, as far as I know, you should have been exempted from examinations. Why push yourself so hard? The path of a practitioner is akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or regresses. Even if I were exempted, I still wish to participate in the major examination to gauge my abilities against my peers. Furthermore, the sensation of leveling up is utterly captivating. Mr. Chun, if there were more individuals like you in this world, it would undoubtedly be a better place. What leads you to say that? Chun Tianming turned to Yin Yu. Puzzled at Mr. Chun, I have a younger brother named Yin Feng, who is also a combat practitioner. Although not particularly gifted, he successfully passed the military selection, which brought our family great joy. However, one day, I received a call from an unknown number. There was no voice on the line, only the heavy breathing of a man. I instantly recognized it was my brother calling. Yet no matter how I inquired, he remained silent. Just before the call ended, he uttered a single phrase, trust no one, before hanging up. That a few days later, I received a notification from the military stating that my brother had bravely fought and perished on the battlefield. My parents felt as though the sky had fallen, weeping endlessly. Ever since that call, I have harbored doubts, suspecting my brother may still be alive or that he was silenced. Chun Tianming interjected, so you suspect there are traitors in the military? Indeed, I researched and found that the 38th Legion to which my brother belonged had not undergone any significant troop movements, and he was still a rookie. How could he have died in action without cause? Yet, my voice is but a whisper. I did not inform my parents and have kept this buried within me. As they approached a traffic light, Yin Yu halted the vehicle, turning to Chun Tianming with a serious expression. Mr. Chun, you are a good person, and I am grateful for your care during this time. I am merely an ordinary life practitioner and cannot offer you much assistance on your journey. I share this not to seek your help in uncovering the truth or seeking revenge, but to inform you that humanity may not be as united as we perceive. That I share this to remind you to tread carefully on your future path and to remain vigilant. She paused, gazing at Chun Tianming with tender eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she added, I'm truly glad to have met you. Hearing her words, Chun Tianming felt a stir in his heart. gazing deeply at Yin Yu, whose features now intertwined with memories of another. The last words spoken by that girl before her departure echoed in his mind. "I am glad to have met you." Emotions surged within him as he silently regarded the girl before him. Yin Yu, meeting Chen Tianming's intensely affectionate gaze, felt her heartbeat quicken. She wondered if she had erred in her words, or if she had inadvertently upset him. Yet, she discerned a hint of affection in his eyes. Was she cherished by him? Yin Yu playfully mused, thinking that perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing after all. Damn, why am I thinking about this now? Yin Yu contemplated speaking, but the air in the car was thick with tension, rendering her speechless. She was reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere between them. They gazed at one another, their cheeks drawing closer. Unaware of the moment they were approaching, just as they were about to touch, a series of urgent honks from behind interrupted them. Chen Tianming awkwardly recoiled, preparing to explain when suddenly the ground shook violently, splitting open, and their vehicle began to sink. Before they could react, a massive fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the car roof. In an instant, the searing heat melted the car's roof into molten metal. Droplets cascading inside. Yin Yu shrieked in agony, a drop of molten metal landing on her scalp. As an ordinary practitioner, she could not withstand such terrifying temperatures and screamed in pain. Chen Tianming, with a thought, summoned dozens of insect warriors, instructing them to form a wall with their bodies to shield against the descending heat. Only then could he embrace the trembling Yin Yu, pulling her into his arms while using his own body to shield her from the still hot metal. Fortunately, the damage was transferred, sparing him from harm. Though the sticky metal was uncomfortable against his skin, he kicked open the car roof and, with the aid of the warrior's claws, climbed to the surface. Utilizing the cover of the insect swarm, he began to survey the chaotic scene outside. The crowd was in disarray, traffic thrown into turmoil. Bystanders, unaware of the situation, fled to a distance, some lifting their phones as if to capture the moment, others seemingly calling for help. Not a single soul dared to approach. Even the vehicles that had urged them on moments before saw their drivers fleeing, fearful of being caught in the calamity. Through the warrior's eyes, Chen Tianming detected no suspicious figures, leaving him puzzled about the assailants' motives. Were they targeting him, or was there another reason? He glanced at the trembling Yin Yu, who now bore numerous blisters from the molten metal. She curled up in his embrace, shivering like a frightened kitten. Chen Tianming gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you this time." Upon concluding his thoughts, a surge of intent stirred within him, summoning several genetic parasites to conceal themselves in the open space outside. Chen Tianming firmly believed that since these individuals dared to launch an assault in the city, they would inevitably strike again. As long as he remained hidden within the pit, they would surely lose their restraint. To dare to attack within the city, regardless of their motives, was a grave offense. He could await rescue while their time was precious, compelling them to act first. Thus, a contest between hunter and prey was poised to unfold, as for who the prey would be, that remained uncertain. Chapter 47. Absolute Kill. Chen Tianming, you shall perish. Initiate the signal jamming device. Plan 1 has failed. Proceed with Plan 2. Understood. A figure slowly ascended, enveloped in a shimmering azure light, which then spread outward, cloaking a radius of 1,000 meters around its center. Instantly, this area was isolated from the outside world. In a heartbeat, all unrelated individuals on the street were expelled by a mysterious force. Report. Dark 5 has ascended. Observation mode is active, and the glass barrier has been established. Time. 5 minutes. We have detected the movement of an inspector from a distance. Please conclude swiftly. Dark 1 successfully received the imagery. Dark 2 successfully received the imagery. Dark 6 successfully received the imagery. Upon hearing all the reports, a knightly figure stepped into the street, sneering, "Haha, let this little creature taste the terror of death." Immediately, flames erupted once more, and the very ground began to crumble, but a figure blended with the shadows, stealthily advanced towards Chen Tianming. Dark 3, be cautious. This foe has summoned an excessive number of creatures. Capable of conjuring dozens at once, we must not underestimate him. Simultaneously, a towering figure appeared at the end of the street, charging towards the swarm as if these terrifying monsters were mere insects. Easily crushed, All of this was observed by Chen Tianming. Above him, an unknown profession. On the ground, a knight. And hidden in a nearby tree, a mage, likely the one responsible for the fire magic and the ground collapse. Exhibiting strength no less than that of a hero, perhaps even higher. Mountain-moving realm? Could there be only these three? No, that cannot be right. There must be an assassin, in a hunt. How could one lack an assassin among their ranks? Aside from the assassin, there should also be a commander, though it remains unclear whether this commander is concealed or floating in the sky. There should be another control-type practitioner. The information is too scant to draw conclusions. Currently, I estimate the enemy's numbers to be no less than 6. Given this, Chen Tianming concentrated, rapidly summoning 10 warrior insects to charge towards the knight, while several genetic parasites stealthily approached the mage hiding beside the tree. Soon, the foremost warrior collided fiercely with the knight. As the two sides were on the verge of contact, brilliant golden and crimson lights emanated from the knight, who suddenly accelerated, wielding immense force that sent the 10 warriors hurtling into the air, their hard exoskeletons cracking under the impact. Fortunately, the warriors behind valiantly resisted, barely halting the knight's charge. In an instant, the surrounding warriors surged forward, attempting to tear the fearless knight asunder. The knight, witnessing this, scoffed disdainfully and continued his charge towards Chen Tianming without flinching. Just then, 10 ropes descended from the air, ensnaring the warriors' necks and suddenly tightening, suspending them aloft. Life-binding ropes. Chen Tianming recognized this skill, a unique ability of the calligrapher, one of the rare skills that combine control with aggression. It could suspend prey in the air, continuously tightening the ropes until they suffocated. However, there were only 10 ropes, ensnaring merely 10 warriors, while many still stood in the knight's path. Yet, under the mage's oversight from a distance, they posed no threat. The knight sneered, saying, "Chen Tianming, your life is forfeit." Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianming was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the adversary was coming specifically for him. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He focused his intent and summoned another 100 warriors from thin air, disregarding the need to conserve strength, commanding the other warriors to intercept. Simultaneously, he summoned several genetic parasites among the swarm, preparing for a surprise attack. The knight, initially believing the hunt was nearing its end, was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a multitude of cursed insects and was compelled to forsake his offense, activating his defensive skills. A soft white light enveloped him, repelling all surrounding insects, preventing any advance. The situation turned dire. The knight bellowed, "Dark 4, quickly eliminate these monsters. You fool, do not shout so loudly." Yet still, Dark 4 complied with the knight's command. Canceling the ground collapse technique. Realizing that these insects disregarded terrain and that the ground collapse had little effect on their speed, he began to amplify the fire magic's intensity, the flames growing ever more searing. Just as this mage focused intently on casting his spell, a genetic parasite stealthily infiltrated behind him. With a swift flick of its tongue, the mage's head exploded, and this suspected mountain-moving realm mage collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, the flames surrounding Chen Tianming began to slowly dissipate. Along with the ropes binding the warriors, the calligrapher, hidden in the shadows, was also slain. Upon witnessing the flames and ropes vanish, the knight felt a surge of panic. Dark 4, Dark 5. What is happening? But no response came. The knight harbored suspicions, yet found them hard to believe. That moment, the voice of Dark 1 resounded. "Dark 3, we seem to have underestimated him. He possesses assassin-type summons. Dark 4 and Dark 5 have likely perished. Given this, we must revise our combat strategy." Dark 1 paused momentarily. "Dark 6, are you confident in executing the assassination?" After a brief silence, Dark 6 replied, "If it is an assassination rather than a mere incapacitation, my chances are significantly higher. However, I require Dark 3 to restrain more of the insects. These damned summons are simply too numerous that I am still 15 meters from the target. I will only have a chance to strike if I close the distance by 10 meters. Dark 3, can you hold out?" 1 minute. My skill can last at most 1 more minute." The knight shouted, "Second brother, how long until the inspector arrives? If not, cancel the observation state and come help me." "The inspector will arrive in 2 minutes," the figure in the sky responded, but I will not cancel the observation state if it becomes known that this atrocity is the doing of our Azure Dragon Gang. Even the chief will find it difficult to protect us. Therefore, 1 minute. If we fail, we must retreat immediately, leaving no trace behind. After the skybound figure spoke, all fell into silence. After a moment, Dark One's voice broke the stillness. I know what to do. Dark 6, I will create an opportunity for you. The next move is yours. With that, from a nearby tall building, a man slowly rose, drawing a great bow and knocking an arrow. A terrifying force coalesced at the tip of the arrow. The mere aura emitted sent a chill through Chen Tianming, seated within the vehicle. What power is this? Chen Tianming gasped through their mental connection. He observed a mysterious figure on the edge of the barrier. Drawing aim at his position with a massive bow, he had not anticipated an enemy lurking from such a distance. Uncertain if he could withstand this terrifying strike under the effects of damage transfer, he sensed the scent of death. Once more, hundreds of warriors were summoned. The summoned insect warriors quickly moved like a stacked formation, attempting to shield against the incoming arrow. However, at the very moment these warriors were summoned, that terrifying arrow was already loosed, soaring towards him with a chilling ferocity, reminiscent of the grim smile of death. Now, Dark One shouted. The knight's radiance intensified as he activated a charge skill, withstanding the insect warrior's onslaught, advancing towards Chen Tianming. Yet, the light surrounding him began to waver, as if it might shatter at any moment. Damn it all. Old 6, I leave this task to you. You must ensure his demise and avenge me. Along with Old 4 and Old 5, the knight understood that even if Chen Tianming were to perish, his own chances of survival were slim. With a final cry, he shouted, Chen Tianming, you shall meet your end. At that moment, in a nearby shadow, a figure lay in wait, holding its breath, anticipating the instant Chen Tianming would expose himself to deliver a fatal blow. The encirclement was complete, and annihilation was imminent. Chapter 48. Fear not. I shall heal you to Chen Tianming, in a frenzy, screamed as he felt the encroaching threat of death. He began to summon the warrior insects with reckless abandon. In an instant, thousands of warriors surged forth, enveloping him like a small mountain. The insect warriors formed a formidable line of defense with their resilient bodies, standing guard against the onslaught. Meanwhile, arrows from afar descended upon them in the blink of an eye. This all transpired in mere moments. Upon striking the exoskeleton of the first warrior, the arrow, propelled by an overwhelming force, pierced through it and continued to penetrate layer after layer. Simultaneously, the tremendous gust of wind sent the mountain-like heap of warriors flying. Clearing a vast area, a shadow darted from the adjacent darkness, launching a lethal strike at the two within the vehicle. The blade in hand glimmered ominously under the streetlights glowed at that moment. A massive figure rose, letting out a thunderous roar towards the sky. The arrow, imbued with an irresistible force, was halted by the creature's formidable exoskeleton. Subsequently, its colossal tail swept sideways, sending the shadowy figure crashing away. Old 6, Dark 1, Dark 2, and Dark 3 exclaimed in alarm. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the gigantic beast charged at the knight, shattering the protective barrier with a single swipe. The IT then opened its gaping maw, swallowing him whole. After devouring the knight, the creature slowly lifted its head, its cold, emotionless eyes gazing at the man in the sky, and a chilling, eerie voice escaped its lips. The master shall perish. The man above, in observer mode, trembled at the sight of those indifferent eyes. What manner of beast was this, capable of human speech? Its gruesome brutality instilled a profound dread in the nearby mysterious figure. Both were taken aback. They were formidable beings of the sea-filling realm, yet they were besieging a mere elite-level child. Yet this child had effortlessly annihilated 4 of their comrades. Such terrifying prowess was hardly befitting an elite-level warrior. Even if he were the chosen one, it was excessively daunting. Both felt a sense of retreat. From a party of 6, only the 2 of them remained in an instant. Suddenly, the mysterious figure's gaze sharpened, and a decision formed in his heart that he raised his great bow, aiming once more at Chen Tianming. The previous strike had unveiled him in the open. An arrow was loosed, followed swiftly by 2 more. Chen Tianming, alarmed, commanded the queen to shield him. However, the first arrow was aimed at the man who had just attempted to assassinate him. In no time, flames erupted from the struck man. Chen Tianming quickly realized the intent to obliterate the evidence. Yet the flames consumed him at an astonishing speed, turning him to ash in an instant. Nearby, the recently assassinated mage and painter also fell victim to an arrow, their bodies similarly incinerated. Once the obliteration was complete, the two did not linger, dispelling their barrier and vanishing from Chen Tianming's sight in the blink of an eye. Observing the barrier slowly dissipate, Chen Tianming withdrew the enraged queen and the other insect warriors. Hastily turning his attention to Yan Yu in his arms, her once delicate visage was now marred by enormous blisters and pustules. Her skin, previously fair and smooth, laid bare to the air. The once enchanting form was now riddled with wounds. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, but silent tears at the corners betrayed her inner turmoil. Despite Chen Tianming's efforts to shield her, the suddenness of the attack left him unprepared. After the initial chaos, she had not uttered a sound, biting her lip to endure immense pain, striving to prevent Chen Tianming from losing focus. Chen Tianming observed everything. His heart deeply moved. He understood how terrifying it would be for a young girl to lose her beauty. Looking down at her, he said painedly, "I'm sorry. They were after me." Though he knew her injuries could heal, the incident was ultimately his fault. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down the girl's face like a broken dam. "It's all right. I don't blame you." She gently touched his nose, attempting to muster a reassuring smile, trying to convey her strength. Yet he knew this was merely a fade. With a silent sigh, Chen Tianming felt a hint of understanding regarding who these assailants might be. Glancing at the girl in his arms, he swiftly retrieved his phone and urgently called Xue Shan. The first words out of his mouth were that someone was injured and needed immediate medical attention. Xue Shan was the only healer he knew. "That I will wait for you at the entrance of Jiangsheng Huafu." After learning Xue Shan's address, Chen Tianming headed toward a nearby abandoned vehicle, placing Yanyu in the back seat before driving off. Having not touched the steering wheel for over a decade, he felt somewhat rusty, but after a brief period of adjustment, he quickly regained his proficiency. The vehicle sped up as he encountered police and patrol officers on the way. Yet he paid them no heed, racing madly toward Xue Shan's location. Meanwhile, his anger intensified with each passing moment. "Qinglong Gang, I shall not rest until we settle this." Boom! Honk! Honk! Chen Tianming slammed the accelerator to the floor, recklessly honking as he overtook other vehicles. In just over 20 minutes, he maneuvered through several blocks, arriving in an opulent villa district. By this time, Xue Shan had been waiting at the entrance for quite a while. Alongside her, to Chen Tianming's surprise, were Fang Ping, Principal Liu, and an unfamiliar man. The moment the four saw Chen Tianming, they rushed forward. Fang Ping took the lead, hurrying to assess the situation. "Fortunately, it's only burns. Xue Shan can handle it. However, to prevent scarring, we should have Mr. Xue assist." With that, the unfamiliar man raised his hand and unleashed an advanced healing spell. Yen stepped out of the car. She was enveloped in a milky white glow. Soon, the blisters and pustules on her skin vanished, and her already fair complexion became as delicate as that of an infant. However, her tattered clothing left her in a compromising state. Chapter 49. Allow me to provide you with some psychological counseling. Once healed, Yin Yu's exposed skin evoked myriad thoughts. She shyly covered her cheeks with her hands. Chen Tianping and Fang Ping's gazes inadvertently fell upon her alluring contours. A charming blush spread across her frosty, jade-like face. Fortunately, Xue Shan thoughtfully retrieved a cloak from her spatial ring to drape over her, preventing any further exposure. "All right, Chen Tianming, we have treated your friend. Now, shouldn't you tell us what transpired?" Fang Ping, with a hint of regret in his eyes, glanced at Chen Tianming, signaling him to speak freely. He then beckoned everyone inside the villa. Upon entering, Chen Tianming noted that the house was even more exquisitely decorated than his own, leading him to speculate more about Xue Shan's background. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. With the principal having spoken, Chen Tianming recounted the events of the night, including how he had eliminated 4 members of the Qinglong Gang in the wilderness. "Though I lack evidence, I am certain it was them. Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, Fang Ping stood nearby, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Merely eliminating a few ordinary members should not warrant the deployment of an assassination squad against you. He remarked with a hint of satisfaction, "It's truly remarkable that you managed to survive an assassination attempt by the dark guards of the Qinglong gang. But how did they manage to pinpoint your location? Logically speaking, you handled everything with such finesse that no traces were left behind. How could they possibly track you down?" Fang Ping settled into the sofa, deep in thought. Chen Tianming lifted a cup of tea from the table and downed it in one gulp before responding. "The ring that I suspect it was the space ring I sold." Turning to Xiaoyu, he inquired gently, "Who else has come into contact with that ring?" Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. She understood that this incident was likely a result of her actions. She hurriedly explained, "First, it went to the evaluation team. After assessment, it is submitted for approval and signature by the supervisor. Once signed, it is handed over to the storage team for organization. After organization, it is then put up for sale. At this point, Xiaoyu comprehended that the calamity of the day stemmed from her involvement, and she was overwhelmed with anxiety, tears welling in her eyes as she began to sob uncontrollably, though she tried her best to stifle the sounds given the number of people present. Clearly, the situation was becoming more evident. At this moment, Principal Liu turned to Yin Yu, whose face was filled with guilt, and continued, "The internal staff of the Practitioner Association recognized that ring as belonging to the Qinglong gang. Consequently, they discreetly contacted the gang, but they were unaware of the seller's identity, so they began to monitor you. Today, upon discovering that you and Chen Tianming were going out for a meal, they promptly reported to the Qinglong gang, prompting the Dark Guards to come and attempt your assassination." Chen Tianming approached Xiaoyu and gently patted her shoulder, asking in confusion, "But why would they have the audacity to kill openly within the city?" "Because tomorrow is the major examination," Liu Principal explained. "After the exam, you'll be heading to Kyoto. If they did not act today, they might not have another chance out of course. There's another possibility. They may have originally intended to strike tonight. But coincidentally, you were invited out to dinner, and, even more so, to a secluded restaurant." Liu Principal cast a sidelong glance at the still sobbing Yin Yu and continued, "I believe their initial objective was to capture you alive. However, upon realizing the strength of your summoned creature, they had no choice but to eliminate you and seize your space ring. Recently, rumors have circulated that the Qinglong gang has lost a crucial item, and it likely pertains to at this juncture. The man who had assisted Yin Yu with her treatment interjected, yet they did not anticipate that the terrifying arrow, combined with the assassin's attack, would fail to kill you. Seeing that the situation was turning against them, they had no choice but to retreat." Liu Principal, realizing he had been interrupted, chose to remain silent. The unfamiliar man then gave Chen Tianming a reassuring nod and raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, "No wonder Shueshan has been reminding you these past few days. You truly are a young hero." He then erupted into hearty laughter, instantly creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. "Huh." Fang Ping also chuckled. "Old Shui, it's rare to hear you commend someone to you think this student of mine is worthy of your praise. Indeed, he is a promising talent. When you go to Kyoto, do feel free to visit our home." The man known as Old Shui said kindly to Chen Tianming. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Chen Tianming realized this was a family with a long-standing legacy, one whose existence had been woven into the very fabric of Dongli's history. They had witnessed the rise and fall of the Dongli Empire. He promptly rose, bowing slightly in respect, and declared, "I shall certainly pay a visit in the future." "Good, good. Shueshan is my niece, and you youngsters should get to know each other better," Old Shui jovially remarked. "Uncle Li, what are you saying? That's so embarrassing." Shueshan stomped her foot, refusing to acknowledge him. With that, she hurried upstairs. "This little girl." Old Shui shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "All right, Tianming, why don't you stay at Shueshan's house tonight? The outside is chaotic. It's best if you don't return home. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the examination venue. I will handle matters with the inspector and the police on your behalf. Also, do not forget to call your parents to inform them you're safe. If they inquire about your whereabouts, simply say you are with me tonight." Chen Tianming readily agreed. "Understood, Principal. The hour is late. Let us all retire early," Fang Ping suggested, a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at Principal Liu. "Liu Yun, Could you check if there are any vacant rooms in your house? You'll need to make arrangements if there aren't enough rooms. I could begrudgingly share with you tonight that go die, you old rascal. Lu Yun rolled her eyes, swaying as she made her way upstairs. There are indeed 2 vacant rooms on the left and right sides of the second floor. I will have the butler escort you there shortly. As for you, old rascal, just come and pick us up in the morning. With that, she vanished around the corner of the stairs. Fang Ping yelled in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Chen Tianming. How infuriating. I was supposed to have dinner with Principal Lu tonight to discuss life. But that phone call from Shueshan ruined everything. You, young man, decide to participate in the major examination tomorrow and aim for first place in the province. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy. Moreover, set aside thoughts of the Qinglong gang for now, he said, glancing at Yin Yu. Everything must revolve around the examination. A surge of anger welled up within Chen Tianming, seeking an outlet, but upon meeting Fang Ping's gaze, he ultimately held his tongue. All right, I'd understand, Chen Tianming acquiesced, sighing silently to himself. They still did not trust Xiao Yu. After Fang Ping departed, a man dressed as a butler slowly descended the stairs, announcing as he walked, "Esteemed guests, please follow me. I shall arrange your accommodations for the night." As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he bowed slightly and gestured for them to proceed. Chen Tianming looked at the tearful Xiao Yu, his heart aching as he said, "It's all right. This place is very safe. Let us head upstairs first." He extended his hand. Xiao Yu responded softly, and made Chem, and took Chen Tianming's hand as they ascended together to Mr. Chen. "This room is yours. Miss Yin, please follow me. I will take you to your room now. This butler, my friend, is in a poor mood today. I need to provide her with some psychological counsel," Chen Tianming said politely. "As for the room, I can take her there myself later. After all, this place isn't very large. I should be able to find it easily." Psychological counsel? The butler expressed surprise, taking a closer look at Chen Tianming. Pondering, has the young lady mentioned that this esteemed guest also provides psychological guidance? However, as a professional butler, it was his duty to accommodate every guest's needs, so he quickly replied, "This is what the young lady instructed. If I fail to do my job well, I shall face consequences. However, I can wait outside." Stepping back, he created space for the two. "Since you wish to wait, you may do so outside," Chen Tianming said, then promptly pulled the sobbing Xiao Yu into the room, shutting the door with a definitive thud, leaving the butler standing alone outside. And as for what transpired within the room, how Chen Tianming provided his guidance, and the nature of their conversation remained a mystery to all. However, an hour later, when the door swung open, Xiao Yu's previously tear-streaked face was now adorned with a hint of a smile. The butler, upon witnessing this, could not help but exclaim internally, "Mr. Chen is indeed knowledgeable and talented. It appears his psychological counseling proved quite effective." Chapter 50. The lighthouse today, Jiang City, was undoubtedly the liveliest place. Jiang City serves as the capital of Tianbei Province. Each year, the major examination is held here, drawing all candidates from across Tianbei Province to converge upon Jiang City, much like ancient times when one would travel to the capital for the imperial examination. Chen Tianming stretched lazily, rubbing his sleepy eyes, feeling utterly refreshed. The fatigue that had weighed upon him was completely dispelled after a night's rest. This moment, he was in peak condition. After freshening up, he made his way to Yin Yu's room and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Chen, Miss Yin asked me to inform you that she has an early shift today and has left to change clothes at home." The butler approached, bowing slightly as he spoke. "Additionally, the young ladies are waiting for you downstairs to have a meal together. Please follow me." "All right," Chen Tianming responded without further thought, following the butler downstairs. Upon entering the hall, he discovered that Shueshan, Lu Yun, and Shueli had already commenced their breakfast downstairs. However, he was unable to catch sight of Yin Yu and, after offering a brief greeting, inquired about her whereabouts. Chen Tianming glanced around and noted the lavish spread before him, a table brimming with various delicacies representative of Jiangxin. Hot dry noodles, bean skin, small noodle nests, accompanied by plain porridge and steamed buns, with a selection of vegetable salads to cleanse the palate. The feast appeared utterly enticing as he greeted his companions at the table and began to partake in the meal. During the breakfast, Chen Tianming turned to Shueshan and expressed his gratitude for her assistance the previous day. Asking if she felt confident about the impending examination. With a radiant smile, Shueshan assured him that there should be no significant issues. Chun Tan-ming returned a subtle smile, saying, "Then we shall meet in Kyoto." Shortly thereafter, Fong Ping pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. "Da-da. You're already eating," exclaimed Fong Ping, producing several stones from his pocket and handing them to Shueshan and Chen Tianming. "These are the teleportation stones permissible for the exam. Simply activate them with your mental energy to arrive directly at the examination venue. Additionally, I must emphasize that ensuring your personal safety is paramount during the exam. Do not act recklessly." "Understood," they replied in unison. Immediately, both activated their teleportation stones, and a radiant light enveloped them, causing them to vanish from sight. Upon their arrival, they were astounded by the scene before them. The examination site sprawled expansively, resembling a colossal plaza capable of accommodating tens of thousands of participants. Sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, lending an air of mystery and solemnity to the entire locale. Buses continuously arrived, each filled with the hopes of a nation. Chan Tan-ming surveyed the area, but did not spot Gao Wei or Li Ming, likely because they had either not yet arrived or were lost among the throngs, considering that candidates from numerous cities across Tianbei province had congregated here. He dismissed the idea of continuing his search and awaited the commencement of the examination in silence. Occasionally, flashes of light could be seen as other candidates arrived via teleportation stones. The candidates stood haphazardly in the plaza, waiting. After approximately half an hour, no more vehicles entered, and all candidates gathered, anticipating the beginning of the examination. With a thunderous sound, a massive white lighthouse descended from above, landing heavily on the ground under the gaze of thousands of eyes. Strangely, it produced no sound upon landing, as if it were as light as a feather. "The lighthouse is now activated." A commanding voice resonated throughout the plaza. The doors of the lighthouse began to slowly open inward. "All candidates, please listen attentively to the examination rules at NO speaking. No questions. Any violations will result in disqualification." At this declaration, the previously boisterous plaza fell into silence. All candidates stood erect, attentively listening to the forthcoming instructions. The lighthouse would assign different examination scenarios based on the type of profession. Combat-oriented professions would face main combat scenarios, while support professions would encounter non-combat scenarios. Following the foundational examination, candidates would be granted the right to choose their difficulty level. Different difficulties corresponded to varying points, which would serve as both their examination scores and currency at higher educational institutions. Please remember, the value of points far exceeds that of Tianxin coins. Lastly, it was noted that all equipment carried would be usable, but their spatial rings would be sealed. The authoritative voice gradually articulated the rules of the examination. As long as one possessed a normal level of intelligence, comprehension would generally not be an issue. Now, all candidates line up to enter the lighthouse. Everyone began to form an orderly queue, entering the tower one by one, and no one dared to act out of turn. Even the scions of prominent families refrained from mischief. The grand examination was the most significant event in Dongli Nation each year, representing the final fair assessment in the lives of all professionals. This examination not only took place in Tianbei province, but was simultaneously held in other provinces as well. The number of participants on this day reached into the tens of thousands. Qianfeng was also among the crowd, a prodigy hailing from Jiangsheng and backed by the Qinglong gang, who had been brazenly arrogant of late, yet now found himself dutifully queuing among the masses. Chen Tanming followed the line, gradually entering the tower. Upon entry, a beam of light illuminated him, as if scanning him, and within seconds he vanished from his spot. Entering a separate space, that moment, on the top level of the lighthouse, several middle-aged men stood tall, exuding an air of solemn authority. They were the chief examiners responsible for the grand examination in Tianbei province. Holding several documents, they began to review. Chun Tianming, male, summoner, designated as the Destined One. Li Yuqing, female, puppeteer, also designated as the Destined One. Qianfeng, male, blood mage, likewise a Destined One. This document contained the profiles of all the destined individuals in Tianbei province. Totaling 7, they activated the monitoring system at the pinnacle of the tower, and the faces of these 7 individuals appeared on the screen. Chapter 51. Adaptation. The men sat before the screen, engaged in hushed discussion. These are this year's destined individuals in Tianbei province. Quite impressive, with 7 in total, 3 more than last year. After deliberating, they began to finalize the examination methods for these 7. Just then, a monstrous creature appeared before Chen Tianming, brandishing its claws menacingly. This creature had the head of a dog and wielded a massive staff that it was a monster Chen Tianming had never encountered in any of his studies. Observing its robust physique yet wielding a staff, he surmised, could it be a dual cultivation creature? At that moment, a voice echoed within the space. Examination task. Eliminate the dog-headed creature, and further information was provided. A countdown appeared on the screen. Chen Tianming prepared himself, summoning a warrior and a genetic parasite to his side. 5 for 3. As the countdown concluded, the warrior and the genetic parasite surged toward the dog-headed creature. The distance of merely 10 meters vanished in an instant for the 2 summoned beings. In less than a second, the genetic parasite reached the creature, swiftly severing its head with a single strike, not even allowing it to emit a CRYIS. It dead. Chen Tianming thought, bemused. The creature's strength seemed rather lacking. Meanwhile, the examiners at the top of the lighthouse were visibly astonished. This its summoned creature? How could it be so powerful? Is there an issue with the data? Did we misconfigure the parameters? The parameters are correct. We deployed a rare level monster, corresponding to elite level candidates, that we set this creature's level at Elite 6. This is already a considerable challenge. The difficulty faced by candidates varied based on their innate talents. For instance, candidates of average talent faced rare 1-level monsters, while those of exceptional talent faced rare 2-level monsters. And the destined ones confronted rare 6-level monsters directly. For main combat profession, a warrior would face warrior-type monsters, while a mage would face mage-type monsters. A summoner, Chen Tianming was assigned a magical dual cultivation creature, typically stronger, equivalent to rare 7-level. Yet it was effortlessly dispatched before him. It is no wonder the examiners were left in shock. Generally, the grand examination assessed candidates' combat skills. Even if the difficulty were increased, it posed no issue for individuals of such extraordinary talent. This setup had been in use since the Crisis era and had never encountered problems. Typically, battles concluded within 10 seconds, and longer ones lasted up to half a minute. The examiners could glean insights into the candidate's combat potential from these encounters. Yet, in Chen Tianming's case, an anomaly occurred, a one-hit kill. What is there to analyze? What to do? At this moment, an examiner raised a question. The crowd's gaze shifted toward a man clad in armor and another wielding staff. Both individuals served as examiners for the warrior and mage categories, respectively, in examinations of similar types. They held the reins. Yet, at this juncture, they found themselves indecisive, as the anticipated results had not been achieved, leaving them both in a state of perplexity. Just then, an elderly gentleman, sprightly and jovial, entered the room. "Lord Shui, what brings you here?" The examiners promptly bowed in respect to the newcomer. Xuanning glanced at the screen before him and cheerfully remarked, "I heard that 7 destined individuals emerged from Tianbei province this year, so I came to take a look." Observing the figures displayed on the screen, Xuanning expressed his sentiments. They are all remarkable young talents. The future of Dongli relies on these individuals. The examiners hastily briefed him on the observed situation. After listening, Xuanning maintained his cheerful demeanor and said, "It's my first time witnessing a Destiny-level summoner. Since you all are eager to gauge this summoner's true strength, why not raise the stakes and conduct another round?" One examiner voiced a concern, questioning how the points would be calculated if an additional test was introduced. Xuanning chuckled. "Such scenarios have occurred before. You were simply unaware. For this instance, we shall make an exception and declare him the first in this round, awarding him the full 100 points should he pass the second round. He will receive an additional 100 points in the face of exceptional talent. We must adapt accordingly. As the saying goes, a person must adapt to survive, while a tree that does not move with the wind will perish. Stagnation will not save our nation from its perilous plight." The examiners nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. We shall adhere to Lord Shui's wishes." Chapter 52. The second round of examinations. After a brief pause, a creature materialized before Chun Tianming once more. This beast mirrored the previous one, albeit radiating a significantly more formidable aura. Candidates, prepare for the second examination. Eliminate the kobold before you. Chun Tianming, puzzled, did not dwell on it, assuming that such was the nature of the examination rules. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was being treated differently. As the countdown concluded, a sharp crack echoed. Once again, the creature was dispatched without uttering a single cry, its head sent flying by the gene primordial worm's claw, its body collapsing even before it touched the ground. This summoned creature is utterly monstrous, Qin Tianming mused. The kobold I had previously summoned was of elite peak status, yet it too could not escape the fate of being obliterated. Could it be that he possesses some equipment that amplifies the attack power of his summons? The examiners stood agape, unsure whether to continue or halt the testing process. Their gazes turned to the elder Xuanning, who, since his arrival, had shifted the focus away from the examiners to himself. There's no need to hesitate. Let us proceed directly to the second round of testing, Xuanning stated, shaking his head. At this point, all participants had completed the first round of tests. A solemn yet authoritative voice resonated in everyone's ears. The first round of the combat examination has concluded. A total of 326 candidates participated, with 8,105 passing. The rankings are now being announced. A luminous screen appeared before them. Chun Tianming, 0.1 seconds, points. 100 Qianfeng, 2 seconds, points. 95 Li Yuqing, 3.6 seconds, points. 90 Yifan, 4.5 seconds, points. 85 Chun Tianming astonishingly claimed the top position, achieving his feat in merely 0.1 seconds. Upon seeing this ranking, Qianfeng's expression soured. How is this possible? Isn't Chun Tianming a summoner? How did he manage to slay the creature in just 0.1 seconds? This must be a mistake. In that moment, Qianfeng felt as if his very heart had been struck by 1,000 blows. The individual he had always looked down upon had, in this instance, utterly overshadowed him in the examination results. Su Mingyao gazed at the rankings in admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, he truly deserves the title of Leg Brother." Gao Wei wore an exaggerated expression, proclaiming, "Leg Brother will always shine brightly." No matter the occasion, Chun Tianming sheepishly scratched his head, reflecting, should I perhaps tone it down a bit? He had not anticipated that this seemingly straightforward test would still eliminate over 100 participants. The grave and commanding voice echoed once more. The second round of the main combat examination is about to commence. Candidates may select their desired difficulty level. Please note, the second round carries a risk of injury or worse. Candidates should assess their own capabilities. Should you encounter danger during the examination, you may call for a waiver, and your test will be halted, with scores recorded as they were at the moment of waiving. The second round of examinations presented 3 difficulty options: normal, hard, and nightmare. The points awarded varied according to the difficulty level: 1 point for normal, 5 for hard, and 10 for nightmare. The examination duration was set at 45 minutes. Upon reading this, Qianfeng, without a moment's hesitation, chose the nightmare difficulty that in his estimation, defeating 1 creature at nightmare level equated to vanquishing 10 at normal or 2 at hard. It was, in his view, a more advantageous choice, provided one possessed the necessary strength. Coincidentally, Qianfeng was indeed highly confident in his abilities. You may have had the luck to win the first round, Chun Tianming, but I refuse to believe you can still outshine me in the second, he declared, gripping a blood-red staff, his visage pale. Look, this individual named Qianfeng has opted for nightmare difficulty. He is a blood mage, the examiners noted among themselves. Indeed, a blood mage possesses strong sustainability and explosive potential. He should perform admirably in the next round. Gao Wei pondered briefly before selecting hard difficulty. Although he too was a rare class, belonging to the hybrid of magic and beast mastery, his limited resources hampered his sustainability capabilities, prompting him to rely on quantity for victory. Li Yuqing, who ranked 3rd in the first round, chose nightmare difficulty as well. The examiners took note of her decision, recognizing her as another rare main combat class. Upon witnessing her choice, they offered their assessments. Her puppets share similarities with Chen Tianming's summons to a certain extent. However, their current levels restrict their potential, once they both ascend to the realms of moving mountains or parting seas. Their true capabilities will be unleashed. The other destined individuals, primarily support classes, had made their selections, leaving only Chen Tianming still contemplating his choice. Soon, the screen displayed Chen Tianming's decision that he raised his hand and lightly tapped the nightmare option. As expected, the examiners remarked, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability. This lad indeed chose nightmare difficulty. That is only natural. Summoners are fundamentally mages, and their summons function as warriors, with a summon to shield him. He fears nothing. Let us not forget, we have yet to witness any of his skills. They were eager to discover what abilities he had acquired, and thus, they awaited his forthcoming performance with bated breath. Chapter 53. To wave or continue. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, the principals of various high schools across Tianbei province gathered together. Fong Ping, once again you've been outdone. 0.1 seconds. Such a terrifying achievement is something even last year Ming Wonking could not accomplish. Moreover, 2 of the top 5 this year hail from your school. I am truly envious. Your school has truly made a name for itself this time. Next year's enrollment rate will undoubtedly soar. Should Chen Tianming return as the provincial champion this year, you might even find yourself promoted to the Education Bureau. Fong Ping chuckled. Oh, it's nothing really, just fleeting clouds, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. At this moment, all the examinees have made their selections, and with the countdown reaching its conclusion, the second round of the examination commenced. A dark red magic circle shimmered slightly not far away. Subsequently, a mummy, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, hopped eagerly towards the direction of Chen Tianming. With a flicker of thought, Chen Tianming summoned a warrior from the insect race to confront it. The warrior lunged at the mummy, sinking its teeth into it. With a crunch, the seemingly resilient body was effortlessly bitten in two by the warrior. That a swift kill remained just that, a swift kill. Although the attributes of the monster were obscured from view, Chen Tianming sensed that this creature was significantly weaker than the dog-headed creatures from the first round. Standing still, he pondered for a moment and deduced the reason. After all, this was an examination designed primarily for the majority. If the monsters were excessively powerful, it would inevitably lead to a massive culling, which would not align with the nation's interests. The purpose of the examination was not to eliminate students, but rather to identify and cultivate exceptional talents. Naturally, someone like him, who was already assured a place, would surpass most of his peers in strength. Witnessing the mummy's demise, Chen Tianming commanded the gene worm to advance alongside the warrior and guard the teleportation array, awaiting the appearance of more monsters. After a few brief seconds, a second mummy emerged from the dark red magic circle. In an instant, the gene worm struck, and this mummy met the same fate as the dog-headed creature from the first round, its head soaring into the air while its body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. How mundane, Chen Tianming thought, observing the monsters that appeared every few seconds, gradually discerning the pattern of this examination. This round assessed the endurance and combat capability of the practitioners. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the lighthouse, the examiners were utterly astonished by the sight of Chen Tianming, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed in tranquility. This fellow's summoned creatures were rather excessive, weren't they? Just look at him, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, utterly relaxed. Indeed, this hardly resembled an examination. It was more akin to a vacation. This individual was bound to enter the Heavenly Academy, though it remained uncertain whether he would later join the Heavenly Plan. The examiners, as senior leaders of the nation, possessed some knowledge about the Heavenly Plan, with some even participating in it. They soon lost interest in watching Chen Tianming's performance and turned their attention to other practitioners. The monsters here fell within mere seconds, each one dispatched as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Meanwhile, Qianfeng brandished his blood-red staff, weaving through the throng of mummies. Once a sufficient number had amassed, he summoned a pool of blood to ensnare them all and subsequently unleashed a blood explosion that, in an instant, a multitude of mummies were eradicated, and he found great delight in repeating this process. Conversely, Liu Qing's situation grew rather eerie. As a colossal evil, I hovered ominously in the air. Any mummy caught in its gaze stood frozen, as if stripped of its very soul. Before long, dozens of mummies stood vacantly before Li Yuqing. When additional mummies appeared, these once immobile figures abruptly turned to attack their fellow kindred behind them. This was unmistakably a sinister spell that attacked the soul and manipulated the deceased. After surveying the scene, the examiners gained a rough understanding of the various candidates' capabilities, except for Chen Tianming. In the ensuing time, some candidates chose to forfeit, yet many others gritted their teeth and persevered. Each individual aspired to achieve the best possible results to secure opportunities for admission into esteemed institutions. Only Chen Tianming could afford to take a nap amidst it all. As the countdown concluded, Chen Tianming finally rose from the ground. Many candidates sighed in relief, exclaiming that they were glad it was over. Had it continued, they might not have been able to endure. I feel more exhausted than when I was grinding through the lost city. Most candidates now sat on the ground, panting heavily in just 45 minutes. They felt utterly drained. The first round of examinations concluded. Among the 7,962 candidates, a total of 3,650 passed the assessment, with the remainder eliminated. The difficulty of the next round would continue to escalate. All remaining candidates were urged to choose wisely. At this point, a radiant panel materialized before everyone, presenting them with two options: continue or forfeit. Simultaneously, all candidates heard the announcement. Some opted to forfeit, but a greater number wished to persist. Without hesitation, Chen Tianming chose to continue. He understood that this was also a component of the examination. It tested the courage to persevere against the current. Indeed, the moment he selected to continue, the voice echoed once more. Even if you forfeit now, your current scores are sufficient for entry into higher education. However, should you choose to proceed, the risks to your lives may escalate significantly. After all, the difficulty of the third round would increase unprecedentedly, and one might not have the opportunity to halt the examination, risking their lives in the process. Please make your choices judiciously. I shall grant you 5 minutes to consider. Should you fail to decide, you will automatically be assumed to continue into the next round. Upon hearing this, many candidates ultimately chose to forfeit. What they did not realize was that at this moment, a crack had formed in their resolve. Conversely, many who chose to continue were still deliberating. After all, to reach this point only to give up would be a lamentable fate. Chapter 54. 3 middle school students among the 3,650 candidates who successfully passed the second round of examinations. Over 800 chose to forfeit. Ultimately, 2,758 individuals resolved to remain and continue the examination. The rankings for the second round of examinations were announced. First place, Chen Tianming, total score, 5,600 points. Second place, Li Yuqing, total score, 4,800 points. Third place, Qian Feng, total score, 3,350 points. Fourth place, Yi Fan, total score, 2,090 points. Upon seeing the leaderboard, Qian Feng leaped up in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could he possibly have such a high score?" In 45 minutes. Calculating at 5 seconds per monster, one could defeat at most 12 monsters in a minute. Nightmarish difficulty. Each monster yielded 10 points, meaning the maximum possible score in 1 minute would be 120 points. The absolute limit for 45 minutes would be 5,400 points, plus the 100 points from the first round, totaling at most 5,500 points. How could he have scored 5,600 points? This did not even account for the time spent slaying the monsters. Was it possible that Chen Tianming eliminated each monster the moment it appeared, never allowing any to slip through? At this moment, a thought emerged in everyone's minds. Could this fellow be some sort of freak? Is this a score achievable by a mere mortal? Qian Feng even suspected that he had cheated, but he dared not voice such accusations, fearing repercussions from the nation's higher-ups. If Chen Tianming was indeed a prodigy, then how could Li Yuqing possibly overshadow him? Was his own talent merely illusory? Qian Feng's countenance darkened as he realized that he had initially believed this year's top scorer would be an easy target. Only for a dark horse to emerge unexpectedly, he now worried that if his ranking continued to plummet, whether he would still receive support from the Qinglong gang. Anxiety consumed him. Outside the examination hall, Fang Ping saw the results published and instantaneously sprang up from his chair, his face flushed with excitement, his water bottle trembling in his grasp, spilling droplets across the floor. "Old Fong, your student is indeed extraordinary," he exclaimed. "Simply a genius." Fong Ping chuckled. "You're the one who's a freak. Your entire family is a freak." Fong Ping felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, as he seemed to understand how Chen Tianming had achieved this success. Throughout his 3 years of high school, Fong Ping had secretly provided him with considerable assistance, refraining from disclosing it to avoid disrupting his studies. Now witnessing his remarkable accomplishments, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. However, at that moment, several vehicles adorned with flashing red and blue lights arrived outside the examination hall. Several batches of law enforcement personnel disembarked, creating an imposing presence. Moreover, a few individuals clad in trench coats and sunglasses emanated an aura that suggested they were high-level practitioners, clearly not to be trifled with. The school principals exchanged murmurs of concern. "Why have the enforcers and inspectors come here? Has something occurred?" "Look, the leader appears to be Director Ma from the Law Enforcement Bureau. What event could warrant his personal attendance?" To comprehend the situation within Jiang City, it is imperative to understand that any illicit activities fall under the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Bureau. However, if the matter involves the inspector, it signifies an exceedingly grave nature that transcends the management scope of the Bureau. The minds of the principals in attendance were instantly flooded with the urgent news from the previous night. They recalled the heinous attack that had occurred in the suburbs of Jiang City. Although there were no civilian casualties, the repercussions were profoundly detrimental. In this era of advanced networking, news had spread nationwide within the span of a single night. Speculation brewed among the crowd, their gazes converging on the 7 principals from Jiang City's secondary schools. Could it be? Lu Yun and Fong Ping exchanged a subtle glance before diverting their attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Fong Ping, who had earlier displayed a countenance of joy, now wore a visage of deep concern. Nonetheless, his years of holding a prestigious position allowed him to swiftly mask his emotions, adopting a cheerful demeanor as he approached Director Ma. "What winds have blown you here today, Director? This is indeed an examination venue. I presume you all are here to maintain public order." "Principal Fong, Chen Tianming is inside, participating in the examination, correct?" "Indeed, what of it?" "We have reason to suspect his involvement in a homicide, and thus we have come to summon him. Given his status as a professional, I deemed it prudent to bring the inspector along." "Homicide?" Fong Ping exclaimed in astonishment, then whispered, "Did I not mention to you last night that he was the one attacked? How has this turned into him being the perpetrator?" Director Ma remained silent, casting a long, contemplative gaze at Fong Ping before finally speaking. "This matter is not from last night. It has just transpired. The deceased's name is Yin Yu." "This cannot be true," Fong Ping exclaimed. "He left for the examination early this morning. There was no time for him to commit murder. Moreover, was not Yin Yu his friend? What motive could he possibly have?" Director Ma, with a grave expression, replied, "I did not assert that he was the one who killed." "Then who did?" Fong Ping inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "3 middle school students," Director Ma stated calmly. "What does this have to do with Chen Tianming?" According to the testimonies of these 3 students, they had just exited an internet CAF last night when they encountered Chen Tianming loitering about. He requested their assistance in teaching someone a lesson, offering them a reward of 100,000 Tianxian coins. They agreed, but upon confronting the victim this morning, the victim reacted violently, leading to an accidental death. Fearing the repercussions, they came to the police station to confess, claiming that the mastermind behind it all was Chen Tianming. Last night, that makes it even more implausible. Not only I, but also Principal Lu Yun and Physician Shueli can attest that he was with us. Director Ma regarded Fong Ping thoughtfully, then retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. Opening an album to reveal a video, it was a high-definition footage from a roadside surveillance camera, clearly depicting Chen Tianming conversing with the 3 middle school students. Their exchange appeared strained, with the students shaking their heads and waving their hands in refusal until Chen Tianming produced the 100,000 Tianxian coins, at which point the youths visibly softened and followed him to Jiang City Huafu. Once they arrived, Chen Tianming instructed them to lie in wait outside while he entered the villa area, after which he lost contact. The next segment of the video revealed a young woman skipping joyfully, a radiant smile adorning her face as she approached the exit of the community, just as she was about to leave. Several young men suddenly emerge from an alley, forcefully dragging her inside. The lack of surveillance in the alley leaves the specifics of what transpired thereafter, including the cause of the victim's demise, shrouded in uncertainty, though a coroner has been alerted to commence an autopsy. Old Fong, Director Ma said, given the gravity of this situation, which involves inciting minors and hiring a hitman, the ramifications are severe. The online discourse has already begun to brew. So, he placed a hand on Fong Ping's shoulder. I understand there are numerous doubts surrounding this case, but currently, all evidence points unfavorably towards him. By protocol, we must take him in for questioning. However, rest assured, we shall not make things difficult for him. After all, with so many professionals around, who can definitively claim that the individual in the video is not an impersonator. Having said that, he ignored Fong Ping further, finding a seat nearby to await the conclusion of the examination. Fong Ping, upon hearing this, felt a stir of emotion, his gaze fixed upon the sky, lost in contemplation. Chapter 55. The terrifying third round within the tower, a beam of pure white light descended from the heavens, illuminating each individual. Everyone regained their peak condition. In light of this, I shall respect your choice. The rules for the third round of examinations are as follows. Each of you will face 10 waves of magical creatures, with each wave consisting of 20 monsters, totaling 200 creatures. The interval between each wave is 1 minute. Regardless of whether you have vanquished the first wave, the next will appear promptly after 1 minute. The final wave will be led by a superior level creature. Eliminate them all to pass. Each creature defeated grants you 10 points. Should you manage to eradicate all, the points for this round will be doubled, culminating in a total of 4,000 points. As the rules concluded, the dark red array before each participant began to flicker. The first wave of 10 monsters had already materialized. The creatures were the dog-headed men and mummies from the first round. With 5 of each type, it appeared that the mummies were intended to serve as shields, allowing the dog-headed men the opportunity to unleash their spells. The difficulty had significantly escalated this moment. Chen Tanming remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside, his mind preoccupied with strategies. This difficulty had not merely increased slightly. Should the efficiency of monster extermination prove inadequate, he would find himself besieged by an ever-growing number of foes, ultimately leading to failure. He had come to understand that this round was a test of the examinee's ability to clear large numbers of enemies. The first round assessed individual combat skills. The second evaluated sustained combat capabilities. While this third round focused on rapid extermination, Chen Tianming mused, this examination is truly a labor of love. The examiners wore smiles, their gazes fixed on Chen Tianming's screen, remarking, let us see how you intend to respond this time. Regardless of the strength of his summoned beings, should his clearing capacity fall short, allowing the monsters a moment to regroup, he would inevitably become overwhelmed in the latter stages. Yet, given the formidable prowess of his summons, it seemed unlikely he would struggle to pass this round. His true strength would only be revealed in the final round. At this juncture, Xuanning, who had been observing silently, suddenly interjected, this round will pose no challenge for him. The examiners exchanged puzzled glances at Elder Shui. His assertion carried a strong sense of certainty, as if he was convinced that this challenge would not trouble Chen Tianming in the least. While some examiners harbored doubts, they ultimately refrained from voicing them due to their positions. After all, the truth would soon reveal itself. Before long, the third round of testing commenced in earnest. Before Chen Tianming appeared 4 warriors and 4 genetic primordial insects, perfectly matching the number of monsters in the opposing array. The 10 insectoid beings surged forward, claws swiping and sides flashing. In mere moments, 5 dog-headed men and 5 mummies lay vanquished on the ground. Oh dear, I just recalled something, exclaimed the examiner responsible for the mage category, smacking his forehead in realization. I once read a book that mentioned each time a summoner levels up, they gain a new summon while also increasing their summoning limit by 10. This fellow is currently at the elite level, thus his limit stands at 20. Therefore, the mage-like examiner chuckled ruefully. First place is likely his without a doubt. Wow. Another examiner gasped, increase the limit by 10 and gain a new summon with each level up. No wonder the summoner class is so rare and formidable. Who would have thought they could be so terrifying? Eventually, one could single-handedly lead an army. Beside him, Xuan Ning broke into a grin, his expression reflecting a sense of inevitability, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. In the examination hall, Chun Tianming curled his lips in disdain, muttering to himself, "I never imagined this major examination would prove so lacking in challenge. Its difficulty pales in comparison to the thrills of the underground dungeon. Alas, I shall no longer watch this rascal." He is reclining there, crossing his legs. He seems more at ease than we are. How infuriating! While others are beset by monstrous foes, he has the audacity to merely squat at the revival point, awaiting the monsters to respawn. The actions of others are far more engaging. Look at this fellow named Gao Wei. He is quite remarkable as well at that moment. Several examiners were intently observing the young man's performance. They beheld him wielding his long sword, skillfully maneuvering within the encirclement of monsters. A silvery luminescence continuously coalesced around his sword, enhancing its sharpness to the extent that it effortlessly pierced through the defenses of the monsters, inflicting devastating damage. This was a unique ability of the magic swordsman, capable of delivering both physical and magical harm, categorizing it as hybrid damage. Coupled with his agile and graceful movements, he appeared to navigate the throng of monsters with remarkable ease. Although he had yet to acquire area of effect skills, the monsters fell one by one under his onslaught. Gao Wei was indeed impressive. Despite being a rare talent, his potential for the profession was immense, marking him as a dual practitioner of magic and martial prowess, likely to deal significant damage in the later stages. Should he continue to perform well, he stood a good chance of being admitted to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. The examiners were no longer solely focused on the one destined for greatness. They activated additional screens, displaying other promising candidates worthy of their attention. Gao Wei was merely one among several. The remaining candidates exhibited an array of intriguing skills. Some executed deadly strikes. Others lurked in the shadows to launch surprise attacks, while a few boldly engaged the monsters in direct confrontation without any defense. The examiners were thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, Qin Tianming remained with his eyes shut, legs crossed, humming a tune, creating a rather awkward scene. From the information gathered in this initial minute, the examiners discerned that the first place in the third round was undoubtedly his. What was even more exasperating was that the time he spent with his eyes closed surpassed that which he spent open. 5 minutes later, a significant number of candidates began to forfeit. One by one, they were transported outside the lighthouse. They felt no shame in being eliminated in the third round. On the contrary, they held a sense of honor. After all, they had endured longer than many before them, which was sufficient to validate their capabilities. They were all regarded as prodigies, the future seeds of the Easternly Kingdom, the hope of humanity. The ferocity of these monsters was astonishing. They not only possessed resilience, but also dealt ranged damage. I nearly believed I would perish within. Indeed, those who continued to persevere were truly impressive. Speaking of which, that Shun Tianming appears exceedingly formidable. He is practically superhuman. As time swiftly elapses, an increasing number of individuals are transported outside the tower. Soon, fewer than 100 remained within. The elimination rate for this round reached a staggering 99%. Chapter 56. Missing in action, the third round of examinations concluded. Out of 2,758 participants, only 86 emerged victorious. The voice of the examiner resonated not only within the lighthouse, but also reached those outside. The fact that only 86 remained from the original 2,758 signified that these individuals were the elite of Tianbei province, worthy of entry into the 4 prestigious academies. They began to announce their rankings for the third round. First place, Qin Tianming, total score, 9,600 points. Second place, Li Yuqing, total score, 6,300 points. Third place, Qianfeng, total score, 5,050 points. Fourth place, Yi Fan, total score, 4,090 points. Fifth place, Feng Yuxiu, total score, 3,800 points. Chun Tianming maintained a commanding lead, and the gap between him and the second place continued to widen. A radiant light illuminated the area once more, signaling the restorative healing light. Gao Wei, Xue Shan, Li Ming, Su Mingyao, and others settled into a meditative posture, diligently regulating their breathing. Upon feeling the light envelop him, Gao Wei smiled broadly, gripping his sword tightly and murmuring, "Brother Leg, I shall surely gain entry into the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Li Ming, Xue Shan, and Su Mingyao exhaled deeply, acknowledging having survived the third round. Entering the 4 prestigious academies is assured. We just wonder if we can secure a spot in the Royal Academy of Kyoto. They all harbored a singular ambition, to exert every effort to gain admission to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. This score could only guarantee their place among the 4 prestigious academies, not necessarily secure a spot in the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Chun Tianming shared the same sentiment, albeit while reclining at this moment. The examiner's voice rang out once more that, I know you all aspire to enter the Royal Academy of Kyoto, but this institution is not easily attained, although you have persevered through 3 rounds. A final test remains. Should your performance fall short, you will still face elimination. To gain admission to the Royal Academy of Kyoto, you must let your scores speak for themselves. Thus, please pay close attention to the rules for the final round of examinations. In the final round, the lighthouse will initiate its teleportation function, casting you alongside candidates from other provinces into the abyss. Within the abyss, your sole task is to survive for 5 hours to successfully complete the assessment, after which the lighthouse will return you. There are 4 stages within, each yielding different scores. Every hour, a defensive barrier will be lifted. The first stage rewards 10 points for slaying monsters, the second stage 20 points. The third stage 40 points, and the fourth stage 80 points. Notably, points are higher for enhanced, elite, and boss-level foes. You may choose to form teams for survival, but the points earned will be evenly distributed among the team members. With no cap on team size, after the assessment concludes, those who accumulate a total of 10,000 points will be granted direct admission to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Therefore, may you all charge forth with courage, and may our future generations be spared from suffering. Teleportation. Commencing destination. The abyss, the entire summit of the lighthouse erupted with a brilliant incandescent light, shooting straight into the heavens and tearing a massive rift in the sky. Almost immediately, the entire structure began to emanate a resplendent glaze, as if constructing a translucent passageway. Subsequently, the lighthouse quivered as if something were entering that breach alongside the radiant beam. This phenomenon persisted for several seconds before tranquility was restored. At this moment, apart from the overseer at the pinnacle, all the candidates had been transported to the abyss, a front line where the human race clashed with the malevolent entities. All extramundane fiends entered the world of Blue Star through the portal located in the abyss, which served as a transit station, providing a pathway for invasion. Naturally, humans could also reverse the invasion back to the fiends' homeland via the abyss, although they currently lack the strength to do so. In fact, Blue Star is merely humanity's secondary battlefield, while the abyss represents the primary station of confrontation with the fiends. Countless human heroes will engage in a bloody struggle against these creatures here, with some even disappearing without a trace, leaving only the graves of honor for them in the rear. Today, these blossoms of our homeland shall be granted an early glimpse of the brutality of war. Many may exhibit valor in routine missions, buoyed by the presence of allies and mentors. However, upon entering the abyss, they often reveal their frailty, as those who first step into this realm are utterly alone. The moment an individual enters an unfamiliar environment in solitude, it tests their psychological fortitude. In an endless abyss devoid of companions or kin, one's emotions can easily spiral into despair. I end this world rife with death. Oppression and chaos, succumbing to emotional collapse inevitably draws one closer to demise. The abyss is vast, showcasing a multitude of terrains. At this moment, Qin Tianming found himself transported to a desolate valley. Before him, a dark crimson hue enveloped the sky, and the shadowy valley appeared as though it had been soaked in blood, casting a deep red hue. A nauseating stench permeated the air, reminiscent of rotten eggs from a spoiled refrigerator, inducing revulsion. Countless jagged stones littered the ground, some towering several meters high. Nonetheless, such an environment provided room for maneuvering for the professionals. Qin Tianming wrinkled his nose, detecting a hint of fresh blood mingling in the air, suggesting a recent battle had taken place. With a thought, he summoned 100 warriors and 50 gene worms to disperse around him for preliminary exploration. Simultaneously, all the lighthouses across the provinces descended into chaos. The overseers emitted frantic roars. What is happening? Why have we lost the monitoring feed? In the distance, the sounds of combat echoed. Approximately 100 meters away, a squad of orcs clashed with the warriors. However, upon noticing the presence of other warriors nearby, the orcs suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, retreating as they fought. Soon, several more orc squads came into view within Chun Tieming's line of sight, observing the situation. These orcs began to converge toward other orc squads while engaging in combat. These creatures seem to possess considerable intelligence. Truly, they are formidable beings of the abyss. Chen Tianming beckoned one warrior over and mounted it. Advancing several dozen meters, he retrieved a scanner from his ring and initiated a scan. Upon entering the abyss, he had already discovered that the seal on his ring had been lifted. Soon, the scanner revealed its findings. Green-skinned orc warrior level. Rare level 5. No further information accompanied this data. After promptly reporting to the other orc squads, the orcs began their counterattack, that if these orc squads encountered smaller groups of human professionals, such tactics would undoubtedly prove effective. Unfortunately for them, they faced Chun Tianming. With a resounding crack, 500 insectoid warriors materialized out of thin air, swiftly surrounding the orcs. The scythe-like thrust injured the foremost green-skinned orc severely. Although it did not perish, it retained a flicker of life. Chun Tianming was taken aback. How could it not be dispatched in a single blow? The fact that the insectoid warriors failed to eliminate the green-skinned orc surprised him. Clearly, one must not underestimate these abyssal creatures. The physical attributes of these orcs must be exceptionally high, otherwise they would not withstand a warrior's strike. Nonetheless, confronted with overwhelming numbers and attributes, the orcs ultimately could not escape annihilation. Chun Tianming reached a conclusion. If one strike was insufficient, then two would suffice. With ample numbers, the worst outcome would be two warriors attacking one orc, ensuring its swift demise. A S1 green-skinned orc fell lifelessly to the ground. Chun Tianming's score adjusted accordingly, rising from 9600 to 9610, experience 1360. Their S experience to be gained. Chun Tianming was somewhat astonished. At this moment, although the lighthouse's command center had lost visual feed, they could still observe the fluctuations in scores. Shuelao, quickly look. Chun Tianming's score panel is fluctuating, exclaimed the overseers, their excitement palpable. It appears the situation may not be too dire. However, the score leaped again, soaring from 9610 to 9720. This sudden increase tightened the overseers' hearts. Candidates newly entering the abyss would not encounter such a multitude of abyssal creatures right away. The fact that Chun Tianming had obliterated 11 creatures in one breath indicated a high density of fiends present in the abyss. They began to harbor ominous suspicions. Upon entering the abyss, the candidates had initially dispersed, causing great concern among the overseers, yet they felt utterly powerless at that moment. A war-oriented overseer slammed his fist on the table. Bellowing in fury, what on earth are the higher-ups of the Empire doing? Why is there no information amid such chaos? These are the nation's most exceptional candidates. They understood well what losing contact with the abyss implied. The abyssal trial zone had likely experienced a disconnection. To breach the trial zone silently and without a trace was a thought none dared entertain, given the terrifying nature of the fiends residing there. Shuelao, what are we to do now? You must provide some guidance. Inquire a mage overseer. If necessary, we could activate the teleportation array and enter ourselves to rescue the children. They're the future of our nation and must not perish at the hands of these malevolent creatures. Remain calm. Be composed. Xuanning shifted from his previously jovial tone to a serious demeanor, stating, the trial zone has not fallen. Just moments ago, I established contact with the military's high command. They informed me that General Xue Kai of the Anti-Magic Legion had recently communicated with them. They are still stationed near the abyssal trial zone. This confirmed that the trial zone had not succumbed. Rather, other changes had occurred. The Empire's higher-ups had already dispatched notifications to the stationed troops in the abyss, ordering them to investigate. Furthermore, the moment the lighthouse lost its visual feed, the Marshal of the Sky had mobilized a large number of high-ranking professionals to collectively activate the lighthouse's observer mode, promising the restoration of the feed shortly. The current absence of visuals was undoubtedly due to the fiends interfering with the observation array of the lighthouse. What I fear now is whether this might be a diversionary tactic by the extra-mundane fiends. Perhaps their intent is to provoke a military response. In any case, there is nothing we can do at the moment but wait patiently. Humanity has persevered through countless trials to arrive at this day. Relying on indomitable courage and astute minds at this juncture, remaining calm and awaiting the Empire's directives is our rightful course of action. If the nation urgently requires a contingent of experts to enter the abyss, I, as an old veteran, shall be the first to volunteer. It is not for you to decide. For now, observe the panel closely. Schwellau's words quickly took effect. The previously agitated examiners gradually regained their composure. The slaughter continued unabated, and soon, these orc squads brought Chun Tianming hundreds of points and tens of thousands of experience points. At this moment, his points had exceeded 10,000, meeting the admission standards of the Royal Academy of Kyoto. However, he did not pause. Instead, he stored the bodies in the nest space. To date, the various types of insects in Chun Tianming's nest space had accumulated to 20,000, but among them were over 19,000 insect warriors. More than 2,000 plasma bomb insects and 1,500 genetic primordial insects. There was one arachnid queen and one genetic queen, representing all of Chun Tianming's current combat power. The vast number of insects also brought about considerable consumption. Although the insects in the nest space could enter a dormant state, maintaining a low consumption rate when not summoned, their instinct was to continuously feed and absorb energy to give rise to more insects. The Overlord's insatiable hunger for sustenance had never ceased at this moment. When Chun Tianming tossed these orc squads into the nest space, the Overlord expressed a desire to emerge. Through mental connection, it sensed that the flesh and blood of these orcs contained an energy it found remarkably familiar and beneficial. Therefore, it wished to come out and absorb more energy to enhance its reproductive capabilities. With a resounding crash, a terrifying 20-meter-high insect crawled on the ground, first letting out a deafening roar toward the sky, and then quickly crawled toward Chun Tianming, startling him into a sudden alertness, prompting him to intervene. Go do what you intend to do. In response, the Overlord surveyed the surroundings before crawling onto a nearby cliff. Standing upright and deeply embedding its 5 pairs of hooked legs into the rocky surface to maintain balance. Subsequently, it activated its camouflage. With a rustle, this enormous creature seamlessly blended into the environment. Were it not for the mental link between Chun Tianming and the Overlord, he would never have noticed such a massive creature concealed not far ahead. With a thump, the Overlord's abdomen began to undulate. And soon, one after another, the insects began to emerge from within the Overlord. Chapter 58. The exceptional conductor. Since the Overlord had been summoned, its safety must be ensured. Snap, snap. 2 crisp sounds of fingers snapping echoed. 10,000 warriors and 1,000 genetic primordial insects were summoned. With a commanding voice, Chun Tianming instructed, centering around the Overlord and myself, initiate reconnaissance mode. Upon encountering humans, do not engage. Instead, maneuver to evade. Mission: hunt all abyssal creatures in sight. With a roar, all the insects excitedly bellowed skyward, their thunderous cries capturing the attention of nearby abyssal creatures. Upon realizing the sudden appearance of this vast swarm of insects, they gathered and attempted to hunt these uninvited guests. The previously restrained insects surged forth like a tide that a massacre was about to unfold on this land. With heavy breaths, hundreds of orcs congregated, their shouts reverberating through the canyon. Soon, 10,000 insect warriors and 1,000 genetic primordial insects divided into 10 teams. Launching an assault against the green-skinned orcs, Chun Tianming's points rapidly surged within moments. The control room of the lighthouse erupted once more. What was happening in the abyss? Why was Chun Tianming's point accumulation accelerating at such a pace? The examiners exchanged worried glances, their concerns mounting. Chun Tianming's points were rising far too quickly. Almost every second saw a 3-digit increase. Xuanning's eyelids twitched incessantly. Unable to see the unfolding scene, they could only speculate. Utterly oblivious to the truth. Just then, dozens of 1-meter diameter fireballs descended from the sky like meteors. Chun Tianming's heart jolted as he cast his gaze toward the distance. He noticed a large contingent of orcs rushing in from behind the current orc group. for support. A rough estimate suggested there were thousands at AS for what lay beyond. Chun Tianming could not ascertain. Leading the charge were familiar faces. The dog-headed people. IT turned out these fireball-throwing dog-headed creatures hailed from the abyss. In an instant, the meteoric fireballs struck the warriors, exploding in a dazzling display of sparks. Yet, that was all there was to it. With a thought, Chun Tianming entrusted command of the battlefield entirely to the Overlord. Not only was the Overlord the queen of the insects, but also their leader, and Chun Tianming had not forgotten that the system indicated the Overlord possessed exceptionally high IQ. After assuming control, the Overlord swiftly restructured the insect formations. First, 2 teams flanked the orcs ahead, rushing directly toward the fireball-throwing dog-headed creatures. Subsequently, a small contingent of warriors ventured to the rear of the orcs to scout enemy conditions. Following that, a squad of warriors spread out in a semicircular formation behind the Overlord to carry out reconnaissance tasks. Simultaneously, another team took on the role of battlefield logistics, transporting supplies back to the Overlord. At this moment, the Overlord resembled a high-speed supercomputer, tirelessly issuing one combat order after another. Under the Overlord's command, the insects proceeded with a remarkable sense of order and efficiency. Meanwhile, Chun Tianming was astonished to discover that after the Overlord took charge, the previous limitation of the insect warriors maintaining a maximum distance of 6,700 meters from him was broken. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that this was likely due to the Overlord's unique abilities, or perhaps her mental prowess surpassed his own at this moment. Chun Tianming harbored doubts about this examination. If upon entering the abyss he encountered such a multitude of creatures, he could scarcely imagine how many would perish here, or was the appearance of these creatures contingent upon the number of participants or their individual strengths? Where were the other candidates now? A flurry of questions swirled in Chun Tianming's mind. Yet no matter how he pondered, he could not decipher the reasons, entirely unaware of the changes occurring in the abyssal trial grounds. Forget it, no need to overthink, he resolved. Hunting these monsters yields experience. At this rate, not only can I complete the system's mission, but I might also quickly ascend to elite level 8 or even 9. With this thought, Chun Tianming ceased to dwell on other matters and began to closely observe the battlefield situation, leaving the command to the Overlord. Under the overwhelming assault of the insect swarm, the 1,000 or so orcs that had rushed to support were now encircled, leaving only a few hundred still stubbornly resisting. Meanwhile, the scouts sent to the orc rear relayed the latest visuals. Through the mental link, after the Overlord's selection and processing, Chun Tianming saw that beyond the canyon lay a vast plain, teeming with tens of thousands of orcs rushing into the canyon. However, constrained by the narrow entrance, they could only trickle in like a small stream, unlike the warriors who could traverse rocks and walls. This situation ensured that Chun Tianming's side maintained a numerical advantage. Gradually, sensing that the orcs lacked the strength to threaten the insect warriors, he began communicating with the Overlord to issue orders for the insect warriors, led by the genetic primordial insects, to advance outward. He was prepared to confront the vast horde of green-skinned orcs outside the canyon. Since I have the experience, I shall not hesitate to reap a bloody harvest. Chapter 59. Humanity must not lose the beacon at this moment in the capital of the Eastern Departure Empire. Kyoto, a colossal white lighthouse, hovered in mid-air. This towering structure was the embodiment of the lighthouse, while the various lighthouses across the provinces conducting their grand examinations were merely its avatars. Originally, the lighthouse was not called by this name. It earned the title because its function was akin to a guiding light for the Empire, illuminating the path forward for humanity's future. Its purpose extended beyond merely testing talent. The lighthouse also had the capability to establish spatial anchor points in other worlds. Once an anchor point was established, direct teleportation could occur. If humanity were to engage in battle against the malevolent beings from beyond, establishing an anchor point behind their lines would be akin to a sudden ambush. Catching them completely off guard at IT is crucial to understand that a stable teleportation channel and the strategic implications it brings differ significantly from the randomness of a teleportation gate. AS for the selection of talent. It merely serves as a means of spatial application within the lighthouse. Thus, the origin of the lighthouse remains shrouded in mystery, its acquisition and history lost to time. However, ever since the Empire came into possession of the lighthouse. Humanity's advanced combat capabilities began to rise steadily, leading to a series of victories in the abyss. Yet this tower remained hidden until the day of the Grand Examination. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically, as if a tremendous force had torn open a rift. In an instant, darkness enveloped the land, and a sinister crimson light shot forth from the opening, targeting the Empire's invaluable lighthouse. Bold, impertinent, a cacophony of thunderous voices echoed throughout the cosmos. Following this, two enormous virtual hands appeared in the sky, aiming to strike down the red light. Unfortunately, the crimson beam was exceedingly agile, twisting and slipping through the gaps between the colossal hands. Jia, Yunhai and Yuntian, you two cannot stop me. A strange voice resonated from the eerie red glow amidst the night. Soon after, a demon with two horns and sharp fangs slowly emerged from the void. Not good. It's the demon Saga. Do not panic. It is merely a projection. Then, a pair of bizarre eyes with purple-red pupils opened behind it. These strange orbs began to rotate slowly, gradually revealing the image of a white lighthouse on the retina of the eyes. Subsequently, the eyes began to close gently. Saga, how dare you? Two figures shot up from the ground toward the sky. An overwhelming power coalescing in their hands, two waves of light surged simultaneously toward the demon's eyes. Boom! The eyes exploded, followed by an enraged roar from one of the figures. You seek death, in an instant. He appeared behind Saga, his hands enlarging before crashing together. Slap! The demon was swatted down as if it were a mere mosquito. Yet before its demise, the demon left behind a final taunt, just a projection. Consider it a gift. But those little ones within the lighthouse, TSK. Two figures materialized beside the lighthouse. They stood tall, towering in the void, exuding an aura of immense power. Who would have thought that these rabble from the abyss would dare to infiltrate the heart of the Empire to launch a surprise attack on the lighthouse? Fortunately, the lighthouse remained unscathed. Otherwise, we would be forever marked as traitors. Haigu, a creature from the abyss has infiltrated the lighthouse. What should we do? The other inquired anxiously. The leader's expression mirrored the urgency. Quickly notify the Sky Marshal. He alone holds dominion over this tower and knows how to handle... No need for that. I've already arrived at a middle-aged man donned in a blue and white uniform descended from the sky. His presence was formidable, his cultivation seemingly unfathomable. The infiltrator was also a high-tier demon projection, though its identity remained uncertain, and its target was this year's examination candidates. The energy within the tower had been disturbed, rendering most of its functions inoperative. That I require a group of high-level professionals to assist me in calming the tumultuous energies within the lighthouse, then initiate observer mode to gain real-time information. The Sky Marshal spoke swiftly. Now, immediately, contact General Shuekai and instruct him to deploy troops to the Abyss trial grounds, after the fourth stage of the defensive barrier is lowered at all costs. The Sky Marshal paused, enunciating each word, destroy the anchor point. Upon hearing the command to destroy the anchor point, Yunhai and Yuntian's hearts filled with dread. Marshal, think carefully. What will happen to the candidates? What about the Anti-Magic Legion? Moreover, there are over 60 individuals within whose potential has reached the destined level. This year marks the highest number since humanity entered the crisis era. The loss to the Empire would be catastrophic. The Sky Marshal glared at the two, his voice laden with frustration. If you two had managed to stop that demon, we wouldn't be in this predicament. The anchor point must be destroyed, otherwise we risk facing a reverse invasion. And at that point, we would have no choice but to abandon the lighthouse. But what the lighthouse represents for humanity, I trust you both understand clearly. Humanity must not lose the lighthouse. That I will not allow it. Is there truly no other way? Yunhai asked, his face etched with despair and unwillingness. Yuntian and I can enter the enemy-occupied zone now, then use a teleportation gate to access the abyss. It is my dereliction that the lighthouse was not safeguarded. I cannot allow any harm to come to the candidates inside. They're the future of humanity. Not to mention, there's an entire anti-magic legion within. They're our bulwark against the malevolent forces. I'm fully aware of your concerns that if we wish to avoid destroying the anchor point while preserving the lives within, there is indeed one more strategy. upon hearing the Sky Marshal's words. Yunhai's previously despondent face lit up with hope, only to be extinguished by the Marshal's next statement. That is to eliminate the demon projection inside. Chapter 60. When one ascends, all rise. Eliminate the demon projection? Upon hearing this, Yunhai could only manage a bitter smile. While it is indeed simple to kill a demon projection, its strength is typically not formidable. It is well known that demons excel in concealment. The Abyss trial grounds are vast. How would we locate it if it merely hides away? Yunhai clasped his fists in salute to the Sky Marshal, apologetically stating, "Today's events stem from the actions of my brother and I. Fortunately, I know of a secret teleportation gate that leads to the Abyss, and the exit is not far from the trial grounds. That I will do my utmost to find the demon projection. If I fail, then let me perish there, so I may not disgrace my ancestors. Marshal, the lighthouse is in your hands," he concluded, bowing slightly before departing. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the distance. The goblin mage behind them incessantly unleashed spells, causing a torrential rain of fire. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of chaos. The warrior, with an agility of 1749 points, displayed astonishing speed and under the control of the Overlord. The insectoid warrior swiftly breached the goblin defenses. With swift strikes, goblins fell like wheat before the scythe. The goblins were not as robust as the green-skinned orcs, making them easy prey for the warrior's lethal blows. Experience points surged. 1,300, 1,420. The examiners within the trial tower could hardly comprehend the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Chen Tianming's score was no longer merely impressive. It was akin to an explosion, skyrocketing in numbers. With each passing second, dozens upon hundreds of monsters fell at his hands. This individual possessed area attack skills. Such a profession was bound to be extraordinary. Merely a single summon was terrifying. Yet his area control skills were even more monstrous. He must have reached the hero tier. Gasping, the examiners collectively inhaled sharply, awakening to the realization. Indeed, based on the score feedback, this individual had likely slain thousands of monsters. The examiners could not fathom that these feats were entirely due to Chen Tianming's summons, not his own direct actions. As for area attack skills, he had yet to learn a single target attack. After all, having transformed into the fourth calamity, who would personally engage in combat? Would such a multitude of insects exist merely for show? The front lines began to advance towards the entrance of the gorge. Chen Tianming was oblivious to the thoughts of the examiners. Yet at that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease, distinct from the usual shudder experienced during level-ups. He was gently lifted from the ground by a radiant golden light. Suspended in mid-air, a gentle power coursed through his entire being, cleansing his blood and bones, enhancing his physical constitution. In that instant, he felt as though his very essence had undergone an evolution. However, this transformation lasted only a fleeting moment before it ceased. He slowly descended to the ground, reluctant to open his eyes, still immersed in the recent sensations, unable to extricate himself. How delightful! Is this the leap in life level that the shattered mirror brings? After a considerable time, Chen Tianming gradually opened his eyes, fists clenched, feeling the formidable power coursing through his hands. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, leveling up is an intoxicating experience for any practitioner. The sensation is simply sublime." It seems that if he wished to experience it again, he would have to wait for the next breakthrough. How exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. Truly, soloing is far more satisfying, as the experience is entirely his own. Chen Tianming exhaled a breath of stale air, reflecting that during the previous team missions, experience was shared among 5 individuals. Although there was a captain's bonus, the efficiency paled in comparison to soloing. However, after slaying thousands of orcs, his experience surged dramatically, finally breaking the shackles of life and transcending to the hero level. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Host detected to have advanced to hero level. Partial seal of the Arachnid Mother has been lifted, unlocking the unit type. Worker bug. The worker bugs of the Arachnid lineage can construct nests and fortifications, while also serving as transporters for the brain bugs. Ding! Host strength has significantly increased, granting 1 opportunity to draw from the bug codex. Drawing begins in an instant. a massive bug codex unfurled like a scroll within Chun Tianming's mind, that a bright light began to flicker across the codex. And after nearly a minute of pulsating, it finally settled upon the shadow of a large scorpion. Congratulations, host has drawn the mythical level Void Behemoth Devourer. Ding! Mythical level Void Behemoth Devourer's innate skill activated. Tier 1. Tier enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host has obtained the legendary level Void Behemoth Devourer. Chun Tianming exited from his consciousness, and immediately a creature resembling a scorpion was summoned forth. With a snap, as the Devourer materialized, the entire swarm quieted momentarily, and all the warriors turned in dread towards the small scorpion. Indeed, the summoned Devourer measured merely 1 meter in length and half a meter in height. Yet the aura emanating from it instilled fear in the previously fearless warriors. Master, I'm hungry. I'm hungry, the Devourer piped in a childlike voice. Very well. Soon, one by one, the warriors began placing the corpses they had intended to transport towards the rear directly in front of the Devourer. Upon seeing food, the Devourer lunged forward, voraciously tearing into the remains, quickly consuming one corpse after another. As it ingested the food, the Devourer's form began to undergo significant changes in just a short span. Its height increased by half a meter, reaching a total length of 1 meter. Its head grew wider and larger, exuding a more menacing presence, with eyes deep and fathomless, radiating a dark purple glow. Master, I want more. I want more. The same childlike voice chimed, melting Chun Tianming's heart. Give it to him. Give it all to him. In an instant, the swarm surged forth, piling a multitude of corpses before the Devourer. Chapter 61. Little Dai. At this moment, Chun Tianming finally had time to inspect the basic information of the Devourer. Devourer, mythical level. Ordinary level 1 sealed, constitution, 9999 strength, 9999 agility, 9999 spirit, 9999 detected that the host's current strength is hero level 1. Thus, the Devourer's level will be directly elevated to Extraordinary level 1. Extraordinary level 1, sealed, Constitution, 25399 Strength, 25399 Agility, 25399 Spirit, 25399 Seal, limited by the strength of the Bug Lord. The Devourer has yet to reveal its full power. Until its strength is fully liberated, its level will rise in tandem with the Bug Lord. Innate talent. Carnivore note. For each creature killed, the Devourer can enhance its constitution and spirit limits. Skills. Void Bone Spike. The Devourer can summon bone spikes from the void within its line of sight. Enemies struck will suffer from mental disorientation and a 60 reduction in movement speed. Silence Wave. The Devourer emits a magical silence wave from its mouth, silencing struck enemies and inflicting severe magical damage. Void Spike. The Devourer's basic attack directly summons sharp spikes from a void, dealing piercing damage to enemies. Feast of Death. The Devourer can directly consume a creature with inferior constitution, which will grant further evolution to the Devourer. Note: after Feast of Death is activated, it can only be reactivated once the first consumed creature has been fully digested within the Devourer. Evaluation. This peculiar species is either eating or searching for food, seemingly insatiable. It is said that a Devourer once devoured an entire planet in one gulp. Hiss! Chun Tianming glanced at the small scorpion beside him, marveling. Truly, a mythical level being, simply terrifying. Not only does it possess skills, but also an innate talent that is remarkably powerful. He pondered whether there was a limit to this talent. If there were no limits, Chun Tianming dared not contemplate further. The more he thought, the faster his heart raced, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Burp! Master! Is there more? The Devourer's childlike voice rang out once more. Seemingly aware of its own adorable tone, the Devourer shyly nestled on the ground, its 2 claws covering its head, and quietly murmured, I must have eaten too much. Master must be displeased with me. Boo-hoo! Give him everything. Let him eat as much as he desires. How could one allow such an adorable Devourer to go hungry? Realizing that the name Devourer lacked affection, Chun Tianming contemplated for a moment and decided. From now on, you shall be called Little Dai. Yay, I have a name now. Little Dai loves this name. Chun Tianming cast a glance at Little Dai Dai's broad back, then at the warriors beneath him. This uncomfortable mount needs an upgrade. He promptly sat down on Little Dai Dai's back. Ouch! So comfortable! Little Dai Dai's back had several protrusions, providing a perfect seat for Chun Tianming. Thus, with a green-skinned orc on its left and a dog-headed man on its right. Little Dai Dai occasionally nibbled on the left and then the right, swaying along as it carried Chun Tianming towards the entrance of the gorge that a group of warrior subordinates trailed alongside, eagerly presenting prepared rations whenever Little Dai Dai finished a meal. Displaying an impressive level of attentiveness, Little Dai Dai's constitution and spirit continued to grow with each meal. Chun Tianming observed that every orc consumed increased its constitution and spirit by 1 point. He wondered just how much Little Dai Dai could eat in a single day. At this rate, it was destined to earn the title of glutton. Chun Tianming's mind raced with possibilities. If it gained 1,000 points a day, that would amount to 10,000 in 10 days, accumulating over time. He chuckled to himself in delight. Soon, as they approached the entrance of the gorge, the sight of the orc horde, vast as mountains and seas, became unmistakable to the very limit of Chun Tianming's vision. A faint blue light flickered intermittently at that moment. The light began to descend from the heavens, an intangible gas rising from the earth, forming a dense blood-red mist with low visibility that filled the air with the stench of blood and decay. Inducing nausea, the sky darkened, and the atmosphere became oppressive, suffocating. The second phase commenced. A voice, ethereal and elusive, resonated through the void. Chun Tianming gazed skyward. He found the atmosphere quite tolerable and bore no significant aversion to it. Perhaps due to his identity as the Bug Lord, he felt akin to a small insect, possessing an extraordinary adaptability to his surroundings. The nauseating odors that had once overwhelmed him upon entering the abyss no longer affected his mindset. On the contrary, he felt a strange affinity for this environment, a boundless desire for slaughter. Perhaps this was his true calling to blossom in carnage, and to choose solitude in death. As the crimson mist gradually dissipated, visibility began to improve. Air on the side of caution. Chun Tianming instructed a small team to disperse around him. Despite the presence of damage transfer, prudence remained paramount. An inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his heart. After a few seconds, footsteps echoed in the distance. Behind the vast army of orcs on the plain, 2 new types of orc emerged, creatures previously unseen. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming, but soon Chun Tianming received feedback from his companion. The Overlord, an additional force of 12,000 had been summoned. That a precise message was conveyed to Chun Tianming's mind through thought. With Chun Tianming's advancement to the heroic level, the Overlord could now communicate with him in written form. However, it would still be some time before the Overlord could speak independently. Upon witnessing this, Chun Tianming retrieved his scanner and directed it towards the newly appeared monsters. In a short span, information regarding the 2 new types of creatures materialized on the device's display panel. Green-skinned Orc Warrior, level, rare level 6. Dog-headed Archer, level, rare level 6. Noting that these creatures were merely of rare level 6. Chun Tianming waved his hand to disperse the lingering mist, startling indeed. Upon entering the second phase, not only had the previous monsters' levels increased by 1, but their numbers had also been replenished. Nevertheless, Chun Tianming felt little concern. With only rare level 6 strength, he believed that apart from their numbers, their quality left much to be desired. This moment, he sat atop the small creature, contemplating another pressing question. Could it be that these monsters were the cumulative result of both the first and second phases? Were they allocated collectively to all candidates? However, the monsters appeared in droves. If the candidates could not gather in large numbers, hunting them would prove exceedingly difficult. Given the current level of difficulty, many candidates could still evade the challenges of the first phase. But in the second phase, it would become exceedingly arduous for other professionals to progress. Put it simply, the primary infantry comprised only green-skinned orcs and dog-headed creatures. Although these monsters exhibited commendable strength, their movement speed was average, allowing candidates to evade them with relative ease, even if they could not defeat them. In stark contrast, the archers and warriors of the second phase were entirely different. The archers possessed rapid attack speeds, while the warriors boasted high mobility. Should candidates encounter them after merging with the first phase as infantry, significant casualties were inevitable. Was this truly the will of the examiners? Or had some unforeseen changes occurred within the abyss? Chen Tianming found it hard to believe that this was the standard difficulty of the trial. While he perceived it as manageable, the majority of candidates were merely ordinary individuals. And the high casualty rate was not in the Empire's interest. Contemplating this, Chen Tianming gasped in realization. Had the abyss truly undergone a transformation? Chapter 62. Interdimensional communication symbols. If the examiners were to know of Chen Tianming's deductions, they would undoubtedly be astounded to infer such conclusions merely from the encountered environment, and the premise of interest was indeed terrifying. Alas, no one was privy to his thoughts, not even Chen Tianming himself, who maintained a skeptical attitude at that moment. However, vital information was relayed back by the warriors dispatched by the Overlord. After thorough analysis, the messages reached Chen Tianming's consciousness. Images flashed through his mind. Some candidates were engaged in desperate battles with orcs, while others had already succumbed, lifeless on the ground. Most shocking was the sight of green-skinned orcs capturing candidates, subsequently violating them in the desolate wilderness. These violated candidates, both male and female, lay on the ground, their eyes vacant as they gazed skyward, emitting anguished cries of helplessness etched with disbelief upon their faces. Just then, two familiar figures were besieged. Shueshan bore a pendant on her chest, emanating a barrier of light, sheltering both her and her companion. The two support-type professionals were encircled by a throng of orcs, with not even a narrow path left for escape. Through the warrior's perspective, Chen Tianming could clearly see the once bright barrier of light dimming. Once the pendant's energy was depleted, the consequences would be dire. "Shui, are we going to die here?" Su Mingyao asked, her face stricken with terror as she glanced at the encircling green-skinned orcs, the gruesome fate of their fallen comrade still fresh in her mind. Previously, they had encountered a primary combat professional who, in a reckless display of strength, charged into a horde of orcs despite warnings, only to be gruesomely dismembered by them. That a group of orcs then executed a flanking maneuver, stealthily approaching from behind, preparing to capture both of them. Recognizing the imminent danger, Shueshan immediately grasped Su Mingyao's hand, urging her to flee. Unfortunately, they had not run far before being cornered by the orcs. With no other options, Shueshan activated the light-protecting necklace her family had given her to fend off the orc attacks. The orcs, unable to breach the barrier, gruesomely consumed the previously dismembered candidate before their very eyes. The horrific scene left both girls pale and nearly sickened. Despair filled their hearts. As support professionals, they lacked any offensive capabilities, and now, surrounded by orcs, even a viable escape route eluded them. Not just the two of us. It seems all candidates this year may perish here. Shueshan shook her head, her complexion ashen that a dramatic upheaval has occurred in the abyss. Malevolent forces have infiltrated the lighthouse and are now lurking in the depths. Even if we escape the orcs, our doom is still inevitable. How do you know this? Am I truly to die here? The light barrier had protected them for a considerable time, but it was beginning to falter, threatening to shatter at any moment. Shueshan shook her head, refraining from answering Su Mingyao's query. Instead, she closed her eyes, preparing to await her fate, regretting that she had yet to express her gratitude to that individual. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped Su Mingyao's lips, and she shook Shueshan's arm vigorously, exclaiming, "Leg brother! It's Leg brother's minions!" Shueshan's eyes snapped open, and she turned to see a dozen warriors, akin to knights riding on clouds of vibrant hues, charging toward them with an unmatched ferocity. Tears streamed down Shueshan's cheeks as she whispered, "You've saved me once more." Seeing that Su Mingyao and Shueshan had been rescued, Chen Tianming exhaled in relief. Evidently, this assessment was indeed out of the ordinary. He too had witnessed the remains of a corpse that, in fact, he had seen numerous images relayed to him by the Overlord, but witnessing the consumption of a body by monsters was a first. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He felt that something ominous was about to transpire. "Master," electronic communication signals detected. The Overlord's voice resonated in his mind. "From where do these electronic signals originate?" Chen Tianming inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Master," It appears that the two individuals you just saved have something to convey to you. The Overlord did not immediately answer Chen Tianming's question, but instead projected a scene directly into his consciousness. Akin to a live broadcast, the content revealed Shui Shan and Su Mingyao. Leg brother, can you hear me? Shui Shan, just rescued, gripped a warrior's arm, vigorously tapping its head. The warrior stood there, dazed and unresisting. After a moment, it slowly nodded. Leg brother, shortly after we entered the lighthouse, my family transmitted 2 messages to me. Fearing Chen Tianming would disbelieve her, she produced 2 talismans from her possession, displaying them to him. These are interdimensional communication talismans. Each talisman is split into 2. Writing on one will simultaneously display on the other. She then unfolded the 2 talismans, revealing the inscriptions on them. The first read, an unknown demonic avatar has infiltrated the lighthouse. Abandon the assessment and ensure your safety. The second stated, the Sky Marshal has ordered the destruction of the anchor point. The executor is Shui Kai. Only by joining him is there a glimmer of hope. After delivering her message, Shui Shan anxiously awaited Chen Tianming's response. It took some time for her to realize that the warrior could not speak, just as she grew anxious about what to do next. 2 warriors approached her, and Su Mingyao, gradually lowering themselves to the ground. Both girls, possessing keen intellects, quickly grasped the implication and promptly mounted the warriors. Once they were settled, the warriors began retracing their steps, intent on safely escorting the girls back to Chen Tianming. Chapter 63. Maximum survival value. As I had anticipated, a transformation had indeed occurred within the abyss. Reflecting on it, such a challenging test is nothing short of hellish. With an overwhelming number of monsters converging, even the mightiest individuals would ultimately be submerged by the tide of humanity. Contemplating this, Chen Tianming's heart was filled with apprehension concerning the knowledge of anchor points. He recalled having seen related explanations online that in this era, acquiring knowledge is not solely confined to books. One can also garner a wealth of information from the internet. As a top student, Chen Tianming was not one to possess photographic memory. Yet he could generally remember the gist of the books he had perused. Thus, he retained a fair recollection of the article's content. Establishing anchor points is no easy feat, but once they are established, their destruction is not a simple matter. This explains why the Sky Marshal chose to use the phrase at all costs. To create a stable teleportation passage between 2 realms necessitates the establishment of anchor points. Should an anchor point be destroyed, it will be tantamount to closing the stable gateway between the 2 worlds. Would we, the examinees, be cast aside by the nation, to be discarded at will? At this thought, Chen Tianming broke out in a cold sweat, nearly losing his balance and sliding off the back of his little companion. He endeavored to calm himself and think. The fact that the anchor points had yet to be destroyed indicated that the situation was not beyond redemption. Given this, he resolved to seek ways to save himself. With this determination, he decided to unite all available forces. Boang, increase the patrol teams and locate Gao Wei and Li Ming as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, if we encounter any humans in distress along the way, lend assistance where possible. Bring Shui Shan and Su Mingyao to my side with utmost urgency. I need to ascertain the direction of the army. After issuing these orders, Chen Tianming began to discuss the recent electronic signal issues with Boang. However, as the conversation progressed, he sensed something amiss. The communication messages consisted of 2 distinct transmissions, each directed towards different locations. The content of the electronic messages, decrypted by Boang, was now fully present in Chen Tianming's mind. The first message was relatively normal, as he had just learned from Shui Shan. Destroy the anchor points at all costs. Yet the second message sent a chill down his spine, a wave of pure terror surging from his spine to the crown of his head. Yun Hai and Yun Tian have entered the abyss through secret channels. Their operational location is unknown. Exercise caution in remaining hidden. Who are Yun Hai and Yun Tian, and who are they advising to remain concealed? They share the surname Yun. Could they possibly be descendants of Yun Tianhe? What is their objective in entering the abyss? Is it to prevent the destruction of the anchor points, or something else entirely? And who is to heed the warning of concealment? At this moment, the only entity in the abyss trial ground that requires stealth is the demon avatar that has infiltrated. From this information, it can be inferred that Yun Hai and Yun Tian possess strength surpassing that of the demon avatar. Balwang, can you determine the reception location of the second message? Yes, their communication device is not particularly sophisticated. However, I must first infiltrate the local mainframe before I can accurately locate them through the control of scanning equipment. This will require some time. Approximately how long? 1 to 2 hours. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands. Subsequently, Chun Tianming retrieved the tome of void transmission and began to utilize it. Ding! Skill book detected. Void transmission. Talent skill activated. Rank 1. Commencing rank enhancement. Enhancement complete. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill book, Void Leap. Ding! You have successfully learned the skill, Void Leap LV0. Skill description. The user can slip into the void dimension, evading all harm, and possesses teleportation capabilities, allowing instant movement to any location within a maximum range of 5 kilometers visible to the user, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Upgrading can reduce cooldown. Maximum level. LV10. The increased teleportation range and reduced cooldown time made Chun Tianming's heart race with excitement. With the system's enhancement, this skill had transformed into a divine technique. Now, it was time to test the specific effects and costs. Chun Tianming surveyed his surroundings, focusing his attention on a nearby rock, and silently chanted, Void Leap. Whoosh! In an instant, Chun Tianming's figure vanished from the back of his little companion and appeared atop the rock. However, possibly due to this being his first use, he did not materialize directly above but slightly lower. Chun Tianming scratched his head and glanced around, moving his body to find no abnormalities. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly. Not bad. The skill activates instantaneously and there are no side effects. Truly impressive for a system-upgraded product. AS for mental exhaustion. It was manageable, consuming only 50 points. Given his current mental limit, he could utilize it over 10 times. Which was quite remarkable. After waiting a minute, he slipped into the void. Whoosh! Instantly, Chun Tianming disappeared from his original position. Where is this? Chun Tianming found himself in a dimly lit space, encapsulated within a transparent circle. Through this circle, he discerned that he was still atop the rock. Albeit in another realm, he attempted to establish a connection with the outer insectoid forces and discovered that the mental link remained intact. Upon issuing commands, the warriors moved as instructed. To his astonishment, the mental connection continued to function. Truly remarkable. Chun Tianming began to explore the possibility of movement that he found that he could move, albeit at a remarkably slow pace. After a period of experimentation, he ultimately grasped the mechanics. Whoosh! Chun Tianming reappeared on the back of his little companion. Wow! Master, you are incredible! Smack! Truly, it was a delightful treat for my little companion. Could you finish what you have in your mouth before speaking? Speak clearly. All right, I will. Smack, smack. Chun Tianming could barely contain his irritation, yet the thought of the lurking demon compelled him to suppress the urge to send his little companion into battle. Let him indulge for now. After all, it can enhance combat power. Should I be ambushed, that would be a significant loss. Ultimately, Chun Tianming chose to recline on the back of his little companion, attentively observing the unfolding battle. Chapter 64. I shall annihilate you all. Ha ha ha. At this moment, under Balwang's command, the insectoid warriors and gene primordial insects surged forth like an unstoppable spear from the canyon's entrance, upon Chun Tianming attaining the hero level. All the insectoid forces had transcended to the extraordinary tier. Insectoid warrior level. Extraordinary eye. Sealed. Physique, 3799 strength, 3799 agility, 3799 spirit, 250 gene primordial insect, mature body, level, extraordinary eye, sealed, physique, 6800 strength, 6800 agility, 6800 spirit, 6800 with their attributes soaring to unprecedented heights. They resembled ferocious tigers plunging into a flock of sheep, wreaking havoc among the orcs. The arrows raining from afar and the fireballs descending from above felt like mere tickles, failing to pose any obstruction. Chun Tianming was oblivious to the number of monsters his swarm had dispatched. He had grown indifferent to such trivial matters, reclining leisurely on the back of his little companion while contemplating quietly. By the time Xueshan and Su Mingyao arrived, the battlefield had already been largely cleared of orcs by the insectoids. Did all this result from your summoned creatures? Xue Shan and Su Mingyao's eyes widened in astonishment, regarding Chen Tanming as though he were an extraterrestrial. Moreover, you've actually reached the hero level? Xue Shan, with her keen insight, immediately discerned Chen Tianming's newfound status, exclaiming in surprise, "While I knew you were formidable. This seems rather exaggerated. Allow me a moment to touch you. I suspect you may be possessed by some malevolent spirit," Xue Shan declared as she reached out, preparing to intrude. After a playful skirmish among the three, they gradually settled into silence, their bodies, once tense, finding solace in that moment. Although they had all become professionals, they had only recently transitioned into their new roles, and witnessing a scene of orcs devouring their prey was quite unsettling. While they had mentally prepared themselves for such horrors upon completing their transition, the reality of it unfolding before their very eyes was undeniably terrifying. In this regard, both Xue Shan and Su Mingyao felt immense gratitude towards Chen Tianming, especially Xue Shan, who had previously held a rather high opinion of him, now realized just how mistaken she had been. Tens of thousands of insects. What a staggering concept. 100 individuals would appear as mere clusters, while 1,000 could resemble a vast lake. Thousands of colossal insects congregating together resembled an ocean, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Everywhere the eye could see was an expanse of insects. What do you mean? Before going into the dungeon, it was merely a game. That's not quite accurate, Chen Tianming replied with a serious demeanor. The dungeon space is limited. It cannot accommodate all that is summoned. Can it? Well, had I known you possessed such strength from the outset, we could have, Xue Shan lamented. What could we have done? If I had known you had this power, I would have taken you to another dungeon. We could have all leveled up to hero rank before the grand examination. Alas, discussing this now is futile, as we're uncertain whether we will even return alive. Have faith, Chen Tianming reassured, patting the shoulders of the two women. I will ensure your safe return. Believe in me. Indeed. Our master is exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, little do I, am here to protect you, a voice chimed in from the side. Xue Shan and Su Mingyao stared in astonishment at Chen Tianming. Is this your new summon? It can actually speak, a non-humanoid summon that can articulate words. Su Mingyao felt indifferent, finding the large scorpion-esque voice rather pleasing, endearingly cute, and immediately rushed forward to touch it. However, Xue Shan reacted differently. Upon hearing little do I speak, she trembled slightly, acutely aware of the implications of a non-humanoid creature possessing the ability to converse. Excitement surged within her, and her gaze towards Chen Tanming carried an indescribable depth of meaning. Chen Tanming nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. Please indicate the direction of the army. We should first rendezvous with them. Before Xue Shan could respond, a sudden voice cut through the air. Children, I am Yin Tianhe. Wow. The god of clouds, it's truly the god of clouds, the first sword saint under the starry sky, the strongest among humanity to at that moment. Every examinee in the Abyss trial ground widened their eyes in shock. They could hardly believe they were hearing the voice of the god of clouds, having grown up on tales of his exploits. Their admiration for him ingrained deep within their bones. As soon as they heard his voice, excitement rippled through the crowd. Yin Tianhe's voice resonated not only in the Abyss trial ground, but echoed throughout every examination site. In that instant, the previously tense examiners breathed a sigh of relief. After more than an hour, each examiner had their own channels of information and were vaguely aware of the Sky Marshal's intent to destroy the anchor point. Initially, they had been filled with fear, wishing to change the situation but feeling utterly powerless, especially after the Sky Marshal proclaimed, humanity must not lose the lighthouse, leaving them without a rebuttal, each one dejectedly seated atop the lighthouse. Now, with the god of clouds stepping in, hope surged anew, and they awaited the words of the white god with eager anticipation. The Abyss demon, Gai Luo, has invaded the lighthouse, and its transgressions shall be punished. I shall immediately head to the Abyss trial ground. This will take 1 hour. Therefore, within this hour, you must ensure your own safety. I believe that as long as you unite as one, the demon avatars within will be powerless against you. Children, protect yourselves, for I, the people of Dongli, fear not battle, nor death. When summoned, we shall fight. When we fight, we shall prevail. Fear not battle, nor death. When summoned, we shall fight. When we fight, we shall prevail. The examinees, all young and full of vigor, were filled with a fervent desire to serve their country and alter its fate, determined to expel these foreign malevolent beings from Blue Star. Their emotions surged, and one by one, they raised their right hands towards the heavens, shouting with fervor. Some, who had been pursued by orcs, turned to confront their pursuers. Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurred. A blood-red, viscous moon appeared abruptly in the sky. The moonlight, reminiscent of blood, deepened the already dim atmosphere, rendering it even more eerie. The acrid scent of blood in the air thickened considerably at that moment. The orcs, ensconced in the moonlight, let out thunderous roars, their presence growing stronger with each passing moment. After a while, the orcs displayed a grotesque smile, their expressions imbued with a chilling human-like malice. The sinister voice accompanied the moonlight, echoing in everyone's ears. Ha ha ha! I did not expect Yin Tianhe to personally intervene in this crisis. But plans can always be adjusted. If that is the case, then let us eliminate you all. 1 hour is more than sufficient to annihilate all of you novices. Ha. Chapter 65. I found you. Stinky rat, slap. The Jin Queen was summoned by Chun Tianming. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. This sneaky, underhanded creature resembled a rat in the sewers. Both Shueshan and Su Mingyao's faces turned pale as they edged closer to Chen Tianming. Not just them, but the entire cohort of examinees in the Abyss trial ground was petrified by the sight. The once empty plains were once again occupied by the re-emergent orcs. However, their appearances had drastically transformed. They stood towering at 3 meters tall, with thick, long tails sprouting behind them, their faces grotesquely distorted under the moonlight. Furthermore, these orcs had undergone a qualitative leap in their levels. Green-skinned orc, abyssal corruption. Level. Peak extraordinary green-skinned orc fighter, abyssal corruption. Level. Peak extraordinary gnoll, abyssal corruption. Level. Peak extraordinary gnoll archer, abyssal corruption. Level. Peak extraordinary. They marched in synchronized formation towards the examinees within their sight. Many examinees were petrified by this sight, their bodies turning to jelly. The previous skirmishes felt trivial, and the courage inspired by the God of Clouds evaporated upon realizing the lethal danger they faced. Chun Tianming's gaze sharpened. The extraordinary level equated to the hero rank among humans. Faced with an orc army of nearly equal numbers, Chun Tianming did not dare to underestimate the situation. Slap. Slap. The remaining genetic primordial worms were summoned in one breath. Simultaneously, 1,000 plasma bomb worms appeared alongside them. Queen, awaiting your command, Chun Tianming communicated telepathically with the Jin Queen. Given that the Jin Queen's rank surpassed that of the Overlord, she might refuse to comply with his orders. Fortunately, she was still responsive to Chun Tianming, the sovereign of the insect race. Nodding her head as a dark voice emerged. Overlord, take command of the battlefield. It is entrusted to you, Chun Tianming mentally affirmed. Witnessing the Queen speak, Shueshan was initially startled, but quickly regained her composure, feeling an overwhelming sense of mystery emanating from the man before her, drawing her deeper into fascination. The newly summoned insect race no longer stirred any ripples in her heart. Screech! All the insects roared towards the sky, then surged forth with lightning speed towards the orc army. How swift! Shueshan and Su Mingyao's eyes lit up, realizing that Brother Leg Summon had grown even stronger. In the blink of an eye, the Zerg had already arrived before the formidable horde of orcs. The orc army, tainted by the power of the Abyss, had become exceedingly powerful. The warriors' attacks were surprisingly thwarted by their adversaries. Although it was an arduous task, they ultimately managed to hold their ground, and both sides plunged into a fierce battle. Nevertheless, the genetic primordial creatures possessed immense combat strength. Each of their strikes could inflict grave injuries upon an orc. Yet the orcs' assaults also landed upon the warriors and the genetic primordial creatures alike. Chun Tianming could sense that both the warriors and the genetic primordial creatures had sustained injuries, albeit not severely. From the wounds inflicted upon them, he was able to deduce the attributes of the orcs across the battlefield. Their strength was likely around 3,000, with their constitution exceeding 3,000 moments later. A message arrived. Kill the extraordinary peak green-skinned orc fighter. Experience 3,000. Indeed, experience was to be gained. Chun Tianming glanced at his experience bar, and discovered he was merely 20% away from reaching level 2 of a hero. With the slaughter of approximately 100 orc soldiers, he would ascend to the second tier of heroism. He surveyed the orc warriors on the battlefield, his heart ignited with fervor. If he could eliminate them all, he might even reach levels 5 or 6 of heroism. The queen was terrifying indeed. The 3-meter-tall orcs appeared childlike before her, and with a gentle flick of her tail, she struck down a large number of them, causing them to fall and spew blood uncontrollably. The surrounding swarm of creatures rushed in to deliver finishing blows, and at that moment, Chun Tianming's experience began to surge wildly. However, he cast a glance at the 2 women beside him and promptly sent a request to form a party. Xue Shan and Su Mingyao exchanged astonished glances at Chun Tianming, and just as they were about to refuse, he added, "If we don't form a party, I won't take you out." Ultimately, the 2 ladies found themselves unable to resist him and, albeit shyly, chose to agree, inching closer to Chun Tianming in the process. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, startling the 2 women. They then beheld an unbelievable sight. The seemingly formidable orc army was collapsing like wheat being harvested. The explosions were relentless, each one obliterating dozens of orcs, leaving the others severely injured and sprawled on the ground. The 2 women stood in stunned silence, only to be enveloped by a golden light. Lifting them into the air, they had leveled up, ascending a staggering 6 levels in one go, both stepping into the realm of a hero. Was it truly this simple to level up? They had jumped directly to the hero level. Still in a state of profound shock, Su Mingyao seemed to be the first to regain her composure, exclaiming joyfully, "Huh, I love you, Tianming." With that, she planted a fierce kiss on Chun Tianming's cheek. Xue Shan, not to be outdone, followed suit. This left Chun Tianming feeling somewhat awkward. Just moments ago, there had been a massive horde of orcs. Now, only a few stragglers remained. However, it was only natural, as the Overlord had just commanded 1,000 plasma insects to unleash a barrage, annihilating nearly 4,000 orcs and maximizing their gains. With a total of 12 million experience points to share among the 3, each received 3 million, and even Chun Tianming leveled up, advancing to hero level 2. The strength of all the swarm creatures surged once more. "Master, I have located the demon's position." The Overlord's voice resonated within Chun Tianming's mind. "Excellent. I got you now." Chapter 66. The balance of offense and defense. This is impossible. "What class are you?" "You managed to annihilate an entire orc army." A sharp, incredulous voice echoed through the abyss. Every candidate in the abyss trial heard it. All the candidates were astonished. Was there truly such a formidable individual among them? Someone who could single-handedly obliterate an entire orc army. They noted that the demon's choice of words was annihilate, indicating that this candidate possessed extraordinary combat prowess. "And even if you are strong, what can you do? You think you can kill me? If you have the guts, come at me. Ha ha ha. The abyss trial ground is vast. If I cannot kill you, can I not take down others?" With that, the Crimson Moon erupted with even greater intensity. Yet another horde of monsters appeared in the abyss trial ground. But this time, they were not headed for Chun Tianming. Their target was the other candidates. Jiang Hua understood clearly that in the face of Chun Tianming's Zerg army, even the largest orc contingent would merely serve as fodder, providing him with abundant experience. Thus, he shifted his focus, turning his gaze towards the other candidates. The candidates were immediately thrown into a panic, fleeing in disarray. Fortunately, the expanse of the abyss trial ground was ample enough, allowing them sufficient space to evade. "Now, what will you do?" "I will eliminate the others first. I have set up a blood sacrifice array. In the end, all of you will perish, including you and your 2 lovely companions. How can you possibly spare us?" Xue Shan attempted to negotiate with the enemy. "As long as you can give me a perfect score for my appearance, I might let you go." Zhao leered. "But for now, I can only give you and your companion an 87, as I have yet to see the remaining 13. Dream on." Xue Shan and Su Mingyao retorted in unison. "We would rather die than give you this wicked demon the satisfaction of humiliation. Such a pity. I do not mind the heat of the moment." Chun Tianming roared in fury. "Xue Shan, Su Ming Yao. He looked up at the blood moon hanging in the sky. Nothing appeared amiss. However, the Overlord informed him that the signal receiver was hidden within that blood moon. Through the Overlord's perception, it was revealed that there indeed lurked a life form within. If assessed by human standards, its power would be at the pinnacle of hero level. Chen Tianming pondered deeply. As a demon's avatar, even if its power were feeble, it would not merely be at the pinnacle of hero level. Would it? Or was there some detail I had overlooked? At that moment, an image suddenly flooded into his mind. From the perspective of the image, a Zerg warrior was situated at the edge of a basin. A few hundred meters ahead, a small team was being pursued by orcs. To the rear of this team were two very familiar figures, Gao Wei and Li Ming. In the image, Gao Wei had lost an arm, his face ashen. Beside him, Li Ming was supporting him with one hand while using the other to wield a brush, casting spells as they moved forward. Occasionally, a rope would descend from the void, ensnaring an orc's neck and hoisting it high into the air. Unfortunately, with the orc numbers overwhelming, and given the orc's level exceeding Li Ming's, a single rope could only contain one orc for a few seconds. Some were even severed before being lifted off the ground, as nearby orcs swiftly cut the ropes and charged towards them. Despair etched upon their faces, Li Ming continuously called out to the three in front. Pleading for assistance, Li Qi, save us. At this moment, a knightly figure paused at her words, glancing back with the intent to help, only to be dissuaded by his companions. Have you lost your mind? What if we get pinned down by this group of orcs? If other orcs show up, we won't escape. The one speaking was a striking young man clad as a mage. Are we really going to abandon them? Li Qi, are you foolish? You have feelings for her. But when has she ever looked at you? Her eyes are only for that man named Gao Wei. A fellow candidate mocked. Are you going to rescue your rival? Look at her now. If you save Gao Wei and leave her behind, she will only harbor resentment. Faced with this, Li Qi displayed a pained struggle, his gaze flicking between Li Ming and Gao Wei. Finally, as if making a resolute decision, he coldly declared, after all these years, I have never seen you treat me this way. If you like him so much, wait for him here and die together. With that, he turned away with his two companions. Li Ming's face drained of color. She never expected things to unfold this way. The person she had called out to was her neighbor, someone she had grown up with, attending the same schools from elementary through high school. Always in different classes, she had regarded him as a younger brother. Never did she imagine. At that moment, Gao Wei viciously shoved Li Ming aside. Li Ming, don't worry about me. If we do not leave now, we shall both perish here. No, this arm was sacrificed for my sake. I cannot abandon you. If death is our fate, let us embrace it together. Li Ming emitted a heart-wrenching howl, a desperate scream that echoed into the void. Yet the three figures ahead remained oblivious, clad in pristine attire and all-seasoned combat professionals. Not a single one paused their frantic advance. They were solely preoccupied with their own escape, heedless of Li Ming's cries, and even quickening their pace. The reason for their haste was clear. A pack of over 20 orcs was hot on their heels. Merely 50 meters behind, Li Ming's brush danced with increasing fervor, conjuring ropes that cascaded from the heavens, while a faint crimson glow enveloped both her and Gao Wei, a manifestation of enhancement magic. Supported by Li Ming, Gao Wei inched forward, but alas, his grievously wounded body could not muster speed, and the gap between them and the orcs narrowed ominously. Nearby, there was but a solitary insectoid warrior. Chen Tianming's heart raced. The situation had escalated to a perilous climax. He issued a command, and the insect warrior charged madly toward Gao Wei's direction. Meanwhile, the small creature beneath him leaped forth. Master, I am off. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess from the void. Countless bone spikes surged forth, piercing the very essence of the blood moon. The demon shrieked in agony. Chen Tianming remained silent, his eyes alight with lethal intent, fixating on the blood moon above. Regardless of whether the entity hidden within was indeed a demon, he had to take a gamble. He could only wager that the life form within the blood moon was a demon. By vanquishing it, the strength of these orcs would diminish. Otherwise, a single warrior could not hope to halt such a multitude of orcish fighters. As the demon's anguished cries echoed, the small creature's limbs curled slightly before it launched itself into the air like a cannonball, soaring directly toward the blood moon. The creature's form expanded with the wind, growing from less than 2 meters to several dozen in an instant, in the blink of an eye. The now magnified being approached the blood moon's vicinity. "No, this cannot be." The demon's terrified voice rang out. "How could you know I was concealed within? Who are you, demon? I've lost count of how many I've devoured. He, a feast of death. Very well, I shall remember you. I will await you in the abyss." Perhaps sensing its demise was imminent, Gaero spat out a final curse before the small creature's gaping maw devoured it, as if it were a mere snack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Holy Spirit-level demon avatar. Reward: 1 vial of life potion. Note: this potion can resurrect the deceased as long as there is no complete death, and it also enhances life levels and personal aptitude. Chen Tianming smiled faintly, offering no reply. As the blood moon dissipated from the sky, the abyssal trial grounds began to return to normal. All the orcs collapsed weakly to the ground, their life potential drained by the abyss's corruptive influence. Bereft of the abyss's power, they were as feeble as an ordinary person unable to lift a finger. The roles of hunter and prey shifted in that moment. Chapter 67. The First Sword Saint beneath the starry sky in Kyoto. Within the lighthouse, the Sky Marshal was leading a cadre of high-ranking professionals to mend the chaotic energy within. A collective worry etched the faces of the onlookers. The longer they took, the more perilous the situation for the candidates in the abyssal trial grounds became. Suddenly, the Sky Marshal uttered a sound of surprise. The nearby high-ranking professionals turned to him, questioning, "Marshal, what is amiss?" The Sky Marshal's expression turned grave. The interference from the abyssal trial grounds has significantly diminished. "I fear." The faces of the other professionals paled, realizing that the cloud god had yet to arrive at the abyssal trial grounds. Could it be that all the candidates within had perished? The Sky Marshal spoke with a heavy heart. "It seems so. We can only await Yun Tian's arrival to locate and eliminate Gaero. Otherwise, the anchor point may very well be lost." He lowered his head, heaving a deep sigh, a look of regret shadowing his features. Yet a fleeting glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by others. One of the high-ranking professionals then remarked, "Did not Yun Hai and Yun Tian enter the abyss through a secret passage? Is it possible they have slain Gaero?" "That is a possibility, but even Yun Tianha would require an hour to reach there. Yun Hai and Yun Tian are merely at the void and sky levels. Surely, they cannot surpass Yun Tianha's speed." The Sky Marshal waved a hand dismissively and continued, "Let us focus on stabilizing the energy within the lighthouse for now. Should Yun Tianha fail, the destruction of the abyssal trial grounds anchor point would have significant repercussions for us. After all, Yun Tianha himself is guarding the void realm. He can only send a fraction of his power." Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking professionals ceased their discourse, diligently channeling their energy to calm the lighthouse's turmoil. But in the next instant, the Sky Marshal's expression turned to one of shock. The interference has vanished. It seems Gaero has departed the trial grounds at that moment in a certain area of the abyss. The sky was rent asunder. A handsome man, standing upon a flying sword, swiftly emerged through the breach. Upon exiting, he closed his eyes, silently gauging his surroundings, then leapt onto his sword, transforming into a meteor that vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! His astonishing speed created an ear-piercing sonic boom, defying belief as to the velocity a human could achieve. Within mere minutes, he arrived near the abyssal trial grounds. Why do I not sense the demon's aura? Could something have transpired? The man on the flying sword wore a perplexed expression. Suddenly, he exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad," and vanished in a flash. He had just sensed the presence of 3 humans not far ahead. Yet their predicament appeared dire. He could also feel a substantial life force surrounding them, exuding a sinister and malevolent aura. Boom! Boom! The barrier meant to repel the abyssal creatures crumbled before him like parchment. Easily breached. "Brother, are we safe now?" Shueshan glanced at the gradually stabilizing plains, her voice laced with trepidation. Chen Tianming ruffled her hair, smiling reassuringly. All is well. Yet just as his hand began to rise, poised to pat Shueshan's head, he seemed to witness something utterly unfathomable, causing his hand to tremble. The hand that was meant for a playful gesture now quivered, pointing toward the sky, his lips struggling to form a coherent sentence. Could it be that the demon had revived? Both Shueshan and Su Mingyao turned in unison, following Chen Tianming's gaze upwards. Finally comprehending the source of his terror, a colossal sword stood inverted in the sky, its blade radiating blinding white light, with numerous smaller swords detaching from its form, hurtling downward toward the insects below. The overwhelming pressure pinned all the insectoids to the ground, rendering them immobile. Children, do not fear. I have come to save you. Sword technique. 1,000 swords returning to one. Chen Tianming, Shueshan, and Su Mingyao cried in unison. Cloud God, no. Snap. Chen Tianming snapped his fingers, instantaneously drawing all the insects back into the nest space. In an instant, the once expansive plain was left with only Chen Tianming, the two girls, and the Cloud God. In that moment, the figure in the sky seemed to grasp something, swiftly appearing beside the trio. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Tianming and inquired, "Were those your summons just now?" In response to the Cloud God's query, Chen Tianming affirmed, "Indeed, they were my summons." The newcomer was none other than the first sword saint beneath the starry sky. Yun Tianhe. Chapter 68. Chen Tianming's doubts and concerns. Yun Tianhe paused, surprised to be recognized by them. Indeed, indeed. Since you are all well, do you have any knowledge of what transpired in the abyssal trial grounds? Why do I not sense the demon's presence? Shueshan and Su Mingyao exchanged subtle glances, turning their eyes toward Chen Tianming, yet refrained from uttering a word. This moment did not escape Yun Tianhe's keen perception. Fear not. If you have something to share, speak freely. As he spoke, Yun Tian paused for a moment, emanating a fierce aura that commanded attention, his tone shifting to one of gravity. However, if any of you dare to utter falsehoods, do not blame the sword in my hand for turning against you. The two women trembled in fear, yet remained silent. Observing this, Chen Tianming stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and replied with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Yin God, it was I who vanquished the demon. The situation is as follows. He then recounted the events that had just transpired with meticulous detail, when he reached the part about discovering the demon's avatar. Chen Tianming turned to Shueshan and Su Mingyao, whispering, "You must not hear what comes next. Please step aside." Without hesitation, the two women complied and walked away obediently, once they were at a distance. Chen Tianming continued, "Yin God, there is a matter of great importance I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing Chen Tianming's previous narrative, Yun Tian felt a measure of belief take root in his heart. While others may have remained oblivious, he was acutely aware that once one entered the abyssal trial grounds, their powers would be suppressed to the pinnacle of the heroic level, coupled with the insectoid army recently discovered on the surface. He had no reason to doubt Chen Tianming's claim of having slain the demon's avatar. He trusted in Chen Tianming's capabilities. A mere glance was enough for the Yun God to discern that this youth was a prodigy destined for greatness, capable of slaying foes far above his level with relative ease. Moreover, he was a rare combat class. Yet, the question lingered. How did he possess so many summoned entities? Everyone harbors their own secrets, and Yun Tian refrained from probing further. What truly piqued his interest was how this young man had managed to locate the demon's avatar, considering that demons are notoriously adept at concealing their tracks. Young man, do you fully grasp the implications of your words? Yun Tian regarded Chen Tianming with a calm expression, his face betraying no hint of emotional turbulence. Yun God, I did not name any individual specifically, and I implore you not to involve my friends. I am willing to take full responsibility for every word I have spoken. And oh need. Yun Tian waved his hand dismissively. I trust you. Chen Tianming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his words would so easily earn Yun Tian's trust, or perhaps the Yun God possessed some skill for discerning truth from falsehood. Chen Tianming mused silently, though he refrained from inquiring further. The cross-dimensional communication talismans, while precious, were likely possessed by several candidates in this cohort, especially since the girl beside him was a direct descendant of the Shui family. It was entirely reasonable that she would be privy to information regarding the orders of the Sky Marshal. I will carefully consider your words. That I hope you will keep this matter to yourself. After the examination concludes, I will conduct a thorough investigation myself. This moment, a chilling aura emanated from Yun Tian, suggesting that his inner turmoil was far from settled. Since you have dealt with the demon's avatar, is indeed a significant achievement, and I shall personally reward you for it. However, I wish to pose a question. Regarding the slaying of the demon Galero, do you wish to claim the credit for it, or shall it be attributed to me? Upon hearing the Yun God's inquiry, Chen Tianming exhaled a sigh of relief. Even if Yanyan had not asked, he had intended to bring up this matter himself. With a solemn expression, Chen Tianming replied, "My current strength is insufficient, and being targeted by a powerful demon would hinder my growth. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if the Yun God could keep the matter of my summoned entities confidential." Yantian nodded in appreciation. "Rest assured, I shall not usurp the credit that belongs to you. When you have grown sufficiently, I will personally ensure your name is cleared. However, you are correct. This credit is indeed substantial. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Should this information leak, it would be detrimental to your development. After the examination concludes, I shall grant you a special item as a reward." Chen Tianming, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, inquired, "What kind of reward? Might you divulge a hint?" Yantian smiled faintly. "If you have a specific desire, I can assure you that there is nothing I cannot accomplish on this planet. Consider it a promise. I can fulfill it at any time." As he spoke, a beautifully crafted token made of white cloud material materialized in Yantian's hand, which he slowly extended towards Chen Tianming. "This is the Tianyun token. With it, you may request one thing within my capabilities at any time. How about we consider this your reward? Any request?" Chen Tianming replied skeptically, "As long as it does not endanger humanity's survival. Any request is permissible." "Very well." Chen Tianming accepted the token with delight, carefully stowing it away. "Now, it is time to send you all home." With that, Yantian brought his middle and index fingers together and made a gentle sweep through the void. A white lighthouse gradually emerged from the emptiness. Soon, a blinding white light erupted from its pinnacle, shooting skyward, tearing the heavens apart. "Children, the demon Galero has been slain. I shall now activate the lighthouse to transport you back. You will be sent to the original examination site, and the results will be announced shortly." As he finished speaking, the tower began to glow with a crystalline light, and the figures of all present began to fade into transparency. Chen Tianming found himself at the entrance of the lighthouse. Chapter 69. Let us mourn for the lives lost. A throng of examinees soon materialized at the entrance of the lighthouse, most of whom bore injuries. Among them, only a rare few, like Chen Tianming, Shueshan, and Su Mingyao, emerged unscathed. Chen Tianming scanned the crowd. He quickly spotted two familiar figures, the unconscious Gao Wei, who had lost a hand, and Li Ming, who was tending to him. Chen Tianming hurried over. Upon seeing him approach, Li Ming bit her lip hard, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet she managed to choke out urgently, "Gao Wei has suffered this fate because he saved me. He has lost so much blood. Only a sorcerer or healer of heroic rank can save him now." Chen Tianming produced a vial of potion and handed it to Li Ming. "No need to seek anyone else. Just administer this potion to him." It was the life potion he had just received as a reward from the system. Gao Wei was his brother, and though the life potion was exceedingly precious, he offered it without hesitation. Li Ming, seeing this, had no doubts and immediately uncapped the vial, pouring it into Gao Wei's mouth. Cough, cough. Perhaps she had administered it too hastily, as it startled him awake. He weakly opened his eyes and glanced at Li Ming. "Ah, Sister Ming, have you come to keep me company? How wonderful! To open my eyes in death and see you, it seems worth it to die after all. Ouch! Someone kicked me. Huh. Leg brother, you gonna keep me company too? This shouldn't be. How could someone as strong as you die? Ouch! Why are you pinching me?" Gao Wei winced and sat up abruptly from Li Ming's embrace. "Huh. Isn't this outside the lighthouse? Could it be that I'm not dead?" Gao Wei pinched his own cheek, looking around in bewilderment. My hand?" Li Ming chuckled softly to eye in the final moments. The Yun God dealt with the demon's avatar, causing all the creatures in the abyssal trial grounds to become extremely weakened. Moreover, Leg Brother's summoned beast arrived just in time to easily wipe out those orcs. Chen Tianming patted Gao Wei on the shoulder. "I witnessed everything that transpired in the abyssal trial grounds. If you desire vengeance, feel free to inform me at any time." Chen Tianming glanced at the remaining half-full vial of life potion, discreetly moving closer to surreptitiously tuck it into his own possession. Damn, the efficacy is so potent. Just a small sip restored him to full vigor. Thank goodness he didn't drain the entire vial. Meng stifled a giggle. Remaining silent, I could see that moment, a man emerged from the top of the tower. Standing amidst the void, this elicited gasps of astonishment from the gathered students. A practitioner capable of flying must be a high-ranking individual. It is Uncle Shui. Shui Shan seemed to recognize the newcomer and was visibly delighted. Students, my name is Shui Ning. Although this grand examination has concluded, our battle against the malevolent forces has only just commenced. This year's examination has unfolded in a manner none of us anticipated. Fortunately, the Yun God personally intervened to mitigate the dangers. Regrettably, many examinees still perished in the abyssal trial grounds. The death toll has been tallied. He paused before continuing. A total of 346 lives were lost. In our Tianbei province, 47 perished while 39 survived. I ask you all to join me in a moment of silence to mourn the souls of those who have departed. Upon finishing his words, he clasped his hands tightly before his chest, bowing his head in silent mourning. Below, the examinees, along with their accompanying teachers, the principal, and the enforcers, shared in this solemn moment. But a minute later, the announcement came forth. All examinees are to rest in place. We have arranged for physicians and sorcerers to provide assistance nearby. Should any student be severely injured, they will receive priority treatment, and your examination results will be communicated to you via notification. If you are not gravely harmed, you may await the announcement of your scores. The candidates looked on with eager anticipation. In previous years, each examination's results comprised two parts, points and evaluations. However, due to the unusual circumstances this year, the observer mode of the lighthouse had failed, leading to the cancellation of evaluations. Only the points would be considered. Approximately half an hour later, amidst the tense anticipation, the final results were finally revealed. A colossal blue screen flickered in the air. First place, Li Yuqing, points, 17,620. Second place, Qian Feng, points, 15,800. Third place, Yi Fan, points, 14,500. 16th place, Shui Shan, points, 11,800. 17th place, Su Mingyao, points, 11,700. 22nd place, Gao Wei, points, 10,800. 27th place, Li Meng, points, 10,200. 28th place, Chen Tianming, points, 10,108. Gasp echoed throughout the venue. Everyone looked incredulously at Chen Tianming, unable to believe that he, who had amassed 9,600 points in the third round, had only garnered a mere 500 points in the final round. Chapter 70. The departure of Chen Tianming. Upon seeing the results, Qian Feng leapt with joy. Ha ha! I knew it. This fellow must have been scared out of his wits and sighed, hiding everywhere. Su Mingyao glared at Qian Feng in anger, ready to retort, but was restrained by Shui Shan, who gestured for silence. Su Mingyao finally quieted down, emitting a dissatisfied huff. Even Gao Wei and Li Meng were equally astonished, never anticipating that Chen Tianming's score would be lower than theirs. Yet, upon observing Chen Tianming's calm demeanor, they ultimately refrained from inquiring further. Only a woman clad in black robes cast a casual glance at Chen Tianming before lowering her head as if lost in thought, following the announcement of the examination results. There were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Naturally, those with scores exceeding 10,000 were jubilant, as they qualified for the Kyoto Royal Academy, while the disappointed were those who had failed. At that moment, several staff members wearing hats and uniforms approached Chen Tianming. The leading man was Director Ma. Chen Tianming, and Ma Anshan from the Enforcement Bureau, that we suspect you are related to a murder case. Please assist us in our investigation. Anshan's gaze was fixed on Chen Tianming like a hound lying in wait, seeking any sign of a flaw in his expression. Hearing this, Chen Tianming slowly opened his eyes. Looking bewildered at the man before him, he noticed Fang Ping following closely behind, and, without further questions, simply replied, "All right, no problem." He then stood up slowly. Observing Chen Tianming's indifferent attitude, Ma Anshan's voice took on a somber tone. "It's not about that night. It happened today." Taken aback, Chen Tianming stared blankly at the man, wondering what had transpired today. Anshan, noticing the crowd, smiled slightly. It's nothing serious. Let's discuss it back at the bureau. The enforcement personnel then spread out, encircling Chun Tianming, while the inspector nearby regarded the situation with a serious demeanor, ready to act at the slightest hint of trouble. Gao Wei and the others expressed their agitation. What are you going to do? The air was thick with the potential for conflict. Shueshan, in particular, was indignant on Chun Tianming's behalf, exclaiming how he had rescued so many people and earned significant merit. Yet now he was being taken in for questioning. It was utterly unreasonable, and her indignation was palpable. Noticing the unfolding situation, even Chun Tianming, despite his usual dullness, sensed something was amiss. However, he could not fathom the true reason behind it. Yet, with the principal present alongside these individuals, he presumed there would be no grave issues. That he waved his hand to quell the crowd, stating, "It's fine. I will be out shortly." That moment, one of the encircling enforcement officers disdainfully muttered, though his words were barely audible. You think you can get out after hiring a hitman? Dream on." Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chun Tianming approached the enforcement officer, fixing his icy gaze upon him as he coldly inquired, "Whom have I hired a hitman to kill?" Ma Anshan quickly interjected. Xiao Hu, silence. Unfortunately, Ma Anshan's warning came too late. A formidable aura erupted from Chun Tianming, emanating the presence of a hero. Nearby examinees gasped in astonishment. Has he reached the hero level? Disregarding the murmurs, Chun Tianming continued to fixate on the enforcement officer, known as Xiao Hu. The air around him grew thick with a palpable killing intent. Each step forward echoing the ruthless resolve he had honed in the Abyss trial grounds. Who killed her? Chun Tianming's voice was frigid. The officer, just an ordinary professional, found himself momentarily paralyzed by Chun Tianming's fierce aura. Stammering, "It was 3 junior high students, didn't you know?" 3 junior high students? Chun Tianming looked to Ma Anshan, seeking an explanation. "Calm down, Tianming," Fong Ping urged. "Principal, don't be rash. How can I not be impulsive? She was perfectly fine this morning. And now you tell me she's dead." Chun Tianming murmured in anguish. Why? Why did I fail to protect you in my previous life? Now, having encountered someone so much like you, she too has departed from me." At that moment, Chun Tianming slowly lifted his head. The agony on his face dissipated, replaced by a cold, composed visage. "I will go to the enforcement bureau with you, right now." Fong Ping, witnessing this, glanced at Ma Anshan. Shaking his head with a sigh, "Tianming, don't act rashly. The enforcement bureau will surely uncover the truth." And he placed a comforting hand on Chun Tianming's shoulder. "I will accompany you." Chun Tianming smiled faintly, his tone flat. "Is it important what I did? What truly matters is who the real culprit is. I shall make the true murderer pay in blood." With that, he vanished in a flash, appearing beside the enforcement vehicle. This display of spatial traversal was nothing short of stunning. Though his tone remained calm, those around him could sense the fury boiling within. Could it be that he was not guilty? He appeared genuinely furious. "I refuse to believe Chun Tianming would do such a thing," exclaimed Yi Fan, eliciting surprise among the onlookers. The astonished candidates were primarily from the 4th high school, all aware of the competitive relationship between Yi Fan and Chun Tianming. Yet no one expected Yi Fan to stand up for him at such a moment. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in speculation, as earlier candidates had already pieced together the events. Since last night, Jiang City had only witnessed 2 major incidents. One was the brawl among practitioners on the outskirts, rumored to have resulted in 4 deaths. The other was the morning's attack by 3 junior high students. With the victims being members of the Practitioner Association, it seemed as though an unseen hand was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Chapter 71. Interrogation Investigation within the Enforcement Bureau. Name, Chun Tianming. Date of birth, year 140 of the Crisis Era, September 12. Gender. Could you ask something with more substance? Chun Tianming. What is this attitude? Foolish, Chun Tianming replied coldly. The 2 enforcement officers conducting the interrogation were immediately enraged. Chun Tianming, what do you mean by that? Don't think that just because you're the chosen one and have been admitted to the Kyoto Royal Academy, you can act recklessly if the truth comes to light and it turns out that you are indeed responsible. Let me tell you that university may not accept you, and no matter how gifted you are. Such a heinous act would surely lead to your rejection. Chen Tianming, equally furious, retorted, "Why would I kill Yin? What relationship do you think we have? What motive could I possibly have? Such an overt act of framing. And yet you fail to recognize it? Is it possible that in this day and age, a mere video can condemn me?" Chen Tianming furiously slammed his palm against the table in the interrogation room. The fury within him was boiling over, almost unbearable. On the way here, Fong Ping had recounted all the evidence collected by the Law Enforcement Bureau, along with the information he had gathered. Someone had impersonated him, luring 3 minors into committing a crime, and subsequently brought them to Jiangxing Huafu, where they vanished without a trace. This had led to a highly unfavorable public opinion against him online, with everyone vehemently condemning him and demanding punishment for the true perpetrator. Naturally, the individual believed to be the mastermind behind all was Chen Tianming himself. That it was evident that someone was intent on tarnishing his reputation, and Chen Tianming speculated that their true goal was to ensure his rejection by Kyoto University. After all, a student with a tainted past, regardless of their exceptional talent, could very well face rejection. Currently, the online discourse was dominated by discussions regarding Chen Tianming's alleged illegal employment of minors to commit murder. And after a day of escalating public sentiment, the matter had become widely known across the nation that in this era of crisis, people seek an outlet for their emotions, and Chen Tianming had become that outlet. After all, most individuals possess only ordinary or exceptional talents. Bringing down a prodigy could satisfy their envy, rendering the truth seemingly insignificant to them. Now, everyone awaited a resolution, according to the Special Talent Act of Dongli Nation. Even if Chen Tianming were the true culprit, he would only face a brief period of detention before being released. What the public was truly concerned about was the fate of the 3 minors. Under the minor protection law of Dongli Nation, minors who commit murder cannot be sentenced to death. How, then, would these 3 minors be judged? Chen Tianming, please remain calm. At that moment, Mayan Shan entered, speaking gently. It is precisely because we are unclear about the motive for the murder that we are questioning you. After all, there are indeed some individuals in this world who can alter their appearance. Perhaps you are truly being wronged. However, all evidence currently points to you, and your uncooperative demeanor will only waste our time in uncovering the truth. Therefore, we kindly ask you to cooperate with our detailed investigation. Realizing that the person before him was the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Chen Tianming suppressed his anger and replied, "I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. But you must answer 2 questions of mine and agree to 1 request. If you can fulfill these conditions, I will cooperate. Otherwise, I will remain silent from this moment on. You can detain me for a maximum of 24 hours. And believe me, after that period, I will handle this matter in my own way." "You are quite audacious, Chen Tianming. Who gave you the authority to negotiate terms with us?" An enforcement officer shouted angrily. As he was about to say more, Mayan Shan raised a hand to silence him. "You may speak, provided it does not violate the law." "What are your requests?" Chen Tianming stated coldly. "First, I want photographs of the 3 individuals. Second, I want to know where they are now. Are they in the Law Enforcement Bureau, or have they been taken away? Third, if I am indeed the mastermind, what will ultimately happen to these 3? Mayan Shan found the inquiries peculiar and, after some contemplation, responded, "I can grant you the first 2 requests, as there will be an identification stage later on." He gestured to a nearby officer, instructing him to fetch the photographs of the 3 minors. After issuing the order, Mayan Shan continued, "The 2 minors are still in the Law Enforcement Bureau, as the case has not yet been clarified. Once it is resolved, they will be detained, awaiting court judgment." That I ask for your 3rd point. According to our laws, minors under the age of 16 cannot be held criminally responsible for their actions. I imagine you are concerned about whether they will face the death penalty. After stating this, Mayan Shan fixed his gaze intently on Chen Tianming's expression, noting that his face remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I could see that moment. The officer who had gone out returned with 3 photographs that Mayan Shan signaled, and the officer stepped forward, slowly handing the images to Chen Tianming. Upon receiving the photographs, a flicker of emotion finally crossed his face, which Mayan Shan keenly observed, just as he prepared to scrutinize further. Chen Tianming reverted to his previous demeanor. "Thank you. Let us begin now." 4 hours later, the night had deepened. The Law Enforcement Bureau was brightly lit. Outside, Chun Tianming's parents and Gao Wei anxiously paced, awaiting news. At that moment, the doors of the bureau swung open, and 5 figures emerged. Fong Ping, Lu Yun, Shueli, Shueshan, and her butler. The elderly couple hurried over to inquire about the situation. Fong Ping spoke first. "Do not worry. We have completed our statements that we can all testify that Chun Tianming was at the villa throughout last night. Moreover, there are surveillance recordings from both inside and outside the villa, which we have submitted to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I believe it will not be long before he is released. However, the case is somewhat complex, and we will mobilize our resources to help mitigate the negative impact. Our primary concern now is how the 3 middle school students will ultimately be dealt with. After all, they committed murder, yet they are minors and the deceased had a close relationship with Chun Tianming. I fear that in a moment of impulse, these children might act recklessly." With worry etched on his face, Fong Ping turned to Chun Tianming's mother. "Shun, you must counsel him to avoid any foolish actions." The elderly couple nodded in agreement. "We will eat tea." That moment, another figure emerged from within the Law Enforcement Bureau, prompting everyone to look up and see it was Chun Tianming. "Brother, you've come out." Gao Wei and the others rushed to greet him. Expressing their concern, "They didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" Chun Tianming shook his head and turned to his parents. "Dad, Mom, I apologize for the trouble I've caused." "Silly child, as long as you are all right. Nothing else matters." Chun Tianming then flashed a brilliant smile. "Mom, I'm tired. Let us go home." "All right, let us go home." Chun Tianming nodded, then turned to acknowledge Fong Ping and the others, slightly bowing, and said solemnly, "Thank you for your concern, Principal." For a moment, Fong Ping was unsure of Chun Tianming's true feelings and prepared to offer some well-intentioned advice. "Principal, there's no need to say more. I won't do anything foolish, so rest assured." Seeing this, Fong Ping decided against further discussion. "All right, it's late. Let's all head home and rest." With that, everyone turned and departed. Chapter 72. Damage to the heart. As Path upon returning home, Chun Tianming sat in his room, meditating with closed eyes. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping of the window interrupted his thoughts. Suddenly, a figure like a wisp of smoke floated into the room. Chun Tianming focused his gaze and was astonished to find it was the cloud deity. He hurriedly rose and respectfully said, "I greet you, Lord Cloud Deity." Yun Tianhe chuckled lightly, pulling up a chair to take a seat. "You should sit as well, that I have 2 matters to discuss today. The first is to bestow upon you the reward that is rightfully yours. The second is to take you directly to Kyoto Academy for registration. However, I noticed that after today's examination, you seem to have gotten entangled in some trouble." Yun Tianhe straightforwardly clarified his purpose. After a brief pause, he continued, "I have a general understanding of the situation, regardless of the myriad faults of these 3 middle school students. They are, after all, minors, and the laws of the nation must not be easily challenged." He understood that with Chun Tianming's summoning abilities, there were likely peculiar summons that could eliminate the 3 without a trace. Yet, if he were to handle it himself, even if they weren't killed, they would surely suffer considerable hardships in prison, perhaps leading to a muddled resolution of the matter. After all, he recognized Chun Tianming's potential. He was not merely capable of facing thousands, but could single-handedly build an army. After returning the examinees to the testing grounds, he activated the lighthouse's retrospective function, witnessing everything Chun Tianming had done. Not to mention the vast swarms of insectoid armies. Even the 3 bizarre creatures reminiscent of a tyrant, a gene queen, and a giant scorpion showcased abilities that left Yun Tianhe in awe. Although he currently viewed Chun Tianming as relatively weak, he pondered, what level was he at now? However, possessing such formidable strength at merely the hero level, once this individual matures, they will undoubtedly become a top-tier force in the counteroffensive against the Demon Clan. Thus, Yun Tianhe developed a fondness for this talent, prompting him to hastily visit the young man's residence with the intention of engaging in a thorough discussion. After contemplating for a moment, Chun Tianming replied, "If you insist on involving yourself in this matter, it would be prudent to arrange for the immediate relocation of those 3 middle school students, that if they remain alive, my resolve will be compromised. I have already exerted my utmost effort to resolve the crisis at the Abyss trial ground. Should I find myself on the front lines, constantly wary of underhanded individuals seeking to assassinate my family and friends, I regret to inform you that I will have no choice but to succumb to darkness. As he spoke, a potent aura of lethal intent emanated from Chen Tianming, causing Yun Tianhe to regard him with newfound respect. Succumbing to darkness? At the mention of these words, Yun Tianhe's lips twitched. This is hardly succumbing to darkness. It is clearly a threat. Nevertheless, Yun Tianhe suddenly burst into laughter. Very well, we need individuals with your decisive and ruthless demeanor. Otherwise, what shall we use to thwart the malevolent forces from beyond our realm? Mere words. Do as you wish. After all, you possess the Yun Tian order. Should you truly encounter peril, simply shatter it, and I will dispatch my avatar to your aid with the utmost haste. Avatar? Indeed. What else would you expect? Even the person speaking to you now is merely one of my avatars. The Void Realm battlefield is exceedingly busy. I scarcely have time to traverse back and forth. Void Realm? Another unfamiliar term. Chen Tianming silently noted it, but refrained from further inquiry. Instead, he stood up, bowed, and clasped his fists in gratitude. That I appreciate your kindness, Lord Yin, that I have my suspicions regarding the mastermind behind this. But my current strength is insufficient to eradicate them. However, the 3 middle school students who were captured will undoubtedly not see the light of day again. How you choose to handle this is your prerogative. Should you falter, seek out the mayor and present my token. He will assist you to... As he spoke, a flash of white light emanated from Yun Tian's hand, revealing several items. The first reward. This card contains 200,000 points. This is a personal gift from me to you. You were meant to be this year's national top student, and although I have erased the relevant records as per protocol, the points you are entitled to must still be granted. Additionally, this point total does not conflict with the points you earned in the major exam. When the time comes, you will simply need to transfer the points from this card to your personal account. The second reward is a qualification for entry into the Celestial Tower. You will naturally learn more about the specifics of the Celestial Tower once you enter the Kyoto Royal Academy. I can inform you in advance that the entry qualification for the Celestial Tower is incredibly precious, particularly the first time. Ensure you are thoroughly prepared before your visit, with such earnest warnings from Lord Yin. It was evidently of great importance. Chen Tianming nodded in understanding. I have a few matters to attend to. Please wait a moment, Lord Yin. After speaking, Chen Tianming proceeded to his study, took up pen and paper, and began to write. Before long, he completed a farewell letter, placing it on the coffee table in the living room, along with a card containing 1 billion Tianxin coins, all of which he left for his parents. Having accomplished this, Chen Tianming let out a soft sigh, glanced at his parents' room, and silently departed, closing the door behind him. He then hurried alongside Yun Tianhe to their next destination, the Law Enforcement Bureau. Yun Tianhe guided Chen Tianming as they soared through the skies on their sword. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the Law Enforcement Bureau, where Chen Tianming waved his hand and collected the 3 lurking gene larvae that had been concealed there into his nest space. Yun Tianhe observed silently, offering no comment. Chen Tianming raised his gaze to Lord Yun, nodding slightly to indicate that his task was complete. At that moment, the 3 larval gene entities were secured within Chen Tianming's nest space. The streets were eerily quiet in the dead of night, when suddenly a terrified voice echoed from within the Law Enforcement Bureau. Dead? Someone has died. Can we leave now? Yun Tianhe inquired. Wait, I need to go somewhere first. Where to? The hospital. In the morgue, Chen Tianming stood silently beside Yin, simply gazing at her. I am sorry. He bowed deeply before turning to leave. Outside, Yun Tianhe wielded his divine sword, gently waving it toward the void, creating a portal wide enough for 2 to pass through in the corridor. Chen Tianming took one last look at the door that separated him from Yin forever before stepping into the portal alongside Yun Tianhe, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 73. Kyoto Royal Academy. Chen Tianming felt as though he had been transported for an eternity, unlike the instantaneous transfer he experienced with the teleportation stone the previous day. The distance from Jiang City to Kyoto spanned thousands of kilometers. Even teleportation required a measure of time. Radiant hues of glass-like colors swept before his eyes as countless wondrous images flowed past. Chen Tianming felt a disorienting heaviness, his entire being uncomfortable. He glanced at Yun Tianhe beside him, who maintained an air of composure, showing no signs of the passage of time upon his youthful visage. still appearing to be in his 30s. Is this the extent of Lord Yun's power? And this is merely an avatar. How formidable must his true self be? After a minute, the two abruptly materialized high above a city, the discomfort dissipating in an instant. Impressive resilience. Yun Tianhe thought to himself, raising Chun Tianming's evaluation yet again. The capital of the Easternly Kingdom, Kyoto remained ablaze with lights even in the dead of night. Yun Tianhe guided Chen Tianming as they glided through the air. Soon, a grand gate towering dozens of meters high and spanning hundreds of meters wide came into view, adorned with dragons and phoenixes. It exuded an aura of majestic grandeur, illuminated by the moonlight, radiating an unmatched sense of might. As they descended on their sword, the impact of the gate's presence grew ever more profound. Chun Tianming felt a potent sense of threat, as if the gate had transformed into a ravenous beast, poised to pounce at any moment. Yun Tianhe began to elucidate. This gate serves not only as an entrance, but also as a weapon. Even formidable practitioners attempting to breach it would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. Afterward, he patted Chen Tianming on the shoulder. "Come, let us enter." As they approached, Chen Tianming sensed a spell descend upon him. He understood it to be a detection spell. Their identities verified, the gates slowly opened, revealing a passage large enough for two to traverse, and they swiftly passed through. The Royal Academy in the dead of night was far from the anticipated tranquility. Numerous students hurriedly traversed the campus. Not far off, he could sense waves of energy fluctuations. After some time walking, they finally reached their destination. "This is the residential area. You will now proceed with your registration. From this day forth, you shall reside here. Additionally, I must remind you that the vast majority of items within the academy can be traded. However, all transactions must be based on mutual consent. Specifics can be found in the campus regulations, which you will need to purchase." That moment, a tall figure appeared to have been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yun Tianhe approach, he hurriedly came forward to greet the divine being. Bowing respectfully from a distance, Yun Tianhe nodded. "I leave him in your care. I must take my leave. Someone will contact you tomorrow." After saying this, he waved his hand and soared away on his sword. Although he could have directly transported Chen Tianming to the residential area, he chose instead to help Chen Tianming familiarize himself with the campus environment. Heavens, truly worthy of being Lord Yun. How considerate. After Yun Tian had departed, the man courteously inquired, "You must be Chen Tianming." Indeed, perceiving a hint of aloofness in Chen Tianming's tone, the man remained exceedingly polite, asking, "Where would you like to reside? We offer single rooms, shared rooms, villas, and villas equipped with training facilities. The prices vary significantly based on the type of accommodation." This moment, Chen Tianming finally comprehended why the examiners had been emphasizing the significance of points over gold coins since the commencement of the grand examination. A double occupancy dormitory was the most economical option, requiring merely 200 points per month, that a single occupancy dormitory followed, demanding 500 points monthly. In stark contrast, a standalone villa necessitated a staggering 2,000 points each month, while those equipped with various training facilities commenced at a price of 3,000 points. Should one find themselves lacking in points, they could also make payments using Tianxian coins, simply by appending 3 zeros. Thus, a double occupancy dormitory would cost 200,000 Tianxian coins per month, and a standalone villa would amount to 2 million Tianxian coins. The pricing was undeniably exorbitant, especially considering that this was merely the cost of accommodation, with the property itself not belonging to the occupant, akin to a rental fee. Each point could be exchanged for 1,000 Tianxian coins. However, the reverse was not possible, thus subtly elevating the importance of points. Yun Tian had just mentioned that everything could be traded within the Royal Academy. The conversion of Tianxian coins into points was but one of many transactions, with a greater focus on purchasing weaponry and training resources. Consequently, points have become the de facto currency within the academy. Under the narration of the individual before him, Chen Tianming grasped much, and he accepted the academy regulations that were offered to him. Intending to peruse them leisurely upon returning to his room, as night deepened, Chen Tianming longed to retreat to his quarters for a well-deserved rest. Not wishing to interrupt the speaker's discourse, "I desire the standalone villa," he declared. The speaker's words were momentarily interrupted, and though initially displeased, he remained courteous, recalling that Chun was brought by Yun-God. "Are you certain?" he inquired. Chun Tun-Ming nodded, offering no further response. The man sighed. Such wealth leads to recklessness. Once you realize how challenging it is to earn points, regret will surely follow. With that, he guided Chen Tianming into the residential area, halting before a row of vacant standalone villas. This area is entirely unoccupied. You may select at your leisure. Afterward, the man, still unconvinced, urged, "I sincerely believe you should reconsider. Points are truly difficult to acquire." Chen Tianming sensed the man's genuine concern but shook his head in refusal, stating, "Having grown accustomed to poverty in my youth, I now wish to reside comfortably that if points are lacking, I shall earn them. This will serve as a motivation to continually grow stronger." With that, he pointed to a particular villa. "This one will suffice. Your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal," the man conceded, relinquishing the argument. "Here is the key. Within lies a call panel. Should you have any uncertainties, you may contact the duty room, which is staffed around the clock to assist with your inquiries." He then handed Chen Tianming a card, saying, "This is the access card for the entrance of Villa 9. Building 3, an area that you may enter simply by swiping it. Now, please provide your identification so I may register you. From now on, this card will be exclusively yours. Even if lost, others will be unable to use it." He proceeded to produce a device, requesting Chen Tianming to undergo iris recognition and fingerprint authentication. Subsequently, he brought forth a POS machine. "Chun, it is time to settle the payment," without so much as a blink. Chen Tianming drew the card given to him by Yun-God and swiped it without hesitation. To the man's surprise, no failure notification emerged. With a confirming beep, the points were successfully deducted. "Very well, from this moment forth. Villa 9 in Building 3, Area A, is your personal residence. No one may enter without your permission, and until you vacate, no one else may rent this villa. That I shall not disturb your rest any further," he said, stifling yawn before waving goodbye and departing. The villa was a lavish, standalone structure, featuring 3 sections, a parking area, a swimming pool, and a vast garden, equipped with every amenity imaginable. Chen Tianming was thoroughly satisfied. After taking a shower in the bedroom, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 74. The War Academy the following afternoon. A hurried ringing of the doorbell startled Chen Tianming from his repose. Upon opening the door, his eyes widened in surprise that he had not anticipated that the first person he would see would be Xue Shan. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I heard from my family that Yun-God brought you to the Kyoto Royal Academy yesterday, so I rushed over to find you," she exclaimed. "What is the matter? Just because you can come to the Royal Academy, I can't. I too have been admitted to the Kyoto Royal Academy. Is it not permissible for me to arrive early to register?" Of course, Chen Tianming replied, his face alight with joy. Xue Shan peered inside, asking, "Let me take a look. Do you have a hidden beauty here?" Chen Tianming was non-committal. "I just arrived last night. Where would I hide a beauty?" Xue Shan laughed. "Come on, let us get your paperwork done, then we'll grab a bite to eat." With that, she took his hand and led him towards the Academic Affairs Office. Chatting about the Academy's features along the way to the Kyoto Royal Academy. There exist 2 types of trading posts. The Imperial Trading Post, which exclusively deals in gold coins, and the Academic Trading Post, which only accepts points. Certain unique items cannot be purchased at the Imperial Trading Post, necessitating transactions at the Academic Trading Post. Moreover, the Academy is adorned with hundreds of training grounds for students to hone their skills collaboratively. Of course, these facilities are not free. They require points, 10 points for an hour of use. The Academy also houses a library, regarded as a national treasure, filled with countless tomes for students to peruse. Though access also demands points, in summary, without points, one will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the Academy. While I am unaware of how many points you possess, I advise you to spend wisely. You may find yourself in a predicament when the need arises. After a brief walk, they soon arrived at the academic office, and under Xue Shan's guidance, Chen Tianming swiftly completed his enrollment procedures. Once finished, evening began to set in. "Let us go. I'll show you the canteen. It's just about mealtime." They arrived at the canteen, where the sheer number of students dining left them in awe. "You should know, the Kyoto Academy has 5 canteens. I'll take you to the others next time." With that, Shueshan deftly began to serve herself, appearing quite familiar with the process, and piled her plate high. Just as she was about to pay, Chan Tianming produced his newly acquired student card, swiping it with a beep to cover the expenses. Shueshan chuckled, not objecting. After their meal, the two strolled leisurely around the campus. "Thank you for treating me to lunch," Shueshan said with a grin. "But now we must attend to business. Today, in addition to familiarizing you with the campus, I have tasks to accomplish." They spent a good part of the day merely exploring 1/20th of the Royal Academy's grounds. In the War Academy Square, a crowd gathered around a frail young girl. "That I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. What is that water in your bottle worth? Just name your price, and I'll compensate you," the girl stammered, her face filled with alarm. "Compensate? What will you use to pay? That bottle contains source water that enhances all attributes. One bottle costs 10,000 points. What do you have to offer in return?" The girl, upon hearing the exorbitant price, felt her vision darken, nearly fainting. Beside her, a rotund young man chuckled maliciously. "You've stolen my heart. How can you claim no wrongdoing? Tonight, you shall be at my mercy." The surrounding bodyguards snickered in agreement. Indeed, that is only right. The young man reveled in the girl's distress, observing her drenched in sweat. "Look at you. I haven't even begun yet, and you're already soaked." "Ha ha!" Suddenly, amidst his triumph, he was unexpectedly sent flying by an unseen force. "Who the hell dares to strike me? Do they not know my reputation in Kyoto?" He bellowed furiously. His lackey, aghast, exclaimed, "Young master, it's Miss Shue." The young man's expression shifted to one of shock as he focused his gaze, noticing Shueshan alongside, a strikingly handsome young man, accompanied by a terrifying creature with a grotesque visage. Its long tail whipping through the it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. "Shueshan, while your family background is impressive, must he not compensate for shattering my source water?" The young man gulped, his face paling. "I've paid her compensation in points. Bullying a girl is hardly a display of strength," the young man beside Shueshan retorted, tossing a card towards the young man. "Password 666. Once processed, be on your way. If you disagree, we can settle this at the arena." As Qin Tianming witnessed a young girl being bullied, memories of Xiaoyu's tragic fate involuntarily flooded his mind, igniting a fervent anger within him. Without a second thought, he resolved to teach the aggressor a lesson. The wealthy young man, likely wary of Shueshan's connections, shot a fierce glare at Qin Tianming. Muttering, "You'll regret this," he then swiped his card, which immediately displayed Qin Tianming's name on his communicator. "So, you're Qin Tianming? I assure you, I will reclaim this situation today." With that, he tossed the card aside and hurriedly left with his entourage. Thank you," the young woman, sensing the shift in power, hurriedly approached to express her gratitude, her demeanor filled with reverence. "Be cautious in the future. Not every time will you encounter a good Samaritan." Qin Tianming replied, his tone gentle as he watched the girl depart. He remained in place with Shueshan, waiting. Before long, a voice called out from a distance, Shan, you're back." Approaching them was a woman adorned with a vibrant red floral crown, her beauty striking. She greeted them with a charming smile. Shan, I brought someone with me." Shueshan giggled. The woman turned her gaze to Qin Tianming. "Is this the handsome young man you've been pining for? The way you heroically rescued that girl was indeed quite dashing. No wonder Shueshan is so smitten." She laughed heartily. "Flower sister," Shueshan playfully chided, a hint of flirtation in her voice. "All right, I want to tease you further." The woman introduced herself. "Hello, I am Shue Huayu, Shueshan's elder sister. You may call me Flower Sister. I am a level 6 mountain mover and a plant mage." Qin Tianming responded softly. "Qin Tianming, level 2 hero." Summoner, Shue Huayu's expression remained composed, revealing little emotion, while those around them displayed surprise. At this moment, a boy with a pockmarked face scoffed, "A mere level 2 hero dares to provoke Baodation. So, you're just a naive rookie." Baodation was the nickname of the overweight bully from earlier. He was the second son of the Bao family in Kyoto. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't dare to trouble you," Shueshan whispered, concerned that Qin Tianming might be affected by his emotions. "That's irrelevant." Qin Tianming dismissed the concern. As the saying goes, every man struggles to survive in the cracks, and every woman endures hardships. Everyone bears pressure. Yet life offers no retreat. One must forge ahead and help when witnessing injustice. That is who I am. A different kind of firework. Chapter 75. When a dog bites a person. Should one bite back? Does he think he can act recklessly just because he has Miss Shue shielding him? Shue Shan's expression darkened. Xiao Kuan, mind your words. Chun Tianming is a fated individual, a recipient of special admission. Xiao Kuan sneered. Just a fated individual. Are there not many in our war academy? We've seen plenty of champions from various provinces. They're all mere country bumpkins who think their talents elevate them above others. In reality, they are all worthless. His pride was palpable, disregarding Chun Tianming entirely. Others in the vicinity echoed his arrogance, seemingly agreeing with his sentiments. Just a fated individual, they scoffed, clearly unimpressed. I in this war academy, where talent was abundant. A fated individual was hardly exceptional. Xiao Kuan, you should choose your words carefully. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily, Shue Shan retorted boldly. Xiao Kuan huffed, casting a wary glance at Shue Shan and Shue Huayu, refraining from further argument. Instead, he arrogantly raised his chin. I know you're a special admission, but our Rose squad values strength first and foremost. For tomorrow's trial, bringing you along is fine, but please refrain from speaking or making any noise. Don't think your heroic act was impressive. To me, it was no different from foolishness. 1,000 points are easily given away, showing complete ignorance of their value. Every student entering the Kyoto Royal Academy possessed at least 10,000 points. With a maximum of 20,000, Chun Tianming's act of spending 1,000 points to defend someone infuriated him. He resented that those points were not his own, that he knew well why Baodation was so notorious for his information. The contents of that bottle were merely ordinary water, a means of bullying female students. Once the bottle shattered, the water would blend into the ground, leaving no evidence even if the matter escalated to the administration. Baodation was surely pleased with his unwarranted 1,000 points, but Xiao Kuan had no intention of revealing this, as he was merely a messenger for Baodation, having informed him of the girl's plight to set the trap. Unexpectedly, Chun Tianming retorted mockingly, "Pockmarked boy." Xiao Kuan leaped as if someone had stepped on his tail, outraged by the insult to his appearance. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. His staff emitted arcs of purple light, releasing a massive wave of energy. Shue Shan stepped in front of Chun Tianming resolutely. Xiao Kuan, try if you dare. Shue Huayu interjected fiercely. Xiao Kuan, stand down. Gazing at Shue Huayu, Xiao Kuan gradually subdued his aggression, the lightning on his staff dissipating. Flower sister, as the captain, I'll grant you this favor. But let it be clear, this is the last time. If it happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. He shot a venomous glare at Chun Tianming, then withdrew to the side, silent. Shue Huayu turned to Chun Tianming. We'll depart tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Let us assemble here and I'll provide you with more details then. Chun Tianming nodded in understanding. Let us go buy some supplies and prepare, Shue Shan said, pulling Chun Tianming along. As Shue Huayu watched them leave, she sighed. Xiao Kuan, I know you harbor resentment, but he is my sister's guest. And he was personally brought back by the Cloud God last night, who seems to hold him in high regard. That I hope you can exercise restraint. Xiao Kuan grumbled, I know my limits, but it's hard to swallow. Just because Shue Shan is your sister, it's acceptable if she is of lower rank. At least she is a healer and contributes to the team. But what about Chun Tianming? What is a summoner? An upgraded beast tamer? I've never even heard of such a profession. Someone chimed in, I heard it's a new profession that just emerged this year. The last time it appeared was decades ago. Xiao Kuan remained dismissive. New professions pop up every year. What does it matter? Most of them are garbage. Shue Huayu shook her head. He is still a fated individual, and my sister values him for a reason. We'll see tomorrow how he performs. Mark my words. If he drags us down, don't expect me to go easy on him. Shue Shan led Chun Tianming towards the trading post, saying, don't let that guy get to you. He thinks he is special just because he is also a fated individual and has been in the academy longer than me, often causing trouble. I've been irritated by him for a long time. Chun Tianming replied softly, when a dog bites, should a person bite back? I'll heed your advice. Haha. Shue Shan chuckled, amused by his dark humor. I didn't expect you to have such a cunning side, but really, your actions today were quite impressive. I thought you had developed a crush on that girl. You didn't even leave a contact. Truly unexpected. Chun Tianming smiled faintly, withholding further comments that it was just as unique character. Upon arriving at the Imperial Trading Post, Shueshan instructed, "Since you're new to the school, buy a communication device and some red and blue potions." The red and blue potions she referred to were healing potions and mana potions. The former heals wounds, while the latter restores mental energy. Both are among the most consumed items by professionals. Basic life potion can be used for healing injuries, suitable for those below the hero level, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Basic mental potion restores mental energy, also for those below the hero level, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Each vial of the two potions is priced at 500 Tianxin coins. Following Shueshan's suggestion, Chun Tianming purchased a total of 50 bottles, expending 50,000 Tianxin coins in the process. Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived at the Academy Exchange, where they spent 100 points to acquire a communicator. The communicator resembles a bracelet, making it exceedingly convenient to wear and is an indispensable item for every student. The two added each other as friends, allowing them to communicate effortlessly while navigating the dungeons. Shueshan waved her small hand, revealing her fair skin, and playfully remarked, "From now on, I can disturb you anytime and anywhere. And you one team mind, will you?" "Not at all," Chun Tianming replied gently. The next morning, Chun Tianming's communicator chimed with a melodious ringtone, set by Shueshan the previous night. I could see that moment. Shueshan was the sole contact in his communicator. "Hey, lazy pig, it's time to rise. The sun is already shining on your backside." The moment he answered, Shueshan's whimsical voice came through. "I'm at your villa S in trance. Hurry down for breakfast. We need to set off right after." "Okay." Shueshan had brought an abundance of food, aware that they might be outside for an extended period during this trial, necessitating ample provisions. Chapter 76. The Woe of the Mummy on the Square of the War Academy. Xue Huayu and others were already waiting. Alongside Xue Huayu, several teams from the academy had gathered. Shueshan tugged Chun Tianming over. Xue Huayu glanced at the time and, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Once we're teleported, do not wander off." Her experience with multiple trials was evident in her demeanor. Xiao Kuan cast a disdainful glance at Chun Tianming and warned, "Don't slow us down, or else." "Humph," Shueshan immediately retorted. "As long as you don't drag us down, we'll be fine." Xue Huayu, feeling a headache coming on, quickly intervened. "The trial is about to commence. Whatever your thoughts, save them for after we're done. This trial is of utmost importance, and it must not be botched. Now, let us introduce our professions," she insisted, needing to unify the team, even if only superficially, to avoid any potential pitfalls that could jeopardize their progress. "I'll go first. Xue Huayu, level 6 Mountain Mover, Plant Mage. Xiao Kuan, level 4 Mountain Mover, Thunder Mage. Lu Kai, level 3 Mountain Mover, Shadow Ranger. Zhao Wen, level 3 Mountain Mover, Seer." Both the Plant Mage and Seer are support roles. However, the Plant Mage possesses a notable offensive capability, striking a balance between control and damage output. The Seer primarily enhances various states and explores visibility, and if a team boasts a high-level Seer with comprehensive skills, it can significantly elevate their combat effectiveness. The Shadow Ranger combines the traits of an assassin and an archer, excelling in both ranged attacks and melee combat, indicating that he and Shan Kun would serve as the primary damage dealers of this team. "I am Shueshan, level 1 hero, healer. Chun Tianming, level 2 hero, summoner." Xue Huayu's gaze swept across the group once more, emphasizing once again, "It is imperative that we remain united during this trial. Anyone who dares to lag behind will not escape my wrath upon our return." Shueshan cheerfully assured, "Sister Hua, rest assured, we will absolutely not hold you back." Suddenly, a colossal tower shadow loomed in the center of the playground. "It's a lighthouse," Shueshan whispered. The tower radiated a glassy glow, and moments later a brilliant light shone from its pinnacle, casting a multicolored beam that enveloped everyone in the square. The trial teleportation is commencing. At that moment, all individuals on the playground were transported to the trial location. The teleportation lasted several minutes, indicating that the trial venue was undoubtedly far removed from the Kyoto Royal Academy. Waves of scorching heat surrounded them, a searing warmth crashing over them like ocean waves. The trial site turned out to be situated within a desert. As they touched down on solid ground, Their vision rapidly adjusted to the blinding sunlight pouring from the sky. Shueshan's complexion paled slightly as she tightly grasped Chen Tianming's arm, her lips pouting in discontent. "I really dislike long-distance teleportation," Shui Huayu remarked. "You're just not accustomed to it yet. After a few more teleports, you'll get used to it." She cast a slightly surprised glance at Chen Tianming, astonished that he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Could it be that he frequently uses teleportation? This thought crossed her mind, causing her to regard him with slightly more respect. Chen Tianming silently surveyed their surroundings. They stood in a vast desert, with a shimmering barrier in the distance, concealing an oasis. Through the barrier, they could discern numerous magical creatures within the oasis. That moment, a task scroll floated before each individual, emitting a faint glow. It was the mission scroll. Drawing upon her experience, Shui Huayu recognized the scroll immediately and swiftly grasped the one before her. The others followed suit. Upon opening his task scroll, Chen Tianming quickly understood the nature of their trial. It detailed everything comprehensively. They were currently situated in a place known as the Death Desert. This desert is home to a plethora of desert monsters. At the heart of the Death Desert lies an oasis, within which stands a pyramid. Inside the pyramid is a dungeon titled the Woe of the Mummy. Their mission was to enter the oasis, proceed into the pyramid, and subsequently delve into the mummy dungeon. They were to vanquish the final boss within the dungeon and obtain a drop known as the Mummy's Tear. This tear is said to possess remarkable properties. There are 3 pivotal points to this trial. Firstly, the team entering the oasis may consist of no more than 6 members, and the highest level within the team cannot exceed level 6 Mountain Mover, with at least 2 members required to be at the hero level. The second point is that the Mummy's Tear can only drop at hell difficulty. Thus, the overall strength of the team must be adequate. Explaining why the other 4 members, aside from Chen Tianming and Shueshan, are of nearly equal levels. Lastly, only 3 droplets of the Mummy's Tear will drop. Chapter 77. The Mummy's Tear, only the first 3 teams to conquer the dungeon will be awarded the Mummy's Tear. Chen Tianming was puzzled as to why this had not been communicated to him earlier. After all, it was merely another dungeon. Could it be that the Mummy's Tear held some exceptional significance? After reviewing the task scroll, Shui Huayu spoke solemnly. The dungeon The Woe of the Mummy only drops 3 Mummy's Tears each year. The Mummy's Tear possesses fusion properties, allowing it to perfectly combine materials that are normally incompatible, making it an exceedingly rare strategic resource. The Death Desert is located outside the borders of our Dongli Kingdom. Thus, every year, more than just our nation sends participants to the Death Desert. Individuals from other countries will also appear. This year, our War Academy has mobilized all its forces, consisting of a total of 10 teams, and we're Team 7. We will not only be competing against our fellow student from the War Academy, but also against professionals from other nations. Shui Huayu relayed the information she had gathered. Shueshan then inquired, "What if we encounter them? Should we kill them?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Tianming, fully aware that he had indeed taken lives before. Just before he arrived at the Kyoto Royal Academy, 3 miners had perished in the Enforcement Bureau. At that moment, Shueshan had realized it was undoubtedly Chen Tianming's doing. Hearing the mention of killing, the expressions of the others turned slightly tense, while Chen Tianming remained indifferent. Shui Huayu shook her head. Such encounters are generally uncommon. While there have been instances in the past, they usually involve blocking entry rather than actual life or death combat. Upon hearing this, the group exhaled with slight relief. Shui Huayu continued, "However, we must not let our guard down, as fatalities have occurred before. In any case, we must remain vigilant." She then turned to Zhao Wen. "Enhance our states." Zhao Wen acknowledged and immediately began casting his skills. Radiant rings of light enveloped everyone. Amplification technique, source of magic. At this moment, everyone felt an immense enhancement in their attributes. Chen Tianming quietly savored this state. All 4 attributes surged by 25%. Simultaneously, a mystical energy enveloped him, seemingly providing a continuous mental rejuvenation. This state could persist for half an hour, which was undeniably powerful. What effects would the prophet state augmentation have on the Zerg warrior? With a mere thought, Chen Tianming summoned a Zerg warrior onto the sandy ground. Soon, The originally jet-black exoskeleton began to gradually shift to a dark yellow, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. The emergence of the warrior startled a few nearby individuals. Its continuously moving mandibles and the menacing sigh that wielded instilled a chilling sense of fear. Zhao Wan, who was enhancing everyone's states, trembled in fright, causing him to involuntarily interrupt his ongoing skill. "Oh my, is that some kind of bug? Is this a Zerg summon?" Lu Kai exclaimed. Chen Tianming turned to Zhao Wan. "Please bestow it with a state enhancement as well." "Why yes," Zhao Wan stammered, before several radiant auras enveloped the creature. A myriad of dazzling lights erupted around the desert, with every team enhancing their states that a glance around revealed an array of peculiar professions, rare sights in other cities, now scattered about like cabbages by the roadside. Chen Tianming quietly assessed the situation and discovered that the warrior, like himself, had achieved a 25% increase in all attributes, igniting a surge of excitement within him. At this moment, the warrior's combat attribute had soared to 3,999 points. An additional 25% would equate to a staggering increase of 3,000 attribute points, a truly terrifying augmentation. However, Chen Tianming remained composed, merely whispering, "Thank you." With a resounding explosion in the air, the trial commenced. Sister Hua looked up at the sky, then waved her hand decisively. Towards the oasis, "Advance." Everyone felt as if they had passed through an air curtain, effortlessly moving forward. Though the oasis was named so, it appeared desolate, with only a few green plants contrasting the barren landscape outside the shimmering barrier. In the very center of the oasis stood a colossal pyramid, strikingly prominent. The mummy's remains lay within the pyramid. The space within the oasis exceeded expectations. The dense crowd that had just been present was now entirely absent after passing through the barrier. "We must act swiftly. Our target is the mummy's remains. Let's avoid conflicts with the monsters within the oasis as much as possible." Sister Hua spoke sternly. With that, she charged ahead. The others quickly followed suit. Chapter 78. The shadow clone with spirit communication. The area was suffused with yellow sand, occasionally revealing monsters peeking from the desert to observe the intruders. These creatures, either scorpions or spiders, made Shueshan's complexion pale as she grasped Chen Tianming's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. The sharp teeth of these monsters left no doubt about their biting power and toxicity. Suddenly, a scorpion emerged from the sands, launching a sharp stinger toward the group. Sister Hua reacted swiftly, activating her skill. Leaf Shield. The defense skill of a plant mage materialized, creating a robust shield that deflected the flying stinger. Thornblade. The shield sprouted sharp thorns, instantly shooting toward the scorpion. Chen Tianming retrieved an enhanced detector and directed it at the scorpion. Poisonous scorpion level. Extraordinary level 9, strength. 1300, agility. 1500, spirit. 200, constitution. 2000 skills, poison. Flying stinger. Observing its attributes, it conformed to the standard of an extraordinary monster. Far from formidable, as long as they were cautious of bites and stinger attacks, they would face no significant issues. Such monsters would pose no barrier to them. Thunderous strike. With a thunderous boom, the scorpion was instantly scorched, its exterior charred. Yet it did not perish immediately, struggling to launch an attack against the group. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind it. Lu Kai a dagger, glinting with cold light. Descended, shadow assault. The skill activated, the dagger piercing the scorpion's head, shattering its exoskeleton and releasing yellow brain matter. The poisonous scorpion thrashed a few times before falling still. Defeated extraordinary level 9 monster. Experience 1400. Shui Huayu acquired Scorpion Sac 1. Chen Tianming received a notification that the poisonous scorpion had been slain. Due to the 6-person team dynamic, each member only received a little over 200 experience points, not particularly high. Even less than that provided by Abyssal Orcs AS, the team leader. All dropped items would be collected by Sister Hua and distributed after the trial. After dispatching the poisonous scorpion, the party continued onward. They encountered several waves of monsters, swiftly eliminating them through teamwork. As they drew nearer to the pyramid, the number of monsters increased significantly. The monsters' levels also escalated, and they began to face epic-level creatures. After defeating an epic-level monster, Sister Hua glanced at the distant pyramid and said solemnly, "At our current pace, We will need at least 2 more hours to reach the pyramid's entrance. We're far too slow. From now on, if we encounter monsters, avoid fighting as much as possible and quicken our pace. Shuehuayu decided to ignore the monsters and proceeded directly toward the pyramid. Shueshan looked at Chen Tianming, noticing him shake his head slightly, and chose not to speak further. The team quickened their pace, enhancing their marching speed once again. Upon encountering monsters again, Sister Hua directly employed her skill, Death Bind, binding the monsters in place. They pressed onward. This significantly boosted the team's speed, and in just over half an hour, they reached the vicinity of the pyramid's edge. The situation before them unfolded as Sister Hua had anticipated. They had fallen behind. Several teams had already reached the pyramid, having gained considerable ground on them. The towering pyramid soared into the clouds, and as they approached, its magnificence became evident. Under the sunlight, it emanated a solemn and weighty aura. At the base of the pyramid was a dark entrance, not large enough to accommodate more than 10 individuals walking side by side. Surrounding the pyramid were numerous monsters, various poisonous scorpions. Killing lizards and desert spiders prowled nearby. Many individuals were currently engaged in clearing the surrounding monsters. Xiao Kuan inquired, "If we charge directly, do we stand a chance?" Sister Hua shook her head. "No, there are far too many monsters here, and their levels are high. My skills have a chance of failing. They're not guaranteed to hit. There have been several instances on the way here where my skills failed. But here, the monsters are too numerous." Densely surrounding us, Shuehuayu furrowed her brow, momentarily caught in a dilemma that if they cleared the path, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours, completely falling behind. Yet, charging through could lead to control errors, placing the team in danger. Shueshan cast a pleading glance at Chen Tianming, preparing to seek his assistance. Chen Tianming met her gaze, understanding her intentions, and took a small step forward, ready to speak when a mocking voice interrupted. "I really don't understand what you're thinking. Our team has everything except a meat shield that, if we had a strong front line, we wouldn't be in such a predicament." "Hey, aren't you a summoner? Even if you're low level, your summoned beast should be able to take some damage, right? Summon them to draw the fire. Are you really planning to just stand around and do nothing?" Chen Tianming's expression turned cold as he glared at him. "This is your last warning. If you don't shut your foul mouth, I will ensure it stays shut permanently." Xiao Kuan scoffed. "You think you can?" Just as Chen Tianming was about to take action, Lu Kai exclaimed, "What is that?" They saw several individuals donned in headbands and gray clothing skillfully maneuvering among the monsters, instantly attracting the attention of numerous creatures. Even more astonishingly, the 5 individuals bore identical appearances. Sister Hua gasped, "Those are ninjas from Sakura country. The skill they're using is Shadow Clone." But what do they intend to do? As these seemingly duplicative ninjas moved, their hands swiftly formed intricate seals. And then they simultaneously struck the ground with force. The earth cracked beneath their touch, fissures radiating outward in all directions. This was the art of summoning, and Shuehuayu appeared to have encountered this technique before, recognizing it at a glance. "Wow!" Chen Tianming exclaimed, clearly impressed by the prowess of this profession, where even clones could cast spells. However, in just that brief moment of distraction, all these clones were swiftly overtaken by the surrounding monsters, meeting their demise in an instant. Yet curiously, no blood was shed. All were mere phantoms. The true body was absent from this scene. 5 colossal apparitions manifested upon the ground, instantly becoming the targets of the nearby monsters. Yet, these specters did not engage the beasts. Instead, they led them towards the area with the highest concentration of people. Thousands of monsters were drawn towards the trial participants not far away, in an instant. A multitude of trialists found themselves encircled by the creatures, each one reluctantly activating their escape scrolls to vacate the trial grounds, a clear sign of failure. Chapter 79. Entering the tower, are they trying to prevent us from entering the pyramid? Shueshan inquired uncertainly. Their path ahead was completely blocked, leaving no place to stand. If they were to clear the way slowly, it would take them several hours at the very least that moment. A figure stood at the entrance, tauntingly saying, "You might as well wait outside. The tear of the mummy belongs to our Sakura nation." With that, he turned and strode inside. Sister Hua seethed. What a disgrace. After finally reaching the entrance, we encounter ninjas from the Sakura nation, muddling the entire situation. Ninjas were a rare profession in Sakura Nation. It was unexpected for them to be dispatched here to seize the tear of the mummy. By the time they cleared the monsters, it would be too late. Moreover, many had already withdrawn from the trial in a bid for survival, leaving not only their ranks in disarray, but also their morale shattered. A pair of delicate faces turned pale with fury. Due to numerous participants exiting the trial, the team's numbers were insufficient, prompting many to shout out, "We need ranged damage dealers. Mages and archers are welcome. With a level requirement of Mountain Moving Realm. We are short on healers and sorcerers, requiring a level of Heroic Realm or higher. Those in need of a team, hurry over. We cannot let those scoundrels get ahead." Many teams lacked damage output, and there was a notable shortage of healers. During the recent monster attack, many mages and healers had abruptly exited the trial, and there were specific level requirements as well. After all, entering the instance necessitated at least 2 members of the Heroic Realm. Xiao Kuan suddenly spoke up, "Sister Hua, I want to join another team." "Why?" Shui Huayu expressed her surprise. She had not anticipated Xiao Kuan would take such a step, especially since their team was still intact. Xiao Kuan pointed at Chun Tianming. "Either he goes, or I go." Not only was Shui Huayu astonished, but Zhao Wen and Lu Kai were equally taken aback. They had not expected Xiao Kuan to threaten the captain at such a critical moment. Despite the multitude of monsters at the entrance, there were still many students from the War Academy around. As long as they worked together, it would merely be a matter of time to clear out these monsters. Shuaishan scoffed, "Xiao Kuan, you truly are a dog. Do you think we cannot manage without you? If you want to leave, then hurry up. Let's see if I can stop you." Xiao Kuan ignored Shuaishan's mockery, his expression serious as he turned to Shui Huayu. "Sister Hua, the choice is yours. Will you choose him or me?" Xiao Kuan was a thunder mage, not only boasting high single target damage, but also excelling in area attacks, making him a significant asset to their team. He had calculated this perfectly, timing his move to create discord. "Captain!" Zhao Wen and Lu Kai shouted in unison, their voices laden with meaning. Shui Huayu glanced between Chen Tianming and Xiao Kuan, although she found Xiao Kuan's actions distasteful. His maneuver undoubtedly held her fate in its grip. Zhao Wen and Lu Kai also regarded Shui Huayu with earnest expressions, their earlier call of captain revealing their unspoken agreement. In that moment, Shui Huayu found herself in a dilemma that as Shuaishan was about to say something, Chun Tianming gently tugged at her hand, signaling her to remain silent. He understood that if Sister Hua chose Xiao Kuan, Shuaishan would inevitably follow him out of the group. The requirement for entering this instance was the necessity of having a member of the Mountain Moving Realm and 2 members of the Heroic Realm. Even if the others withdrew from the team, the 3 of them could still enter the instance. With a heavy sigh, Shui Huayu seemed to have undergone a mental struggle before finally arriving at a decision. "Xiao Kuan, if you wish to leave, then go ahead." Xiao Kuan's face lit up with confidence. Disregarding everything else, Zhao Wen and Lu Kai had already sided with him. He was convinced that Sister Hua would choose him. What? Not only did he think he had misheard, but even Zhao Wen and Lu Kai were equally stunned. "Captain, if Xiao Kuan withdraws, your trial will be in vain. Don't you want to enter the Heavenly Palace Academy?" Sister Hua replied solemnly, "I do wish to enter, but everything I have achieved to this point has been through my own efforts. If I were to abandon my teammates today, due to a threat, who would dare team up with me in the future? Wouldn't they fear becoming expendable? If I find myself on the battlefield facing adversity, how should I respond? Should I simply forsake my comrades and seek survival alone? I am sorry, but I cannot do that." The final statement was delivered with resolute conviction. Chun Tianming felt compelled to applaud her. Xiao Kuan remained unfazed by her words, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "If that is the case, when a mountain does not move, the water will flow. We shall meet again." With that, he exited the team. Shortly thereafter, "Captain, we are sorry. We merely wish to complete the trial and hope you do not take offense." They too withdrew from the team. What had once been a fully staffed team was now reduced to just Chen Tianming, Shuaishan, and Shui Huayu. After the 2 departed, Shui Huayu wore a wry smile of resignation. "I apologize for the trouble." Shuaishan grinned. "It's for the best that those bothersome individuals have left." She then turned her gaze towards Chun Tianming.